Chapter 1. I have no connection with a golden lion. Name: Randall. Age: 16. What is your identity? Without hesitation, Randall replied, martial artist. Upon hearing this, the person across from Randall widened his eyes and bellowed, martial artist? So, you're a commoner? But which commoner falls from the sky and lands right at the Navy headquarters? Randall sighed inwardly. He understood that his claim might seem implausible, yet it was indeed the truth. However, the fierce-looking individual before him appeared skeptical. Noticing Randall's silence, the Navy officer's aura intensified. Just yesterday, the Golden Lion launched an assault on the Navy headquarters, and you just happened to fall from the sky today. Speak honestly. What is your relation to the Golden Lion? The mention of the Golden Lion stirred something within Randall. He had harbored suspicions before, after all. This person bore slight resemblance to someone familiar, and certainly did not appear to be an ordinary human now. Upon hearing the name, he realized he was no longer in his original world, but had been transported to the world of the immensely popular manga, One Piece. Moreover, judging by the Navy's words, his timing was remarkably fortuitous, appearing just as the Golden Lion attacked. Yet, this era seemed rather promising for him. The 4 emperors had not yet risen, and the 7 warlords system appeared to consist of merely crocodile indeed. The maritime landscape had yet to solidify, allowing him to insert himself comfortably into the fray. However, to the Navy officer before him, Randall's reverie only served to heighten his suspicion. This confirmed his hunch. The mention of the Golden Lion triggered vivid memories of the latter's recent assault on the Navy base. The sheer force and momentum, as if the very sky were crashing down upon him, sent chills down his spine. This only made the young man across from him all the more detestable. Since you are an ally of the Golden Lion, you should follow your boss to impel down that infamous prison, notorious throughout history for having no escapees. If he truly ended up there, it would spell his doom. This was an inauspicious beginning indeed. Frustrated, Randall quickly interjected, "You misunderstand. I have no connection to that Golden Lion. I'm not a pirate." Still denying it? The Navy officer retorted, "If you have nothing to do with the Golden Lion, then why are you here?" Randall felt a pang of distress, but maintained his composure as he explained, "I don't know. I was merely a naive martial artist who, after honing my skills, traveled the world visiting renowned masters for sparring. Just when I defeated the last opponent on my list, the strongest martial artist in the world, I was engulfed in darkness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here." This was the unvarnished truth. His original world had its own cultivation system. Practitioners were known as martial artists, refining the energy within their bodies once mastered. This energy could grant extraordinary abilities, capable of severing steel and moving mountains, of course. This was merely the seller's pitch. However, now that Randall had entered the world of pirates, perhaps he would indeed have the opportunity to realize those lofty claims. Yet the Navy officer merely smirked with derision and said, such a clumsy lie. Truly the cunning of a pirate. The strongest martial artist in the world? With your puny limbs, who could you possibly defeat?" Randall's expression darkened, and his tone grew harsh. "I've already said, I genuinely know nothing. Don't make assumptions about me." Though he found himself in a weak position, it did not mean he would accept unfounded humiliation. But the Navy officer continued to sneer, "Humph, pirate." With that, he turned to the soldiers waiting nearby and commanded, "Take him to prison. He will be sent to impel down." Seeing the officer's malicious demeanor, Randall could no longer hold back. "Hey, you're going too far." I'm genuinely angry now. Anger was one aspect of it, but he also knew that if he didn't fight back now, it would be too late once the dust settled. With that, he suddenly stood up. His abrupt movement startled several people. However, the Navy officer, after a moment of surprise, regained his composure. He glanced at the handcuffs binding Randall and sneered, "What? You want to resist? Go ahead, show me." Randall's frustration boiled within him as he flexed his muscles, but all his strength merely caused the handcuffs to rattle. The Navy officer, unfazed, mocked, "Oh, keep going." Randall's ire intensified, but he recognized the futility of his situation. He understood that he had been somewhat arrogant, failing to fully accept the reality of his predicament. He had been trapped in the delusion of invincibility from his original world. But now, he was in the world of pirates, A realm teeming with monsters, the iron shackles on his wrists would likely be as pliable as dough to a true powerhouse. Realizing this, Randall softened his tone. Brother, I am truly innocent. The Navy must adhere to the principle of evidence. Yet, it seemed misfortune had befallen him. Had he arrived at a different time, he might not have faced such a hellish beginning, but alas, he had appeared just a day after the Golden Lion's attack on the Navy headquarters, and coincidentally, he had fallen from the sky right at the Navy headquarters. To make matters worse, the grim-faced Navy officer before him was infamous for his hawkish tendencies. Ghost Spider. Indeed, while Randall might have been speaking the truth, Ghost Spider adhered to the principle of guilty until proven innocent. That meant as long as there was any suspicion, he would apprehend first and inquire later. Thus, Ghost Spider disregarded Randall's pale explanations and ordered the soldiers, "Take him aboard the warship." "Yes. Wait. I am innocent." Randall squirmed, but with multiple soldiers restraining him, he was forcefully propelled forward. "I am truly innocent. Help! Is this the Navy's justice? Can the Navy assault civilians at will?" All the while, Randall desperately struggled and shouted. Eventually, Ghost Spider could no longer tolerate it and covered Randall's mouth. In that moment, despair set in for Randall. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, for his cries caught the attention of a significant figure. "What is happening, Ghost Spider? I hear someone speaking ill of the Navy." A languid voice suddenly resonated. This caused Ghost Spider and the others to halt their actions. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ghost Spider hastily saluted Vice Admiral Borsalino. This was the monster of the headquarters, the candidate for Admiral Borsalino. Upon hearing that name, Randall's eyes flickered. He recognized this as a potential opportunity. After all, things couldn't possibly get any worse. Why not take a gamble? Summoning all his strength, he pushed aside the 6 soldiers restraining him, swiftly tore off the gag from his mouth, and spoke at lightning speed. "Sir, this is your subordinate. He intends to imprison a civilian. You must intervene." Ghost Spider's expression shifted, ready to reprimand Randall. But Borsalino suddenly raised a hand to stop him and leisurely approached Randall, scrutinizing him intently. Borsalino had initially been disinclined to intervene, but suddenly found himself intrigued by the situation. As he observed Randall, he unexpectedly discovered something captivating about him. Chapter 2. A Great Enemy. Borsalino scrutinized Randall from head to toe. The intensity of his gaze left Randall feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Coupled with Borsalino's somewhat lecherous expression, Randall's face turned pale. Yet, he dared not utter a word, for the individual before him was, without a doubt, a bona fide monster. Even in a completely unguarded state, the pressure emanating from Borsalino nearly provoked a violent reaction from the energy within Randall. A chill ran down his spine. Perhaps with a mere sneeze, he could find himself lifeless on the spot. It was best to remain compliant. After thoroughly examining Randall, Borsalino pursed his lips and remarked, "How interesting. Ghost Spider, what is the story behind this youth?" Ghost Spider quickly replied, "This boy may be connected to the Golden Lion. I intend to confine him alongside the Golden Lion and send them both to impel down." Randall retorted directly, "I told you, I have no connection to the Golden Lion. I'm not a pirate. I'm a good person. Can the Navy apprehend anyone at will?" Ghost Spider was taken aback. "You." Borsalino once again raised a hand to restrain Ghost Spider, and then said, "Ghost Spider, my observation hockey tells me he is speaking the truth. Moreover, how could the Golden Lion possibly have such a weak subordinate?" Randall's expression darkened. While Borsalino's words were advantageous to him, and were indeed factual, they left him feeling inexplicably vexed. The Ghost Spider, still somewhat relentless, declared, "All right, Ghost Spider, leave this to me." With a clenched jaw, the Ghost Spider saluted. "Understood." Watching the retreating figures of the Ghost Spider and the soldiers, Randall let out a deep sigh of relief. It seemed he had narrowly escaped the crisis. "You appear to have suddenly relaxed, young man," a leisurely voice remarked, causing Randall to stiffen. Was he not merely escaping from the jaws of a wolf, only to enter the lair of a tiger? Though Borsalino had just come to his aid, who could tell what motives lay behind that assistance, or what he might do next? Randall stiffly turned his neck to glance at Borsalino, only to find him gazing back with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Sir, is there something amiss? Randall stammered. Poliusolino feigned deep contemplation for a few moments before responding, "Nothing of concern. Come along now, young man." With that, he turned and walked away, seemingly indifferent to whether Randall followed. Randall swallowed hard. If he chose to flee at this moment, a wave of despondence washed over him. Could he truly escape from the four emperors in front of such a powerful figure? Thus, he obediently trailed behind Poliusolino. Sensing Randall's movement behind him, Poliusolino pouted slightly. Moments later, they arrived at the door of the marshal's office. Poliusolino casually instructed, "Wait here," before knocking and entering. Inside the office, an elderly man with graying hair was picking his nose while competing with another man sporting a twisted mustache for Senbei. Upon noticing the newcomers, a robust man with a trident-shaped beard lifted his head from his paperwork. Well, this is a rarity, Poliusolino. You have come to my office unbidden?" Poliusolino remained languid within the marshal's office, replying nonchalantly, "Ah, Admiral Karp and General Sengoku." Sengoku quickly adjusted his demeanor upon realizing someone had entered, while Karp seized the opportunity to snatch all the Senbei, utterly disregarding decorum. "Poliusolino, what brings you here?" Sengoku inquired, casting a resigned glance at the two old men. Poliusolino answered, "Indeed, I have just discovered an intriguing young lad." "Oh, an intriguing lad? One who piques your interest?" Sengoku shot Karp a fierce glare before asking. The other two men also exhibited curiosity. Poliusolino did not keep them in suspense, grinning as he spoke. "Yes, although this child is currently quite weak, he possesses a remarkable energy within him. This energy is entirely distinct from hackatrally fearsome." "An energy completely different from hockey? Now, that is indeed intriguing. Where is this little fellow? Just as I finish my business, I shall go test his mettle." Karp exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Is your business merely to snatch Senbei?" The others were rendered speechless. Poliusolino remarked, "I brought him along, he's just outside." "Then what are we waiting for?" Karp and the others exchanged glances before decisively stating, "Let's go." Sengoku tossed aside the documents in his hands and stood up. Compared to an interesting young man, what significance did a mere document hold? He wouldn't dare admit he was seizing the chance to slack off. Outside the door, Randall, feeling anxious, suddenly saw the office door swing open, followed by several towering figures emerging in quick succession. Ah, the one snatching Senbei must be Karp at his peak. And there's that eccentric mustachioed figure, Sengoku, along with the stoic Akiji. What to do? Randall felt his legs weaken. Yet, simultaneously, his face flushed with excitement. To behold such formidable individuals was a treasure beyond measure. "Is this the young man you spoke of?" The three titans scrutinized Randall, occasionally furrowing their brows. Randall felt an overwhelming pressure. He was but a frail being, merely the world's foremost martial artist. "Please, do not regard me so intently." After thoroughly examining him, the giants displayed expressions of interest. Indeed, as Poliusolino had mentioned, there was an entirely unfamiliar energy emanating from him. Exchanging silent glances, Karp declared, "Ha. Then, let us proceed to the training ground. Observing is insufficient, we must engage directly." At these words, Randall shivered, feeling an overwhelming dread wash over him. It felt as though his entire being was on the verge of phantom pain. The group made their way to the training ground. Along the way, they encountered a kindly middle-aged woman and a cool uncle with purple hair. Ah, familiar faces indeed, Admiral Tsuru and Black Arm Zephyr. Both of them also sensed the unique energy within Randall and expressed their desire to explore it further. Moments later, within the training ground, the Titans observed from the sidelines while Randall faced off against a soldier in the center. This soldier, a mere tool brought forth by the giants, was Pietro, ranked 10th in the elite camp. Such power could easily be extinguished with a mere finger from the giants. Yet, to Randall, he was a formidable foe. The pressure he exuded was far greater than that of the world's foremost martial artist he had previously defeated. And indeed, it was immensely stronger. Pietro regarded Randall with a mixture of disdain and excitement. Though unaware of the giant's intentions, he recognized this as a prime opportunity. If he could shine brightly, he might just capture the giant's attention. From that moment on, he could ascend in rank and salary, marry a beautiful heiress, and reach the pinnacle of his life. As for Randall, he simply dismissed him, unaware of his origins. Dreaming away, Pietro chuckled and said to Randall, "Come on." Chapter 3. Welcome to the elite camp. In the face of Pietro's provocation, Randall remained unfazed. He took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to settle. Although this series of events was rather bewildering, from being inexplicably sent to advance towards the city, to now being thrust into combat, Randall understood he had no alternative. Thus, he resolved to relish the thrill of battle. "I shall take my turn." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Cap and the onlookers narrowed their eyes, sensing an undeniable shift in Randall. It was as if a sheathed sword had suddenly been drawn, revealing its brilliance. If Randall's vitality previously resembled a solitary light in the darkness, at this moment it shone like a radiant moon. A remarkable energy surged from Randall's heart, coursing through his entire being. This was the cultivation method from Randall's original world, the art of chi and blood. This energy, known as chi, bestowed upon martial artists extraordinary powers beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Pietro squinted, aware of his own limited strength preventing him from fully perceiving the chi. Nevertheless, he sensed that the seemingly harmless youth before him had transformed in a subtle yet profound manner. "I shall take my turn." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Randall forcefully stomped the ground, the recoil propelling his body forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Pietro. Bang! Their fists collided. Pietro was pushed back 2 meters before he managed to regain his balance, a tinge of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Although he had successfully blocked the strike, he felt humiliated. He had initially dismissed Randall as a mere non-threat, yet this punch surpassed all his expectations. "Damn it, you brought this upon yourself." Enraged, Pietro rapidly struck the ground with his feet, vanishing in an instant. In a moment of surprise, Randall hesitated, but instinctively dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding a swift punch that whizzed past him. However, just as he evaded one blow, a second punch surged towards him from another direction. "I cannot evade this," Randall swiftly deduced, raising his arms to shield himself. Bang! Randall was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away. Pietro smirked triumphantly, covertly gauging the reactions of the onlookers. Yet, to his dismay, he found that their attention was not on him, but rather fixated on the young boy. The smirk he had just conjured instantly faltered. What was so captivating about this brat? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? How naive of me to assume that influential figures would not be so superficial. I clearly misjudged them. Yet, the powerful individual was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, in his frustration, Pietro unleashed his ire upon Randall. His strikes, swift and ghostly, appeared to teleport around Randall from every direction, his fists raining down like a tempest. Randall found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. However, the more disheveled Randall became, the more agitated Pietro felt. After all, he was undeniably the stronger one. Why did the esteemed figure overlook him? It was all this brat's fault. May he perish. Pietro truly struck with intent. At that moment, he thought to himself that since this little imp was not a naval officer, even if he inadvertently caused its demise, the higher-ups would not hold him accountable. However, blinded by his own anger, Pietro failed to notice that Randall was increasingly adapting to his rapid assaults, defending himself with growing proficiency. Initially, he managed to land 9 out of 10 strikes, but gradually, his accuracy dwindled to 8, then 7. While Pietro remained oblivious, the higher-ups were keenly aware of the shift. Their eyes grew increasingly luminous. They were initially drawn to that extraordinary energy, but now they find themselves captivated by Randall's innate talent. It has not been long, yet they have gradually adapted to the speed of his movements. Although Pietro's pace is not particularly swift, it remains quite astonishing. This individual seems to be born for combat. Subsequently, an even more astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. Despite Randall's disheveled appearance, his eyes shone brightly. After successfully blocking an opponent's punch, he seized the moment before the next strike arrived, suddenly pounding the ground with his feet multiple times. In an instant, Randall's figure vanished from the spot. Pietro swung at the empty air, stumbling and nearly losing his balance. What just happened? That little brat disappeared in an instant. Before he could collect his thoughts, he felt a sharp pain in his back and was sent flying. Zephyr, the purple-haired elder, exclaimed in astonishment, although the movements are somewhat unrefined. He has indeed managed to execute it successfully. This talent. With his discerning eye, he could undoubtedly see that Randall had never encountered the 6 styles before. Yet, this was precisely what left him astounded. How little time had passed. Not even 10 minutes. In the training camp, he barely had enough time to demonstrate it once. Yet Randall, within this brief span, learned the 6 styles merely by observing his opponent. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it utterly unbelievable. Behind him, Paulicelino pouted and remarked, "What a truly terrifying youth. He has accomplished in a shorter time than I did in my own prime." Zifa's expression darkened, yet surprisingly, he refrained from retorting. Although he held a disdain for Paulicelino, he could not help but acknowledge that his talent was the most exceptional he had ever witnessed. Remarkably, it took Paulicelino merely half an hour to learn and effectively employ the technique of shaving, and that was under the meticulous guidance he provided. In the arena, Pietro rose from the ground, somewhat dazed, and only then did his mind begin to comprehend the events that had transpired. You can actually shave? Why didn't you use it before? Were you deliberately toying with me? Randall innocently replied, I didn't know how before. I only learned after observing your demonstration. Pietro's initial reaction was one of disbelief, but as he instinctively glanced at the expressions of the surrounding dignitaries, he found them all equally astonished. It was then that he realized the truth in the words of the young boy. But how could this be possible? This harsh reality. How could he possibly come to terms with it? How long did it take him to master shaving before? A month? Or perhaps several months? And how long did this little rascal take? 10 minutes? Is it truly the case that individuals vary so greatly? Pietro's face contorted in disbelief. At that moment, Randall seemed to recall something and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh right, thank you. This skill is incredibly useful. I truly appreciate your generous guidance." Upon hearing this, Pietro felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. No, alas. The unfortunate soldier could not bear the weight of reality and felt darkness enveloping him. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. The surrounding elites displayed expressions of disdain, questioning how someone from the elite camp could possess such a fragile mentality. Yet, soon after, admiring glances were cast upon Randall. This brief skirmish, though short-lived, had revealed a great deal. His extraordinary combat awareness, monstrous learning capacity, coupled with that remarkable energy capable of enhancing both physique and vitality, indicated an immensely promising future for this young man. Who knows? He might be yet another prodigy akin to those 3 reserve generals. Zephyr directly proclaimed, "Join my elite camp. I shall teach you." Chapter 4, Valor Points. Join my elite camp. I shall teach you, Zephyr said, his eyes shining as he looked at Randall. He is indifferent to Randall's strength. What he truly values is Randall's innate talent. It is not merely his exceptional capacity for learning, but also that extraordinary power. Although it did not manifest prominently in this battle, Zephyr's keen insight still discerned the potential of such power. It is wild and unrestrained. Yet it does not inflict harm upon oneself. Rather, it serves to enhance the body. He had a premonition that Randall's future would undoubtedly surprise him. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Kong and Sengoku, along with others, displayed expressions of astonishment. It is worth noting that Zephyr's elite camp had always been a place where they assigned individuals. Yet never had Zephyr taken the initiative to request someone. The sole exception was those 3 individuals who could be aptly described as monsters among the vice admirals. Although they currently held the rank of vice admiral, their prowess had already reached the level of admiral, and once the opportunity arose, they could swiftly assume Sengoku's position, serving as the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, Randall was initially taken aback, but then a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Not only was he spared from going to impel down, but he had also gained a formal position. Moreover, who had made this statement? Zephyr, putting aside his strength. When it comes to his teaching ability, there is no one who dares to claim the top spot over him at sea. The caliber of his students speaks volumes about his prowess. In terms of quality, there are the future 3 admirals, and in terms of quantity, over half of the Navy's high-ranking officers have emerged from the elite camp. This was indeed a case of fortune arising from misfortune. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Randall ultimately expressed only one word: excellent. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and then declared with a resounding voice, "Then we shall assemble at the training ground tomorrow morning at 7 sharp. Is there any objection?" Randall, feeling a sudden surge of motivation, immediately stood at attention, shouting, "None." Kong and the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. How could it be that in such a brief moment they had finalized the arrangements? God knows how much effort they had expended previously when verifying the list for entry into the elite camp. However, it mattered little, for ultimately, the decisions regarding the elite camp rested solely with this purple-haired old man. As long as he is happy. After a moment, the influential figures departed one after another, and Pietro was also carried away. Only Randall remained in the venue. After a brief wait, a naval officer approached, casting a glance at Randall before stating, "You must be Randall, correct? Follow me." Randall acknowledged with a nod and promptly followed. Before long, under the officer's guidance, the 2 arrived at a peculiar training room, wherein stood an odd machine. Without waiting for Randall to inquire, the officer took the initiative to explain, "This is a machine designed to test your combat strength. Simply unleash your full force upon it." He gestured towards the center of the apparatus. Upon finishing his explanation, he stepped back a few paces, allowing Randall the space to proceed, while regarding him with a mixture of confusion and admiration. He had heard that the seemingly youthful boy before him was a talent specifically recruited by Zephyr for the elite camp. The elite camp, how he longed to join. As the naval officer pondered this, he couldn't help but scrutinize Randall once more. He appeared to be an ordinary youth, even somewhat frail. Such a person seemed less capable than himself. It was baffling to comprehend what merit had garnered Zephyr's attention. Surely, he hadn't gained entry through favoritism. Had Zephyr finally fallen from grace? Meanwhile, Randall stood before the apparatus. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and positioned his legs naturally apart, shoulder-width apart. His right hand clenched into a fist, drawing back to gather strength. He tensed his legs, tightened his core, and braced his right arm. The energy of his entire being converged towards his right fist. Observing Randall's preparation, the naval officer couldn't help but become serious. He was indeed curious to see the extent of what this young lad could achieve. He recalled that during the elite camp assessment, the individual with the highest spiritual power had a score of either 400 or 500. That was truly a remarkable feat yet, at the tender age of 13. This boy had already reached a level that inspired awe. It remained uncertain how much power Randall could muster. It was likely he would not surpass 100. In the next moment, Randall opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, and then unleashed his full strength. A resounding boom followed. The naval officer could only feel a gust of wind rushing towards him. He quickly glanced at the monitor, his eyes widening in astonishment. Power level, 558. He was utterly taken aback. Was the machine malfunctioning, or was it the world that was flawed? Randall glanced at the display screen. 558, that's not too bad. I expected to unleash some earth-shattering, soul-stirring values and astonish the esteemed figures around me, propelling myself to the pinnacle of success. Alas, it seems I am merely an ordinary person. Randall, who had previously felt a sense of superiority for being a traveler from another world, began to confront the reality of his situation. Fortunately, these thoughts remained internal. Otherwise, the nearby Navy officers would have been left further questioning their own existence. Do you even grasp the significance of a combat power of over 500? From what he knew, the current vice admirals had only achieved similar levels upon their admission. What more could one possibly desire? Were they aiming for the heavens? Unbeknownst to him, prior to this encounter, Randall had already faced off against the 10th-ranked student from the elite camp. The match had been evenly contested. Although it was highly likely that Randall would have succumbed to defeat had his opponent not underestimated him and succumbed to a mental breakdown, the outcome was that the adversary had fainted, while Randall emerged nearly unscathed. In light of this, a combat power exceeding 500 was not particularly astonishing. Upon exiting the room, the naval officer appeared dazed and disoriented. He escorted Randall to the dormitory before vacating the premises in a similarly muddled state. It seemed he would require considerable time to come to terms with reality. Watching the officer's departing figure, Randall felt a tinge of melancholy. Had he committed some grave error? Why did it seem as though the officer harbored some discontent towards him? Shaking his head, Randall concluded that it must merely be a figment of his imagination. He was so handsome that, while not everyone would adore him, it was unlikely he would be disliked upon their first encounter. Randall ran his fingers through his hair and then pushed open the door to his dormitory. Inside, there were 4 beds in total. 2 of them were unoccupied, while the other 2 were made up with bedding. Randall casually selected one of the beds, arranged the bedding, and changed into the Navy uniform he had just received before heading out in search of food. It was mealtime now. Following the instructions provided by the Navy, Randall navigated his way to the dining hall. There, under the astonished gaze of the cafeteria lady, he filled a tray with a generous assortment of meats. "Hey kid, are you really going to finish all that? Wasting food is a grave sin," the cafeteria lady remarked, eyeing Randall's slender frame with disbelief. "Besides, I don't think I've ever seen you here before." Randall touched his nose and replied, "I'm new here. Don't worry. I promise I won't waste a single morsel." His appetite is truly substantial. Chapter 5. Roommate Randall sat down with a plate brimming with meat and eagerly began to eat. After taking a single bite, he was momentarily taken aback. The meat was unfamiliar, possessing a delightful chewiness that was not difficult to manage. With each bite, rich juices burst forth within his mouth. In his previous world, Randall held a certain status and had indulged in numerous exquisite dishes. Yet, he vowed he had never tasted meat so delectable. He unconsciously quickened his chewing pace and subsequently swallowed. A warm sensation coursed down from his mouth, traversing the esophagus and settling in his stomach. Randall paused momentarily. Realizing that this meat was not merely delectable, the energy it contained far surpassed that of any gourmet dish. After just a single bite, Randall felt a comforting warmth envelop his entire being. Without further hesitation, he plunged both hands into the feast, ravenously stuffing his mouth with meat, unable to restrain himself. The plate was soon left with only remnants of savory juice. Afterward, Randall patted his belly and let out a satisfied burp. In his previous world, he could consume several times this amount of food, yet he now felt nearly full. Moreover, it was not just a sense of satiety. Randall could distinctly sense a slight increase in the energy within him. Though modest, it was indeed a tangible enhancement. This revelation filled Randall with delight. Did this imply that he could grow stronger solely through consumption, without the need for training? No, such a terrifying thought must not take root. Training was still essential, otherwise, what difference would he have from a mere idle person? In his former world, he had relished the admiration that came with strength. Now that he found himself in the pirate world, he was determined to become the strongest. After finishing his meal, Randall returned to his dormitory. He had barely arrived when 2 individuals pushed the door open behind him. One of them, with striking red hair and a well-proportioned physique, conformed to what Randall considered the ideal build of a typical person. Randall observed that this individual bore a sword at his waist, indicating he was likely a swordsman. The other person towered over 2 meters in height, and Randall estimated that his arms were perhaps thicker than his own waist. Upon entering, the duo paused upon noticing Randall standing there. The swordsman squinted his eyes and, with a certain stiffness, inquired, "Who are you?" In that fleeting moment, Randall felt a formidable aura pressing down upon him. He even felt a slight ache in his cheeks. Randall hastily clarified, I'm new here. I just checked in today." The aura emanating from the swordsman intensified. The burly man standing behind him coldly inquired, "This is the dormitory for the elite camp. Only the students of the elite camp reside here. This is your last chance. Who exactly are you?" As he spoke, his hand rested ominously on the hilt of his sword. It was a well-known fact that this was the exclusive dormitory of the elite camp, and the elite camp had already commenced. There had never been a case of midterm admissions before. Thus, the sudden appearance of this individual raised suspicions. In previous times, it might have been overlooked. But the recent pirate attack on the naval headquarters made this moment particularly sensitive. He immediately heightened his vigilance. At that moment, upon noticing the red-haired swordsman preparing to strike, the muscular man took a slight step back, inadvertently blocking the doorway. He was reluctant to intervene, fully aware of the swordsman's prowess. When he realized that the two were indeed about to engage in combat, Randall found himself at a loss for words. "Wait, I am from the elite camp. It was Master Zephyr who said so today. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Upon hearing Randall mention Zephyr, the eyes of the two shifted slightly. Consequently, the swordsman retracted his imposing aura. Just as Randall was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed the swordsman had already unsheathed his blade. "Let me test your mettle with a strike." The swordsman drew his weapon with astonishing speed, as though the sword had materialized in his hand. He then slashed towards Randall from a distance. Witnessing the crimson arc of the strike, Randall exclaimed inwardly and hurriedly concentrated all his energy into his arms, crossing them defensively before his chest. In the next instant, the strike collided forcefully with Randall's arm. He felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. Even though he was prepared, he was still pushed back several meters, only managing to halt his retreat by digging his feet into the ground. He then shouted, using all his strength to push back. At that moment, the strike was already waning, and with the resistance of his force, it reluctantly dissipated into the air. Panting, Randall looked down at his arms, only to find them covered in a multitude of tiny wounds. While not severe, merely superficial cuts, they were indeed injuries sustained despite his utmost defense. He cast a lingering glance at the red-haired swordsman, a sense of trepidation washing over him. The prowess of this individual was formidable, far surpassing that of the previous Pietro. It appeared as though he had merely swung his blade nonchalantly, yet even that left him struggling to withstand the impact. Unbeknownst to him, the two opponents across from him were equally astonished. Although the red-haired swordsman had indeed not exerted his full strength, it was far from the casual strike that Randall presumed. That single blow had harnessed at least 50% of his power. In the elite camp, those capable of enduring such a strike unscathed could be counted on one hand. The strength of this man left them in awe. In truth, when Randall had first mentioned Zephyr, they had already half believed him. While there had been no precedent for someone joining the elite camp midway, Zephyr's word was law. The red-haired swordsman had merely struck to gauge Randall's abilities. It was evident now that he was indeed a worthy disciple of Master Zephyr. This individual, seemingly a few years younger, had seemingly been plucked from obscurity. With that thought, the red-haired swordsman sheathed his blade and glanced at Randall, uttering a few words. "I am Miller's." He then dismissed Randall from his mind and strode towards his bunk. A question mark slowly emerged above Randall's head. "You inexplicably struck me, and you have nothing to say?" At that moment, a burly man approached and said, "Ha ha ha. Don't take it to heart, my friend. Miller's has a temperament like that. He merely wished to test if your strength was up to the elite camp standards. And there was no malice intended. Allow me to apologize on his behalf." As he spoke, he excitedly patted Randall on the shoulder. "I'm Aquas, my friend. I see that you are a practitioner of physical cultivation. We should train together sometime." At last, a master of physical cultivation has arrived. He ranked second in the elite camp. It can be said that he has faced every participant in the camp. However, those who ranked behind him lacked the spirit to compete. The only one ahead of him was a swordsman named Miller, but unfortunately, engaging him in combat was far from exhilarating. Rather, he found himself wounded and battered. At last, a contender who appeared capable of putting up a fight has arrived. Chapter 6. A new contest. Randall sighed in resignation, deciding to momentarily put this matter aside. Firstly, he could sense that the other party bore no ill intent, and the injuries he sustained were merely superficial. Secondly, the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. For the time being, he truly could not match him in combat. He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Very well, my name is Randall. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Once I have honed my skills, I shall surely give you a thrashing." "Randall, by the way, you specialize in physical techniques, correct?" "How fortuitous. So do I. We can exchange insights in the days to come." Aqui spoke to Randall with enthusiasm, his laughter echoing, albeit with a somewhat fearsome quality on his intimidating visage. Randall discerned that, despite his somewhat terrifying appearance, this individual did not seem malevolent. Moreover, he was clearly a fervent warrior. How delightful indeed. He too. Randall smirked and said, "Well said, well said." As for the other frosty individual, Randall cast a glance at Miller, only to find him seated on the bed, eyes closed. It was uncertain whether he had even heard his name mentioned. Such a cold-hearted person is truly difficult to deal with. Noticing Randall's gaze, Aqueous remarked, "Don't mind him. He doesn't have it in for you. That's just his nature. By the way, make sure to rest early tonight. The elite camp training is quite exhausting." The following day at precisely 7 o'clock, the exclusive training ground of the elite camp, a total of 51 individuals stood in neat formation. Among them, 50 pairs of eyes, either intentionally or inadvertently, drifted towards the conspicuous 51st person standing outside the ranks. Clearly, there was a palpable curiosity about the origins of this unexpectedly present individual. Had it not been for the Navy officer stationed at the front as their instructor, they would have surely begun whispering among themselves. This additional person, of course, was none other than Randall. He stood there quietly, his gaze unwavering. Yet, secretly, he was assessing the strength of those around him. With a mere cursory glance, he sensed that over a dozen presences surpassed his own. Among them, 3 individuals emanated an especially formidable aura, 2 of whom he recognized from the previous day, Axe and Miles. The others, though stronger than he, did not instill in him a sense of dread, as he felt confident in his ability to engage them. However, these 3 evoked an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Miles exuded a razor-sharp intensity, embodying the essence of a swordsman. Axe radiated a fervent and substantial energy, mastering both martial arts and physical prowess. The third individual presented a peculiar sensation, as if he were not a person at all, but rather a mass of humanoid cotton. Randall understood that this individual was undoubtedly a user of a devil fruit ability. It was only these 3 against whom Randall felt a lack of confidence. For the rest, he harbored the assurance to confront them. Before long, Zepho arrived at the scene. He gracefully stepped before the assembly, casting a heavy gaze over the crowd before it lingered imperceptibly on Randall for a brief second, only to be withdrawn thereafter. He then proclaimed, "Let me address a matter of significance. Randall, effective today, you are officially inducted into the elite camp." As he gestured towards Randall, signaling to the audience. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. This marked the first instance in history of an individual joining the elite camp midway through its proceedings. Although they had harbored suspicions prior, the confirmation from Zephyr was still hard for them to fathom. They recalled the immense effort they had expended to gain entry into the elite camp. What merit did this individual possess? In an instant, a barrage of resentful glances was directed at Randall. Noticing the palpable discontent among the crowd, Zephyr secretly chuckled to himself, recognizing that their fervor for cultivation had noticeably waned. Just then, with Randall's arrival, he seized the opportunity to provoke their spirits once more. He pondered for a moment and then remarked, "Well, Randall has just arrived, and everyone is certainly not very familiar with him. How about we have someone engage him in a duel? There is nothing that a battle cannot reveal. So, who will volunteer?" Randall raised an eyebrow, for Zephyr had not mentioned this to him beforehand. However, this suited him quite well. He had a penchant for combat. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, the crowd's eyes lit up. This lad appeared to be far from a formidable warrior. Perhaps he had been admitted to the elite camp due to some unique talent. Consequently, many were eager to take their chances. Yet, Zephyr suddenly recalled something and added, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, this lad has already fought against Pietro, and the outcome was that Pietro lost. So consider your capabilities." Although Randall's bout with Pietro had not been completed yesterday, Pietro had fainted from exertion. Zephyr believed that if Randall were to falter, it would be understandable. After all, even Zephyr dared not claim invincibility. However, Pietro's downfall stemmed from his own temperament, leading him to defeat himself, which significantly tarnished his reputation in Zephyr's eyes. Simply put, such a failure was unforgivable for a naval officer. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They were well acquainted with Pietro. He was the 10th-ranked fighter among them. His remarkable speed had caused considerable trouble for others. The notion that such an individual could lose to a newcomer was astonishing. Reflecting on their own struggles against Pietro, those who were keen to challenge now quietly abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, the previously directed gazes at Randall swiftly shifted to Pietro, who was now blushing furiously. He bowed his head deeply, resembling an ostrich. The incredulous gazes of his colleagues weighed heavily upon him. A sense of humiliation, embarrassment, and anger overwhelmed him, leaving him on the brink of fainting. He dared not voice his opinions about Zephyr. Thus, at this moment, he truly loathed Randall. Previously, the gazes of others towards him were filled with admiration and envy. But what of now? He could hardly bear it. What was even more intolerable to him was the belief that he was not inferior to Randall in strength. Yesterday had merely been an accident. Should they face each other again, he was certain that it would be Randall who would taste defeat. Yes, a rematch. He would crush him, to prove himself to everyone. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Pietro suddenly lifted his head, startling those around him. Ignoring the onlookers, he fixed his gaze on Randall, raised his hand, and declared, "Report. I am here." At his words, the crowd paused in surprise before their expressions turned curious, eager to witness whether this newcomer truly possessed any real skill. Zephyr also glanced at Pietro in surprise, yet he said nothing, merely nodding casually. He held a rather pessimistic view of Pietro, as he sensed that Randall had become somewhat stronger since yesterday. Chapter 7. Observation of color? Zephyr was astonished. for he could perceive that Randall was indeed more formidable than he had been the previous day. Although the improvement was marginal, how little time had actually passed. Even accounting for the hours spent in slumber, it had barely been 24 hours. While Randall remained comparatively weak, and it was relatively easy for him to grow stronger. Such rapid progress seemed implausible. Zephyr's mind raced with these thoughts, yet it all transpired in the briefest of moments. He cast a glance at Pietro, then nodded in agreement to his challenge. Upon seeing Zephyr's nod, Pietro immediately stepped out from the crowd and positioned himself opposite Randall. Yesterday, I was careless and failed to notice your sneak attack. Today, I shall demonstrate my true prowess, he declared, his voice deliberately loud enough for all to hear. Indeed, he genuinely believed this. As long as he gave his all, this fellow would stand no chance whatsoever. Randall felt a twinge of irritation upon hearing his words, but chose to remain silent, merely resolving to strike harder when the time came. Zephyr furrowed his brow but held his tongue, while the other trainees appeared to have an epiphany. No wonder this individual managed to best Pietro. It was merely a sneak attack compounded by Pietro's overconfidence. It was evident that Pietro's signature technique, the swift slash, could give even those ranked above him a headache. How could he possibly lose to someone like this? In an instant, those who had previously been intimidated by Randall's achievements began to feel a sense of regret. Had they stepped up and defeated Randall, they might have caught Zephyr's attention. Observing the now face-to-face standoff between Pietro and Randall, nearly everyone felt certain that as long as Pietro did not underestimate his opponent again and unleashed his swift slash, victory would be assured, without a shadow of a doubt. Except for Aquis and Millis, perhaps. Anyone who could withstand even half of Millis' striking force without sustaining damage was undoubtedly formidable. An instructor, standing beside Zephyr, approached the vicinity of Randall and Pietro, silently inquiring if both were prepared. Receiving affirmative responses, he bellowed, "Let the battle commence." Pietro surged forward, and upon witnessing his rapid advance, Randall raised his arms defensively before him. However, halfway through his charge, Pietro vanished from Randall's line of sight. There he was. Pietro's signature move, the swift slash. Even among us, only a little over half can proficiently execute the 6 styles. This fellow was likely witnessing it for the first time. Pietro's swift slash is executed at double speed. This lad is destined to lose. The trainees became electrified with excitement. If Pietro were to decisively defeat Randall in such a dominating manner, there would be no way this lad could enter the elite camp. It was not that they bore any animosity toward Randall. Rather, the mere thought of the arduous journey to join the elite camp stirred a sense of inequity within them. Zephyr, meanwhile, could only shake his head in resignation. Though the trainees attempted to lower their voices, his keen observation still picked up their words with clarity. It had been half a year, yet they had not even mastered the basics of the 6 styles. And to speak so shamelessly about it was truly disheartening. Alas, this was indeed the most lackluster cohort he had ever mentored. As whispers circulated among the crowd, the situation within the arena shifted once more. The basic technique of the slash required a series of rapid foot strikes upon the ground. Yet Pietro could execute over 100 strikes in a heartbeat. Midway through his charge towards Randall, he unleashed his full speed, seemingly teleporting to a position behind Randall. The moment he appeared, he swung his fist toward Randall's unguarded back. He aimed to defeat Randall with unparalleled speed, for it was the only way to erase all disgrace. In his view, this punch would surely determine the outcome. Such swiftness would leave his opponent utterly unprepared. However, just as his fist was poised to strike its mark, Randall seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, swiftly shifting his left foot and momentarily moving his body to the side. It was this mere fraction of distance that caused Pietro's seemingly assured blow to miss its target. How could this be? A wave of astonishment washed over Pietro, both at the revelation that his opponent had detected his position and at the incredible reflexes displayed. Yet, having committed all his strength to the punch, he found it impossible to retract. To make matters worse, the miss caused him to momentarily lose his balance. Randall, of course, would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. He retracted his right fist, delivering a powerful blow directly to Pietro's face. In that fleeting moment, he even managed to curl the corners of his mouth and flash a smile at Pietro. With a resounding thud, Pietro, propelled by the force of inertia, spun a full 360 degrees in midair before soaring away. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was only when Pietro crashed to the ground that the students finally began to comprehend the events that had unfolded. They gazed at Pietro in bewilderment, even questioning whether they were experiencing an illusion. What had just transpired? Was it not supposed to be Pietro who delivered the decisive blow? How had the situation transformed into him being sent flying? They were astonished, and Zephyr was even more so. Upon witnessing Randall's evasion, 3 words immediately surfaced in his mind: observation hockey. However, after a moment of reflection, Zephyr realized that Randall had not exhibited the characteristics of observation hockey. It then dawned on him the peculiar energy residing within Randall. Could it be that this energy was the reason? Could this energy also serve the function of observation hockey? Zephyr's conjecture proved to be correct. Randall was able to sense Pietro behind him precisely due to his life force. This life force, being a manifestation of vital energy, is inherently attuned to the essence of life. Furthermore, Due to the sumptuous meal he had enjoyed the previous day, Randall's life force had grown even more robust. This enhancement resulted in Randall's senses becoming remarkably acute, almost rivaling that of observation hockey within a limited range. Consequently, Pietro was left in a tragic predicament. After lying on the ground for a few seconds, Pietro finally came to terms with the harsh reality. He rose from the ground, casting a sullen gaze at Randall. How could you possibly discover my presence? Were you playing the part of me yesterday? Randall shrugged and replied, Yesterday, I was indeed evenly matched with you, but today, it would be wise for you to concede. The ability to perceive the future is exceedingly overpowered. It is akin to Pietro's unparalleled speed, rendering him virtually invincible. Upon hearing this, Pietro erupted in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? You are far from winning against me. Your previous success was merely a stroke of luck. I shall not grant you another opportunity. Randall sighed. Since you are so stubborn, let me help you confront reality. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he struck the ground numerous times, vanishing from sight. Incredible! The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This individual could actually perform the technique of shave, and with such remarkable proficiency. What manner of being was this? At that moment, they began to comprehend why Zephyr had made the extraordinary decision to recruit him into the elite camp. In comparison, the elite trainees, felt woefully inadequate. Chapter 8. What is your justice? Seeing Randall take action, Pietro immediately retaliated with lightning speed. Shave. He departed from his original position with remarkable speed, then employed the same tactic once more, attempting to maneuver behind Randall. However, under Randall's keen perception, his movements were rendered strikingly transparent. Observing this, Randall promptly altered his trajectory. Before Pietro could react, he positioned himself directly in Pietro's path and raised his fist. Simultaneously, half of Randall's energy coalesced within his elevated right fist. Pietro, witnessing this aggressive stance, was taken aback. Yet, he was unable to halt his momentum and collided headlong into Randall. A resounding thud echoed as fist met chest. Pietro's torso visibly caved in, and he was propelled backwards several meters. The force of that punch was undeniably formidable. Intriguingly, the greatest harm inflicted upon Pietro stemmed from his own velocity. The advantage of Pietro's astonishing speed, while formidable, simultaneously constituted his fatal flaw. His excessive swiftness rendered him incapable of controlling his own momentum. When power is beyond one's control, it becomes a weapon that can be wielded by one's adversary. Pietro's current predicament epitomizes this truth. Nevertheless, Pietro retained his composure. Despite his injuries, he remained conscious and alert. He lay on the ground, lifting his head slightly to gaze at Randall. The sunlight streamed behind Randall, casting a silhouette that obscured his features. Yet, he felt he could vividly conjure the expression Randall must wear at that moment. Mockery, disdain, provocation, triumph. Indeed, had their positions been reversed, he would have worn a similar countenance. The mere thought of this overwhelmed Pietro, and with a sudden rush, he expelled a mouthful of blood, choosing to succumb to unconsciousness. A déjà vu of sorts. For a brief moment, the arena fell into utter silence. All eyes were fixed on the unconscious Pietro, each spectator grappling with their own mix of astonishment, disbelief, delight, or indifference. Following Randall's overpowering defeat of Pietro, any doubts the onlookers harbored about Randall dissipated into thin air, while their animosities were buried deep within. Excellent. Truly splendid. Zephyr exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Now, does anyone else wish to challenge him? In an instant, the crowd's spirit waned. After all, Pietro still lay motionless on the ground. How desperate must they be to engage in combat with such a beast? It is essential to recognize that, aside from the top 3 formidable entities, even those ranked above Pietro would find it far from effortless to confront him. Alas, they are the seniors. One should not engage in trivial disputes with newcomers. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Zephyr discreetly shook his head. It appears that the arrogance of these individuals has significantly diminished. Excellent. Henceforth, Randall shall be considered one of you. The crowd lowered their heads in silence. Meanwhile, Randall took his place once more. Witnessing Randall's triumph over Pietro without a hint of arrogance, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. He then continued, I have an important announcement to make. In 1 month, there will be an assessment. The details of the assessment will be revealed in due course. Allow me to mention the rewards for this assessment. The top 3 participants will receive my personal tutelage for a duration of 3 months. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. Even the usually aloof Millers displayed a flicker of enthusiasm in their eyes. Why do they aspire to enter the elite camp? Is it not solely for the sake of Zifa? But what is Zifa's true identity? Though he oversees the elite camp, the daily instruction is primarily conducted by ZFA's students. The occasions when ZFA himself delivers a lesson are exceedingly rare. Now, an opportunity to receive direct guidance from ZFA lies before them. How could they possibly remain unperturbed? A fierce determination ignited within everyone's hearts. Throughout this month, they must train doubly hard. As long as they do not succumb to exhaustion, they shall train with relentless fervor. Zephyr was thoroughly pleased with the performance of the crowd. He then remarked, all right, commence your training. Oh, by the way, Randall, you have yet to learn the 6 styles, correct? Please come here for a moment. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Randall. He had not studied the 6 styles? How then could he have performed the shave technique moments ago? Could it be? The memory of Randall's battle with Pietro the previous day surged into their minds, and a chilling thought emerged. No, it couldn't be. Surely this lad simply observed Pietro executing the shave and managed to master it just like that. Could it really be so? Among them, even the one who mastered the art of shaving the fastest took several weeks. Randall disregarded the varied gazes and obediently followed Zephyr, his heart brimming with anticipation. He is currently lacking certain remote offensive capabilities. The Gale Foot and Finger Gun from the 6 styles are precisely what he requires. With these, his strength will become even more comprehensive. He has made up his mind. He no longer intends to consume the devil fruit. Instead, he has resolved to specialize in martial arts. Although he is indeed envious of the myriad powers that the devil fruit offers, he understands that such strength comes at the cost of an inherent vulnerability. He is unable to accept it. By specializing in physical techniques, one can equally ascend to the pinnacle of this world. He looked up at Zephyr ahead of him. This person was indeed an example. Moments later, Randall followed Zephyr to an empty training ground. Upon reaching the center of the arena, Zephyr turned around and locked his gaze onto Randall's eyes. Randall initially anticipated that Zephyr would commence his instruction without delay, but instead, Zephyr spoke thus. Randall, it is my intention for you to join the Navy in the elite camp. Before imparting the 6 styles, I would like to inquire about your perspective on justice. As he spoke, Zephyr's piercing eyes, sharper than a soaring eagle's, scrutinized Randall as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. The Navy would certainly not permit an ambiguous individual to join, especially not directly into the new recruits camp. Prior to this, Crane had already investigated Randall's background. However, the findings were astonishingly blank. This individual appeared as though he had materialized out of thin air, devoid of any records. While this raised suspicions, it bore little significance to the higher-ups. At the very least, it proved that Randall had no ties to pirates. Thus, joining the Navy posed no issue. After all, Randall was still quite young. More importantly, Zephyr trusted his own judgment. At this moment, Zephyr's deliberate inquiry was also to ascertain whether Randall was truly worthy. Randall was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Zephyr. He was utterly unprepared. Nevertheless, as a transmigrator, he found this question remarkably easy to answer. Ultimately, Randall did not resort to evasive platitudes, but instead expressed his genuine feelings. He pondered for a moment and said, eradicating all evil in this world constitutes justice. As for what evil is, it must be perceived through my own eyes. Chapter 9. Learning the 6 styles to eliminate all evil in the world is to embody justice. What constitutes evil, I shall discern with my own vision. Randall gazed intently into Zephyr's eyes, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zephyr was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, patting Randall on the shoulder. Your answer is quite commendable, although it bears a touch of naivety and cunning. It is indeed admirable. At the very least, it is not filled with empty rhetoric. Then, shifting the topic, Zephyr continued. However, justice cannot merely be spoken. It must be demonstrated through strength. Now, I shall teach you the 6 styles. Although Randall was intrigued by how easily Zephyr moved past the subject, he understood that the pursuit of strength was paramount, and he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Zephyr contemplated for a moment and inquired, Randall, does that energy of yours possess a similar effect to observation hockey? Though phrased as a question, Zephyr's tone was assertive. Unsurprisingly, Randall nodded. Recognizing that someone of Zephyr's caliber could sense the presence of his energy, Zephyr then declared, very well, let us engage in combat. Since you have already harnessed a power akin to observation hockey, the best way to learn is through battle. Use your body to feel how I execute the 6 styles. A chill ran through Randall's heart. He had no intention of refusing, for he understood that Zephyr spoke the truth. Thus, he confidently assumed a stance and declared, Teacher Zephyr, please enlighten me. Very well. Zephyr's eyes sparkled with intensity as he replied, let us begin. In stark contrast to Randall's tense demeanor as if facing a formidable foe, Zephyr stood there with his arms crossed, utterly unguarded. Offending Teacher Zephyr. Randall, undeterred, propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at Zephyr. Thud. Randall's right fist struck Zephyr's chest. Yet, he felt as if he had not struck flesh, but rather a solid steel plate. He retracted his somewhat aching fist, only to hear Zephyr's voice, laced with amusement, accelerate the flow of blood, hastening the movement of muscles, thereby achieving a defense akin to steel. This is the iron block. However, the drawback lies in the inability to move freely. So, how does it feel? The power of the iron block? Randall chuckled and replied. So that's how it is. No sooner had he spoken than the flow of blood within him surged, and the muscles in his right arm instantaneously quickened. In the next moment, his fist struck Zephyr's chest. The sound reverberated as if 2 metal pieces had collided. Iron block, shattered jade. Zephyr's pupils constricted. Such force, of course, could not harm him. Yet, he was astonished that, after merely observing its use once, Randall had swiftly mastered the iron block. Not only had he grasped it, but he had also immediately employed a derivative technique. This lad is truly a prodigy. In the next instant, he broke into a grin. Impressive. Now, behold this move. As soon as he spoke, Zephyr in Randall's sight vanished. When he reappeared, He had already positioned himself behind Randall, gathering all his strength into his index finger. He unleashed a strike with his hardened digit, its lethality comparable to that of a bullet. This is the finger gun. Then Randall heard the sound of air being sliced apart. His expression shifted abruptly, and he instinctively wished to evade. Yet, in the final moment, he gritted his teeth and chose to remain steadfast, simultaneously wielding the iron block. He braced himself to withstand the impending strike. Zifa's eyes shimmered with an unusual intensity. Yet his subordinates continued undeterred, silently intensifying their efforts. If you wish to endure, then brace yourself well. With a thunderous crash, Randall was sent flying. Unable to withstand even half a second of the blow, he soared for dozens of meters before the overwhelming force finally dissipated, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. He adjusted his posture as he landed on the ground. Feeling the searing pain etched into his back, he cast a horrified glance at Zifa. This was no mere comparison to a bullet. Even the shells of a battleship could hardly match this ferocity. Hey, kid, don't lose focus. This is a battle. In the next moment, Zifa vanished from sight, his voice emanating from above to the right. With a swift kick, he created a vacuum that unleashed a slicing wave aimed at the distant enemy. This was the Galefoot. Randall's pupils constricted in alarm as he hurriedly turned. He beheld Zifa's right leg bent, followed by a blue slash propelled through the air towards him. In his mind, Randall cursed, swiftly evading with a shave. He dared not confront this attack head-on. In the instant his figure vanished, the slicing wave cleaved through the very spot he had occupied. In a mere heartbeat, the steel-reinforced floor ruptured, creating a fissure over a dozen meters long. Randall, still trembling with trepidation, gazed at the crack, relieved he hadn't attempted to endure it. Otherwise, he too would have been cleaved. However, he had already mastered both the Galefoot and the finger gun. Observing Zifa's silhouette in the distance, Randall pounded the ground fervently. Shave. And finger gun. He suddenly appeared before Zephyr, his right index finger raised, channeling all his strength into that single digit as he lunged forward. Zephyr, rather than being angered, was taken aback and delighted, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. To employ finger pistol while utilizing Sorrow. Such a technique significantly amplifies the power of the attack. However, despite its might, it cannot strike its target." Facing the incoming finger pistol, Zephyr neither flinched nor evaded. Randall initially assumed that Zephyr intended to withstand the blow with sheer force, only to find Zephyr's body unexpectedly becoming as pliable as paper. Following the trajectory of the attack, Zephyr executed an astonishing evasive maneuver. The strike missed entirely. Suddenly, Randall felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body was propelled backward with a lightness that surprised him. Concurrently, he heard Zephyr calmly articulate, "By releasing all bodily strength and attuning to the fluctuations in the opponent's movements, one can render the body as lightweight as a sheet of paper, allowing for effortless control. Any incoming assault can be dodged at the last moment. This is called paper drawing. This technique is the most challenging to master among the 6 styles. Yet for you, it should be easier than the others." Randall steadied himself and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Is this what Master Zephyr meant? With that thought, Randall consciously relaxed his body. Instantly, he felt himself become softer, swaying with the breeze. Crucially, while his upper body became pliable, his legs retained their solidity. And he executed a kick towards Zephyr. In an instant, a blue slashing wave erupted. Storm kick. Zephyr chuckled. "Ha ha, splendid. To master it so swiftly. You truly are a marvel." Then, he declared, "Now, behold the final technique." With that, Zephyr forcefully stomped the ground, not utilizing Sorrow, but launching himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the storm kick. Remarkably, Zephyr did not adhere to the laws of physics as he floated midair. He sensed the currents of air and then, employing the technique of Sorrow, propelled himself through the atmosphere. This is moonwalk. Randall took a deep breath and, mimicking Zephyr, ascended into the air as well. He felt the currents of air and then stomped down. As he executed the moonwalk, even Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. How little time had passed. Had he truly grasped the 6 styles so quickly? Who would believe it if he recounted the tale? Were it not for his own witnessing, he would have doubted it. Chapter 10. The surge of strength and appetite as Randall floated in the air, practicing the skills he had just mastered, finger pistol, storm kick. Sorrow, the joy of acquiring new abilities made him momentarily forget about Zephyr's presence. With a grin, Zephyr instantly positioned himself above Randall, fists clasped together, and struck down upon Randall's head. With a whoosh, followed by a thunderous crash, Randall's body plummeted to the ground. He groaned as he rose, massaging his head. Had he not employed the iron block beforehand, he would surely have suffered a concussion. Zifa, exhibiting no semblance of stealth, chuckled. "Now that you have mastered it, let us see how you can wield the 6 styles in a true battle." Upon hearing this, Randall beamed with delight. As a fervent combat enthusiast, it was an unparalleled opportunity to engage in battle with someone like Zifa. An hour later, the skirmish concluded. Zifa stood there, unperturbed, his attire impeccably tidy, betraying no signs of conflict. In stark contrast, Randall appeared noticeably swollen. He tremulously touched his cheek, only to hastily withdraw his hand as if shocked by an electric current. This old man certainly possesses a ruthless hand. Just look at the floor, it is strewn with the outlines of his own form. Randall, ignoring Randall's resentful gaze, Zephyr left with a refreshing demeanor. However, the moment he stepped out of the arena, Zephyr's expression transformed, his eyes filled with existential doubt. He truly encountered a person of such remarkable talent for the very first time. In the course of an hour of enduring punishment, battling, this individual astonishingly mastered the art of life restoration. Can you believe it? Not to mention the instant comprehension of the 6 forms. Is it not excessive that you have also effortlessly acquired this advanced skill? He had indeed prepared to dedicate some time to specifically teach Randall. How long did it take him back then to master it? It must have been at least a week. This lad truly seems to be lacking in humanity. Meanwhile, Randall, left in the training arena, was experiencing a blend of pain and joy. Although he endured a beating, his strength underwent an epic enhancement. First, he grasped the 6 styles, enriching his methods of attack. Then, during the battle, he comprehended the advanced skill of the 6 styles, life restoration. After all, life restoration entails a superior control over one's own body, and the 6 styles serve as the prelude to this process. Moreover, Zephyr unconsciously utilized life restoration during the fight. If he couldn't learn it, would that not render him utterly useless? 50 elite camp soldiers, who had not even mastered the 6 styles. Upon witnessing Zephyr's departure, Randall chuckled and immediately employed life restoration. He visibly observed the swelling on his body diminish. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original state. That old man truly struck with ferocity. Randall gazed at the remnants of his shape scattered across the ground, clicking his tongue in contemplation. He did not depart, but rather moved to a relatively flat area nearby, intending to cultivate his skills independently. The 6 techniques are merely the foundation. What can be developed thereafter relies on innate talent and intelligence. True strength will undoubtedly manifest in one's unique interpretation of the 6 techniques. This was also the essence of Zephyr's teachings. Several hours later, within the desolate training grounds, the sound of slicing winds intermittently echoed. In the next moment, Randall's figure abruptly materialized. Thrusting spear, chrysanthemum. His right arm flicked rapidly, as supple as paper, yet the upright index finger was as unyielding as iron. Had there been an adversary facing Randall at that moment, they would have witnessed the sudden blooming of a resplendent chrysanthemum before being caught off guard. This technique, a fusion of finger strikes and paper-like movements, possessed an erratic and elusive trajectory, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Next came the flying finger spear, a multitude of stars. Randall's index finger darted forth with such speed it seemed to tremble. Visually, it appeared as though his arm had vanished entirely. With each motion, countless luminous points erupted, reminiscent of a sky brimming with stars. This maneuver required no elaboration. It was simply swift and expansive in its reach. Specifically devised by Randall for speed-oriented fighters like Pietro. Unable to achieve precise strikes, he opted instead for a broader approach, transforming it into a map-wide assault. Following that was the decisive blow. Iron fist, impact steel. Randall drew back his right arm, accumulating energy for a brief moment before unleashing a powerful straight punch. The fist struck the air, resonating with a thunderous boom. Moments later, another roar echoed. On the opposite wall, a distinct mark of impact manifested. Between the wall and Randall's fist, a transparent path of air gradually dissipated. This technique stood in stark contrast to the flying finger spear, a multitude of stars, as it channeled power into a singular, overwhelming strike. Lastly, the gale kick, gale slash. Randall inhaled deeply, his right leg's muscles tensing as if coiled like an extreme spring. Then, he unleashed a fierce kick. A dazzling blue slash shot forth, hurtling towards the distant wall. To his astonishment, a profound gash appeared on the wall, which moments ago had been impervious to his gale kick. Observing his handiwork, Randall nodded in satisfaction. This was the culmination of his arduous training over the past few hours. Beyond these techniques, he had also honed various evasion and displacement skills. Though those needed no further elaboration, Randall contemplated silently. With his current prowess, he felt confident he could contend with Miller. But he might also dare to challenge that muscle-bound behemoth, Aqueous. His strength had surged dramatically. Just as he reveled in this elation, a thunderous growl erupted from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle, Randall vowed he had never felt such hunger before. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the cafeteria. To the astonishment of all present, the height of the plates on his table rose at an astonishing speed. An hour later, amidst the dazed stares of onlookers, Randall set down his 50th plate, wiping his mouth with lingering satisfaction. Since mastering the art of life restoration, Randall's appetite had skyrocketed. The nutrient-rich meats, upon entering his stomach, were swiftly transformed into pure energy, stored throughout his body. This energy served as a portable supply, sustaining him whenever needed. Now Randall understood why the powerful consumed such vast quantities and how they could endure battles lasting 10 days and nights. What he meant to convey was that now, even he could manage. Of course, 10 days and nights were still an exaggeration. With full exertion, a day and a night were indeed feasible. Randall, patting his still flat abdomen and disregarding the curious gazes of those observing the monsters, swaggered away. Chapter 11. As long as you have hands. In the afternoon, Randall's first task was to seek out Aqueous. A one-on-one duel. Zifa also advocated for tailored instruction. The elite camp's top 3 consisted of those formidable individuals, Millers, Aqueous, and that user of the devil fruit, who stood apart at the pinnacle. Given the significant disparity in their abilities, Zifa permitted them to train in their own manner. After all, For these exceptionally skilled individuals, training alongside the main group would be a waste of time. As for Randall, this peculiar being, there was no need for him to follow the main group at all. Such a teaching approach made it possible for Randall to challenge Aquis to a duel. Aquis had originally intended to continue honing his physique in the gravity chamber, but was intercepted by Randall. He inquired with a look of astonishment, "Are you truly intent on battling me? Are you certain of this?" He was aware of Randall's commendable prowess, yet it was merely commendable. Just yesterday, Randall had exerted all his strength to withstand a half-powered strike from Millers. In contrast, he, Aquis, was capable of engaging in a contest of equals with Millers. Although he had only triumphed once, he had subsequently faced defeat, yet that loss came after an exhilarating battle, where he narrowly succumbed to Millers. It was a narrow defeat. Thus, he did not perceive any significance in battling Randall. "I am certain. Please, let us engage in combat. I implore you," Randall declared earnestly. Aquis initially intended to decline, but upon witnessing the fervent battle spirit igniting in Randall's eyes, he saw a reflection of himself. Consequently, the words of refusal that hovered on his lips were swallowed back. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Prepare yourself for a few days of recuperation in bed, young man." Upon Aquis's acceptance, Randall rejoiced, expressing his gratitude. Moments later, the two found themselves in the training arena, standing 10 meters apart, facing one another. Aquis stood relaxed, waving his hand at Randall, saying, "Come forth." In his perspective, should he approach this battle earnestly, it would likely conclude swiftly. Therefore, to safeguard Randall's fragile spirit, he decided to allow him a moment to showcase his abilities. Randall, undeterred, responded, "Here I come." He stomped the ground fiercely, his figure vanishing without a trace. Witnessing such speed, Aquis felt a surge of astonishment. How could this be? This morning, when he sparred with Pietro, the boy's speed was not nearly as outrageous. At that time, he could clearly perceive Randall's trajectory. Yet now, the instant Randall disappeared, Aquis's senses were pierced with a sharp pain, so intense that he felt phantom aches in his back. In an instant, Aquis's hair stood on end. In a split second, he exerted force from his waist, shifting his body several centimeters to the side. Then, he heard a booming sound near his ear. Following that, he witnessed a transparent airwave brush past his arm. Iron fist, impact steel. Realizing the potency of this move, Aquis felt a wave of dread wash over him. Goodness, had he truly been struck by that attack, he might have met his end. He hastily withdrew, creating distance between himself and Randall. "Hey, you little rascal. Did you not use your full strength when you struck Pietro this morning? To think you were concealing such a vicious move. How devious." Randall, seeing that his attack had missed, reluctantly retracted his fist. He had initially planned to exploit his opponent's momentary lapse in vigilance to inflict as much damage as possible. Ultimately, however, he had underestimated the perceptive abilities and reaction speed of such formidable opponents. He heard Aquis's complaints and rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "What insidiousness is this? This is slander. I assure you, I didn't know this technique before. It was only after Teacher Zephyr taught me the 6 styles this morning that I began to ponder it myself." "Oh, so you only figured it out after Teacher Zephyr's instruction. Wait a moment. What?" Randall's response made Aquis's expression even more exaggerated. "Are you implying that in just a few short hours, you mastered the 6 styles? Not only did you master them, but you also created your own techniques. And their power is so outrageous? Are you certain you're not jesting?" Randall calmly nodded and replied, "Indeed. I learned the 6 styles in a few hours, then comprehended and developed my own techniques." "What is the issue with that?" Aquis retorted, "When I express my confusion, it's not about me having a problem, but rather about you. What issue could there be? You dare to ask me what the issue is? Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted when I initially learned the 6 styles? It took me 3 weeks, almost an entire month." He originally believed that his progress was remarkably swift. After all, among those he knew, he was the fastest learner, including the current lieutenant generals. At that moment, his mindset was, in 3 weeks, he mastered the 6 styles. Yet now, his perspective shifted to, it took him 3 weeks just to grasp the 6 styles. How could there be such an absurd individual? In an instant, he felt like a failure. The pride he once held for mastering the 6 styles in 3 weeks was now a bittersweet reminder of his lost youth. Randall observed Aquis's reaction, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, the art of subtlety reveals itself in the company of peers, as it is only through comparison that one can cultivate a sense of superiority. He now feels as though he is floating. Yet, on the surface, he maintains a facade of utmost seriousness, remarking, "Oh, is it truly absurd to master the 6 techniques in just a few hours? Is it not simply a matter of having hands? By the way, Aquis, how long did it take you initially? It should be about the same as my time, right? Surely not exceeding a day, is it? No way, no way." With each of Randall's words, Aquis's expression darkens incrementally. By the end, his face is as black as the bottom of a pot, and a palpable aura of darkness rises behind him. He resembles a demon emerging from the depths of hell, poised to devour. When Randall finally perceives the increasingly frigid atmosphere surrounding him, it is already too late. He gazed at the perilous Aquis, swallowing hard, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Aquis, what are you intending to do? Did he perhaps go too far in teasing? What am I going to do?" Aquis sneered at Randall. As Randall gulped again, about to respond, Aquis suddenly stomped the ground and charged at him like a cannonball. Sensing the relentless momentum, Randall's heart nearly ceased to beat. He quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. With a resounding thud, an immense force surged from his arms, enveloping his entire body. Randall chose to relax, allowing himself to be propelled away to dissipate the impact. He shook his slightly numb arms. And before Randall could make any further move, Aquis charged at him once more. What problems do you have? As long as you have hands, that suffices. You one tea last a day. Aquis spat the words through clenched teeth. Each punch was more forceful than the last, relentlessly aimed at Randall's face. Under Aquis's full-force assault, Randall could only retreat step by step, struggling to withstand the weight of his heavy blows. Chapter 12. The imminent test. Randall now felt a twinge of regret for his earlier bravado. Aquis's fists were unbearably heavy, and every hit felt like a brutal reminder of his folly. It truly hurt. Wait, Randall suddenly shouted. Aquis's barrage of fists paused for a fleeting moment before resuming their assault. That instant, though imperceptible to an ordinary person, was more than sufficient for Randall. Seizing the moment when his opponent was momentarily dazed, he swiftly distanced himself with a quick maneuver, subsequently rubbing his arm vigorously. The side of his arm, mottled with bruises, caused a slight twitch at the corner of Randall's mouth. Meanwhile, Aquis had also ceased his assault. Having vented his frustrations, much of his anger had dissipated. At that moment, he gazed at Randall in the distance, who, apart from the bruises on his arm, appeared scarcely injured. The calmness that had begun to envelop him was once again stirred into tumultuous waves. Though he employed no particular techniques, each of his punches was delivered with unrestrained force, genuine power. Yet, to his astonishment, Randall emerged unscathed. Just moments earlier, he had been brimming with confidence, certain he could overpower his opponent. What on earth was happening? Coach, someone's cheating. Quickly, ban his account. In the next instant, Aquis beheld an even more infuriating sight. Randall, with fists clenched, watched as the bruises on his arms faded at an astonishingly visible rate, ultimately vanishing completely. Aquis was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he stammered. This is... Randall, having seemingly forgotten the pain, proudly shook his unharmed arm and exclaimed, "Life has been restored." A mere trifle. With his suspicions confirmed, Aquis felt utterly shattered. How could it be that something he had only recently mastered was now being exhibited at such an unprecedented level? This was outrageous. Not only was there no ban, but there was also an even greater advantage. Is there no justice in the world? Is there no law? Sensing Aquis's rising agitation, Randall quickly added, "Oh, it took me over an hour to master this. I certainly didn't learn it in an instant." Aquis's expression crumbled completely. An hour? Was that considered long? Randall chuckled awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor, saying, "Don't slap my face." Both were vibrant souls. And their battle continued until dinner time, concluding with a sense of incomplete satisfaction. Randall winced as he rubbed his aching chest and remarked, "I still lost." But it was exhilarating. Indeed, although Randall's progress left Aquis profoundly astonished, his talent left Aquis questioning the very essence of life. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. After all, Aquis is the second of the elite camp. Randall could sense that Aquis had even begun to grasp the threshold of armament hockey. This, too, was the reason for his eventual loss. His strikes landed on Aquis as if they were merely striking solid steel. Even the mightiest iron fist, impact steel, when met with Aquis's proactive defense, resulted only in minor injuries, hardly impeding his movements. Conversely, when Aquis's fist struck him, he would need a considerable amount of time to recover. Particularly, after enduring Aquis's lethal blow, he found himself bleeding. Randall couldn't help but lament how far he still had to go. However, Aquis held a different perspective. He gazed at the deeply contemplative Randall with a complex expression and said, in a tone laced with melancholy, "If another month passes, I may no longer be your match. You, my friend, are truly akin to a monster." He had never encountered such an outrageous individual before. Perhaps this person was akin to one of those 3 monstrous figures. Randall chuckled softly, bringing the conversation to a close, and declared, "Let us proceed to dine." In the following hours, Randall devoted his mornings to the training grounds, diligently honing his techniques. For the time being, these skills sufficed, and there was no need to invent additional moves. It is said that quality surpasses quantity. As for the afternoons, they were reserved for the fierce contests among warriors. Aquis was initially quite pleased. He has long anticipated a worthy opponent. But soon he began to feel discomfort. This was due to Randall's rapid progress, not in sheer strength, but in the application of his techniques. Moreover, through successive battles, Aquis sensed that his attack patterns seemed to have been thoroughly deciphered by this individual. Consequently, during their encounters, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, struggling to land a hit while being relentlessly assaulted. Of course, he ultimately did not suffer defeat. He simply did not achieve victory. Nevertheless, such a combat experience proved invaluable for him, embodying a bittersweet blend of pain and pleasure. Thus, he often found himself voluntarily visiting the training grounds, eagerly awaiting Randall's arrival. During this time, Pietro, undeterred, sought out Randall once more. However, this encounter ended in an even more devastating defeat than before, leading him to refrain from returning. Days turned into weeks, and soon a month had passed. On the port square, at precisely 7 in the morning, everyone, including Randall and Millers, stood neatly arranged. In the distance, an officer with a dark purple mohawk and a mustache, draped in a cloak of justice, approached. Randall's eyes flickered as he recognized the distinctive hairstyle and the sword at the officer's waist. It was General Weasel, a formidable swordsman. He approached the crowd, his piercing gaze sweeping across each face, lingering momentarily on both Randall and Millers. One was a recruit personally brought in by Teacher Zephyr, while the other was a promising swordsman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am General Weasel, serving as the examiner for this trial. The location of the examination is a small island under the Navy's jurisdiction. Your task is to survive on this island for 72 hours. At this point, Weasel smiled, revealing his stark white teeth, causing a chill to run through the crowd. He continued, of course, survival is merely the most fundamental requirement. This island is home to various formidable creatures, all of which have undergone modifications, possessing extraordinary strength. Your mission is to eliminate as many of these modified animals as possible while ensuring your own survival. These creatures bear iron rings of different colors, each corresponding to their strength and the points awarded. In simple terms, after 72 hours, those who come before me must present these iron rings for score calculation. Do you all understand? Thoughts swirled among the crowd, yet under Weasel's final commanding shout, they all responded affirmatively. Randall pondered quietly, wondering about the legitimacy of these modified animals. Could they possibly be the creations of Vegapunk? Half machine, half beast? Upon seeing their responses, Weasel nodded and declared, "Then, let's board the ship." Chapter 13. Prey? Standing on the deck, Randall was met with the unpleasant yet somewhat refreshing sea breeze. He relished the sensation of the wind brushing against his face as he gazed into the distance. For the past month, he had been engaged in daily battles with Aquis. However, perhaps due to Aquis's incomplete mastery of armament hockey, Randall found himself equally bewildered by its intricacies, leaving him somewhat disheartened. If Aquis were aware of his thoughts, his expression would surely falter. The muscular man pounding the ground in frustration. Just consider that he had been in the elite camp for 6 months and had received special instruction from Zephyr, barely grasping the basics. Even so, Zephyr praised his exceptional talent. And now you expect to master armament hockey in just 1 month? You must be dreaming. What? You claim you learned the 6 forms in a single encounter and mastered the life return technique in an hour? Then all is well. Your talent grants you the right to assert whatever you wish. At this moment, Randall found himself lost in thought, or perhaps daydreaming. Since Weasel mentioned that the animals on the island had undergone modifications, could there be a slight possibility that they could wield armament hockey? Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own musings. What did armament hockey signify for those of them in the elite camp? It signified invincibility. It could be said that aside from the top 3 individuals and Randall himself, the others need not even participate in the assessment. Surely, the Navy would not be so cruel, would they? After more than 2 hours of sailing, Randall felt the ship's speed gradually slow. He lifted his gaze, and a lush island silhouette emerged in the distance. Experiment Island number 003, the examination venue for this test. 51 candidates stood there, some hesitant, others pensive or fearful, some lost in thought, while a few appeared indifferent or expectant. Among them, a Weasel observed the myriad expressions with quiet intensity, inwardly lamenting the scarcity of participants in this elite camp. To put it bluntly, it was akin to panning for gold and excrement. Fortunately, amidst this group, the presence of individuals like Millers and Equus prevented the elite camp from becoming a mere formality. His gaze lingered on one individual, a look of regret crossing his features. This was Randall's prior encounter with a user of a devil fruit, the formidable Cotton, who ranked 3rd among them and possessed the highest spiritual energy upon entering the camp. At just 3 years younger than Randall, his spiritual energy reached an impressive 500. However, ever since he consumed the fruit, everything changed. The special paramecia, cotton fruit, allowed him to transform into cotton and generated at will, showcasing immense potential. Though Zephyr held a disdain for devil fruits, he could not deny the power of their wielders. Thus, he sensed that a new star was destined to rise. Yet, after consuming the fruit, this individual had succumbed to a profound lethargy. His strength, after consuming the fruit, has scarcely seen any growth. This allowed Millers and Aquis to surpass him in due course. Zephyr, filled with frustration, had reprimanded him on several occasions and even resorted to physical confrontations, yet he remained as unyielding as a dead pig. Over time, Zephyr grew weary of the situation. Nevertheless, he still maintained his position as 3rd in the elite camp. One can only imagine the caliber of this year's elite camp. Weasel let out a sigh. After a moment, the warship anchored. Weasel's figure flickered and appeared on the vacant ground by the shore. His speed elicited a gasp from the crowd. Even Millers, Aquis, and Milland could only perceive it faintly. Yet, this was merely a spontaneous act on his part. In that moment, a palpable desire for power ignited in the eyes of all present. One by one, they disembarked from the warship and stood before the stoat. The stoat showed no inclination for idle chatter. He glanced at his watch and declared, "In that case, the assessment officially begins. The rules have already been conveyed to you. I shall await your return here in 72 hours. Best of luck to you all." The military's swift decisiveness instilled a sense of urgency among the crowd. Noticing that some harbored feelings of trepidation, the stoat sighed inwardly and inquired, "So, I shall ask one last time. Does anyone wish to withdraw from this assessment?" His inquiry evidently stirred a few hearts. However, the weasel continued, stating that those who withdrew from the assessment would be expelled from the elite camp and would have to start anew as recruits. At this, the flicker of motivation that had just ignited swiftly extinguished. Thus, the assessment commenced. Each individual, with their own thoughts, ventured into the depths of the forest. Some chose solitude, while others paired up. Those who possessed confidence in their own abilities naturally opted for solitary paths. After exchanging glances, Randall, Equus, and Miller instinctively set off in 3 distinct directions. They were acutely aware that each other was the greatest competitor in this endeavor. Indeed, there were rewards for the top 3 positions. Yet, who wouldn't he aspire to be first? As for Cotton, it seemed he would likely find a safe place to slumber for 3 days, posing no threat whatsoever. Meanwhile, Randall pressed forward, oblivious to the fact that Pietro had suddenly cast a glance in his direction. The intent to strike cannot be concealed. In the blink of an eye, everyone vanished into the depths of the forest. The dormouse surveyed the shadowy woods, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Enjoy it well, young ones. I hope you find this trial to your liking. And I trust you won't be too surprised when you encounter those modified beasts boasting armed hockey." Students, translate. What on earth does surprise mean? Randall, I am utterly surprised. Serious face, of course. This is merely a test, not a murderous endeavor. Those modified beasts have been programmed with preset boundaries. Should they detect a student nearing death, they will automatically shut down. While this may not entirely avert the occurrence of fatalities, they are soldiers nonetheless. In the forest, the dense foliage obscured the sky entirely. Sunlight penetrated through the crevices, offering some illumination, albeit scant. The view was dominated by a myriad of peculiar plants, causing one's vision to blur with prolonged observation. This heightened the tension in the air. Randall moved swiftly through the forest, exhibiting a calm demeanor unlike his peers. For his innate ability to sense life surpassed even the advanced observation hockey. It was akin to possessing a map overlay, rendering the positions of enemies glaringly apparent, thus negating the need for ambush precautions. After nearly 3 kilometers of brisk movement, Randall abruptly halted. In his perceptive field, he noted a motionless form resembling a bulb within the foliage above to his right. It was a long, living creature lying in wait, poised to deliver a lethal strike to its unsuspecting prey. Unbeknownst to it, the intended victim had already identified it as quarry. Chapter 14. The Dominator. As Randall came to a stop, he bent his right leg and executed a backward kick. Raging gale. A blue wave of slashing energy surged forth, instantly dispersing the cluster of leaves. The elongated creature fell to the ground, severed into 3 segments. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. The wave continued upward, carving a path of sunlight through the dense foliage. Taking a few steps closer, Randall discovered a snake, now in 3 pieces, sprawled on the ground. The serpent measured 5 to 6 meters in length and was as thick as an adult's arm. Most notably, both its head and tail displayed unmistakable mechanical features. Additionally, a blue circular ring was affixed to its body at a 7-inch interval. Even in its dismembered state, the snake exhibited remarkable vigor, writhing in an attempt to survive. Randall stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on its head, and applied pressure. The snake convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. Satisfied that the serpent was lifeless, Randall leaned down to remove the blue ring from its body, weighing it in his hand. This forest is indeed perilous, he mused to himself. Although it appeared he had easily dispatched the snake, such was not the case for others in the elite camp. Had he not possessed his perceptive advantage, he might not have detected the snake's presence so effortlessly. Moreover, while the natural snake was non-venomous, who could say if this modified creature had been equipped with venom? After a brief moment of silence for the others, Randall continued on his path. He harbored a disdain for such adversaries. If only he could encounter a tiger or a bear, it would be far more preferable. However, in the next instant, his expression abruptly changed. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid danger. A sharp whoosh pierced the air as a dark silhouette grazed past his arm. The figure, moving with astonishing speed, veered off course and collided with a tree. Moments later, a dull thud resonated, and Randall witnessed a flicker of flame erupting from the hole created by the impact. The tree, as thick as a bowl, was severed in 2. Although the shadow moved with remarkable swiftness, Randall managed to discern its true nature. It was a metallic bee. Cold sweat trickled down Randall's forehead. This bee was exceedingly ferocious. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, bees typically appeared in swarms. Indeed, Randall's recollection proved accurate. A cacophony of buzzing filled the air, reminiscent of rolling thunder. Randall stiffly turned his neck, only to behold a vast swarm of bees in the distance, resembling a black curtain cascading towards him. A surge of alarm coursed through Randall's mind. While he was untroubled by a formidable solitary foe, he found himself most vexed by such densely populated, diminutive adversaries. He retreated swiftly, his form seemingly vanishing as his arms trembled with fervor. Countless specks of light erupted forth, resembling a starry sky beneath that dark veil. The flying finger gun, multi-stars. The moment they made contact, a violent explosion ensued. Though the power of a single bee's explosion may be negligible, what of 100, or even 1,000? Randall found himself engulfed in a blaze of fiery brilliance before his eyes. His pupils constricted sharply as he wielded the iron block. In the next instant, he was hurled away by the force of the explosion. Upon landing, Randall did not spare a glance, swiftly turning and fleeing. He ran blindly for what felt like an eternity, until the buzzing sound behind him gradually faded into silence. He glanced back with a lingering sense of trepidation. It was undeniably exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, Randall remained motionless, for the silence enveloping him was unnerving. The surrounding stillness was so profound that not even the sounds of insects or birds could be heard, an anomaly in the heart of the forest. Randall understood that this could only signify one possibility. He had entered the domain of a formidable predator. He found himself in a quandary, torn between retreating and pressing forward. To advance seemed perilous, for he was uncertain of the ruler's might. Yet, the thought of retreating left him with a sense of reluctance. However, in the next moment, Randall's hesitation dissolved, for a gentle breeze caressed his form. Though soft, this zephyr sent a shiver down his spine, raising every hair on his body in response. It was the unmistakable aura of a powerful beast. He had been discovered by the master of this domain. Randall's body trembled involuntarily, not from fear, but from exhilaration. In his perceptual field, a colossal sphere of light was slowly approaching him. If the earlier serpent's light had resembled that of a mere bulb, then this orb of radiance shone like the blazing sun, an entirely different magnitude. Randall could sense the ground quaking with the proximity of the beast, while the sound of snapping branches echoed in his ears, piercing the tranquility of the surroundings. After a brief moment, a massive figure emerged, parting the surrounding trees. Standing before Randall with an air of disdain. It was a towering gorilla, standing 5 meters tall. Its arms, thicker than 3 Randalls combined, pressed against the ground. Its sharp canine teeth were bared, dripping with saliva. Most striking was its head. The lower half was that of a typical gorilla, while the upper half bore the marks of mechanical augmentation. Its crimson electronic eyes radiated an overwhelming ferocity. It gazed down upon the audacious intruder with a menacing demeanor, as if it were poised to leap forward and crush his skull. Randall swallowed hard as he beheld the imposing gorilla. How formidable! He could sense the immense strength of this gorilla, far surpassing that of the equus. The other trainees might have felt weak and feeble merely standing before such a formidable beast. However, Randall was different. What he yearned for most was combat. It was the fierce adversaries he craved. Moreover, this colossal gorilla was evidently a beast that reveled in physical prowess. The fire ignites. As he felt the overwhelming sense of pressure, every cell in Randall's body surged with exhilaration. He took a deep breath and then extended a hand towards the gorilla, beckoning it. The gorilla, taken aback, thought, "How dare you intrude upon my territory and issue a challenge? You are quite audacious, young one." Known for its irritable temperament, the gorilla could hardly tolerate such provocation. It immediately let out a thunderous roar, its powerful arms pounding against its chest. Randall felt a gust of rancid air sweep past him, and then he beheld a colossal fist descending from above. He hastily evaded. With a thunderous roar, a vast pit suddenly appeared in the ground. Witnessing such formidable power, Randall's pupils constricted. Truly, a powerhouse of brute strength. However, after you unleash your strike, it shall be my turn. Randall forcefully stomped the ground, and in an instant, his figure materialized before the gorilla's chest. He then retracted his right fist and unleashed it with all his might. Iron fist, impact steel. The force penetrated the gorilla's body, creating a transparent channel of air that erupted from its back and soared towards the heavens. Struck by this tremendous blow, the gorilla's movements abruptly halted. Chapter 15. Strategic retreat. Randall's iron fist collided with the gorilla's chest, causing it to falter momentarily. It then retreated a few steps, raising a hand to pat its chest, before tilting its head back to let out a thunderous roar. This left Randall momentarily stunned. Having absorbed the full brunt of his iron fist, impact steel, it had merely taken a few steps back? Such defense was utterly absurd. Was the gorilla's strength truly genuine? Or had Master Zephyr been overly confident in our abilities? Thus, overlooking the reality, lost in thought, Randall was caught unawares as the gorilla suddenly exerted force through its limbs, propelling its massive, several-ton body into the air. Randall was taken aback, hastily dodging. Boom. He had scarcely vacated the spot when the gorilla's explosive device struck the ground. A violent shockwave erupted, displacing tons of earth in all directions. In an instant, a large crater materialized in its place. Seizing the moment of the gorilla's post-skill days, Randall ascended into the air, executing a series of kicks. Tempest kick, heavy gale slash. Waves of azure slashes surged toward the gorilla's furry back. This time, the assault bore fruit. Numerous crimson streaks marred its sturdy silver hide. Yet, that was the extent of the damage. Randall cursed under his breath, lamenting that it was merely a superficial wound. However, the pain ignited the gorilla's ferocity. With a deafening roar, it pivoted, its electronic gaze fixating coldly on the instigator of its injury. Randall felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. "Hey there, big guy. If I claimed this was a misunderstanding, I wouldn't believe it myself." With that, Randall turned and fled. He enjoys battling formidable adversaries, but surely there must be a limit to such strength. He relishes battle, not suffering. When his most powerful strike landed on the opponent, it merely caused a minor loss of health. This feels like headbutting. Time to retreat. But as he sought to escape, the gorilla would not permit it. After provoking, realizing he could not win, how could he expect to flee unscathed? The chase was inevitable. Randall sprinted ahead, with the gorilla hot on his heels. Although the gorilla was not particularly swift, its relentless charge was reminiscent of a war machine, intimidating to behold. Randall shouted back, "Why are you chasing me?" The gorilla replied, "Are you seriously asking why? Do you have a desert in your heart, devoid of any trees?" Suddenly, Randall sensed a surge in the gorilla's speed. Damn it, he had let his mouth run away again. After what felt like an eternity of running, Randall abruptly halted. The gorilla, unable to stop, skidded past him, gliding a dozen meters forward. Rising from the broken branches, the gorilla's cold electronic eyes fixated on Randall. Oh, has he finally given up on fleeing? Was Randall preparing for a direct confrontation? Certainly not. He had sensed another formidable life force nearby, one that matched the gorilla's strength. The situation was dire. Fleeing from one dominion, Randall had inadvertently trespassed into another's territory. While this appeared catastrophic, it was, in fact, fortuitous for him. The gorilla, too, furrowed its brow, sensing that the circumstances were complex. It abandoned its pursuit of Randall and turned, alertly surveying the dense forest behind. With a thunderous sound, a massive shadow emerged, pushing aside the foliage to stand opposite the gorilla. It was a towering moon bear, even taller than the gorilla. The moon bear was cloaked in sleek, jet-black fur, marked on its chest with a crescent-shaped white emblem. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and its steel-forged claws clicked together ominously. Although Randall had intruded first, the moon bear showed little interest in the diminutive figure. Its wrathful gaze was fixated solely on the gorilla, evidently the true adversary it needed to contend with. As for Randall, after dispatching this foolish gorilla, it would take but a single swipe to finish him off. The gorilla, now lacking its previous nonchalance, bared its fangs, signaling an impending confrontation. The two fearsome beasts collided with a thunderous crash. The shockwave rippled outward, causing the surrounding trees to tremble in distress. Both creatures staggered back from the impact, equally matched in strength. The gorilla let out a mighty roar, raising its massive fist to strike the moon bear's head. The moon bear deftly stepped back, evading the blow, and lunged for the gorilla's chest with its claws, glinting menacingly. Should the gorilla fall victim to such a strike, it would not merely suffer the superficial injuries it had endured from Randall's earlier attacks. In a split second, the gorilla raised its other fist, crashing it against the moon bear's claws while simultaneously creating distance. Moments later, the two beasts clashed once more. Randall, meanwhile, concealed himself amidst the foliage, watching the unfolding spectacle. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. He aimed to play the role of the fisherman. He wondered just how many points those red rings on the two beasts would yield. On another front, Aquas encountered a worthy opponent, a wild boar with tusks measuring 2 meters in length. However, these tusks were not natural but forged from metal. The enormous boar, resembling a mountain of flesh, pawed the ground before charging toward Aquas like a battering ram. Aquas bellowed, his muscles tensed like rock, arms outstretched to intercept the oncoming boar. The tremendous impact sent him sliding back, causing him to crash through countless trees before finally halting. Yet he had indeed managed to halt the boar's charge. Gazing at the elongated face of the boar, a sinister grin spread across Aquas's face. The boar, sensing danger, frantically pawed at the ground, but by then, Aquas had already exerted his strength. He suddenly roared, unleashing an immense surge of power throughout his body. The wild boar, overwhelmed by his strength, lifted all 4 hooves off the ground. With a fierce stomp, he propelled himself and the boar into the air. Ha! Another thunderous shout erupted as he exerted all his might, hurling the boar toward the ground. Boom! The boar crashed down heavily, dazed and unable to rise for quite some time. Naturally, Aquas seized this golden opportunity and pounced. Moments later, Aquas stood beside the bleeding boar, panting heavily. Once he regained his breath, he approached and removed the circular ornament from the boar. It was a purple ring. Gazing at this ring, Aquas smiled, feeling that the sweat he had shed earlier was well worth it. Haha, a purple ring, it must have a high rank. To obtain a purple ring right from the start, how befitting of me. This time, victory is assured. Chapter 16, The Power of Armament Hockey. The sky, thick with foliage, suddenly parted to reveal a gap. A brilliant blade of light sliced through the layers of obstruction, soaring toward the heavens. After Milers delivered this strike, he did not pause to observe the outcome of his attack. Instead, he habitually flicked his blade and sheathed it once more. Before him, a brown bear posed for an extended moment. Suddenly, a torrent of crimson erupted from its neck, and it collapsed to the ground, silent. This exemplified the might and self-assurance of a swordsman. Once the blade was drawn, the foe was already defeated. Miller stepped forward and removed a yellow ring from the bear's body. He then continued onward into the depths. For a mere yellow ring was insufficient to guarantee his victory over the other 2 adversaries. He craved for more. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, suffused with anguish and fury. The sheer intensity of the sound sent shivers down the spine of Randall, who was lurking nearby. He had just witnessed the gorilla nimbly maneuvering. Seizing the moment when the moon bear stood rigid, delivering a thunderous blow with its colossal fists upon the bear's back. A decisive moment was at hand. Yet, in the very next instant, Randall's eyes widened in astonishment. For he beheld something difficult to comprehend, a flash of dark light. A shadowy gleam had just flickered upon the claws of the brown bear. Immediately thereafter, its terrifying metallic claws became enveloped in an inky blackness. Randall's heart raced in disbelief. This was indeed the armament haki. While the existence of armament haki was not extraordinary, the anomaly lay in the creature capable of wielding it. Randall had initially assumed that the strength of this colossal beast was already preposterous. Little did he know, there was more to it. The creature could also harness armament haki. This was truly. Randall's eyes lowered in awe. This was simply magnificent. He quickly focused intently on the movements of the colossal beast. The moon bear was the first to unleash its haki, striking with its obsidian claws. A flicker of dark energy surged through the air, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of space. At that moment, the gorilla's fur bristled with tension, while its silvery coat became tinged with an inky blackness. Astonishingly, this gorilla also possessed haki. The clash of claws against fur resonated with the sound of metal striking metal. The two titanic creatures commenced their second round. While Randall discreetly observed from the sidelines, absorbing the haki tutorial for free, every intricate detail of the beast's haki usage was vividly etched in Randall's mind. What he must now accomplish is to replicate that process within himself. It is said that the armed color embodies the energy of the physical body, which is quite akin to the essence of chi. Since I can cultivate chi, mastering the armed color should likewise be effortless for me. Randall moved his fingers, striving to attune himself to his own body. In the next moment, a peculiar energy, distinct from chi, manifested at the tip of Randall's raised index finger, shimmering upon its surface. Observing such smooth progress, Randall smirked. Indeed, for me, this is as easy as pie. He was merely a step away from success. Now, having observed the application of haki from a close distance, that final step has been taken. Splendid. Next comes the wrapping, the binding. As he exerted his control, the haki gradually enveloped his entire palm, then his arm, chest, and eventually his whole body. Ah, this feels remarkably effortless. Why is it that fellow Aquis cannot seem to master haki? With a mischievous grin, Randall acknowledged his own formidable talent. Now that the wrapping is complete, it is time for hardening. A shade as dark as the night emerged from the tips of Randall's fingers, gradually staining his right hand a deep black. He clenched his fist and then gently tapped it against the ground. He swore that he had not exerted his full strength. Yet, a fissure several meters long appeared on the ground. With just a gentle punch, the earth cracked. This was the power of Randall after mastering the armament haki. Subsequently, his left hand was also enveloped in darkness. He struck his hands together, producing a resonant metallic clang. Alas, it was impossible to gauge his strength alone. If only he could find an opponent to spar with. Where could he possibly find such a contender? Randall mused, his gaze finally settling upon two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce brawl. What better adversaries than them? Hey, little monkeys, I'm coming. Randall emerged from his hiding place, disregarding the fierce winds generated by the two ferocious creatures colliding, and strolled over to their side. Hey, could you stop fighting for a moment? However, the two giants were too engrossed in their combat to pay heed to this insignificant figure. Oh, for goodness sake, I didn't intend to intervene. But you've left me no choice. Randall exaggeratedly sighed, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood between the two beasts. Armament, iron fist, impact steel, double. Two thunderous booms erupted almost simultaneously. The two ferocious beasts were sent flying as if struck by a colossal hammer. They paused in confusion, each clutching their heads as they struggled to rise from the ground. The world before them was a blur, their minds resonating as if they were bells struck with force. After stumbling a few steps, they finally regained their footing. Observing the results of his actions, a broad smile spread across Randall's face. Previously, his iron fist impact steel had merely caused the gorilla to stagger a few steps back, but now he had sent it flying. Little monkey. You were so eager to chase me before. Now it's my turn. The two beasts remained stunned for a moment, slowly realizing what had transpired. They had been struck. And the culprit, two pairs of eyes filled with fury, locked onto Randall. Had this been before, such a gaze would have made Randall uneasy. But now, all that remained was exhilaration. The moon bear roared skyward, the air thick with its scent of blood. You little pest, seeking your own demise. Yet the gorilla was swifter than the moon bear. With a powerful thrust of its muscular forelimb, the gorilla was already before Randall. Roar. The thick arm descended like a pillar of the heavens. In the face of such terrifying aggression, Randall did not choose to flee. Wasn't battling these two beasts precisely meant to validate the strength of his armament haki? Why hide? He would endure. With a surge of determination, Randall summoned a torrent of armament haki that enveloped his entire body in an instant. He was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. With his arms crossed over his chest, he confronted the colossal fist that obscured the entire sky. A muffled thud resonated as the immense fist struck Randall with tremendous force. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it slammed into the ground. At that moment, the earth resembled a massive drum, and the gorilla's punch served as the drumstick that reverberated through the land. Chapter 17. Let me die. The gorilla lifted its fist, revealing a crater with a diameter of 5 meters. At the center of the pit was a hole, surrounded by a web of fine cracks, yet Randall was nowhere to be seen. Nearby, the moon bear, witnessing the scene, roared in outrage at the gorilla. "You big fool. Who told you to be so ruthless? I haven't even vented my anger yet." The gorilla retorted with fury, "To hell with you. Not only will I crush him, but I shall also obliterate you." Just as the two ferocious beasts were about to clash once more, a commotion erupted from the bottom of the pit. A figure suddenly crawled out of the hole. It was none other than Randall. He spat a few times, expelling the dirt from his mouth. Then, with a provocative grin directed at the gorilla, he taunted, "Little monkey, your strength is lacking. Even a massage from you would hardly suffice." Indeed, he remained utterly unscathed. After withstanding a furious punch from the gorilla, Randall emerged without a scratch. Of course, it was no easy feat to absorb that blow. In the moment of impact, Randall nearly believed he was Sun Wukong, on the verge of being crushed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. The sheer force threatened to dismantle his armament hockey, just barely. A mere hair's breadth away from shattering it. Yet, in that critical instant, an explosive surge of energy erupted from within him. Then, his armament color intensified slightly, allowing the nearly dissipated aura to coalesce once more. Randall persevered until the very end. Observing the audacious little creature before him, even the gorilla was taken aback. It had not held back in its previous assault. How could this diminutive being emerge unscathed? The moon bear cast a suspicious glance at the gorilla and roared, "Are you not engaging in a sham battle? How could it sustain no injuries?" The gorilla retorted, "You are the one engaging in a sham battle. Your entire family is involved in a sham battle. If you disagree, then try it yourself. I shall approach." Yet, the moon bear remained rooted in place, refraining from launching an attack. Randall, puzzled by the situation, then noticed wisps of white smoke escaping from the moon bear's mouth. Suddenly, the moon bear unleashed a swirling column of fire towards Randall. Randall was taken aback. A jet of flames? Could it be that you are the hatching prodigy? Moreover, do you possess no sense of public decorum? In the heart of the forest, you dare to employ fire-based techniques so brazenly? As Randall was momentarily distracted, the flames were already within a meter's distance. Even before contact, he could feel the searing heat. Faced with the magical assault, he had no intention of evading it. He retracted his right fist, the muscles in his right arm swelling instantaneously. Armed with an iron fist, he unleashed a formidable shockwave that effectively subdued the flames. For a brief moment, the two forces were at an impasse, yet ultimately, the shockwave prevailed. Together, it engulfed the flames, leaving the moon bear bewildered and slightly fearful. Its face smeared with the remnants of the confrontation. With a pained howl, the moon bear fell, smoke rising from its charred visage. "Do not play with fire in the forest, you fool." Randall surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, the recent clash between the two ferocious beasts had decimated the nearby trees, leaving a barren expanse. Observing the fallen moon bear, the gorilla erupted in gleeful roars. "You are weak. Pathetic." Randall glanced at the gorilla and then at the moon bear, a look of exhilaration gracing his features. "All right, everyone, let the second round commence." 10 hours later, the ground lay in ruins, the remnants of branches reduced to powder, mingling with the soil. Numerous craters of varying depths dotted the landscape. Some were quite large, fitting for the size of the gorilla and the moon bear, while others were smaller, just adequate for Randall. The combatants were in a dire state. The moon bear heaved, its black fur stained with dried, brownish blood. Its once glimmering claws now dulled. Notably, the right claw was reduced to a mere remnant, having been forcibly broken by Randall's opportunistic grip. The gorilla was equally breathless, its robust chest rising and falling violently, its formerly sleek fur now matted and unkempt, resembling tangled weeds. The most striking feature was a dent in its chest. Had it not evaded quickly, that dent would have marred its left side. Randall's condition was similarly grim. Engaging in combat with two fierce beasts had undoubtedly drained his stamina. Over the course of several hours, he had lost count of the punches and slaps he endured. Even with the protection of his armed color, his muscles ached subtly. However, in contrast, his mastery of the armed color had surged significantly. The heavy blows from the two giants seemed to forge his armed color, strengthening it like a blacksmith hammering iron. The two beasts panted heavily as they regarded Randall, utterly perplexed. Why was this diminutive figure's armed color seemingly inexhaustible? Both beasts were utterly fatigued, their own armed color long depleted. Yet this little one appeared vibrant and full of life. Who were the true beasts here? Moreover, perhaps it was their illusion. But they sensed that this small figure had grown even stronger since their initial encounter. At that moment, Randall had also regained his breath. He gazed intently at the two ferocious beasts. Today had certainly been exhilarating. In light of the fact that you have allowed me to master the art of armament hockey and have sparred with me for such an extended period, I shall spare your lives. However, I am determined to claim your rings. With that said, succumb to unconsciousness. In an instant, Randall was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. The two iron fists collided, revealing their gleaming white teeth. Observing this, the gorilla and the moon bear appeared to be filled with trepidation. Beasts. They could endure no more. A cacophony of howls and clamor erupted as the eyes of the two beasts turned into spirals, rendering them senseless, before they toppled like colossal mountains. Randall, too, collapsed onto the ground. As he relaxed his taut nerves, fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide, engulfing his entire being. Simultaneously, beads of sweat began to seep from his skin. In no time, his clothes were drenched. Sweat poured down like rain, although it seemed he had sustained no injuries. Battling two ferocious beasts was hardly a trivial matter. At last, it was over. While exhilarating, it was also exhausting. Just as Randall found himself in a state of complete relaxation, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness in the distance. In an instant, it traversed hundreds of meters to approach the unguarded Randall. The newcomer bore a sinister expression, raising a finger menacingly towards Randall's temple. As the strike was about to connect, Randall appeared utterly oblivious, making no move whatsoever. A flicker of excitement and struggle danced in the assailant's eyes. Die. Chapter 18. No consideration for affection? The timing of the intruder's arrival was impeccable, coinciding precisely with Randall's moment of sudden relaxation after the fierce battle. At such a moment, a person's vigilance is at its lowest. Thus, as the intruder's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, that finger was poised to strike Randall's temple. However, the anticipated effect of the attack was far from what the assailant had envisioned. Rather than puncturing Randall's skull, a resounding clang echoed as the intruder's finger met Randall's head, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Randall's head did not even waver. The assailant was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. What was happening? He stubbornly prodded forward a few more times, yet to no avail. The sensation his fingers encountered was not the softness of skin, but rather an unyielding hardness akin to steel. Stop wasting your effort. It is futile, Randall stated with a dispassionate tone, devoid of any surprise. At his words, the newcomer recoiled as if struck by lightning, retreating a few steps. You know, Randall remained in his previous posture, not even casting a glance in the stranger's direction. He remarked, "Isn't it peculiar that I am not surprised at all? One can only say that you are truly lacking." Pietro. To Randall, Pietro stood out like a blot of ink on pristine snow. His breath clearly informed him that from the moment he entered the forest, Pietro had silently followed him. He had kept pace until now. Such perseverance. The newcomer, Pietro, suddenly flushed with anger and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Yet, in the next moment, his fury vanished. He scoffed and said, Do not feign mystery, Randall. You cannot intimidate me. So what if you discovered my presence early? Yes, your strength is indeed formidable. Truly formidable. More powerful than I had ever imagined. If you were in peak condition, I would simply turn and leave. But after battling these two terrifying beasts for so long, how much stamina do you have left?" At first, his tone was somewhat blustering yet insipid, tinged with a hint of trepidation. It was evident that he was intimidated by the spectacle of Randall battling the two colossal beasts. Each of those creatures alone possessed the power to utterly crush him, yet Randall was capable of engaging both simultaneously and even emerging victorious. He couldn't help but question whether he was dreaming. Yet, as he had stated, Randall was indeed formidable. However, he found it hard to believe that Randall could still possess such prowess. Consequently, his tone gradually grew more sinister. At that moment, Randall finally turned around, fixing a blank stare upon the contorted face of Pietro. "Is that so? Do you believe I am utterly spent?" Under Randall's gaze, Pietro instinctively took a step back. Once he regained his composure, he was immediately consumed by a mix of embarrassment and fury. His voice suddenly rose, as if to embolden himself. "Isn't it so? I have already stated it, Randall. Your little tricks are futile against me. There is no need for further pretense. The only reason you haven't fainted is that you are merely holding on. Stop the charade." With that, Pietro surged towards Randall, seemingly eager to expose his disguise. "Wait." Randall abruptly extended a hand. Pietro, despite having no intention to halt, found himself inexplicably pausing. "What? Do you wish to beg for mercy? Very well. If you plead with me, perhaps I shall spare you," Pietro remarked with a hint of amusement. Randall sighed and replied, "We are colleagues. Do you truly intend to kill me? Is there not a shred of camaraderie?" Pietro, with impatience, retorted, What camaraderie exists between us? I merely wish for your disappearance. Fear not, for when the time comes, I shall report your valiant deeds to the instructor, battling two ferocious beasts, ultimately succumbing to your demise." Randall sighed again, saying, "Well, let us set that aside for now. I am merely curious about the source of your emotions. Have I offended you? If memory serves, aside from a few skirmishes, we have hardly crossed paths." Pietro glared fiercely, pointing at Randall as he shouted, "Do you still have the audacity to question me? Do you have any idea how I've been faring these past few days? Those rascals treated me with utmost respect before you arrived. The instructor valued me as well. Yet, the moment you showed up, everything changed. Absolutely everything. That bunch of rascals, do not think I am oblivious. They have been mocking me behind my back. The instructor has abandoned me. My miserable state is all you're doing. And you dare ask me? As Pietro's fury escalated, he raised his hand to strike Randall. However, in the midst of his bewildered expression, Randall, with a speed that surpassed Pietro's reactions, swiftly grasped his hand and kicked him away. Observing Pietro sitting on the ground, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Randall calmly stated, "Firstly, aside from the initial battle which was orchestrated from above, all subsequent encounters were initiated by you. Losing merely indicates your lack of skill. Secondly, everyone experiences defeat. The reason you are looked down upon is not due to your loss to me, but rather because of your character. Thus, all of this is a consequence of your own actions. Do not place the blame upon me." Pietro's justification was precisely as he had surmised. He let out a sigh within himself. Indeed, to shift all responsibilities onto others reflects a lack of character. Listening to Randall's words, Pietro also regained his senses at that moment. He stared vacantly at Randall, incredulously inquiring, "How do you still possess strength?" Randall replied nonchalantly, "Is it so surprising that I still have energy? It merely indicates your ignorance of power, aware that a small tail lingered behind him. How could he truly allow himself to reach a state of utter exhaustion? The earlier display of fatigue was partially feigned, intended solely to lure Pietro out. Impossible, impossible." Pietro appeared unable to accept reality, repeatedly muttering as he gazed blankly at Randall. The sight of Pietro in such a pitiful state caused Randall to lose the inclination to continue the conversation. He slowly approached the other party. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Pietro was frightened by Randall. "What you just intended to do to me, I shall now do unto you." Randall was never one to back down. Retribution was his creed. Feeling the chilling aura of malice emanating from Randall, Pietro turned pale with fear. He realized that this person was sincere. "Wait, you cannot do this. We are colleagues. You cannot kill me," he exclaimed hurriedly. Randall, unfazed and with a stoic expression, replied, "Between us, there are no bonds of camaraderie." Pietro, in a state of panic, implored, wait. If you kill me, you will not be able to remain in the Navy. To slay a colleague is a grave sin." Randall remained unmoved, coolly stating, "No. It is these two ferocious beasts that shall take your life." Chapter 19. The End. "You cannot kill me. If you do, you will not survive in the Navy. To murder a colleague is a heinous crime. No, it is these two savage creatures that will end your life." Facing Pietro's desperate pleas, Randall was utterly indifferent. "Pietro, why do your words echo mine?" Randall advanced towards Pietro, step by step. Each footfall pressed upon Pietro's heart. His heart began to tremble. His muscles trembled. His stomach convulsed. Am I out of chances? Pietro yearned to fight for his life. Randall paid him no mind, continuing on his path. Pietro's face contorted in a grimace. Confronted with the specter of death, his heart raced, adrenaline surged, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. He sprang up from the ground in an instant, then turned and fled. Witnessing this, Randall swung his right fist forward, unleashing his iron fist, impact steel. At the moment he swung his fist, Pietro sensed the chilling breath of death. In the face of imminent peril, his instinct for survival prompted him to execute a flawless evasive maneuver. A transparent corridor of air grazed past his face. Then, he beheld, wide-eyed, as a tunnel with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly erupted within the dense forest, its depths unfathomable. Feeling the searing pain on his cheek, Pietro's soul quaked in terror. He had previously observed Randall in battle and recognized his formidable strength. Yet now, he truly grasped the gravity of the situation. He could not afford to be struck. A single blow would spell his doom. Run. He must run swiftly. Pietro had never sprinted so fast in his life. Meanwhile, Randall blinked, and in an instant, Pietro had darted far away, plunging headlong into the thicket. He swiftly unleashed a powerful punch, a strike of iron, towards the direction in which his opponent had vanished. However, within the newly emerged tunnel, there was no trace of the other party. Damn, is this brat truly so fast? In such a brief moment, he has nearly escaped my perceptual range. He hurriedly pursued based on his instincts, simultaneously lamenting in his heart how astonishing this young man's speed was in the race. Indeed, he had been hindered by his own reaction time. Otherwise, his prowess would undoubtedly exceed its current state. For a brief moment, Pietro dashed ahead while Randall gave chase. However, after less than 10 minutes, Randall came to a bewildered halt, utterly speechless. He has exerted every ounce of his strength in pursuit. Yet the chasm between them only widens with each passing moment. At this juncture, he has completely lost all trace of the other. It's utterly absurd. You claim to possess such extraordinary talents, yet squander them on misguided pursuits daily. Randall sprinted further in the direction he had previously taken, only to find himself still empty-handed. He murmured to himself with a furrowed brow, "Is it truly so easy to surrender? Damn it, I should not have ambled along so leisurely for the sake of appearances. I ought to have acted decisively. Alas, let this be a lesson learned. Next time, if I desire to maintain my prestige, I shall first eliminate my opponents." Turning to gaze in a particular direction, he declared, "Consider yourself unfortunate. I am seething with rage, and you shall be my outlet." With that, he thrust his fist forward, initiating a powerful strike known as Iron Fist, impact steel. An empty void manifested instantaneously, accompanied by a blood-curdling howl that echoed across the heavens. Before him stood an enormous chameleon, its length exceeding 10 meters at a mere glance. This creature had been camouflaged in the hues of the forest, stealthily approaching Randall. Its massive form moved without a whisper, rendering it undetectable to the average person, who would have met an untimely demise without any inkling of danger. However, Randall's perception did not rely on sight or sound. "Ah, your timing is impeccable. I shall not hold back. Come forth, my dear." Randall cracked his knuckles ominously, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he advanced toward the colossal chameleon. The once mighty beast now appeared as fragile as a helpless child, awaiting its grim fate. In a cataclysmic display that shattered mountains and rent the earth, chaos was unleashed. With a look of sheer satisfaction, Randall strode away, relishing the release of his pent-up frustration. Resembling a rogue without a care, left behind was a pitiful, unconscious chameleon. Finding a suitable perch, Randall climbed a tree and collapsed into slumber. Utterly drained after battling 3 ferocious beasts. Though he succumbed to sleep, he remained attuned to any hostile entities within a certain radius, ready to awaken at a moment's notice. Regrettably, upon his awakening, Pietro had still not made an appearance. That coward! Even while I slumbered. Alas, it matters not. This fellow poses no threat to me now. 72 hours swiftly passed. The once empty clearing began to fill with straggling individuals. Hey, what was the outcome? Do not even mention it. I nearly perished. This place is utterly inhospitable. Who could argue with that? Merely surviving is a struggle. TSK. This trial is devoid of any meaningful experience. It's all been a muddled mess. Hiss. What is that you hold in your hand? Am I mistaken? Or is that a purple ring? Ah, do not merely focus on the ring. Observe the wounds upon my body. Heaven knows what I sacrificed for this ring. You must be secure now. Perhaps you can compete for a top 3 spot. Heh. Perhaps not. I cannot contend with those monstrous beings. Soon after, a ragged group resembling beggars congregated in the area. Their countenances were far from pleasant, each bearing the marks of injury. Yet, amidst them, some wore smiles, like the fellow brandishing a purple ring in his hand. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. At that moment, a burly man emerged from the depths of the forest. It was none other than Equus. At this moment, he held his jacket in hand, his robust muscles glistening in the sunlight. As if by some unspoken agreement, when Aquis appeared, from another direction, Miller approached, one hand resting on the hilt of his knife, the other carrying a bundle. Their gazes naturally locked. Aquis raised an eyebrow, glancing at the package in Miller's hand, and inquired, "How did it go? Any fortune?" Miller, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Just wait for your turn to compete with Randall." Aquis chuckled, "It seems you were quite confident." "That is precisely what I intend to convey." The two surveyed the assembled students, instinctively moving aside. They each struck a pose of undeniable poise as they awaited the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, a languid figure emerged. Upon seeing this individual, the crowd expressed both astonishment and an air of inevitability. This person was strikingly pristine. Their exposed skin was impeccably clean, and their attire appeared as fresh as if just returned from a journey. In stark contrast, everyone else bore the marks of battle, their garments tattered and worn. Even the formidable Aquis and Miller showed signs of wear. Yet, this newcomer exuded an aura of incongruity, as though they had just returned from a leisurely vacation rather than emerging from a harrowing trial of life and death. However, the crowd was no longer surprised. The newcomer was none other than the one who had consumed the cotton fruit, transforming entirely into a being of cotton-like softness. After his arrival, he let out a yawn and casually found a spot to stand, closing his eyes to rest. Aquis cast a glance around the venue and remarked, "Why hasn't that fellow shown up yet? Could it be that his harvest was meager, leaving him too embarrassed to face anyone?" As soon as he finished speaking, another figure emerged from the thicket. It was none other than Randall. He was originally walking forward when he spotted Aquis and Miles, prompting him to alter his course toward them. Aquis waved and exclaimed, "Hey, you made it." Randall chuckled, "What's this? You seem quite pleased with yourself. I take it your haul has been substantial." Aquis replied, "Indeed. The first place is certainly mine. As for the second, you can contend for it with Miles." At that moment, Miles could not resist interjecting, "No, it's you who should compete for second with Aquis." Randall laughed heartily. "You both exude confidence. Alas, you are destined to lose. The first place will undoubtedly be mine." The expressions of the other elite camp members were a tapestry of complexity. "What is the matter? Regardless of the outcome, it seems you have already claimed the top 3 positions. Where does that leave the rest of us?" However, despite their discontent, they found themselves unable to refute this assertion. That was the most infuriating aspect. Meanwhile, the individual who had toiled hard and relied on a stroke of luck to acquire a purple ring pondered quietly. "Perhaps I too can vie for a place among the top 3. I shall remain silent for now and, when the moment arrives, unveil the purple ring to astonish everyone." The group did not have to wait long before the silhouette of a warship emerged in the distance. As the sea was continually parted, white waves formed in its wake. The enormous warship came to a halt, and like before, the figure of Major General Squirrel flashed, appearing directly in the open space. His gaze swept across the faces of those present, compelling all who met his eyes to avert their gaze in submission, with the exception of Randall, Aquis, and Miller's. Naturally, Cotton's eyes remained shut, leading the weasel to suspect that he had succumbed to slumber. A total of 48 individuals. 3 more were yet to arrive. The weasel furrowed his brow in contemplation. He cast a glance at his aide, who immediately understood. Moments later, the aide approached the dormouse and said, "One individual has fallen into a deep coma and has been taken for emergency treatment, while another has been confirmed deceased. The remaining one, Pietro, is no longer on the island." The dormouse looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean, not on the island?" The aide clarified, "According to the records, this individual departed the island on the very first day. It is tentatively presumed to be an act of defection. There are no surveillance phone bugs on the island, but modified animals are present everywhere. These could serve as the Navy's eyes." The dormouse furrowed his brow, yet chose to remain silent. Such trifles could be addressed later. He approached the crowd with measured steps and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Thus, I declare the conclusion of this examination. Now, as I call out your names, please present your rings. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, the various colored rings carry different values. The white ring is worth 10 points, the blue ring 50, the purple ring 200, the yellow ring 1000, and finally, the red ring is worth a staggering 10,000 points." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt of astonishment in their hearts. The individuals among them have already endured great hardship to obtain the blue rings. The purple rings, however, were merely acquired through luck. To their astonishment, there exist 2 tiers above the purple. Observe, the yellow ring is worth 1,000 points, while the red ring astonishingly boasts a value of 10,000. How many white rings would one need to amass to equal that? The flying squirrel discreetly gauged the expressions of the crowd, sighing inwardly. "I wonder if anyone will manage to secure a yellow ring? Surely Miller and Aquas possess the capability." As for Randall, being favored by Professor Zephyr, it is likely he could also attain a yellow ring. However, the red ring? That seems implausible. Those ferocious beasts require at least 2 strikes to subdue. It is worth noting that the flying squirrel's prowess is formidable. Surviving a single strike from him is already quite a feat. The flying squirrel does not believe that anyone among this group possesses the ability to obtain a red ring. At last, the first participant, Jack, a despondent figure, stepped forward, presenting his rings to the aide responsible for tallying. After a brief count, the aide announced with clarity, "Jack, 20 white rings, totaling 200 points." The crowd's expressions darkened further. This is a veritable public execution, as the flying squirrel read off the names. The students approached one by one, until one individual, who elicited a collective uplift in spirits. Midas, 30 white rings, 5 blue rings, 1 purple ring, 750 points. He was the first to acquire a purple ring. In an instant, all gazes converged upon Midas, gratifying his vanity. Goodness! A single purple ring is worth 200 points. One alone could surpass half or even all of their scores. Finally, the flying squirrel reached the name that had garnered everyone's attention. Next, Aquas. As one of the recognized strongest among them, his results naturally drew keen interest. The flying squirrel felt a sense of anticipation. Aquas exchanged knowing glances with Miller and Miranda, signaling to observe his display. He then approached the flying squirrel, holding a bag fashioned from his attire. He first produced a cluster of blue rings. Upon a cursory glance, one might estimate there to be at least a dozen. In that instant, Mitash's expression transformed. It seemed that merely the presence of these blue rings might already surpass his own score. He silently prayed within himself, hoping that this was all there was to Equus. Yet, in the next moment, he watched in disbelief as Equus's hand reached in once more, emerging with several purple rings, 5 in total. In that moment, his composure shattered. Purple, 200 points, 5 of them. It was at that instant that he truly realized the disparity in strength between himself and Aquis. His acquisition of the purple ring was merely a stroke of luck. However, Equus, having secured 5, could not attribute his success to chance. It was a testament to his true prowess. The collective mindset of the onlookers began to unravel, as they felt increasingly alienated, as though they were engaged in a game of an entirely different caliber. Was there a disparity in versions? Yet, just when they believed they had witnessed the entirety of Equus's capabilities, he made another move. Suddenly, a yellow ring emerged, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed, transfixed by the unprecedented appearance of the yellow hue, realizing for the first time how resplendent it could be. Chapter 21. The vivid red the weasel observed the yellow ring and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he remarked that, given Equus's strength, it was hardly surprising he could attain the yellow ring. The aide swiftly calculated the scores and announced, Equus, 14 blue rings, 5 purple rings, and 1 yellow ring, totaling 2,700 points. Upon the revelation of this score, an overwhelming silence enveloped the crowd. The figure was so lofty that it rendered them in awe. No wonder he had exuded such confidence earlier. At that moment, a portion of the spectators' gazes shifted towards Miller's. They are now increasingly curious about this individual's score. After all, his ranking surpasses that of Aquis. Aquis, wearing a smug expression, returned to the side of Miller's and Randall. So, were you astonished? However, the response he received was Miller's impassive visage. Randall rolled his eyes and remarked, Is that all? Aquis exclaimed, What do you mean, is that all? That is a yellow ring. I endured considerable pain for that ring. He pointed to the deep claw marks on his arm, although they had scabbed over by now. One could still envision the severity of the ordeal. Next, Miles. The squirrel, eager to assess Miles' performance, bypassed the list and directly summoned him. Miles exchanged a glance with Aquas before stepping forward. Aquas paused momentarily and remarked, "What does that glance mean?" Randall, stoking the fire, interjected, "It means you're just a little brother." Aquas responded, "Oh, what does he mean by that?" Meanwhile, Miles had already approached the squirrel. He casually extracted a bundle of rings from the package. Everyone fell silent once more. Among the multitude of blue and purple rings, the yellow rings stood out conspicuously. And there were two of them. Just these two yellow rings surpassed the total of all others, excluding Aquas. Aquas was taken aback. It was evident that Milos' score would undoubtedly exceed his own. The officer swiftly calculated the scores and proclaimed loudly, "Milos, 10 blue rings, 5 purple rings, and 2 yellow rings, totaling 3,500 points." The weasel nodded, satisfied that the score met his expectations. At that moment, the crowd felt a sense of numbness. They cannot even obtain the purple rings. How is it that these two can surpass the formidable yellow beasts? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Myers returned to his position and cast a knowing glance at Aquas, as if to convey, "This is precisely the point." Aquas opened his mouth, but ultimately, wisely chose to remain silent. Defeated. Already vanquished. However, having succumbed to him so many times before, one more defeat felt inconsequential. Myers glanced once more at Randall, his eyes silently questioning, "So, how do you fare compared to me?" Randall merely smiled, a silent understanding passing between them. Myers felt a jolt of surprise. "What is this? Could it be that you actually surpass me?" Next, Randall. The dormouse boldly called out the names of those he found intriguing. Aquas patted Randall on the shoulder and said, "Good brother. Bring Myers down." Yet, despite his words, he harbored no belief that Randall's score would exceed 3,500 points. Randall said nothing, leaving him only with an enigmatic silhouette. His actions stirred the hearts of the onlookers. They held a firm belief in Randall's prowess, particularly given his victory over Pietro. However, they did not consider Randall to be on par with Aquas and Miller. Thus, these individuals harbored a somewhat amused perspective. Let the spectacle unfold. Miller and Aquas regarded the top 3 positions as theirs for the taking, and they accepted that. What grounds do you have to claim otherwise? Soon, Randall approached the mongoose. The mongoose cast a glance at this rather ordinary young man, who, apart from his good looks, piqued his curiosity about his score. Due to the influence of Teacher Zephyr, he suddenly inquired, "Randall, have you obtained the yellow ring?" Randall was taken aback, then shook his head. "No, I do not possess the yellow ring. I also lack the purple ring." He then revealed a solitary blue ring. The mongoose. The crowd. Only one blue ring. This revelation left everyone at a loss for words. In other words, does this mean you are merely at a level of 50 points? This score is the lowest recorded thus far. With such a result, how can you possibly claim you will secure a spot in the top 3? Were it not for the mongoose's presence, the crowd would have already begun to mock him openly. Nevertheless, they collectively directed scornful gazes towards Randall. Yet, only Miller and Aquas were lost in contemplation, particularly Miller, whose expression turned grave. Just moments ago, Randall had asserted that his score surpassed Miller's. The mongoose furrowed his brow and remarked, "So, you possess only a blue ring?" Randall raised an eyebrow and responded, "Of course not." The mongoose pressed on. "But did you not claim you had neither the purple nor yellow? Wait, could it be?" As he spoke, a sudden realization washed over him, and for the first time, a look of astonishment graced his features. He watched in wide-eyed disbelief as Randall extracted a handful of crimson rings from the package. The vivid red was so striking, it resembled blood freshly spilled. In that moment, a silent exclamation of disbelief echoed in his mind. Where on earth did you conjure up so many crimson rings? This was not just 1 or 2. It was an entire handful. There were only 7 red-tiered ferocious beasts on this island. Are you telling me you have claimed them all for yourself? The atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence the moment Randall unveiled the collection of red rings. Each person present wore expressions akin to those who had just encountered the absurd. So, when you claimed you had no purple or yellow rings, you meant that aside from a single blue ring, all the rest are red. If there had been only one, they might have convinced themselves it was merely a stroke of luck. But this was an entire handful. Surely, this was beyond mere chance. Everyone stood there, transfixed by the vibrant red, feeling as though they were trapped in a surreal dream. Red. Someone truly managed to acquire red. They are now even afraid to meet Randall's gaze, fearing that he might discern their previous expressions and attitudes. Aquas and Miller's are equally engulfed in shock, with Miller's unable to maintain his impassive demeanor any longer. Goodness gracious, they were indeed more astonished than others, for they were acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the yellow-tiered beasts. The score indicated by the red ring was, after all, tenfold that of the yellow. This signified that, given their own capabilities, their sole course of action upon encountering such a threat could only be to flee. If escape were not an option, death would be inevitable. Aquas murmured, "This defies logic. Just previously, I was evenly matched with him. How has he suddenly transformed into such a monstrous entity?" Chapter 22. Zephyr's restless hands upon gazing at the pile of crimson. The dormouse, too, was taken aback. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. He inquired, "Have you dealt with all 7 of them?" Randall replied, "Not quite. I merely rendered them unconscious and removed their rings. After all, it is no small feat to subdue such formidable beasts. To others, these creatures may be harbingers of death, but for Randall, they serve as the perfect sparring partners, tough-skinned, resilient, and incredibly responsive to strikes. Randall is not a cad who would exploit and then dispose of others." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel nodded, having formed a rough impression of Randall's prowess. Subduing such a beast is far more challenging than slaying it, indicating that Randall's strength surpasses that of these ferocious creatures. It is worth noting that, in a direct comparison, even a colonel from this division would approach such a beast with utmost seriousness. However, for the flying squirrel, this level of strength was hardly astonishing. After all, it was merely a matter of a few well-placed strikes. He was astonished by the rapid enhancement of Randall's abilities. If his memory served him correctly, Randall had only joined the elite camp a mere month ago. Just a month prior, Randall's strength barely surpassed that of a rookie. At best, he could contend with a second lieutenant. In the brief span of a month, he had ascended from the rank of second lieutenant to that of a colonel. This was truly a challenge to the very fabric of his understanding. He even began to question whether his own memory had faltered. It was not merely a month that had passed, but an entire year. Commander. It's time for me to report my results. Randall chuckled, interrupting the reverie of the weasel and his aide. The aide cast a sidelong glance at Randall, regarding him with an expression akin to that reserved for a monster, inwardly scoffing at the necessity of reporting such scores. Nevertheless, his professional ethics compelled him to speak. Randall. 1 blue ring, 7 red rings, 70,050 points. 70,000. Previously, the highest scorer, Millers, only achieved a little over 3,000 points. Does this not imply that Randall has surpassed Millers by 30 times? Such was the mindset of those deemed intellectually challenged. They sought to simplify and quantify reality through various means. Yet, they had correctly assessed one thing. Randall was indeed superior to Millers at this moment. Amidst the gazes of those who appeared to be witnessing a divine apparition, Randall strolled leisurely towards Millers and Aquas, silently acknowledging to himself that this act was convincingly executed. At that moment, both Millers and Aquas remained somewhat dazed, the shock still lingering on their faces. Aquas, with a sharp glare, landed a punch on Randall's shoulder, exclaiming, "I say, have you been using drugs? Or have you undergone some sort of explosive transformation? What has suddenly propelled you to such heights? I have heard of a method that burns one's life force to enhance strength. You wouldn't be contemplating such a desperate measure, would you?" His tone was laced with mockery. Yet Randall could discern the concern in his eyes. Randall shrugged and replied, "Rest assured, I would never jest with my future. You must accept reality. I'm simply stronger than you now." Aquas inhaled sharply, thinking, "Hey, this kid is getting a bit too inflated." Well, he indeed possessed the strength to back it up. Aquas held his forehead in anguish and exclaimed, "How on earth did you accomplish this? It defies all logic. Just a few days ago, I was the stronger one. Have you been secretly using cheats?" Randall chuckled. "Come on, just a few days ago. Neither of us could prevail over the other. So it's only natural that I surpass you now." Millers interjected decisively. "Randall, let us have a match when we return." During the past 3 days, Millers had ventured close to the territory of the Crimson Beast. However, as a swordsman, his instincts were overwhelmingly acute, akin to a sharp prick drawing ever nearer to his brow. With each step forward, the sensation intensified. Ultimately, he even began to experience phantom pains, indicating that the presence there was beyond his capacity to confront. Entering recklessly could cost him his life. Thus, he made the swift decision to depart. Yet, witnessing Randall's Crimson Ring now, he felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should have taken the gamble earlier. To embrace death in pursuit of life. Wasn't that the very essence of a swordsman's romance? Hence, he unusually desired to spar with Randall, who was not a swordsman. Randall paused, then nodded. "If you seek to test your limits, then so be it." He chuckled, recalling their first encounter when Millers struck him with a blade. He certainly held grudges. He then glanced at Aquas, his eyes questioning, "What about you? Care to join?" Aquas immediately shot back with determination. "I'm game. Who is afraid of whom? The worst that could happen is a thorough beating." Moreover, he was genuinely curious about Randall's current prowess. Perhaps enduring a thrashing might enhance his own strength. Subsequently, the mole continued to call for participants. However, following the explosive displays from Millers, Aquas, and especially Randall, everyone fell into a state of ennui. Everything seemed so utterly lackluster. When the final individual reported their results, it felt as though a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Indeed, after the trio of Randall, Millers, and Aquas, the subsequent reports felt akin to public executions. The rankings were utterly predictable. Randall, Millers, and Aquas claimed the first, second, and third places, respectively. Notably, Cotton found himself in the last position. His score was a perfect 10, marred only by a solitary white ring. The squirrel, frustrated and exasperated, cast a weary glance at Cotton, feeling drained. He quickly diverted his gaze to Randall and the others. Ah, what a relief. Thankfully, these 3 were holding the fort. Otherwise, this elite camp would have disbanded on the spot. Thus, I hereby declare the conclusion of this test. At the Navy headquarters, in the staff dormitory, Zephyr held the receiver of the telephone bug, astonished as he exclaimed, "What? You mean he knocked out those 7 monsters?" "Indeed, Mr. Zephyr," came the reply from the other end, where the squirrel added, "This is what he claimed, and he indeed acquired those red rings. Would you like to see the footage?" Although the recording was only partially preserved due to the intense nature of the battle, I believe Mr. Zephyr would be quite astonished. For the squirrel, the specifics of the battle were inconsequential, yet he had witnessed scenes that defied comprehension, challenging his very understanding. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, detecting shock and disbelief in the squirrel's tone, which piqued his curiosity further. However, after a moment's contemplation, he declined. "Never mind. I shall witness firsthand the extent of surprises this lad has in store for me. After all, footage is merely footage. Only through direct observation can one perceive the deeper truths." His hands were already itching with anticipation. Chapter 23. Morning Grumpiness. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Zephyr, there is one more thing," the squirrel continued. "During the testing period, Pietro left the experimental island without authorization and has since vanished. Prior to his departure, he had an encounter with Randall, which resulted in conflict." The squirrel pondered for a moment before adding, "It appears Pietro attempted to strike when Randall was at his weakest, but he was unsuccessful." Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Zephyr's face. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "All right, I understand. You may report this matter as you see fit." The squirrel was well aware of Zephyr's temperament. If Zephyr's tone was intense and his anger palpable, it indicated that the situation was not overly grave. However, if Zephyr remained composed, it signified genuine fury. Just like now, even if one were weak, Zephyr would never abandon them. One need only observe his tolerance for someone like Cotton to understand. Yet, betrayal was an affront that Zephyr could never accept. The squirrel simply acknowledged with a yes and hung up the phone. Inside the dormitory, Zephyr placed the receiver down. The atmosphere was stifling, as if the very air had thickened to a viscous state. After a solid minute of silence, Zephyr finally exhaled deeply. Anger was futile. There was no merit in being angry at such individuals. He reminded himself of this fact. He now even feels a sense of relief, grateful that such individuals can reveal themselves during such harmless times. Had they emerged during significant events, they might have become a mere anthill on the Great Dam. As it stands, there is nearly no loss. Then, he found himself contemplating Randall, as well as Millers and Aquas. His spirits began to improve. This cohort of the elite camp was the worst he had ever led. Fortunately, 3 exceptional individuals emerged from it. Zephyr approached the window, opened it, and gazed at the clouds on the horizon. "Hurry back. My fists are already yearning for action." At this moment, Randall was still aboard the warship, dreaming of the 3 months under Zephyr's personal tutelage. He had already mastered the armament hockey. However, the observation hockey still eluded him. Although his instincts provided some degree of insight, in the realm of combat perception, observation hockey proved to be far superior. He had begun to anticipate. After mastering the observation hockey, to what heights would his power ascend? 2 hours later, Randall and the others disembarked from the warship and made their way to their respective quarters. "Hey, Randall, don't rush off just yet. There's still a fight to be had," Aquis exclaimed, placing a hand on Randall's shoulder. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Miles halted as well, casting a meaningful glance at Randall. Randall rolled his eyes dramatically and replied wearily, "Seriously, you too, aren't you tired? I can't sleep well in that wretched place. All I want now is a shower and a good night's sleep." Aquis shot back, "And how long do you intend to sleep? When will we finally get to fight? A battle maniac like you doesn't need rest." With a sigh, Randall responded, "Do you really want to get beaten up? Let us discuss it after I wake up." Aquis, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. "Hey, who said I want to get beaten up?" However, he found himself at a loss for a retort. After all, he too was uncertain of Randall's current strength. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Fine, whatever." Seeing that the fight was off, Miles ceased his comments and turned to leave. At 6 in the evening, Randall, lost in pleasant dreams, was abruptly awakened by a vigorous shaking. As he opened his bleary eyes, he was met with a grotesque visage. "What the hell?" Randall exclaimed, nearly throwing a punch. Noticing that Randall had awakened, Aquis displayed a sinister grin and urged, "Come on. You've been asleep for 6 or 7 hours. Surely you're well rested now. Hurry, hurry. It's time for battle." Randall fell silent for a few moments before taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. This act somewhat quelled the murderous impulse that had surged within him. Observing Randall's stupor, Aquis swiftly yanked him from the bed, insisting, "Hurry up. Old meat is already waiting at the training ground. Move it." Randall inhaled deeply once more, as the previously suppressed aura of violence threatened to resurface. "Stop dawdling. Change your clothes. Get pumped. Your fists need to be firm." Randall clenched his fists tightly, producing a crackling sound. Aquis's ears perked up, and he inquired curiously, "What is that noise?" "What noise? Is that the sound of your bones cracking?" Calmly, Randall replied, "It's nothing. You go ahead to the training ground. I will join you shortly." He then cast a steady gaze at Aquis, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He ran his fingers through his somewhat prickly short hair, a sense of impending calamity washing over him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. As long as he could fight, that was all that mattered. Let's hurry then. I'm off. With that, he strode away, brimming with excitement. After he departed, Randall stood in a daze for several seconds, before exhaling deeply and beginning to change his attire. As he changed, he muttered to himself, "You foolish giant. Just wait until I get my hands on you." A few minutes later, he entered the familiar training ground, now dressed appropriately. Some individuals may appear calm on the surface, yet beneath lies a tumultuous sea of emotions that remains unfathomable to others. As he made his entrance, Aquis turned his gaze towards him, standing resolutely in the center of the arena. Millers, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them, his aura swiftly rising. Randall approached the two at a leisurely pace, one that could surely exasperate Aquis, and casually remarked, "You two, come at me together. Let us make haste. Once we finish, we shall dine." Aquis inhaled sharply, taken aback by such audacity. To challenge both of them simultaneously? And to insist on urgency? Yet, neither Aquis nor Millers were ones to be bogged down by trivialities. They are acutely aware that their individual prowess pales in comparison to Randall's. Thus engaging in a two-on-one confrontation is not something they find objectionable. Yet, what is this lingering discontent? This was your assertion, without any prior indication. Aquis unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Randall's face. The sound of his fist slicing through the air was excruciatingly piercing. Faced with such a formidable blow, Randall did not flinch nor evade. He merely extended a hand. Aquis paused momentarily, then silently increased the force behind his strike. "You underestimate me. This punch will leave you scarred." However, Randall's outstretched hand deftly intercepted the blow with unwavering steadiness. His fingers tightened, grasping Aquis's fist firmly, and then he flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Subsequently, amidst Aquis's astonished and somewhat terrified gaze, Randall delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a resounding thud, the giant was propelled backward. Chapter 24. What does it mean to have learned this? A block of iron. As he beheld the approaching foot, Aquis swiftly braced himself. Then, with a thunderous impact, an immense force struck him, sending him flying. He soared a distance of 7 or 8 meters before finally landing, sliding several meters more before coming to a halt. He rubbed his slightly aching chest, momentarily dazed. The disparity was undeniably vast. He recalled that, not long ago, he had held the upper hand in sheer strength. Yet, in the brief span of just 3 days, Randall had not only caught up to him but had subtly begun to surpass him. This was nothing short of exhilarating. He clenched his fists and revealed a sinister grin, his entire being ignited with fervor. Beside him, Millers was taken aback upon witnessing Aquis falter in strength. Yet, strength had never been his forte. His blade had been drawn, and in an instant, he appeared at Randall's left side, poised to strike. Yet, in the face of the glinting blade, Randall did not flinch. Instead, he extended a hand, seemingly intent on meeting the swordsman's edge with his bare palm. Miller's gaze flickered, instinctively causing him to temper his strength. However, the next moment, with a resounding clang, the blade met Randall's hand, as if striking against tempered steel. The recoil from the hilt sent a tingling sensation coursing through his grip. He was taken aback, quickly sheathing his blade and retreating. Subsequently, a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise impassive face. A piece of iron? No, that cannot be the strength of mere iron. He gazed at the palm that had withstood his blade without so much as a trace, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. It is essential to note that this was not a mere aerial slash. Rather, it was a direct cut delivered by a swordsman wielding the edge of his own blade. This was no trivial matter. Aquis was equally taken aback. He was acutely aware of the sharpness of Miller's sword. Logically, even when employing an iron block, while it might not sever outright, inflicting a wound should have been effortless. Randall chuckled, retracting his hand, and addressed the astonished duo. "Aren't you curious about how I vanquished the red-tier ferocious beast? Well, prepare to be enlightened." With that, Randall extended a hand towards them in demonstration. Upon witnessing this, the two set aside their astonishment and focused intently. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld a sudden dark hue encroaching upon Randall's formerly fair fingers. As that darkness emerged, it swiftly ascended, enveloping his entire palm in a shroud of black. This is. Aquis struggled to articulate his thoughts. Milan's eyes fixated on the abyssal hue, his pupils dilating in shock. Both were well-versed individuals and naturally recognized what this phenomenon was. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that rendered it so difficult to accept. Randall shook the hand slightly and proclaimed, "Indeed, you have neither guessed nor perceived incorrectly. This is the armament haki." With Randall's confirmation, even though disbelief lingered, the two were compelled to accept the truth. Their sentiments transcended mere astonishment. They were engulfed in sheer dread. Terror. It felt as if a thunderous explosion had rocked their minds, leaving them in a state of blankness. After several moments of stunned silence, they gradually came to terms with reality. Aquis, with a complex expression, inquired, "How on earth did you accomplish this?" He could not help but reach out to touch Randall's hand, which was enveloped in a layer of haki, and he squeezed it firmly. It was as hard as a rock, harder than steel. Truly, it was the manifestation of haki. No wonder it could withstand the blade of Miller's without sustaining any injury. This was indeed the power of haki. Meanwhile, Millers gazed at Randall as if from a distant realm. In his mind, the scene of his first encounter with Randall suddenly emerged. At that time, Randall was still quite naive. A mere slash from him had left Randall utterly exhausted. Yet, despite his disheveled state, his eyes remained bright. Now, however, his counterpart could effortlessly withstand his full-force strike while engaging in light-hearted banter. There was an undeniable composure and confidence about him, and those eyes still sparkled with brilliance. For a moment, two figures transcended time and space, gradually overlapping in his mind. Randall remarked, it was quite a stroke of luck, really. I initially had no idea, but those few Crimson Tier beasts actually possessed armament haki. I was quite taken aback at the time, and then I learned how to use it. Upon hearing that the ferocious beasts could wield armament haki, Miles and Aquis were momentarily stunned. Initially relieved that they had not recklessly provoked danger, they soon felt a tinge of disappointment and regret. Subsequently, as Randall's nonchalant words sank in, they were left speechless. What did he mean by "you just learned it"? What, pray tell, does "you just learned it" even mean? Is there a causal relationship between the beast wielding armament haki and your ability to learn it? For heaven's sake, you just learned it. This guy truly has a knack for appearing refreshingly unique. Noticing the intense emotions of the two, Randall hastily clarified, at that time, I accidentally wandered into the territory of a ferocious beast. However, my strength was quite feeble, and I was no match for it. So I ran. And it chased me until we both ended up in the territory of another beast. Then, the two beasts forgot about me and began to fight each other. I was incensed. How dare these creatures humiliate me? Observing their somewhat hostile expressions, Randall quickly redirected the conversation. Then, as the two beasts continued their ferocious battle, they became enraged and unleashed their true power. What was to be done? They resorted to their most potent techniques. They began to utilize armament haki. I was genuinely astonished at the time. I carefully observed the process by which the two beasts employed armament haki, and then I learned it. As you know, once I mastered armament haki, my strength surged dramatically, and I promptly dealt with those two audacious beasts that had dared to ignore me. Randall shrugged, wearing an infuriatingly smug expression. To be honest, if it were possible, he would have liked to instruct the two on how to cultivate armament haki. However, he was not Zephyr. He could not dissect and simplify these crucial training points to teach others. Aquis and Miles understood this, and although they were filled with fiery frustration, they had no outlet for it. Aquis sighed and said, well, it seems this fight will not happen. The difference between mastering armament haki and not is a fundamental one. Your current strength is on an entirely different plane from ours. Miles did not dispute Aquis's words. However, Randall suddenly flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Who says we can't fight? While you may not win, you can certainly endure some punishment. Chapter 25. Do not return with your life. The two immediately lost their desire to fight, but how could Randall allow that? He would not rest until he avenged the slight of being dragged from his bed. Today, he would ensure these two rascals gained a bit of weight. He curled his lips into a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and remarked with a chuckle. Who says we can't fight? While you may not emerge victorious, you can certainly endure a beating. A chill swept over Aquis and Miller's, their expression stiffening. Why does it feel so cold? This is unnecessary, right? But wait. It's already mealtime. Let us first indulge in a feast. Devourers of food. Souls of the feast. Aquis exclaimed dramatically. He attempted to make a hasty retreat, yet after only a few strides, he awkwardly halted. Unbeknownst to him, Randall had already positioned himself directly in his path. He smiled awkwardly and said, let's eat. Randall remained unfazed, retorting. Science indicates that one enjoys their meal more after enduring a good fight, not a beating. A twitch appeared at the corner of Aquis's mouth. Do you think I believe such nonsense? He chuckled. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. You certainly know a lot. Aquis obediently returned to Miller's side. Miller cast a disdainful glance at Aquis, muttering, how embarrassing. Look, he hasn't moved an inch. After all, he understood that fleeing was futile. Better to endure the beating. Hee, then I shall commence. Randall pressed his knuckles, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Each crack echoed in Miller's and Aquis's ears like thunder rumbling from afar. Randall, grinning menacingly, advanced toward the two, typically imposing figures. One a brawny man with bulging muscles and the other a cold, composed swordsman, now resembled frightened little rabbits faced with a wolf, trembling in fear. Soon, the training ground resounded with horrifying sounds, thuds, crashes, and cries for mercy. No, please, don't hit my face. Occasionally, passing Navy personnel, drawn by the commotion, would peek in, only to turn away in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. Goodness, this youth, it's too brutal to watch. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the training ground, leaving behind a solitary handsome figure and two indistinct forms on the ground. Randall had faithfully fulfilled his promise, ensuring they gained a few extra pounds. All right, stop pretending, you two. You look dreadful, but I didn't even go all out. Get up, quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two forms stirred slightly before rising from the ground in exaggerated slow motion. Ugh, you still say so? It's not that serious, but it certainly hurts. Aquis gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Even Miller's countenance was, oh wait. It was now so swollen that his expression was entirely obscured. Randall looked at the two and said deliberately, by the way, experiencing the armed color in real combat is said to greatly aid in its mastery. So, after your recent bout, practical experience, what insights have you gained? The two stiffened at his words. The blunt Aquis blurted out, why didn't you say so earlier? They had been preoccupied with protecting themselves from the relentless onslaught. Their minds consumed by the pain, leaving no room for thoughts of mastering the armed color. Randall chuckled inwardly. Say it earlier? How else would they truly appreciate their suffering? If they viewed the beating as training, then his efforts would have been in vain. He deliberately chose this moment to speak, inflicting upon them a doubled anguish. Aquis and Miller, being quite familiar with Randall, quickly grasped his intent upon seeing the mischievous glint in his eyes. Instantly, their hearts were filled with despair and frustration. This beating was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Observing their woeful expressions, Randall felt utterly invigorated. How dare you drag me from my bed? Satisfied. Randall turned on his heel and sauntered away from the scene. As the philosopher Woz said so eloquently, a good thrashing before a meal can whet one's appetite. As he reached the doorway, Randall suddenly recalled something and remarked, oh, by the way, do not return your swelling with your lives. Every scar upon your bodies holds my insights into the armament color. Savor it well. Should you truly return with your lives, then this beating would have been in vain. With that, he paid no heed to their reactions and strode away. In the meantime, Aquis and Miller were just about to utilize their lives to heal their injuries when they heard Randall's sinister whisper. They froze in their tracks, nearly gasping for breath. Glancing at each other, they found profound confusion reflected in one another's eyes. Insights into armament color etched upon their scars. Could it be true? Surely, this must be a deception. Yet, they hesitated. After all, Randall had indeed employed armament color throughout their scuffle. Moreover, if one were to consider all possibilities, what if he spoke the truth? Would they not find themselves at a tremendous loss? Given their physical resilience, these injuries would heal within a few days anyway. They decided to keep it as is. Thus, the two beleaguered comrades trudged forward, grimacing with each step, each wince a testament to their pain. Randall's strikes were truly merciless. However, they were unprepared for the actual nightmare awaiting them when they finally arrived at the cafeteria, enduring much discomfort akin to scaling mountains. What in the world are those two things? And they are moving. Goodness. Are they clad in naval uniforms? Look at that dagger. It seems rather familiar. I recall my friend from the elite camp mentioning that the top contender this year, Miller, wields the blade Red Cloud. So, does that mean one of those figures is Miller? What on earth has he endured? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the entire cafeteria, Miller stood frozen. Drenched in cold sweat, he swore that he would rather endure another beating. He endeavored to disregard the gazes and murmurs surrounding him. Yet those words pierced his mind like an insidious melody. On this day, Miller first encountered the written form of the phrase public execution. Beside him, Aquis, whose name had not been called, was filled with uncontainable delight. He originally possessed certain characteristics, but now, having undergone a complete transformation, he was unrecognizable. However, just as he inhaled sharply and revealed a smile, a voice erupted as if from the depths of hell. Hey, Millers, Aquis. Over here. Chapter 26. I just wanted to lighten the mood as a strained smile emerged on Aquis's face, a voice reminiscent of the deepest abyss echoed in his ears. Hey, Millers. Aquis. Over here. Notably, the voice heightened, particularly emphasizing the name Aquis. Stiffly, Aquis turned his body towards the source of the sound, only to find Randall sitting there. Beaming at the two of them. His gleaming white teeth, precisely 8 in number, were on full display. Oh, so the other person is Aquis. No wonder. Such a hefty fellow, murmured a bystander. What on earth have these two been up to? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Aquis's body went rigid. And the smile evaporated from his face. He had hoped to evade this predicament, only to find it looming here. Yet, while Aquis was disheartened, Millers suddenly sprang into exuberance. In an instant, his prior embarrassment began to dissipate. Exactly. This is how it should be. How could I be the only one tormented? Now, this feels quite comfortable. Despite the pain, Millers couldn't help but smile. This amusing incident served as a testament to the law of smile conservation. Smiles do not vanish without cause. They merely shift from one face to another. The two of them awkwardly finished their meals, then stiffly took their seats at a considerable distance from Randall. Randall, however, remained unfazed, for his sole intention was to unveil Aquis's identity to everyone. They were utterly oblivious to how they managed to finish their meal. Onlookers occasionally cast glances their way. Some latecomers, perplexed by the situation, wore expressions of confusion, immediately prompting a senior to enlighten them. Do you know who these two are? The first and second of this elite camp, Millers and Aquis. Just these two. What on earth could they have experienced? The two of them mechanically shoved food into their mouths, oblivious to their satiety, and hastily fled the cafeteria. It was utterly terrifying. Half an hour later, Randall finished his meal and sauntered back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, 2 resentful gazes pierced him like javelins. How was your meal? Randall greeted amicably. The two shot him a look that seemed to say, did you not feel any guilt at all? Yet, the next moment, they heard words that shattered their composure. With a sheepish smile, Randall confessed, oh, I forgot to mention, I played a little prank on you earlier. That whole thing about the scars and the insights of armed color? That was all in jest. I noticed the atmosphere was a bit dreary. So I thought I'd lighten things up. With a resounding crack, the two were left utterly stunned, as if they had split apart. Randall prodded this and that. So, how do you feel? You can now return to normal life. Instantly, the weight of stone seemed to explode from their bodies, their eyes aflame with fury. Happy? You look delighted. My entire reputation has been tarnished. This is an undeniable black mark on my history. And you call that lightening the mood? You look like the very embodiment of gloom. If this wasn't intentional, I might as well wash my hair upside down. With the two struggling to articulate their indignation. Randall mused, indeed, you must enjoy the pain, as you didn't opt for a return to normalcy. I mean, who would believe such absurdity about the insides of armed color being left on a scar? It's simply impossible. At his words, the two were left speechless. Caught in a limbo of acknowledgement and denial, on the verge of explosion. The hatred within them is palpable. How could they have so readily trusted such a despicable creature? With their glances, they mentally condemned Randall hundreds of times, ultimately deciding to disregard this wretched being. What other choice did they have? They were utterly outmatched. The two immediately channeled their life energy, and the visible swelling on their bodies gradually dissipated, restoring themselves to a semblance of humanity. They lay on the bed with grim expressions, feigning death. They found themselves utterly unable to confront Randall. The shame was simply overwhelming. This ordeal had resulted in a crushing defeat, both in strength and intellect. They are all on the verge of disappearance. Randall, recognizing the situation, decided to refrain from further teasing them upon witnessing their demeanor. He lay contentedly on his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, at the training grounds, Zephyr arrived early. Once all were gathered, he proclaimed, in this assessment, some individuals performed exceptionally well, showcasing their true potential. However, there were a few who utterly failed to demonstrate their capabilities. As he spoke, Zephyr's gaze fixated intently on Cotton, nearly uttering his name directly. I hope you all can identify your shortcomings during this evaluation and rectify them. Of course, if you are unable to discern your own issues, feel free to approach me. He continued, the second matter is the rewards for the top 3 performers, as previously agreed upon. Randall, Millers, Aquis, step forward. Follow me. With that, he turned to leave. And the trio hurriedly followed. Behind them, a throng of students cast envious glances in their direction. They too desire it. Zifa walked into an empty training ground. In the center of the arena, he crossed his arms and naturally fixated his gaze upon the 3 individuals, scrutinizing them intently. In this moment, Randall nearly uttered the words. What are you looking at? It is a mystery how much resolve he summoned to swallow that phrase. After a brief silence, Zifa spoke. You all have performed admirably. You have not disappointed my expectations. In fact, one of you has even surpassed them. Upon finishing his statement, the stern lines of Zifa's face softened, transforming him from a battle-hardened general into a benevolent uncle. While this may seem trivial, Randall understood the immense difficulty behind it. This transformation signified that even the slightest flicker of power lay wholly within Zifa's absolute control, allowing such an authentic display of warmth. Upon receiving Zifa's praise, even the stoic Millers broke into a smile. Indeed, no one remains indifferent to compliments. If they do, it is likely because the praise comes from an undeserving source. After exchanging a few more words of commendation, Zifa cheerfully declared, therefore, in the coming 3 months, I shall exert myself to ensure your growth. He continued, first and foremost, as per tradition, I must ascertain your current capabilities. With that, he flexed his wrists. In the stillness of the arena, the sharp crack echoed, stimulating the senses of the 3. Chapter 27. The surprising Zifa. As Zifa cracked his wrists, the sound set the nerves of the 3 on edge. It was peculiar. Despite Zifa's relaxed demeanor and gentle expression, the 3 standing before him felt like a solitary vessel adrift, confronted by the looming storm clouds on the horizon, crackling with lightning and thunder. Instinctively, they prepared for battle. Oh! Suddenly, Zifa recalled something and turned to Randall, saying, I heard from the mole that your performance during the assessment astonished him. He mentioned you would surprise me. I hope to witness that surprise now. Upon hearing this, Aquis and Millers glanced at Randall. Having already listened to Randall recount the events of the assessment, they too had deduced the nature of this surprise. Not only had they guessed it, but they had also begun to sense the surprise early on how utterly delightful it was. You all, come at me together. Zifa beckoned the 3 with a casual gesture. He stood there, as unguarded as ever, patiently awaiting their assault. Teacher Zifa, since you wish to see the surprise, I shall show you. Randall did not charge forward. Instead, he assumed a stance in place. The other 2, recognizing his intent, refrained from attacking, allowing Zifa to observe Randall's movements. He could faintly perceive the overwhelming aura, which ignited a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. At that moment, Randall retracted his right fist, the muscles in his upper arm swelling abruptly, akin to a basketball. It was as if his right arm, waist, and legs had transformed into a spring compressed to its utmost limit, brimming with explosive potential, poised to unleash its might. With a fierce shout, Randall's right fist was propelled forward in an instant. As he struck, a layer of darkness enveloped his fist in the astonished gaze of Zephyr. Armed iron fist, impact steel. In that fleeting moment, it resonated like a thunderclap. The force of his punch unleashed a robust shockwave. Under Randall's full exertion, the previously transparent air corridor was tinged with a shade of black. The resounding boom snapped Zephyr back to reality. and as he beheld the shockwave approaching with alarming proximity, he inwardly lamented his impending defeat. In the next heartbeat, a deafening thud echoed as the impact steel collided with Zephyr's sturdy chest. Although Zephyr was powerful, he remained human. In an unguarded moment, his physical defenses paled in comparison to those of a beast like Kaido. He suddenly felt an immense force explode in his chest. And then his body, as sturdy as an iron tower, swayed back and forth under the astonished gazes of Miller and Aquis. To regain his balance, Zephyr stepped back once, twice, and then thrice. Under Randall's punch, the formidable Vice Admiral Zephyr staggered back a full 3 steps. Miller and Aquis were left utterly dumbfounded. Is this some sort of jest? Randall's single punch has forced the former Admiral Zephyr to retreat? The two of them appeared as though they were witnessing an absurd play, their faces etched with bewilderment and shock. They exchanged glances at Zephyr before turning their astonished eyes towards Randall. Is this truly the extent of his power now? Was he merely toying with them when he bested them yesterday? At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter brought them back to reality. Haha. Indeed. Quite splendid. The weasel was certainly not mistaken. What a delightful surprise. Zephyr chuckled, rubbing his slightly aching chest, overwhelmed with joy. Randall had truly astonished him. His arrangements over the past 3 months were primarily aimed at imparting the method of dual-colored dominance to the 3 individuals. In his view, as long as one of them could grasp even a semblance of this formidable aura within the 3-month period, it would be deemed a resounding success. To his astonishment, Randall not only met this expectation but surpassed it entirely. This brought immense joy to Zephyr. As for the concern of losing face before his students, Zifa is utterly indifferent to this. At most, he might spare some consideration for Randall during the teaching sessions. The affection of a teacher, perhaps. Randall glanced at Zifa and managed a wry smile. He then looked at the 2 individuals whose faces were still etched with shock, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What are you 2 so astonished about? That was my full force strike. Did you not notice how rigid I remained after delivering that punch? Moreover, Zifa indeed took 3 steps back, but that was the extent of it. He withstood the full brunt of my ultimate technique without so much as a scratch. And that was while his opponent was still processing the impact. Today, Randall truly experienced what it means to possess top-tier combat prowess. Furthermore, Zifa's greatest strength lies not in his physicality, but in the formidable haki that allows him to call himself the Black Arm. There is still a long way for me to go. If those 2 were aware of Randall's thoughts, their eyes would likely roll to the heavens. What more do you desire? Is it not astonishing to have forced the Navy's highest combat power back 3 steps at the age of 16? Do you genuinely wish to injure an admiral? How audacious can you be? Enough dawdling. Let the battle resume. Zifa laughed heartily and took the initiative to launch an assault. In an instant, the 4 were engulfed in combat. No. It should be said that 3 were being mercilessly beaten by 1. Zifa fully unleashed his overwhelming strength. Within just a few minutes, the heads of the 3 were swollen, with Randall's being the most pronounced. Although Miller's and Aquis also suffered greatly, the sight of Randall faring worse than them brought smiles to their faces. At that moment, Zifa paused momentarily. Despite Randall's visage being utterly transformed, he could still sense a lingering confusion emanating from his face. He inquired, "Are you puzzled as to why? Despite your use of haki, I can still inflict pain upon you?" Randall nodded, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zephyr elucidated, "Firstly, it is because my haki far surpasses yours. Significantly so. Of course, this reasoning may not suffice for you. After all, you should have sensed that during our skirmish, I deliberately suppressed my haki to match your level. Secondly, there exists the advanced application of haki, internal destruction." Upon hearing this, Randall nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, while being struck by Zephyr, he felt as though his defenses were rendered ineffectual. It is said that haki serves as armor during defense. Thus, internal destruction resembles a spear piercing through the crevices of that armor. However, such mastery requires a profound understanding of both armor and spear, as well as the existence of actual gaps within the armor. It appears you comprehend now. This is the advanced application of haki. You shall gradually grasp it in due time. As for now, immerse yourself in the experience. Zephyr then rubbed his wrist, and, amidst the terrified gazes of the 3, charged forward once more. Instantly, the training ground was filled with even more anguished cries. Chapter 28, Trials. After a rigorous bout, the 3 lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies aching. Before them stood Zephyr, composed and unperturbed, arms crossed. "Very well, I now possess a general understanding of your capabilities. Allow me to outline your training regimen. Randall, you will focus on honing your observation haki. Miller and Aquis, your primary task is to master armament haki. Should time permit after your mastery, I will also provide you training in observation haki." With that, he concluded, "Today's session ends here. Tomorrow morning at 7, be here to await my arrival. This will be the routine henceforth." "Yes," they chorused in unison. Subsequently, Zephyr departed. Teaching is no simple endeavor. He needed to meticulously organize his forthcoming plans. Zephyr's quarters were a quaint, independent building adorned with a small courtyard. He pushed open the courtyard gate, only to find an elderly gentleman already seated within. "Ah, you're back," Jean-Gor remarked, holding a cup of tea and savoring it leisurely. Upon seeing Zephy's return, he greeted him warmly. "You old rascal. Are you here again to swindle my tea?" Zephyr retorted. "How can you say that? I'm merely concerned about your solitude." "Ha, I have my delightful students." I am far from lonely. Zhangguo replied with a chuckle. If there is nothing urgent, be off with you. Zfa shot back without hesitation. Yet, despite his words, he took a seat opposite Zhangguo and joined him in sipping tea. Ah, speaking of students, how is Randall faring? After all, you were the one insistent on bringing him in. Is he managing to keep up? Zhangguo inquired casually. He did not anticipate a response. For Randall had merely joined the elite camp a month prior. What could possibly change within a mere month? Zephyr smiled enigmatically. Take a wild guess. Think big. Sengoku paused. Pondering the implication, had Randall made significant progress in the short span? Could it be that his strength had surpassed that of Pietro? Although during their previous encounter, Pietro had ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, Sengoku as discerning I recognized that Randall had not yet matched Pietro's prowess. To surpass Pietro in just a month would indeed be remarkable. At the mere mention of Pietro's name, Zephyr rolled his eyes, yet he refrained from commenting further, instead urging, guess again, think even bigger. Sengoku was taken aback. Was there an even greater advancement? After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively suggested, could it be that he is now capable of engaging those three monsters in combat? To be honest, even he found this conjecture somewhat implausible. However, to his astonishment, Zephyr maintained his air of mystery, responding with a chuckle, hee, guess again. Keep guessing. Sengoku, now exasperated, exclaimed, you old trickster. What kind of nonsense is this? Guess what? I want to play your game. Just tell me already. Zephyr, undeterred, reveled in the suspense he had created. Disregarding the gradually darkening expression of Warnation, he spoke languidly. Thus, it is evident that your imagination is rather limited. Randall's current prowess has completely surpassed that of Millis. What? Warnation exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Are you certain? Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Zephyr observed Warnation's reaction with great satisfaction. It turned out that my initial astonishment was not unwarranted. Rather, Randall's progress was simply astounding. So, how did this happen? It has only been a month. Just a month. If memory serves me correctly. You mentioned that Millis was on the verge of breaking through to the Swordmaster level. Warnation continued in disbelief. Zephyr sighed. Indeed, I was equally astonished before. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. Within merely a month, Randall has transformed from an unremarkable fighter to one capable of easily defeating Millis. Furthermore, what astounds me even more is that he has learned the art of armament hockey without any guidance from me. His talent may surpass my initial expectations, Sengoku remarked. Learning to utilize hockey in a month is indeed remarkable. Zephyr corrected him. No, to be precise, he mastered hockey within a single day. Subsequently, Zephyr recounted the process through which Randall acquired hockey, leaving Sengoku in a state of astonishment once more. He fell silent for several seconds before uttering two words, monster. At the same time, he silently thought to himself that such a creature should indeed remain within the Navy. Enough about him. Let us hasten to discuss your purpose for seeking me, Zephyr stated. Could it not simply be that I miss you? Enough. Spare me the flattery. Hurry. Sengoku chuckled awkwardly and replied, well, to be honest, that old Koot Carp has taken a leave of absence. Mysterious as ever. And I have no idea what he is up to. I merely wished to inquire if he had mentioned anything to you. Zephyr shook his head. No. I wasn't even aware of his leave. Sengoku had not held much hope, and upon hearing this, he merely sighed deeply, cursing Carp's unreliability inwardly. The following morning, Zephyr summoned his student, Shiozua. He would be the one to provide Millis and Aquis with their initial training in armament hockey. It must be said, Aquis and Shiozua indeed made a fine pair standing together. Meanwhile, Zephyr commenced Randall's training in observation hockey. However, the learning process proved to be quite challenging. Are you suggesting that the so-called chi within you serves the purpose of observation hockey, rendering this training utterly futile? Zephyr mused while stroking his chin. Randall smiled wryly and nodded in affirmation. He did not anticipate that his first setback would occur in the realm of observation hockey. Truly, it is a double-edged sword. It can be both a boon and a bane. His ability to harness his aura allowed him to experience observation hockey prematurely, yet it simultaneously dulled his sensitivity to it, rendering the awakening of this skill exceedingly arduous. Zifa pondered for a moment and remarked, actually, it is quite manageable. Upon hearing this, Randall's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at Zifa. With a faint smile, Zifa continued, since it is your aura that impedes you, why not simply expend it entirely? Upon hearing these words, Randall felt an inexplicable wave of foreboding wash over him. He tentatively spoke, so, the method is. Zephyr grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, and replied, of course, it involves taking a beating. You cannot employ armed color, but rather use your aura for defense. Trust me, it will be exhausted in no time. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a good thrashing, and if there is, then just have two. Upon hearing this, Randall felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead and said, Teacher Zephyr, how coincidental. I suddenly thought of a great way to expend my aura. I'll go try it out. He then prepared to run off. However, his speed paled in comparison to Zephyr's. With a mere flick of his hand, Zephyr captured him as one would a chick. No hurry, let us endure a beating first. Chapter 29. Observation hockey acquired. Time swiftly flowed between pain and pleasure. The joy belonged to Zephyr, while the suffering was endured by Randall and the others. In any case, the trio was subjected to beatings every single day. Randall's daily training consisted of first taking a beating to deplete his aura, followed by the training of observation haki. It must be said that Zephyr's method proved effective. Perhaps it was the desire to avoid further beatings that unlocked his potential, or perhaps the beatings heightened his sensitivity to his surroundings. On the 10th day, Randall felt a barrier shatter within his mind. He realized that his senses had never been clearer. He could even perceive the dust in the air with astonishing clarity. Observation haki successfully mastered. In the empty training arena, Randall stood blindfolded at the center, while Zephyr remained about 100 meters away. At his feet lay several buckets filled with small pebbles. He swiftly grasped a handful of stones, while with his other hand, he selected a single pebble and flicked it with his finger. A sharp sound pierced the air as the pebble soared toward Randall like a bullet. Then, Zephyr continued to flick his fingers, launching a flurry of dozens of pebbles in rapid succession. Having experienced the formidable power of these projectiles, Randall understood that when struck, it felt less like being hit by a bullet and more akin to the impact of a cannonball. After all, each pebble was enveloped in a remarkably potent form of haki. Meanwhile, Randall, with his eyes closed, activated his observation haki, deftly evading every incoming stone. However, Zephyr offered him no reprieve. He seized another handful of pebbles and hurled them forth. One handful after another, the stones rained down upon Randall like a tempest. From Randall's perspective, it appeared as if an avalanche of stones was cascading toward him, forming an insurmountable wall. He found it increasingly difficult to evade. Under such intense and demanding training, even with his stamina, he began to struggle. Within just an hour, he was drenched in sweat. Another half-hour had passed. In a moment of carelessness, a stone struck his left rib at an exceedingly awkward angle. In an instant, he felt as though half of his body had lost all sensation. Subsequently, he was propelled backward. Observing this, Zephyr ceased his stone throwing and remarked, "Well done. You persevered 20 minutes longer than last time." Lying on the ground, Randall managed a faint smile in response, his life force diligently mending the bruise beneath his rib. "All right. The break is over. Let us continue." As soon as the bruise on Randall's rib had faded, Zephyr declared. Thus, a new round of torment commenced once more. The following day, the trio faced Zephyr in combat, which was essentially a one-sided beating administered by him. Randall had to concede that, albeit uncomfortable, this process was indeed the most effective means of mastering armament haki. Thus, the days passed, one dedicated to training observation haki, and another to honing armament haki, until 3 months swiftly elapsed. Today marked the final day of this period. Zephyr gazed upon the three spirited young sailors, his eyes reflecting a sense of gratification. He has aged, although the likes of Jean Gua, Carp, and Crane maintain their prowess at the pinnacle. The passage of time is undeniable. It is the new generation of naval officers, like Randall and his companions, who embody the future of the Navy. Presently, he has cultivated their potential quite admirably. "Randall, let us engage in a match. Give it your all." A few days later, Mealy's unexpectedly approached Randall. Raising an eyebrow, Randall inquired, "What brings you here? Did we not just spar?" Previously, both Aquis and Mealy's, having mastered the art of armament haki, found their strength greatly amplified, leading them to feel somewhat overconfident. They believed that while one might struggle against Randall, two should prove invincible together. Yet, they were soundly defeated by Randall, who chuckled at their attempts. Though their abilities had indeed improved, Randall's advancement eclipsed theirs significantly. Before the duo could fully inflate their egos, Randall swiftly punctured their bravado. And now, merely days later, Mealy's returned. "No, I am on the verge of a breakthrough and require pressure. Do not hold back." Randall replied, "A breakthrough? A swordsman, you say? Very well, I shall oblige." After Mealy's breakthrough, he would find his techniques more fluid. An hour later, Mealy struggled to grasp the hilt of his sword with his right hand. His left hand has been severed, and the bones in his body are fractured in numerous places. His chest is stained crimson with blood. It is nothing short of a miracle that he can still stand. Yet, his eyes shine with an extraordinary brightness. He gazed at the halted Randall and exclaimed, "Not enough. You're still short. Press on." Randall pondered for a moment. If he, like Mills, required pressure to transcend his limits, he would have to be even more fervent than his counterpart. Thus, he gritted his teeth and chose to heed the command. "At worst, I shall carry you to the hospital afterwards." Under the weight of Randall's powerful blows, Mills struggled to withstand the onslaught. Each strike inflicted upon him was a source of excruciating agony. His hands began to disobey him, and his perception grew increasingly dim. Even the sword, the most vital weapon of a swordsman, became difficult to steady. Yet, as his condition deteriorated, his eyes shone ever more brightly. At a certain moment, after skillfully evading Randall's punch, he finally heard it, the whisper of the wind. The wind revealed to him the enemy's most vulnerable point. He should strike towards there. In that moment, his eyes gleamed with unparalleled brilliance, and his previously feeble right hand, as if illuminated by a sudden spark, tightened around the hilt of the sword. Following the guidance of the wind, he unleashed a decisive slash. The sound of flesh being cut echoed as blood splattered. Randall stared in astonishment at the wound on his chest, then cast a glance at Miller. With that stroke, Miller's aura transformed entirely, sharp and fierce, as if capable of severing anything in its path. On this day, the renowned Admiral Miller, whose name would instill dread in the hearts of pirates. Under the pressure of his friend Randall, successfully grasped the essence of existence and stepped into the realm of the swordsman. However, just as he ascended, Miller succumbed to unconsciousness due to his grievous injuries. Randall looked at him in exasperation and sighed, "I owe you this." He then hoisted Miller onto his shoulder and made his way to the hospital. The following day, Aquis learned of Miller's remarkable leap in strength and was left utterly dumbfounded. Aquis was quite self-aware. He no longer pondered Randall, whom he deemed a monster. Yet he felt he could still strive to surpass Miller. However, just as he glimpsed the possibility of catching up, he found himself distanced once more. Deeply shaken, Aquis, upon discovering that Miller's breakthrough was aided by Randall, immediately dragged Randall towards the training grounds. He too must break through. When someone proactively sought a confrontation, Randall was more than willing to oblige. He unleashed a gratifying bout of fury, departing with an invigorated spirit, leaving behind a bewildered figure questioning the meaning of life. A charlatan. Of no use whatsoever except for the pain inflicted. Chapter 30. The oddity at present. Randall has mastered the 6 forms of the Navy, the return of life. In the dual hockey, it can be said that he has absorbed all that he could learn. What remains is the continuous honing of his skills, coupled with the development of his unique offensive techniques. At this moment, Randall sits cross-legged in a tranquil location. He was attuned to the energy within him. Although he had mastered the techniques of armament hockey and observation hockey, Randall had not relinquished his belief in the vital force known as chi. He understood that his superiority over others lay in this very essence, his unique advantage. In this world, the hierarchy of power was ambiguous. Yet one truth remained clear: the strength of the 4 emperors existed in a realm entirely distinct from that of those below them. Among the 4 emperors, there were variations in strength, but in the throes of battle, unless the weaker party fought to the bitter end, victory was almost assuredly predetermined. His own chi, he believed, was the foundation upon which he could genuinely transcend the 4 emperors. Randall sat in tranquil stillness, his eyes closed and his breath steady, appearing almost as if in slumber. However, had a formidable being been present, observing through the lens of observation hockey, they would perceive a liquid-like white energy swirling around him. This energy flickered and roiled around Randall, reminiscent of solar prominences. In the next moment, he brought his hands together, fingers splayed like claws. With a surge of concentration, the bubbling chi began to coalesce between his palms. Even an ordinary person could witness a luminous, white point gradually forming, eventually evolving into a sphere of light slightly smaller than a human head. As the energy continued to amass, the orb grew increasingly radiant, akin to a nascent sun. The intensity of the energy caused the air around it to tremble. At this juncture, the light sphere reached its zenith. Randall's eyes snapped open, and with a forceful thrust of his hands, a column of white light erupted forth. The wave of energy surged forth, traversing over 100 meters in an instant, striking the prepositioned sea prism stone. A muffled thud echoed as the stone was sent hurtling away. The beam continued its trajectory, slicing through the sky and creating a void among the clouds before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Randall maintained his forward-thrusting posture, not for showmanship, but because his opponents were momentarily stunned. After a brief interval, Randall regained his mobility and rose to his feet. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent of freshly disturbed earth. A tang of ozone permeated the air. Moments later, he located the sea prism stone that had been blasted away. Upon inspection, he noted the distinct indentation left upon its surface. Satisfied with the outcome, Randall nodded in approval, realizing that his development of this imitative Kamehameha technique had indeed been a resounding success. His current aura remains quite feeble. However, once his strength surges, it would not be impossible for a single surge of energy to annihilate an entire island. What does it mean to be a humanoid moving infernal monarch? Admiral Teal, a target ship has been sighted ahead. An anxious soldier, clutching a telescope, hurriedly descended from the lookout tower to report to a naval officer draped in a cloak of justice. Upon hearing this, Admiral Teal promptly commanded, "Excellent. Fire the cannons. Quickly. Fire the cannons. Stop them." At that moment, a pirate ship sailed swiftly before them, its pirate flag fluttering high above, featuring a skull crossed not by swords but by 2 chainsaws. On the deck of the pirate ship, a raucous banquet was in full swing, with various meats, wines, and vegetables being hastily devoured by greasy hands. The owner of the ship, with emotionless eyes, observed his subordinates reveling while he silently stood aside, sipping his drink, as though the merriment held no relevance to him. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp sound sliced through the festive atmosphere. Boom! The cannonball struck beside the pirate vessel, sending up a spray of white foam. The previously tranquil sea suddenly roiled, tossing the pirate ship about chaotically. The banquet was effectively disrupted. Nevertheless, the previously silent captain now displayed a spark of excitement in his eyes, as if the ensuing chaos was more captivating than the earlier festivities. Cannonballs rained down with precision around the pirate ship, causing it to lurch violently, disorienting the pirates aboard. "Sir, shall we not directly attack the pirate ship?" The first mate could not restrain himself from inquiring. Admiral Teal furrowed his brow and replied, "The villagers reported that someone was taken aboard. If we attack the ship directly, who knows whether the casualties will be pirates or civilians?" The first mate hesitated, wanting to argue that all those taken were women. And after such a prolonged captivity on the pirate ship, they would likely prefer death by now. However, he chose to remain silent and execute the Admiral's orders. After unleashing a barrage of cannon fire, Admiral Teal commanded, "Cease fire. Bring our ship closer." The two vessels were now close enough to see each other clearly. Teal observed the disoriented pirates, but one figure stood out among them. This individual remained upright on the deck, hands naturally resting at their sides. Utterly unperturbed by the preceding chaos, a sudden chill gripped Teal's heart as he met the gaze of this person. From their eyes emanated a coldness more frigid than winter, coupled with an intense, fiery excitement. These two conflicting emotions coexisted within a single pair of eyes. This individual is not right. Teal's sense of caution heightened. Soon, the two ships were alongside one another. Teal leapt onto the opposing deck with determination. At this moment, the scattered pirates remained disoriented, posing no significant threat. The only danger lay with the standing figure. Yet, inexplicably, an ominous premonition welled up within Teal. Was it because this person was too peculiar? He dismissed the thought and commanded, "You handle these lackeys. I will deal with this person." Understood. To Teal's bewilderment, the strange individual merely allowed the naval soldiers to eliminate the minions without any sign of resistance. This bizarre reaction only intensified his unease. At that moment, the enigmatic figure finally spoke. "Navy," they said, extending a vivid tongue to lick their lips. Uttering the words with a slickness that hinted at a palpable thrill in their bloodshot eyes. Teal frowned and remarked, "You must be the captain, yet you simply watch?" The captain replied calmly, "It matters not. They are merely lackeys." Chapter 31. This is a madman. The pirates imprisoned and impelled down all of bounties on their heads. Those without bounties, the minor lackeys, would naturally be executed on the spot. Yet, as the leader of these lackeys, this strange individual watched with an unsettling calm as their subordinates were slaughtered. No, it was not merely watching. It was more accurately described as a form of appreciation. Every vein in his eyes revealed a thrill, a silent madness cloaked in stillness. At that moment, Teal felt a shiver run down his spine, his hair standing on end. This was the instinctive fear of humanity when confronted with the incomprehensible. "You must be the captain then. Just watching?" The oddity, beneath his calm facade, harbored a tremor as he spoke. "It matters not, merely a minion." He then licked his lips and suddenly grinned, exposing his crimson gums. "It is for your sake that I have endured not to slay them all." Teal's brow furrowed even deeper, the eerie sensation rendering him increasingly hesitant to act. He inquired, "What do you mean?" Yet, the peculiar individual merely chuckled. Teal found himself perplexed as an image surged in his mind, a ferocious beast pinning its prey beneath its claws. The beast, rather than hastily devouring its catch, lowered its head to savor its scent, relishing the moment for greater enjoyment. At that moment, the lieutenant abruptly approached Teal, his countenance grim as he spoke. "Sir, we have discovered the girls who were taken in the ship's hold. For them, I believe that death would be a release and salvation." He recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier, and his complexion paled further. Even with his resolute spirit, he had just been violently ill. Listening to the vague descriptions from his aide, Teal took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had ignited with fervor. He gazed at the strange individual and declared, "You shall not be forgiven." The oddity chuckled and replied, "It is not entirely my doing. I merely added a touch of artistry after they had been utilized." The inhuman words of the peculiar figure utterly drove Teal to the brink of madness. He no longer pondered deeply. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards the strange figure like a cannonball. He was determined to tear apart the mouth of that scoundrel. Yet, what he perceived as an inevitable strike failed to connect. At the crucial moment, the figure of that strange man vanished from his sight. With a sharp crack, he crashed a hole into the ship's side, finally bringing it to a halt and gracefully returning to the deck. He then gazed intently at the odd figure that had inexplicably shifted its position. The situation had escalated. Do you understand? I have grown weary of those numb villagers. Before their very eyes, I snatch away their daughters and women. They are merely engulfed in fear, trembling, and weeping. I compelled individuals to create art upon the bodies of their loved ones, which indeed sparked a few reactions, albeit just a handful, insufficiently exhilarating. And then, look at you. Such a navy, such fury, such vitality. This is the essence of life. It is in this manner that I find my desire to kill ignited. At this moment, the eccentric's emotions are laid bare, resembling a true deviant. His words resonated like an enchanting melody, piercing into Teal's ears. "You wretched scoundrel." The peculiar man, unfazed, suddenly calmed, surveying the surroundings of the deck before declaring, "Whatever. However, it seems my little darling is on the brink of annihilation, and that simply cannot be allowed." Upon hearing this, a sense of alarm surged within Teal. Yet, he was too late. No sooner had the strange man's words faded than his figure vanished. He suddenly heard a piercing sound, followed by a shower of blood and flesh flying in all directions. Teal's pupils constricted in horror. "Stop. No." With a loud bang and a grinding noise, Teal staggered to his feet, only to witness the grotesque figure standing before his aide. One of its hands had already plunged into the aide's abdomen. A muffled sound of cutting and churning accompanied the splatter of blood and gore. The creature keenly observed the expressions of the aide, whose forehead was marked by bulging veins from the pain, yet quickly faded as he succumbed to the loss of blood. He turned his head stiffly to look at Tyr, coughing up blood as he urged, "Hurry. Flee." The blood rendered his words indistinct, yet Tyr could no longer afford to pay heed to such details. His eyes trembled wildly, causing his entire being to quiver in response. At that moment, the peculiar figure had savored enough of the spectacle. He withdrew his hand, revealing a pair of bloodied hands where fingers should have been, now replaced by 5 miniature chainsaws, whirring and emitting a piercing buzz. Just moments ago, this very apparatus had been lodged within the abdomen of the aide. The aide, bereft of support, crumpled to the ground, blood quickly pooling beneath him. The strange figure cast a glance at Tyr, then lifted his foot and kicked the aide towards Tyr. The sound of the body hitting the ground jolted Tyr back to reality. The once formidable Major General now struggled to maintain his footing. He stumbled before the aide, frantically clutching his wound, beseeching for a miracle to unfold. Alas, the miracle did not favor the aide. His eyes had begun to lose their focus. Such is the fate of a soldier. In that moment, Tyr suddenly found a sense of calm. He rose to his feet. His eyes reddened and fixed upon the strange figure, muttering to himself, "Is this my fate? The moment I became a sailor, wasn't it already sealed? TSK, how dull. Where's your anger? In your current state, you're no different from those villagers when it comes to killing." The peculiar figure raised his right hand and licked the blood from it. His tongue was lacerated by sharp serrations, yet he appeared to be devoid of sensation. Or am I merely extinguishing a part of your essence? The peculiar figure cast his gaze upon the soldiers stationed on the battleship's deck. Tyr inhaled deeply, and in an instant, his form materialized before the vessel. The sound of a chainsaw whirred violently as Tyr's obsidian arms wielded it with fervor. Without looking back, he commanded, "Heed my orders, return to base, relay the intelligence, but pay no heed to me. Obey the command. Understood." "Oh, do you wish for them to survive? Then after I have extinguished their lives, your own existence shall surely become more vibrant, will it not?" The strange figure chuckled, revealing his stark white teeth against a backdrop of crimson gums. A layer of darkness unexpectedly clung to his chainsaw. The armament on Tyr's arm became increasingly difficult to withstand. His expression shifted dramatically as he raised his foot to deliver a fierce kick. The strange individual deftly evaded, then surged toward the departing warship. Yet once again, Tyr stood resolutely in his path. Fixing his gaze upon those chilling eyes, he declared, "You shall not leave this vessel until I draw my last breath." In response, the enigmatic figure revealed a smile, remarking, "How intriguing, truly fascinating. I suddenly find the prospect of your demise rather entertaining." Tyr replied calmly, "Who meets their end remains to be seen." Chapter 32. Victory is mine. The Chainsaw Maniac, Texas. Possessor of the chainsaw fruit ability, classified as a superhuman. Mastery of armament hockey confirmed. The status of observation hockey remains uncertain. Bounty set at 130 million. A connoisseur of murder. Previous assessments of this individual's strength were erroneous. Current evaluations indicate that his power now surpasses that of a commodore. A naval officer placed a bounty notice on Sengoku's desk. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku sighed, "Very well, I understand." The officer saluted and exited the room. Silence enveloped the office once more. Sengoku picked up the bounty notice. The image of the individual depicted was not one of the typical frenzied and malevolent pirates. Rather, he appeared remarkably composed. However, having heard the prior introduction, Sengoku could sense the tumultuous undercurrents lurking beneath that calm exterior, a madman. Indeed. Sengoku tossed the bounty notice onto the desk, letting out a weary sigh. Another capable naval general and a cadre of exceptional soldiers lost. At that moment, the office door swung open, and an elderly man with striking purple hair strode in. Upon seeing the visitor, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here today?" Zifa smirked. "Enough with the formalities. I have no taste for such pretentiousness." Sengoku laughed heartily, the joy of reuniting with an old friend lifting some of the gloom that had weighed upon him. "Well then, what brings you to my door?" As he spoke, he stood up, producing 2 packets of rice crackers from seemingly nowhere. He set aside one bag for himself and tossed the other to Zifa. Zifa, not one to be modest, caught it and immediately tore it open for a taste. After savoring half of the rice cracker, he remarked, "Those little rascals are eager to graduate ahead of schedule. Ha, such is the impatience of youth." Though he appeared to be complaining, the joy and pride on his face were unmistakable. Sengoku paused for a moment and inquired, "Graduating early? Is it Randall, Millers, and Aquis?" Zephyr rolled his eyes in response. Who else could it be but those 3? Only they could meet my expectations. Indeed, they had far surpassed his anticipations. Sengoku nodded, unperturbed. After all, early graduations were not unprecedented. These 3 had already been progressing through the procedures to assume the mantle of admiral, each of them having graduated ahead of schedule. Sengoku continued, "Then let us adhere to tradition. Capture a pirate and bring him back. If it were a regular graduation, they would merely need to follow the established protocols and complete the examination set forth by Zephyr. Provided there were no unforeseen incidents, there would be no risk to life, as all aspects of the examination were under the control of the Navy. However, if one were to graduate early, the task would not be so simple. The assessment for early graduation required a singular feat, the independent capture of a pirate. Moreover, the bounty on that pirate must exceed 100 million. It is essential to recognize that this pertains to pirates with bounties of 100 million on the Grand Line, not mere trifles from the four seas. Facing genuine pirates would be a harbinger of the true life they would encounter as members of the Navy, a true test of life and death. Nevertheless, for those audacious enough to apply for early graduation, they might prefer the thrill of capturing pirates over the tedious routine of examinations. Zephyr, upon hearing this, had no objections. Then let us quickly procure the bounty posters. After all, thanks to Roger's utterance, there are now plenty of pirates at large. This will conveniently help you clear out the backlog of bounty notices. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his temples. That rascal Roger, even in death, refused to allow anyone peace. Leaving behind such chaos, he has been exceedingly busy these days. He truly regrets having so easily dispatched that scoundrel Roger. How outrageous. Opening a drawer, he retrieved a stack of wanted posters from within. He casually perused the bounty listings from other nations, selecting those with rewards around 100 million and tossing them onto the table. This will suffice. Let them choose for themselves. Zephyr picked up the stack of wanted posters, showing no intention of examining them further. He turned and walked away. Sengoku glanced at the empty table and suddenly paused in surprise. Had he perhaps forgotten something? Yet before he could ponder further, a knock resonated through the room. Come in. A naval officer entered, first saluting General Zhangua before addressing him. General Zhangua. Zifa, holding a stack of bounty notices, made his way into the training ground. Upon his arrival, the three individuals who had been training promptly halted, their eyes eagerly fixed upon Zifa. Zifa chuckled, chiding, "You lot are so eager for graduation." The trio, comprising Randall and others, merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Shaking his head, Zifa sighed. "Oh, you all. Take these. That's all there is. Choose for yourselves." The three eagerly seized the bounty notices, flipping through them with anticipation. Myers selected swiftly, his attention drawn to the first bounty notice depicting a pirate wielding a knife. Though merely a photograph, Myers discerned the glint of ferocity in the pirate's eyes. This was a swordsman, an ideal adversary. Equus also made his selection with equal promptness. The prey he selected was a formidable adversary, much like himself. The choices made by the two prompted a fleeting glance from Randall. Both had chosen opponents reminiscent of their own stature, leaving one to wonder if these individuals harbored the mentality of conquering oneself before seeking greater strength. Now, only Randall remained without a choice. He flipped through the pages, continuing until he reached the final one, when his movements abruptly ceased. Texas. The figure captured in the photograph bore an expressionless demeanor. Amidst a throng of fierce and menacing pirates, his appearance seemed somewhat incongruous due to an unsettling calmness. Yet, for reasons unknown, Randall sensed an aura of madness emanating from this individual. This piqued his curiosity, leading him to conclude, this one shall do. He ultimately made his choice. Zephyr took the 3 bounty notices and said, I will provide you with the information on these individuals later. As for the departure time, you may decide for yourselves. Zephyr worked with remarkable efficiency, and within an hour, the trio had received their respective dossiers. Randall perused the documents, muttering to himself, possesses the ability of armament hockey. Impressive. Chainsaw fruit? Why does that evoke such a strange sense of DJVU? Chainsaw, Texas. It just feels oddly dissonant when those 2 words are placed together. What do you think? Should we have a competition? Who can secure the target first? Equus remarked with a hint of provocation. Miller remained silent, yet the movement of his eyes indicated he was somewhat intrigued. Randall interjected, but how can we compete? Simply locating the target may consume an indeterminate amount of time. Moreover, the strength of the targets varies. Equus and Miller, interpreting Randall's words, assumed he was disinclined to compete and were preparing to provoke him further. However, they were taken aback when Randall pivoted his stance, exuding confidence, and declared, but the one who ultimately triumphs will undoubtedly be me. Chapter 33. No time left after handing over the materials to Randall and the others. Zephyr returned to his modest courtyard. His students were off to capture pirates, even those with bounties exceeding 100 million. Yet Zephyr felt no concern whatsoever. He even leisurely sipped his tea. After all, no one understood the capabilities of his 3 students better than he did. As for Randall, his prowess was already on a different level compared to the other 2. After Randall developed the technique known as wave of energy, he had sought Zephyr to test its might. When Zephyr witnessed this technique, he was thoroughly astonished. Its power was such that even some vice admirals would find it challenging to counter. Zephyr could only conclude that this was true genius, a genius of monstrous caliber. As for Miller and Equus, their strengths were commendable as well. Miller had already surpassed the level of a swordsman, and while Equus was slightly less powerful, he could still handle a pirate with a bounty of 100 million with relative ease. So why rush? He was in no hurry at all. However, before he could savor a few cups of tea, the sound of his private telephone, known as the phone bug, interrupted the tranquility. It was a peculiar sound. A series of beeps. This was his personal line, known only to a select few. Thus, Zephyr leisurely set down his teacup and, at a measured pace, retrieved the phone bug and lifted the receiver. Immediately, the device projected an image of a bespectacled figure with a braid and a beard, the fleet admiral, Sengoku. Zephyr, did you happen to see a bounty notice on my desk? Sengoku exclaimed, his voice brimming with urgency. Hold on. Why are you in such a rush? Are you trying to spit all over me through the phone bug? Calm down for a moment. How can a dignified fleet admiral be so reckless? Sengoku paused, slightly taken aback, then reiterated, old man, did you see a bounty notice on my desk, or not? Zephyr replied, I did see it. In fact, there was not just one, but a whole stack. Sengoku nearly lost his temper. What kind of joke is this at a time like this? The pirate on that notice is named Texas. Have you seen him, or not? Zephyr rolled his eyes, recalling the name. Texas, yes, I remember. That was the target chosen by that rascal, Randall. At that moment, Zephyr sensed an unusual urgency in Sengoku's demeanor and grew serious. What is the matter? Is this person problematic? Sengoku, alarmed, quickly responded, then called that rascal back immediately. Hurry. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zephyr replied. Randall set off half an hour ago. Unless he contacts me, I cannot locate him. Zephyr, now feeling a sense of urgency himself, pressed on, so quickly tell me. What is the situation with this individual? Sengoku fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, under Zephyr's insistence, he spoke, albeit hesitantly. This Texas possesses strength that is severely disproportionate to his bounty. A previous major had attempted to confront him, and the only ones who returned were a mere handful of soldiers. Major Teal is among the most formidable of his rank. Preliminary assessments suggest this pirate's strength rivals that of a rear admiral. He had forgotten to mention this to Zephyr earlier due to pressing matters, and only now. With the urgency of the situation, did he recall? He hastily dialed Zephyr's number. However, to his dismay, it was too late. What did you say? Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief. How could this happen? A bounty on such a person? You old fool, why didn't you mention this sooner? Sengoku sighed and replied, do not rush. Zephyr, it's rather amusing. Previously, it was you urging Sengoku to remain calm, and now the roles have reversed. Let us set aside the matter of the bounty for now and focus on how to bring Randall back. Zephyr shouted, how can I not be anxious? After all, he is your student, and he will be your soldier in the future. Sengoku's statement, likening Randall's strength to that of a vice admiral, left Zephyr momentarily stunned. It had been previously stated that no one understood Randall's prowess better than him. Indeed, he had recently developed a technique capable of threatening a vice admiral's strength. However, it merely posed a threat, not a lethal blow. Moreover, the technique had to connect in order to be effective. He stood no chance. Randall was certainly no match for that individual. At this moment, Randall's situation appeared dire. Though Zephyr did not voice it, he regarded Randall as more than just a student. He saw him as a disciple. He was utterly restless now. Zephyr, please remain calm. Like you, I am absolutely unwilling to see Randall come to harm. How about this? You go and deal with that pirate directly, and then Randall will not encounter him, right? Zephyr inquired directly. Do you know where that person is? Sengoku paused for a moment in silence before responding. I only know that he previously arrived at Mary Island, where he plundered a village. However, that information is already a day old. In truth, if the Navy truly wishes to locate this pirate, it is still feasible. Yet, the question remains how much manpower and resources it would consume. Sengoku hesitated, pondering whether it was truly worth it for Randall. Although he possesses significant potential, he has only spent a few months in the Navy. Just wait. Zephyr paused for a moment before abruptly ending the call. In the office, Sengoku sighed wryly as he set down the receiver. Alas, what kind of situation is this? At his usual pace, it would take Zephyr approximately 10 minutes to traverse from his small courtyard to Sengoku's office. However, this time, he burst through the office door in just 5 minutes. Observing Zephyr's fierce demeanor, Sengoku instinctively recoiled against the back of his chair. Please, calm down. He hurriedly exclaimed, I am quite composed. Zephyr retorted rigidly. He then seated himself on the sofa, silently observing Sengoku. The more Zephyr maintained this demeanor, the more Sengoku felt a pang of guilt. After all, in truth, he was indeed at fault in this matter. He tentatively suggested, otherwise, I could send someone to see if they can locate Randall. Zephyr merely glared at Sengoku. Unable to endure the intensity of the gaze any longer, Sengoku exclaimed, what do you truly desire? Speak up. It was only then that Zephyr averted his eyes. He sighed and remarked, on my way here, I have also found some semblance of calm. I believe that if Randall had been aware of the pirate's true strength in advance, he would have chosen to confront him as well. So let it be. Alas, that young man. Sengoku stared blankly and asked, is that it? Are we simply going to disregard it? Zephyr replied earnestly, what else can we do? Even if we were to forcibly bring Randall back now, it would only leave a lingering doubt in his heart, potentially affecting his strength in the future. We must place our trust in him. Yet, despite his words of ease, his hands remained tightly clenched. After all, that adversary was a formidable presence, rivaling that of a vice admiral. Sengoku nodded and stated, in that case, let it be. Chapter 34. Is it because of my handsome appearance? While perusing comics in his original world, Randall had always harbored a question. How does the Navy manage to locate pirates? If they are not utilizing life papers, or excluding certain unique devil fruit abilities, finding someone on the vast ocean would be akin to searching for an ant in the Sahara Desert. Now, Randall has come to realize that this inquiry is shared by others in this world as well. Although he had previously been filled with ambition and made grand proclamations, At this moment, adrift at sea, Randall felt utterly lost. However, upon reflecting that the two individuals across from him likely shared similar sentiments, he found a measure of tranquility. Well, let us first investigate that village, he mused. It is said that certain lunatics relish in second or even multiple attempts. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us. Texas sat quietly on the deck in his own unique spot. The newly recruited minions have seamlessly integrated with the previous crew, reveling exuberantly upon the deck. The task of enlisting these underlings is rather effortless, for there is no shortage of individuals eager to reap rewards without exerting effort. In fact, one might assert that those who desire to toil for their gains are a rarity among the masses. Texas merely waved his hand, and a throng of eager souls converged, reminiscent of ants drawn to sugar. At this moment, Texas observed the cacophony of laughter and scorn before him, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. The emotional connections between individuals are often severed. He merely found the noise before him bothersome. However, he had no intention of halting their antics, for this irksome atmosphere served to remind him of his own existence. Indeed, this was one of the myriad forms through which he experienced life. As for other forms, it has been several hours since he had dispatched that naval officer. He had begun to yearn for the intoxicating taste of blood. He must not dwell on it. The mere thought brought him discomfort. Perhaps he should summon a naval presence? The potential consequences of attracting formidable foes never crossed his mind. Or perhaps he simply did not care about his own mortality. Acting on impulse, he immediately commanded a change in course. As for where to lure the Navy, that was an obvious choice. The island of Marime, a most perfect location. Marime Island belonged to a small nation, home to a quaint village where life had once been relatively normal. However, at this moment, the expressions of those traversing the streets were far from pleasant. A few individuals appeared as if they were mere walking corpses, devoid of vitality. Scattered along the streets were patches of reddish-brown stains. Upon seeing these marks, passers-by revealed intense emotions, whether in their expressions or their eyes. Clearly, it was not mere pigment. The entire village resembled a shattered crystal orb, hastily mended with glue. Although it retained its spherical shape, the cracks were strikingly conspicuous. Perhaps, in time, these fissures would become familiar. Yet, for now, they were anything but. When Randall arrived at Marime Island, this was the scene that greeted him. The village was small, and its inhabitants were well acquainted with one another, making Randall's unfamiliar visage all the more prominent. His striking handsomeness only heightened his visibility. However, the villagers seemed disinclined to acknowledge this stranger. In fact, they appeared somewhat apprehensive of him, skirting around Randall as if he were a predator, fearful of drawing his attention. After all, they had learned the true meaning of hell on earth during the last encounter with an outsider. Observing this unsettling atmosphere, Randall could not help but sigh. Indeed, pirates were the root of all evil. He continued to walk forward, eventually fixing his gaze upon a diminutive figure. Along his journey, he had encountered countless expressions of indifference, timidity, fear, sensitivity, and disdain, yet the gaze of this figure was unlike any he had seen before. "Little sister, are you not afraid of me?" Randall inquired as he approached the figure and crouched down. Before him stood a girl of about 7 or 8 years old, with chestnut short hair, her height nearly matching his as he knelt. She wore an old yet impeccably clean dress. Most striking were her exceptionally clear eyes, which captivated Randall, for he discerned no negative emotions directed toward him within their depths. The little girl shyly replied, "No, I'm not afraid. I know you are not a bad person." "Oh, is it because I am quite handsome?" Randall teased, striking a playful pose and making a silly face. The girl erupted into laughter, but quickly covered her mouth with her small hand, stealing a glance at Randall. Upon realizing he bore no anger, she sighed in relief and said, "Big brother, you are indeed handsome, but that's not the reason. I just know you are not a bad person. Not only are you not bad, but you are a good person." Her eyes sparkled with joy, resembling crescent moons. Randall couldn't help but smile in return. He inquired, "Little sister, where are your family members? Why are you out here alone?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, Randall felt a sinking sensation in his heart, for he observed the little girl's countenance instantly grow dim. Yet, she refrained from tears, merely responding in a voice tinged with a hint of sob. "A few days ago, some people arrived on the island. They took Mother away. Father told me that those people were merely playing games with her. He assured me that she would return once the game was over. Yet, I could hear the deceit in his voice. His heart was clearly filled with fear. Mother would not come back." The little girl bravely sniffled, resolutely withholding her tears. Upon hearing this, Randall fell silent, gently patting the girl's head. After a long pause, he inquired, "And what of your father?" The little girl, now composed, replied, He is at home drinking. I came out to buy some alcohol as the supply at home has been exhausted." Randall furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking, yet finding himself unable to articulate his thoughts. He wished to rebuke the man for sending a young girl to procure alcohol for him. However, upon further reflection, he considered that perhaps the man was seeking solace in drink due to the loss of his wife. Though such behavior is undoubtedly misguided, it is, in a way, understandable. After all, those who can fully master their emotions are likely fewer in number than those possessing the prowess of a great commander. He pondered for a moment and said, "Little sister, How about I accompany you to buy some wine, and then we can return home together? This suggestion arose from a remark made by the young girl that had piqued his interest. The girl glanced at Randall, hesitating slightly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 35. What is this nonsense? Walking side by side with the young girl, Randall made a deliberate effort to observe the expressions of those around them. What would be the reaction of the villagers upon seeing a stranger walking alongside a child from their community? The answer was none, or rather, it was not the response Randall had anticipated. They did not approach to inquire, nor did they exhibit any semblance of concern. Instead, the gazes that had previously been directed at Randall were now cast upon the little girl. This made Randall feel somewhat uneasy. Yet, he remained silent, merely following the girl. After a brief moment, Randall, holding a bottle of wine, trailed behind the little girl until they reached a tightly shut door. Along the way, he had learned the girl's name, Krista, a name as crystalline as its sound. Little Krista unlocked the door with a key and exclaimed, "Brother Randall, this is my home." Upon entering, Randall was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench of alcohol, causing him to furrow his brow in distaste. Krista called out, "Father, we have guests," and added, "I've brought the wine." At that moment, a cacophony of clinking and clattering erupted from within the house. Suddenly, the inner door swung open, revealing a man who appeared to be a disheveled amalgamation of mud and liquor, staggering toward them. "Ah, wine. Where is it? I want wine." In the face of such a scene, Krista seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to it. She simply offered Randall an apologetic smile before retrieving the wine and handing it to the man. "Father," she began, but before she could finish, the man snatched the bag of wine from her grasp with a force that nearly caused Krista to stumble. Had it not been for Randall's timely intervention, she would have surely fallen. The man, however, seemed oblivious, as if his world consisted solely of alcohol, rendering everything else invisible. This spectacle deepened the pallor of Randall's face, transforming it into a mask of distress. He suppressed his anger, disregarding the repugnant man, and turned his gaze towards Krista, inquiring, "Krista, has he always been like this?" From certain details, Randall had already gleaned the answer, yet he sought confirmation. Krista replied, "Ah, father has always been this way. Mother was often distressed by it as well." Her voice was calm, her expression serene, as if she were recounting someone else's plight. Yet, this only deepened Randall's heartache. He couldn't help but cast another glance at the man. Heaven knows the immense effort he had exerted to suppress the impulse to strike. At the very least, he should refrain from resorting to violence in front of Krista. Randall gazed at the composed Krista and inquired, "By the way, Krista, do you know who I am?" Krista chuckled softly and replied, "Oh, Randall, you are so silly. I already told you before. You are a good person." Randall was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile spread across his face as he asked, "Would you like to be a good person as well? If you wish, I can take you away." Randall did not consider himself a benevolent individual. Nonetheless, having witnessed such a scene, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye. At his words, a flicker of interest appeared on Krista's face. However, at that moment, a man nearby, perhaps dulled by alcohol, lost control of his body. The bottle slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor, producing a dull clang as liquid spilled everywhere. The scent of alcohol grew more potent. Soon after, he collapsed onto the ground. Little Krista sighed and moved to assist the man, effortlessly lifting him up in a fluid motion that revealed her remarkable familiarity with the act. It must be said that the physical prowess of individuals in the pirate world defies conventional understanding. A little girl could indeed raise a grown man, particularly one who was inebriated. Witnessing the near unconscious state of the man, Randall could no longer contain himself. A formidable aura emanated from him, deliberately avoiding Krista and enveloping only the man. The man's body trembled involuntarily. He felt as though he were ensconced in the depths of an icy cavern, a chill emanating from the very core of his soul. In an instant, the alcohol that had once clouded his mind dissipated significantly. He finally regained consciousness. Then, he beheld Randall standing beside him. He was taken aback and asked, "Who are you? How did you come to be in my home?" Little Krista hastily replied, "Father." "He is." Before she could finish her sentence, the man feigned realization and said, "Ah, I see. He is the man you have found, isn't he? I was initially considering someone to sell you off. I mean, to marry you off. I never expected you to have made arrangements yourself." At this moment, Krista could no longer maintain her composure. A profound sorrow gleamed in her eyes. This was, after all, her father. As Randall listened to the man's words, veins throbbed on his forehead. He suppressed his voice and said, "I am merely a guest invited by him. She is still a child. Mind your words." The man, suddenly enlightened, replied, "Oh, right. You are correct. She is still a child. I must say, you truly are a beast, capable of harming even a child. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover." This statement made Randall's forehead throb, yet he felt that perhaps this man could still be redeemed. However, he was unprepared for the man's abrupt shift in tone, declaring, "Therefore, I require more money. If you do not provide enough, I shall not hand her over to you." At this moment, Krista appeared as an outsider. Her eyes were filled with profound disappointment and sorrow, yet her face bore a stubborn resilience. Anger surged within Randall. "Is still a child what you truly mean? How can you even call yourself a father? At that moment, he could no longer contain his fury. Yet, before his fist could clench, Randall felt two icy little hands grasp his left hand. Turning to look, he saw Krista holding on to him, shaking her head sorrowfully. The man, witnessing this scene, taunted, "Oh, so she is already another man's? Are you that eager? Just like your old mother, TSK TSK. But it seems the two of you share quite the bond. In that case, I shall require even more money." Randall could feel Krista's grip tightening. Though she lacked the strength to hurt him, he sensed the pain within her heart. She was on the brink of emotional collapse. She shouted, "You must not speak of my mother like that." The man's expression grew even more malevolent as he replied, "What's wrong? Are you defending her? She was quite proactive that day. She is probably enjoying herself with those pirates right now." In that moment, as the man's lips moved, Randall swiftly covered Krista's ears. Yet, her body continued to tremble. Perhaps she sensed the malice lurking within the man's heart. Taking a deep breath, Randall released his hands and looked at Krista. Speaking earnestly, "Krista, this man is beyond redemption. Come with me." Krista's body shook. For the first time, despite her prior anguish, tears finally streamed down her face. "Randall, brother, I will go with you." Without her mother, this place felt like a hell. She truly lacked the courage to remain any longer. "Hey, you brat. Have you ignored what I said? Trying to lure my daughter right in front of me?" The man's face contorted with rage and humiliation as he reached out to grab Krista's hand, attempting to pull her back to his side. Randall would not allow him to have his way. He extended his hand and cradled Krista's petite form in his embrace, stepping back to evade the man's filthy grasp. The man, undeterred, persisted in his attempts to pounce. At that moment, Randall's patience had reached its limit. He raised his hand and delivered a punch in the direction of the man. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air as a transparent column of air grazed the man's head. With a resounding crash, the wall behind was obliterated. The man appeared to transform instantaneously into a three-dimensional photograph, his body freezing in place, utterly motionless. It was evident that Randall had purposefully aimed away. At this moment, he was filled with rage, genuinely fearing that he might inadvertently unleash his strength and cause harm to that creature. Regardless of the circumstances, he was reluctant to take a life in front of Krista. Moreover, to slay such a being would tarnish his hands. Given its manner of consuming alcohol, it was likely that it would meet its end without his intervention. Upon hearing the tremendous commotion, Krista squirmed in Randall's embrace, turning her body to glance behind him. To her astonishment, she discovered a large gaping hole in the wall, nearly consuming its entirety. Krista's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the handiwork of her brother Randall? How impressive! I shall take Krista with me, she proclaimed. This is not a discussion, but a notification. Should you dare speak again, that punch will be delivered to you. Randall's voice was frigid, akin to the biting winds of winter, leaving the man frozen in place, motionless. After delivering his words, Randall paid no heed to the man's response and departed, holding Krista tightly. The man remained there, his eyes unmoving. Only when Randall's footsteps faded into silence did he seem to thaw, collapsing weakly as if he were more akin to a puddle than a person. Just as he slumped down, cold sweat erupted from him as if he had just emerged from a river. Simultaneously, a wave of delayed terror surged into his mind, causing his muscles to tremble uncontrollably. He shook like a leaf, especially as the absence of the wall allowed the outside breeze to invade. Phew, I survived. Damn it. What bad luck. Meanwhile, Randall cradled Krista as they walked along a path. At that moment, Krista buried her small face in Randall's chest, remaining silent. Little Crystal, forget everything. Let it all go. From this day forth, you will embark on a new life. Krista did not respond verbally, but nodded slightly in Randall's embrace. Little Crystal, I am a sailor. To be precise, I am about to become one. I will take you to the naval headquarters. Perhaps one day, you too can become a sailor. Randall painted a picture of her future life, and Krista listened quietly. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. Brother Randall, I'm sorry. Randall was taken aback and asked, why do you apologize? Is it because this little one feels she has burdened me? Krista replied, I brought you home because I saw you were a good person. I had considered the possibility of this situation before you arrived. I just wanted to test it. With mother gone, I truly feel a bit frightened. Krista spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, and Randall grasped her meaning. He gently patted Krista's small head and inquired, Are you suggesting that you have schemed against me? Krista pursed her lips and nodded, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on Randall, her small face bearing an expression of utmost seriousness. Randall, unfazed, replied, No, everything that has transpired during this time is genuine, not mere fabrications of deceit. Thus, you merely accepted my goodwill, which can be seen as a remarkably astute act of self-preservation. There is no scheming involved. I believe that any person with a conscience, when faced with such a situation, would extend a helping hand. After all, who could resist such an endearing little girl? As he spoke, Randall could not help but pinch Krista's cheek playfully. Then, in an effort to divert her from her troubling thoughts, he changed the subject, saying, By the way, I had meant to ask you from the very beginning. You mentioned that you could discern I am a good person, and you also said you sensed the fear within that man's heart. Would you be willing to share your insights with me now? Randall's gaze was intense as it bore into Krista. Upon hearing this, Krista fell silent for a moment, her face reflecting a struggle with uncertainty. Observing her demeanor, Randall felt he was beginning to form a hypothesis. He gently spoke, "Do not be afraid, little Crystal. Some individuals are inherently different from others. But this is not a detriment. On the contrary, it is because they possess extraordinary talents that set them apart, allowing them to advance ahead of their peers. This is a coveted gift that many yearn for yet cannot attain. Therefore, little Crystal, there is no need for concern." Perhaps it was Krista's reliance on Randall that rendered these words particularly persuasive to her. The little girl's troubled expression vanished, and she lifted her small face, resolutely declaring, "Brother Randall, I have been able to hear certain things since I was young. I can hear the true emotions within others' hearts." "Oh, it's not just hearing, no. It's indeed hearing. I am unsure how to articulate it." Chapter 37. Bricks and blood soar together. Miramai Island, a small land still reeling from its wounds. A dark cloud once again loomed over the island, enveloping the entire town in its shadow. On the horizon, the flag of a pirate ship made its initial appearance. Upon that flag, instead of a sword, 2 chainsaws rested upon a skull. The pirate ship moved slowly yet resolutely towards Miramai Island before finally dropping anchor. On the deck, an unassuming individual, lacking in physical strength and appearing quite ordinary, rose from his seat. He possessed an exceedingly mundane visage, his face devoid of expression. Yet beneath the surface, a flicker of frenzied anticipation shimmered in his eyes. This was the chainsaw maniac, Texas. Texas cast a glance at the indistinct outline of a distant village before silently disembarking from the vessel. A throng of followers, save for a few who remained by the boat, trailed behind Texas, bustling and clamoring with excitement. Once again, they would indulge in arson, slaughter, and plunder. What exhilarating prospects awaited them? The band of pirates made their way to the vicinity of the small town. Within the town, some citizens caught sight of the approaching horde. Initially taken aback by the sheer number, one individual pondered, "Why did that face seem so familiar?" A hiss escaped his lips as he recognized those eyes. The very eyes that haunted his nightmares these past few days. The demon has returned. In an instant, the townsfolk who realized the pirates had come back were struck with terror, scattering like startled wild horses. As more individuals became aware of the malevolent presence, a palpable dread enveloped the entire town, casting a pall of despair akin to an impending apocalypse. For them, this truly represented the end of their world. Observing the ensuing chaos, Texas felt a twinge of annoyance. He gazed into the distance at the frantic individuals running amok, raising his right hand, his fingers instantly transforming into a whirlwind of whirling chainsaws. With a swift motion, he slashed downward from the upper right to the lower left. In an instant, 5 serrated waves of destruction surged toward the crowd. The ominous hum and the sound of slicing reverberated as the deadly waves struck the buildings, mercilessly shredding everything in their path. Debris soared through the air, cascading down upon the masses like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. In that moment, despair permeated the atmosphere. Some unfortunate souls were struck fatally by falling bricks, meeting their demise on the spot. Bricks and flesh mingled in a gruesome display, painting the ground and clothing in a crimson hue. Provoked by the sight of blood, the crowd descended into further chaos. "Enough of this racket. Whoever makes noise shall perish," Texas exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he surveyed the scene before him. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, each individual desperately clasping their hands over their mouths. Their faces etched with terror. They no longer even ran, but stood frozen in place, resembling a herd of pigs awaiting their fate in a slaughterhouse. Moments later, in a clearing, nearly everyone gathered there. Some were initially unaware of the pirates' arrival, yet were forcibly drawn in by the throngs. Fortune may not be shared, but adversity must be faced together. Would you not agree, dear neighbor? Observing the crowd, each one akin to frightened quails, cowering silently, yearning to cry out yet paralyzed by fear, Texas's expression finally settled into tranquility. He paced back and forth before the crowd, his indifferent gaze sweeping across each face. Though his stare bore no malice, every individual it touched instinctively shuddered. Texas suddenly remarked, "By the way, shortly after I departed that day, I was pursued by the Navy. Does anyone here know what transpired?" His unhurried voice resonated above the tranquil clearing, clear to every ear, and each person comprehended the implication behind Texas's words. Someone had betrayed him to the Navy. Who could it be? People began exchanging glances, suspicion brewing among them. "Was it you who informed them? You look like trouble. Could it possibly be you?" Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard stood, his face ashen. "He is the one who summoned the Navy." At that time, he was also overwhelmed by anger and sorrow, and under the instigation of a few individuals, he called upon the Navy. He pondered to himself, what could pirates do? Even under the relentless pursuit of the Navy, they would hardly stir up any waves. This could be considered a form of revenge. However, he never anticipated that if the enemy could reach this place, it implied that the Navy had already faltered. Could it be that the Navy is powerless against such a formidable group of pirates? At that moment, the fear and sorrow that had engulfed him dissipated entirely, leaving only trepidation. "Please, do not discover my presence," he mused. If he remained silent, no one would know it was him. No, There were still those few who had incited him. Yet, they likely wouldn't betray him, for they shared a decent rapport, often indulging in drinks together. Moreover, should they expose him, they too would face repercussions. With this thought, his expression brightened somewhat. Brother Randall, actually. I have been able to hear certain voices since I was young. I can perceive the true emotions within others. Oh, it's not exactly hearing, no, it is hearing. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. In any case, I can hear your kindness towards me. Krista explained to Randall, her little face earnest. As she reached the end of her explanation, a look of distress and embarrassment crossed her features. Am I quite useless? No, Krista. You are a genius, Randall declared solemnly. A genius? Indeed. You possess a talent that is 1 in 100,000, even millions. Randall elaborated excitedly. In this world, there exists a power known as Haki. Haki is a force that anyone can cultivate. It represents the potential inherent in humanity. There are 3 types of Haki, one of which is called observation Haki, a form of listening power. With observation Haki, one can hear many incredible sounds, such as the emotions residing within others. Little Crystal. Haki is a power that requires specialized training to awaken. Yet, you have naturally awakened observation Haki. Krista was momentarily bewildered, adorably responding, So I'm quite impressive? Randall chuckled, ruffling her hair and saying, Absolutely, little Crystal is remarkable. And you will become even more extraordinary. Krista inquired, Then, brother, can you use observation Haki? Randall smiled and replied, Haha, I am just as capable as little Crystal. I can do it too. As he spoke, he unleashed his own observation Haki, allowing Krista to sense this power. But in the next moment, Randall's expression shifted dramatically. For his observation Haki revealed that the situation in the town was far from ordinary. Someone, distinct from the others, had arrived here. He immediately thought of someone. Unexpectedly. He came here hoping for luck, and indeed, a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. Brother Randall, what is the matter? Krista inquired, noticing Randall's unusual expression. Randall smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing, merely a prey has appeared. Chapter 38, It is him, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Brother Randall, has something happened? It's nothing, just the appearance of a prey. Prey? Krista frowned, unable to comprehend. Randall hesitated for a moment and said, Little Crystal. The person who has come may very well be that pirate from before. Upon hearing this, Krista's originally rosy face drained of color. Mother Randall affectionately patted her head. And after a moment of silence, declared, I have come for him. He shall receive the punishment he deserves. I swear, you have 10 seconds to hand over that person. Otherwise, I shall not care. After all, if he is among you, I shall eliminate all of you, Texas stated in a calm tone. This only made it seem as though he was not issuing a threat, but rather stating a fact. Instantly, the crowd became as restless as water splashing into boiling oil. In less than 5 seconds, someone shouted, It's him. Indeed, it's him. I saw it with my own eyes. A figure was pushed and pulled out from the crowd. The middle-aged man who had led the Navy was now utterly bewildered. For the person being pushed from the throng was not him. What is happening? He was fully prepared, refusing to venture out even in death. Even if his friends were to push him out, he would never admit to it. After all, if he was to perish, it would be worthwhile to drag a group of others down with him. Yet, to his astonishment, the one pushed out was not him at all. He was bewildered. And the one who was pushed out was even more perplexed. He was a teenager, or perhaps it would be more fitting to describe him as a child. He lay dazed on the ground, bewildered by the events that had transpired. In a state of utter confusion, he found himself suddenly thrust outside the throng. As if caught in a whirlwind. How is he lying there? What exactly are these people shouting? What exactly has he done? Texas squinted at the scene before him, which resembled a farce. He addressed the still-dazed young boy. So, it was you who revealed my whereabouts? You summoned the Navy? Before the boy could utter a word, those who had pushed him forward eagerly chimed in. Indeed, it was him. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I intended to stop him. But he was too clever and vanished in an instant. Exactly. Stop feigning ignorance and confess. Do you wish to endanger us all? The crowd spoke fervently, each voice adding to the fervor. Ironically, those most eager for the boy's demise were they themselves. They eagerly wished for Texas to take decisive action. Please refrain from further inquiries. He is dead, and they are safe. Silence. Texas shouted irritably. The clamor instantly ceased. He then turned to the young boy and inquired, So, is what they said true? At this moment, the boy also began to comprehend. He rose from the ground, his pale face reflecting disbelief as he gazed at the group of people. They were evidently residents of the small town. Upon sensing his gaze, everyone instinctively averted their eyes. Yet, in the next moment, they returned to fixate on the young boy, embodying an air of righteousness. The boy offered a sorrowful smile before bowing his head, adopting a demeanor of acquiescence. He understood how a single voice could outshine a multitude. Texas was no fool. He could see the expressions of those around him with crystal clarity. Yet, the truth held little significance. The sheer delight of witnessing such a captivating performance brought him joy. Turning to the young boy, Texas remarked, I must thank you for summoning the Navy. They brought me immense joy. Ah, that Navy. How I long to slay them once more. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. So, It appears that the intention was to express gratitude towards the one who had summoned the Navy. In an instant, those who had pushed the boy forward were struck with regret, their hearts pounding with remorse. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had you mentioned it, I would have stepped forward. Immediately, accusatory glances began to shift among the onlookers. It's all your fault for acting so swiftly. Some cast envious looks at the boy. Speaking of which, if these pirates intend to show gratitude, might they bestow upon him some berries? If this child were to receive a reward, surely they too had a hand in it. Thus, it seems reasonable for them to claim a share. However, Texas abruptly changed his tone, declaring, as a token of appreciation, I will grant you a swift death. Fear not, for I am quite experienced and know how to minimize your suffering. Texas uttered these chilling words in the gentlest of tones, sending a shiver through the crowd. In that moment, the air grew frigid, as if they had plunged into the depths of an ice cavern. Instantly, their grievances towards one another and their jealousy of the young boy receded like the tide. They merely felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the little boy was pushed out. If someone must perish, let it be you. Sacrificing one for the survival of many is, in a way, a noble demise. Upon hearing the devil's whisper from Texas, the young boy's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. He felt himself ensnared by the frigid mire, utterly immobilized. At that moment, Texas took a step forward, noticing his elder brother's intent to act. A visibly new recruit behind him eagerly volunteered, exclaiming, Brother, leave it to me. There is no need for you to dirty your hands on such a trivial matter. As he spoke, he began to walk towards the boy, simultaneously mocking inwardly, a bunch of fools, unable to seize such a splendid opportunity for flattery. Indeed, I'm the most dashing among the leader's subordinates. However, he did not notice that the group of elderly individuals who had been following Texas had lowered their heads deeply. What a novice. Kid, you. Before the newcomer could finish his sentence, he suddenly found himself unable to utter a sound. Immediately, the entire world began to tilt and spin. It whirled until his vision blurred. Perhaps it was merely a second, or perhaps it was an eternity. He felt a jolt in his head, followed by a flash of red before succumbing to an endless darkness. His face still bore traces of excitement. The elder appeared unsurprised, while the newcomer was engulfed in terror. How dare they compete with me for lives? They truly do not know the meaning of mortality. Texas remarked coolly. Everyone, including the elder, gazed at him as though he were a demon. No, the very back of a demon would surely be adorned with this man's likeness. Having dealt with one of his subordinates, Texas maintained an expressionless demeanor. He raised his right hand, and his index finger transformed into a miniature chainsaw. The harsh, grating sound reverberated like a death knell in the hearts of the onlookers. Fear not, it shall be swift. Observe him. He will know no pain before his demise. Texas strode deliberately towards the young boy, who was now filled with even greater trepidation. He gazed at the whirring chainsaw, the very instrument that threatened to claim his life. In the next moment, Texas's hand descended from above. The delicate neck of the child, when confronted with the frenzied spinning of the chainsaw, would prove no sturdier than mere paper. Chapter 39. Yet I still came. At the edge of the small town, where Randall and Krista stood, I have come for him. I shall deliver the punishment he rightly deserves. I swear it, Randall declared with unwavering resolve. Yet Krista reached out, her small hand gripping Randall's neck. No, do not go. He is exceptionally strong, as formidable as a monster. I do not wish for my brother to go. He might perish. I have already lost my mother. And I have only just gained a brother. Krista trembled all over. Randall sighed inwardly and said, Do not worry. He is indeed strong. But I am even stronger. I shall surely prevail. Randall gently caressed Krista's head and added, I have left a trace of energy upon you to ensure your safety. I will eliminate him and return. But what if you don't come back? Krista murmured, her little face buried in Randall's neck. Randall paused for a moment before replying. Our ship lies at the far east. If I do not return, you must take the ship and seek out the Navy. Inform them that it was Randall, disciple of Zephyr, who sent you. The energy I have bestowed upon you will suffice to protect you upon the sea. Krista trembled slightly but remained silent. A heavy silence ensued. In the open space, under the watchful eyes of many, Texas showed no mercy towards the timid young boy. He raised the chainsaw, as if confronting a lifeless tree, and struck down with ferocity. The slender neck of the child, in the face of the wildly whirling chainsaw, was scarcely sturdier than paper. A tempestuous wave. Amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers, a blue cutting wave surged swiftly from the distance, targeting Texas. Upon witnessing this familiar wave, Texas's previously calm eyes ignited with excitement. This was the Navy's tempestuous strike. He swiftly retracted his hand, which was poised to harvest life, and positioned it before him. In the next moment, the whirling chainsaw collided violently with the soaring strike. An excruciatingly sharp and piercing sound reverberated across the heavens, causing all to clasp their ears in agony. Subsequently, the turbulent air from the impact surged forth. The nearest little boy was caught in the onslaught, propelled away with great force. After a brief standoff of several seconds, the airborne strike ultimately succumbed to the lack of supplemental energy. Being cleaved apart by the spinning blade and vanishing into the ether, Texas gazed intently in the direction from which the strike had originated, his eyes alight with exhilaration. He could sense that the newcomer was even more formidable than the previous naval officer. The sound of slicing wind filled the air as a figure shot forth like an arrow, landing effortlessly in the space above him before descending opposite Texas. A mere 10 meters apart, Texas regarded the suddenly appeared Randall with keen interest and remarked, "A young major, is it?" Randall replied coolly, "Just an ordinary recruit, nothing more. And you are merely the assignment I must submit upon graduation." As he spoke, he was also keenly observing Texas. The chainsaw bore an intimidating presence. He was right-handed and exhibited remarkable physical coordination, likely a master of close combat. Moreover, the palpable aura of madness surrounding this individual intensified upon direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Texas was likewise scrutinizing Randall. However, when he heard Randall refer to himself as merely an ordinary recruit, he was taken aback. "Ordinary? You? How could one with such strength be deemed ordinary, especially when your prowess rivals that of the previous major?" Yet, he quickly came to an understanding. He remarked, "I see. You are a secret talent nurtured by the Navy? At such a young age, possessing such formidable strength is truly rare. However, the Navy is quite audacious to send you here. Or perhaps, you are overly arrogant, coming on your own accord? You should not have come." Randall, noncommittal to Texas's conjecture, responded, "Yet here I am." The moment he laid eyes on this individual, his keen instinct for battle informed him that he was not a match. In mere seconds, he unleashed a torrent of profanities upon the Naval Intelligence Department. The strength of this entity was merely valued at just over 100 million. Was this not a deliberate attempt to deceive? Yet, having encountered it, he had no intention of retreating. It was true that the opponent was formidable, but so what? Engaging in combat with a powerful adversary was precisely what he had always sought. "Here I come." Thus, your days of ease have come to an end. Although the opponent was indeed strong, it did not deter Randall from his bravado. "Ha ha 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 ha." A quintessential villainous laughter echoed. This time, an intriguing individual had arrived. It seemed I was in for a delightful experience. No sooner had he spoken than Texas vanished from sight. Randall's pupils contracted, and he swiftly dodged. He had just departed when a piercing sound echoed, and the ground where he once stood split open. As Randall regained his balance, his expression shifted once more. The shrill noise erupted again behind him. The relentless Texas offered Randall no respite. Just as Randall's figure materialized, an encounter ensued in his vicinity. In a matter of seconds, the two had engaged in a flurry of exchanges, trading blows a dozen times. When they reappeared, they stood 10 meters apart. Yet Randall no longer exuded the same calm demeanor as before. Although his attire bore several new tiers, he remained unscathed. "It seems your prowess does not match your boasting," Texas remarked, wiping his face with a hand, revealing a small cut inflicted by Randall's earlier thrust. He licked the blood from his fingers and remarked, with such limited strength, "Your fate will be no different from that of the previous Navy." "Oh, I almost forgot that you are unaware of his fate. Before you perish, I shall ensure you witness it. After all, it is a rare masterpiece, which I have specifically placed in my room." As he listened to these scornful words, Randall's hands clenched tightly, a surge of fury igniting within him. His bright eyes, radiant like the sun, fixed intently upon Texas. "Ha, precisely. It is this very gaze." Texas nervously clapped his hands, stating, "When I displayed my masterpiece to him, his eyes reflected this very look." Armed with the iron fist, Randall could no longer endure the taunts. With his right hand enveloped in armament hockey, he unleashed a devastating strike. Accompanied by a roaring sound akin to thunder, a powerful, dark column of air surged towards Texas. The sheer force of the attack caught Texas off guard, compelling him to evade with a measure of clumsiness. However, while he could escape, the subordinates behind him lacked such fortune. Like an eraser eliminating pencil marks, the dozens of minions enveloped by the air column vanished without a trace, seemingly oblivious to their fate. Subsequently, buildings crumbled as if made of paper, pierced through by the onslaught. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 40. The terrifying surge of energy. With a single punch, Randall had transformed the landscape into an expanse of clarity. The onlookers felt as though the world had suddenly opened up. Previously surrounded by a cluster of buildings, the square was now marked by a clear passage. Those with keen eyesight could even glimpse the sea beyond. This singular blow left the spectators in awe. Texas's subordinates stood frozen, momentarily forgetting their ability to move. The unfortunate pirates standing beside those affected by the punch fared even worse, their fear palpable as they stood in a puddle of yellow beneath their feet. Witnessing the power of the punch, Texas too was taken aback. Even he knew that being struck by such a blow would not bode well for him. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to possess such a skill. Is it a secret technique? It must require considerable energy, right? Can you still utilize it?" A barrage of inquiries seemed aimed at shattering Randall's defenses. Little did he know that Randall remained utterly unfazed, even harboring a hint of amusement within. With a foundation of anger, coupled with the support of life restoration, he stood resolute. He can endure such relentless verbal assaults all day long. In the face of Texas's linguistic onslaught, Randall remains utterly unperturbed. He had completely lost patience with this madman and only wished to strike him down. Armed with iron fists, he unleashed a shockwave. Another column of air surged towards Texas. Just as Texas prepared to evade, he observed Randall launching a punch in yet another direction. Then came the third punch. These three strikes effectively sealed off his escape routes. In an instant, Texas realized that no matter where he attempted to dodge, he would inevitably be met with a blow. His countenance darkened, and he resolutely remained in place. In the next moment, his arms transformed into colossal chainsaws. their blades whirring furiously, churning the very air around him. At that instant, it seemed as though the atmosphere itself had morphed into a razor-sharp chainsaw. The subspace rift chainsaw crashed down with the force of a thunderous fist upon Texas's defenses. A resounding roar erupted, akin to the rumble of distant thunder, startling everyone present. The air before Texas boiled as if it were a seething liquid. Following this, Texas's form became indistinct, with an expression as stern as water. He exerted the full extent of his fruit's abilities. Each minuscule particle of air before him resembled a diminutive chainsaw, voraciously consuming the power of the impact steel. He merely grazed the threshold of awakening the fruits of his labor, yet he has not truly entered that new realm. In Texas, there exists the chainsaw, sharp and precise, capable of severing. Meanwhile, on the side of Randall, the impact steel resembles a colossal hammer. It is as if Texas's current defense is akin to a drum, while the impact steel relentlessly strikes the drumhead, determined to shatter it. This is raw power, an embodiment of force and destruction. A relentless tide of strength surges towards Texas. Wave after wave. His feet began to slide backward, yet he remained unperturbed. Although that formidable force was indeed powerful, it had not yet breached his defenses. As long as it did not strike directly upon him, it merely amounted to a depletion of energy. After sliding back for several meters, Texas finally came to a halt. The residents of the small town stared in astonishment. Could this person truly be so formidable? How could he possibly subdue that demon? Even Texas's subordinates were left in a state of disbelief. Surely, their leader would not meet his demise here, would he? They exchanged glances, a silent understanding prompting them to flee. At that moment, the force of the impact steel began to wane. Texas's eyes glimmered as he intensified his output. In the next instant, the air before him surged with ferocity, swirling like a tempestuous whirlpool, tearing and slicing through the surroundings. The already faltering impact steel was immediately dispersed. From Texas's perspective, it felt as though the heavens had suddenly cleared. However, his expression did not improve. Instead, it darkened further, for Randall stood directly opposite him. Less than 5 meters away, he clasped his hands at his waist, palms pressed together, and then opened them like a blossoming flower. Between his hands, a small white sun began to rise gradually. The surrounding air trembled violently, the palpable heat could be felt even from 5 meters away. And the blinding brightness was overwhelming, all of which spoke volumes about the terrifying power of the energy sphere. At this moment, Randall revealed a fierce smile, his pearly white teeth gleaming with an icy brilliance. Texas felt every hair on his body stand on end, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Yet, he could not move. He sensed that he had been locked onto. No matter where he fled, he would ultimately be struck. In the next instant, Randall thrust his hands forward. To Texas. The motion appeared agonizingly slow, but this was merely an illusion born from the sheer magnitude of the energy. The wave of energy surged forth. A brilliant white beam of light surged towards Texas in an instant. For this radiant beam, the distance of 5 meters was no different from being face to face. In the blink of an eye, it cascaded down like a river of stars from the heavens, engulfing Texas entirely. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted. The onlookers felt a flash before their eyes, and then the entire world was shrouded in brilliance, rendering everything invisible. It was as if a sun had fallen in that very place. Several seconds passed before the white light gradually dissipated. When it finally cleared, the spectators stood in stunned silence. They beheld a massive crater, approximately 10 meters in radius and nearly 5 meters deep, where Texas had once stood. At the center of the crater, Texas remained, utterly wretched, his once flowing hair now in a disheveled state. His shirt had been reduced to tatters, and with a mere shake, it would all fall away. In contrast, his trousers remained intact, shielded by a mysterious force. Most notably, a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. He has been injured. The townsfolk were left in utter shock. Could it be that this fiend has finally been vanquished? They were not only astonished, but also filled with trepidation, gazing at Randall, who stood before them. Their eyes were laced with fear. Had it not been for Randall's intervention during the surge of power, shielding the townsfolk from harm, they too might now be languishing in the pit alongside Texas. It was solely due to the overwhelming force exhibited by Randall that they refrained from expressing their ire at this moment. They would not concern themselves with whether it is Randall who is safeguarding them. They were only aware that they had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Randall moments ago. At that moment, the Texas in the pit stirred. He lifted his gaze to Randall, who had now arrived at the edge of the pit, coughed, and expelled a plume of black smoke. Then he remarked, "Quite impressive indeed. As a reward for injuring me, I shall craft several more pieces of art using you." Randall gave him a thumbs up and then slowly reversed it until the thumb pointed downward, declaring, "The only one who shall perish is you." However, a slight smile crept onto Texas's face as he responded, "Is that so?" Chapter 41. Do not move. Texas stood in the pit, gazing at Randall. The sun was perfectly positioned behind Randall, yet he did not blink. "Indeed, quite impressive. As a reward for your transgression against me, I shall create several more works of art utilizing you, which I will then prominently display in my chamber." Randall stood at the edge of the pit, his eyes disdainfully directed downward at Texas. He raised his thumb, then turned it downward. "Only you shall meet your demise." Texas, instead of expressing anger, chuckled and replied, "Is that so? This technique is indeed formidable, but I presume it comes at a considerable cost." Otherwise, why did you not pursue me while I was vulnerable? Instead of standing here, wasting time with me? Randall ceased to respond, merely narrowing his eyes as he gazed at his opponent. At this moment, his body indeed felt somewhat numb. However, what truly deterred him from pursuing was the invisible air saw blades surrounding Texas. Had he attempted to capitalize on the situation, he would have ultimately been the one to sustain injuries. That cunning old fox. Texas, noticing his silence yet unfazed, continued with a smirk. Moreover, it appears I have already identified your weakness. Randall maintained a facade of calm, though internally he remained on high alert. A weakness? Does he have it? Teacher Zifa did not mention it either. Well, never mind. It has been restored. Let us get started. His figure abruptly vanished, reappearing as if by instantaneous movement 5 meters before Texas. Then, armed with iron fists, he unleashed a barrage of sonic booms and the piercing sound of friction. Randall's silhouette disappeared once more, materializing successively to Texas's left, right, and rear. In that fleeting moment, 4 shockwaves converged upon Texas, resembling the arms of a cross. With Texas positioned at its center, Texas was rendered speechless. How could this man possess such seemingly inexhaustible stamina? Could such techniques be employed so casually? This was simply excessive. Texas's armed color and fruit abilities surged beyond their limits, allowing him to break free from the restraints of the 4 shockwaves. As the core disengaged, the shockwaves lost their equilibrium. A deafening explosion erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. Upon witnessing Texas escape, Randall, undeterred, prepared to charge forward once more. However, upon observing Texas's movements, Randall's expression shifted dramatically. Texas had already emerged from the pit, his right hand transformed into a crackling chainsaw. He provocatively smiled at Randall, then forcefully swung his right hand towards the townsfolk. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, 5 jagged waves of slashing energy drew ever closer. Randall cursed under his breath and unleashed all his strength, managing to catch up at the last moment. However, there was no time for him to launch a counterattack. In the face of such urgency, he chose to absorb the blow with his body. Utilizing both iron and armament, he sustained minimal injury. Yet, the critical factor was the menacing presence of Texas lurking nearby. Just as Randall dispelled the 5 jagged slashes, he heard a piercing sound behind him. Almost instantaneously, he let out a muffled groan as a sharp pain shot through his lower back. He quickly leaned forward and turned, executing a sweeping kick. However, not only did he fail to strike Texas, but his trousers were also instantly torn apart, and his calf was left lacerated, blood streaming profusely. That cunning Texas not only evaded the attack, but also left behind a swirling air blade in the process. This was indeed a bitter experience. At that moment, Texas had already positioned himself on the opposite side, employing the same tactics. Randall, with no other option, could only brace himself against the blows once more. After several exchanges, Randall was covered in wounds and drenched in blood. Yet, he found solace in the fact that the townsfolk remained unharmed. Truly, it was no surprise that he was a talent secretly cultivated by the Navy. Despite such injuries, he could still maintain his fighting spirit. Texas regarded Randall with a contemplative expression. Randall chose silence. Since his opponent was wasting time, he seized the opportunity to recover. In an instant, white vapor emanated from all of his wounds. As the vapor dissipated, the injuries vanished. However, these were mere superficial wounds. The most severe was the gash on Randall's abdomen, a wound not easily healed. No matter, you may recover all you wish. Ultimately, it is your stamina that is being squandered. As long as those fools are present, you cannot hope to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Randall's expression darkened considerably. Texas continued with his relentless strategy. Randall attempted to urge the onlookers to flee, but each time, Texas managed to corral them back. This back and forth left Randall increasingly wounded and drained of energy. After Randall once more intercepted an attack, Texas did not seize the moment to strike. Instead, he vanished into the crowd, only to reappear at his original position. When Randall turned around, he was met with the sight of a terrified woman being gripped by Texas around the throat. Instantly, his expression soured to the utmost degree. Texas smiled benignly and remarked, "The previous routine has grown stale. Let us try something new. From this moment forth, you shall stand there without moving. No evasion, no defense, and certainly no attack. Otherwise." Texas tightened his grip slightly, causing the woman's expression to contort in agony. "No, please. I don't want to die. I beg you. I don't want to die. Woe is me, please." The woman burst into tears. Unbeknownst to her, her cries only served to heighten the assailant's excitement. Randall froze in place. At that moment, Texas, still clutching the woman by her throat, began to stroll toward Randall. As Randall instinctively prepared to act, Texas kindly cautioned, "Do not move. Otherwise, should I be startled and my grip inadvertently tighten, she may very well lose her life." Randall gritted his teeth, ultimately choosing to remain still. He still cannot bear to witness the other being slain. However, he is equally unprepared to remain passive. He awaited Texas to draw nearer, hoping for an opportunity to rescue the woman. However, midway through his advance, Texas suddenly halted. Randall muttered a curse under his breath, recognizing the cautious nature of the man. Texas reveled in the sight of Randall's conflicted expression, finding delight in it. Then, with a forceful stomp of his right foot, 5 chainsaws emerged from the ground before him, gleaming ominously as they whirled into a frenzy, producing a deafening roar. Yet, this was not the end. Randall could only watch in horror as a layer of darkness enveloped the chainsaws. The audacity of the man to employ armament hockey. This technique was aptly named Chainsaw of Terror, and it demanded appreciation. No sooner had he uttered these words than the chainsaws charged toward Randall with ferocity. The piercing sound filled his ears, reminiscent of a shark with its gaping maw, poised to shred its prey to pieces. Chapter 42. The one who carries firewood for the masses. The chainsaws, now infused with armament hockey, roared menacingly as they advanced upon Randall. He felt as though the entire world had been reduced to a cacophonous roar. At that moment, Texas once again kindly reminded him, "Do not defend yourself. You cannot use hockey. And certainly not that thing from your Navy. What was it called? An iron block?" Simultaneously, Texas applied a bit more pressure with her fingers. The woman emitted a piercing scream of agony. Randall's movements froze instantaneously as he resisted the overwhelming urge to defend himself. At that juncture, the chainsaw had already advanced to Randall's front. For a fleeting moment, he resembled prey ensnared in the jaws of a shark. Confronted by the menacing fangs and their relentless assault, his skin was rent asunder. A torrent of blood and flesh erupted chaotically, creating a grotesque feast of carnage. The chainsaw incessantly carved through Randall's flesh. Amidst this metallic tempest, he gritted his teeth in silence, suppressing any sound of distress. This gruesome dismemberment endured for a full 5 seconds, an interminable, harrowing 5 seconds. When the chainsaw finally ceased its onslaught, Randall was drenched in a crimson deluge. Blood had saturated the ground around him, transforming it into a macabre tableau. The sheer volume of blood lost approached that of an entire human being. Even as Randall desperately summoned his life force to regenerate, he found himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Moreover, aside from his face and intimate areas, there was scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh remaining on his body. This left his blood-soaked visage eerily pale. In that moment, Randall was genuinely gravely injured. Were it not for the remaining vigor within him, he would have succumbed long ago. He raised his hand to wipe his face, removing the sticky plasma from his eyelids. Even such a trivial motion caused him to sway slightly. Perhaps feeling that Randall posed no threat to him at this moment, Texas carelessly discarded the woman. Observing Randall's pitiable state, his exhilaration was almost palpable. He gestured animatedly, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this is the Navy. Truly delightful." Then, glancing at the crowd beside him and stroking his chin, he continued, "By the way, I assume you all wish to survive?" The terrified townsfolk were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that an obvious statement? In an instant, nearly everyone sank to their knees. Those who remained standing were pulled down by their neighbors. "Spare us, good sir. We did not summon the Navy." A smirk played upon Texas's lips as he proclaimed, "Since you desire to live, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, he retrieved a small knife from his pocket and casually tossed it before the crowd. He then pointed to Randall, who lay weak and bloodied on the ground. "Do you see that man? Approach him. Each of you shall strike him once. Whoever lands a blow shall be spared." In that moment, silence enveloped the square. One could hear a pin drop. They cast glances at Texas, then at Randall. A look of hesitation appeared on every face. However, as they turned their gaze back to the formidable Texas, the uncertainty gradually dissipated. This individual was already in such a state that even if they refrained from taking action, his fate was sealed. Similar thoughts began to stir in the minds of the onlookers. At that moment, one person stepped forward, stumbling a few paces ahead to seize the knife. It was the woman who had previously been grasped by Texas by the throat. The crowd instantly bowed their heads and stamped their feet, allowing her to take the initiative. Armed with the knife, she advanced towards Randall. With the entire assembly following closely behind her, Randall gazed at the woman in disbelief, as well as at the throng that stood behind her. He could hardly believe it. Previously, he had exerted every effort to save them. Was this truly how they repaid him? Why? The woman lowered her head and said, "I am sorry. I am afraid." Randall shouted, "You fear him, yet you do not fear me." The woman replied, "You are a good man." Randall was momentarily rendered speechless. Then, the woman suddenly raised her head, as if trying to convince herself, and with a frenzied expression, declared, "I simply want to live. Moreover, I was choked earlier because of you. This is what you owe me." Randall was taken aback. He cast a glance at the woman, then turned to observe those trailing behind him. In an instant, all faces blurred, each visage becoming indistinguishable, their expressions mirroring one another. Despite the fact that he had saved them, they now regarded him with eyes twisted by hatred. At that moment, a serene calm enveloped Randall's heart. He recalled a phrase he had encountered before his journey. Those who gather firewood for the multitude must not be allowed to perish in the storm. Those who pave the way for the multitude must not be ensnared by thorns. Upon reading this, Randall felt a sense of perplexity. It was not that he deemed the phrase incorrect. Rather, he questioned whether there truly existed individuals who needed to be reminded that one must eat in a timely manner to survive. Did such a reminder even warrant expression? This was Randall's initial reaction. Yet now, a sudden realization dawned upon him. This phrase indeed necessitated its mournful existence. Often, Those who gather firewood and forge paths for the many are the very ones whom the masses wish to see falter. These individuals seldom consider that the pioneers toil for their benefit, gathering kindling and clearing the way. They merely engage in complaints. Why is that person taking so long? What kind of wretched road is he traversing? It is akin to the eager individuals now yearning to plunge a knife into Randall. After that woman vociferously uttered those words, others began to chime in agreement. Indeed, it is all your fault. If it weren't for you, we would not be in this predicament. It is precisely because of you that we have been in constant peril. Do you realize that we nearly perished moments ago? You almost brought about our demise. Their faces were contorted with rage, saliva flying from their mouths, as if Randall were the one who had long desired their demise. It was as though they had chosen to disregard the actions of Texas. A profound desolation enveloped Randall's heart. Whether these individuals genuinely believed such notions or merely spoke for Texas had become inconsequential. As they pointed their blades at him, nothing else mattered. Texas, standing nearby, wore a look of delight. Although these people failed to ignite his desire to kill, they unexpectedly managed to engage in actions that brought him pleasure. Yet, he soon realized that Randall's expression was not the shattered visage he had anticipated. Rather, it was one of tranquility. How can he not perceive the devastating blow to his beliefs? Texas pondered, perplexed. At that moment, the woman wielding the knife had approached Randall. She inhaled deeply and resolutely raised her weapon, poised to strike. However, at that instant, Randall, whom they believed to lack the strength to act, suddenly moved his head and locked eyes with the woman. Startled, she dropped the knife, which clattered to the ground. Randall gazed into her eyes and addressed Texas. You have misunderstood one thing. I am not one of those kind-hearted doves. Chapter 43. Those who cannot kill me will only make me stronger. The woman approached Randall, hesitating only slightly before thrusting her blade toward him. Yet, in that moment, Randall's head turned unexpectedly, meeting her gaze. She was taken aback and stepped back, losing her grip on the knife, which fell with a metallic clang. Randall fixed his gaze on the woman, but spoke to Texas. You have misunderstood one thing. I am not one of those kind-hearted doves. Texas was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the meaning behind his words, when Randall suddenly stepped forward. The woman gasped, her voice trembling as she asked, What do you intend to do? Randall disregarded her question entirely. He raised his hand, reaching towards the woman's neck. Upon witnessing this, the woman was struck with terror and sought to flee. Yet, even in his diminished state, escaping from Randall was not something an ordinary person could achieve. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed her. When she regained her senses, she found her neck ensnared in Randall's grasp. At that moment, Randall's eyes were a chilling abyss. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, enveloping everyone in an icy dread. The woman trembled uncontrollably. She yearned to plead for mercy. However, before she could utter a word, Randall's fingers tightened without hesitation. With a sickening crack, her neck was brutally twisted. Blood gushed from her mouth. She wished to speak, but the thick, viscous blood obstructed her throat. As if discarding refuse, Randall callously cast aside the woman's lifeless body. He then turned his gaze towards Texas and remarked coolly, You should not have acted thus. In the eyes of the onlookers, Randall was now utterly transformed. He was a blood-soaked demon. Those who had dared to insult Randall earlier now stood in a puddle of their own fear. Texas was taken aback. He did not expect Randall to be so resolute. As a naval officer, how could he resort to the slaughter of civilians? He chuckled and said, You have indeed taken me by surprise. In that case, I find myself unable to threaten you any longer. But tell me, do you still possess the strength? Randall also laughed and replied, I wonder if you have ever encountered the saying, What does not kill me makes me stronger. I am grateful to you for granting me so much time. As soon as he finished speaking, all the wounds on Randall's body began to emit a white vapor. In the blink of an eye, every injury had healed completely. The wound on his abdomen, through which his internal organs were visible, no longer impeded his movements. At that moment, a transparent aura erupted from his body, rising like liquid flames and elevating his presence with each passing moment. At this instant, Randall resembled a fallen sun, descending upon the mortal realm. The aura surrounding him was an extension of the coronal flow emanating from the corona. As he unleashed his formidable presence, the surrounding pebbles began to levitate gently in the air, trembling with trepidation. The ground quaked beneath him. The residents of the small town, sensing this oppressive force akin to a mountain descending from the heavens, trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Texas's expression turned grave. In his perception, Randall's aura was now more potent than before the battle. Could this individual truly be human? Randall, at this juncture, no longer paid heed to the civilians, not out of mercy, for he did not consider himself magnanimous. How could one repay kindness with kindness? Wrongs must be repaid with justice. Since these individuals sought his demise, he was resolved to return the favor in kind. Nevertheless, his primary focus remained on vanquishing Texas. As Randall's gaze fell upon him, Texas instantly felt an overwhelming weight upon him. In the next moment, he lost sight of Randall entirely. A sudden alarm rang in his heart, prompting him to transform the surrounding air into a swarm of chainsaws. Almost immediately, he was met with a jarring sound that grated on his nerves. Randall's dark hand, with an unparalleled ferocity, thrust through the cacophony of blades and seized his neck. With a vice-like grip, Randall yanked Texas from his position and slammed him mercilessly to the ground. Texas felt as though the world had turned upside down, his senses spinning from the impact. Before he could regain his composure, his body was lifted once more, struck again and again. I shall show you art. I shall show you what it means to threaten me. I shall show you pleasure. I shall show you madness. Dare you defy me again? Randall raged, relentlessly pummeling Texas into the earth. Soon, the ground was littered with the imprint of Texas's form. In a final act of fury, Randall unleashed a tremendous blow, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to sink several centimeters. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Armed with his iron fists, he delivered a crushing punch to Texas's abdomen. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Texas's body arched into a U-shape, blood spilling forth as his eyes rolled back in agony. Severely injured, he still possessed the resilience that had brought him this far. He knew that one could either perish in silence or rise explosively from it. He chose to unleash his fury. In an instant, sharp saw blades extended from every part of his body, spinning wildly. A violent storm of metal ruthlessly tore apart everything in its vicinity. Faced with such a lethal attack, even Randall had to momentarily retreat from the onslaught. He tentatively unleashed a series of tempestuous strikes, yet those blows, capable of severing steel, were rendered futile merely 3 meters from his adversary, disintegrating into nothingness. Moments later, the metallic tempest subsided. Texas, his complexion ashen, cast a brooding glare at Randall. Today marked the most humiliating experience he had encountered since setting sail. The architect of his misfortune stood before him, this young naval officer. It appears I indeed erred gravely. I should have dispatched you without hesitation back then, rather than assisting you in concealing your vulnerabilities. He uttered his final words in silence. Randall remained noncommittal, although he had previously been unable to continue the fight. Escaping was still within his capabilities. As for the populace, he would save them when it was within his power. However, at this moment of life and death, he believed he lacked the resolve to sacrifice himself for the people. Unfortunately, it was now his own life that was at stake. With that, Randall clasped his hands once more at his waist, executing a movement that sent a chill down Texas's spine. Texas was taken aback as that sense of being targeted reemerged. He clenched his teeth, raised his hand towards the back of his neck, and grasped his spine. With a forceful tug, he astonishingly extracted his entire spinal column. No, it was not a spine, but an exquisitely sharp saw blade. At that moment, Randall had also completed his charge. A brilliantly radiant energy sphere reemerged. The wave of energy. As the energy column surged towards him, Texas's skin twitched, and he positioned the saw blade before him. Chapter 44. I have intelligence. The wave of energy. A majestic energy column spanned the expanse of heaven and earth, connecting Randall and Texas at both ends. Texas's fruit ability was not particularly adept at defense, prompting him to adopt an offensive strategy. The saw blade, resembling a spinal chainsaw, was his most formidable weapon. With a mere thought, a blue spectral image of the chainsaw enveloped the spine. Then, he swung down fiercely against the energy column. With a resounding slice, the two forces momentarily clashed, and Randall's wave of energy was cleaved in twain. Texas stood resolute, like a rock, splitting the raging torrents that surged forth. Meanwhile, behind him, numerous structures were instantly engulfed by the wave of energy. Randall smirked, retracting his hands. This technique remained underdeveloped. The energy was insufficiently concentrated. Otherwise, upon initial contact, it should have detonated rather than being sliced apart. At that moment, Texas regained a semblance of his former composure. He said with a smile, "Well then, the second round." Upon witnessing Texas recover from their disadvantage, the onlooking residents felt a surge of relief and joy in their hearts. Yet, this was not sufficient to assuage their concerns. What they yearned to witness was a more assured victory. Thus, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, an individual from the crowd finally resolved to step forward. "Excuse me, esteemed adults. Please wait a moment. I possess crucial intelligence regarding the vulnerabilities of the Navy," shouted a person reeking of alcohol amidst the throng. Upon hearing this, Texas displayed a smile brimming with intrigue. He first cast a teasing glance at Randall, then inquired, "Oh, what weakness?" Upon hearing this voice, Randall's expression shifted dramatically. This was a voice he had only recently encountered, the very same that had ignited a murderous desire within him for the first time since arriving in this world. Habitually, upon hearing this voice, a palpable aura of malice surged from him, soaring skyward. Texas had initially dismissed the matter lightly, but Randall's reaction prompted him to realize that perhaps this individual truly possessed some knowledge. A flurry of thoughts crossed his mind, and Texas promptly made his decision. He stomped his feet against the ground, propelling himself towards Randall like a piercing projectile. The ominous aura emanating from the serrated spine sent shivers down Randall's spine. Aware of the impending threat, he had no choice but to refocus his attention, fully committed to defense despite knowing that Texas was merely attempting to stall him. As Texas launched his assault, he urged, "Speak quickly, that man. I may spare your life." This was precisely the phrase the man longed to hear. A surge of joy welled up within him, prompting him to exclaim, "My lord, the Navy is accompanied by a young girl. That girl must hold great significance for him." Upon hearing this, Texas's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he quickly inquired, "Where is the girl now?" In an instant, Randall's eyes brimmed with fury. "You seek death." His voice, laced with chilling menace, emerged through clenched teeth. The man immediately trembled in fear, resembling a leaf caught in a tempest. Randall was ready to abandon Texas and reduce the man to mere pulp. However, Texas, having anticipated his intentions, swiftly clung to him once more. "Speak quickly," Texas urged, as the man teetered on the brink of tears. "Where is his daughter?" He is equally curious. "I, too, am at a loss. Yet, she must surely be on this very island." Texas is speechless, acknowledging that she is indeed here. However, this information is undeniably significant. Life is full of surprises. "Indeed," Texas remarked. "Alas, how unfortunate. Now I possess your vulnerability." Randall gritted his teeth, focusing solely on the offensive. He harbored an intense loathing for that scoundrel. Who could even betray his own daughter? However, Texas was intent on making his escape. A metallic tempest erupted, with countless blades shooting forth like a dense swarm of bees, encircling Randall. Seizing the moment, Texas propelled himself in a random direction. Simultaneously, 2 miniature chainsaws extended from his forehead. The whirring chainsaws resembled antennas, amplifying his observation range significantly. The island was not particularly vast, yet his observational capacity now spanned a quarter of its entirety. Behind him, the metallic storm had merely ensnared Randall for a fleeting second before he forcefully broke through it. Once free, upon spotting Texas's figure over 100 meters away, Randall disregarded the scoundrel's troubles and hastened to pursue him. He was truly anxious. The anger he had previously directed at Krista could be managed with ordinary individuals. But when faced with a formidable opponent that even Randall must take seriously, it was almost inconsequential. He absolutely could not allow this aberration to approach Krista. With this thought in mind, Randall quickened his pace even further. Meanwhile, the townsfolk, though unguarded, remained there without any intention of leaving. Their fate now rested on who would emerge victorious in the end. Randall and Texas were locked in a breathtaking chase, their speeds astonishing. Armed iron fist impact steel. As he pursued, Randall launched his attacks, yet Texas proved far too agile. Instead, it was the airsaw blade traps he left in his wake that hindered Randall's pursuit. Soon, a smirk appeared at the corner of Texas's mouth, for within his observation, he detected the presence of a young girl, radiating an aura that unmistakably belonged to Randall. He immediately altered his course, increasing his speed significantly. Upon realizing the direction in which Texas was heading, Randall's expression changed drastically. For that was precisely where he had anchored his vessel. He clenched his teeth, his aura surging once more, as he executed the moonwalk with fervor, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. At a secluded coastline on the island, a petite vessel lay anchored. Nearby, a small girl sat obediently upon a rocky outcrop. Her youthful face etched with worry as she frequently glanced around. Several times she attempted to rise, yet ultimately remained seated. Suddenly, she heard a sound emanating from the distance. Turning her gaze, she beheld 2 dark figures approaching, one in pursuit of the other. Upon recognizing the silhouette ahead, the girl trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she refrained from weeping, instead tremblingly climbing into the small boat, seeking refuge. In the distance, Texas spotted the diminutive figure, his heart swelling with joy. "Stop right there." However, before he could launch himself forward, a sudden roar erupted from behind him. An overwhelming force descended upon his back. An irresistible and formidable strength that left him unable to resist for even half a second, sending him crashing to the ground. With a deafening boom, the earth seemed to erupt as if struck by cannon fire, sending dust soaring into the air. Chapter 45, Conclusion. Upon catching sight of Krista, Randall's eyes instantly reddened. A small white rabbit ensnared in the clutches of a ferocious lion. What hope could there be? As emotion surged within him, Randall's power erupted dramatically. "Stop right there." He let out a thunderous roar, his feet striking the air with tremendous force. The explosive power propelled him as if teleporting, bridging the distance between himself and the other 2, appearing above Texas. Then, with his hands clasped together like a hammer, he summoned all his strength and struck fiercely upon his opponent's back. A profound sound resonated, deep as a funeral bell, as Texas plummeted like a meteorite. Another resounding crash followed, causing the ground to shatter in layers, dust billowing skyward. Yet, this was not the end. At that moment, Randall inverted his body. His head down and feet up, he descended from the heavens with a tremendous force, crashing down with a resounding thud. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed across the land, causing the entire island to tremble. Amidst the obscuring clouds of dust, successive booms reverberated through the air. This was swiftly followed by a violent gale that dispersed the dust in an instant. At this moment, Texas was left utterly bewildered. Yet, Randall had no intention of sparing him. Once again, a surge of energy coalesced in his hand. However, this time it was not for a ranged attack. He raised his hand and forcefully pressed the energy sphere, radiant like a miniature sun, against Texas's face. In an instant, a tremendous explosion of energy engulfed both individuals. This surge of power was an unrestrained attack born from Randall's fury, showing no mercy whatsoever. Initially, a small white appeared in the vastness of the sky, which rapidly expanded into a luminous white hemisphere. Its size continued to swell, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Everything within its reach was consumed by the ferocious flames of energy. Ultimately, the white hemisphere reached a staggering diameter of 200 meters, resembling a fallen sun that cast forth an awe-inspiring glow and warmth. Outside this sphere, a terrifying tempest surged, sweeping everything away into the distance. Even trees as thick as a bowl were snapped in half, carried off to an unknown fate. The townsfolk, who remained in the open, were treated to an unparalleled spectacle of grandeur. For a moment, they believed a miracle had descended upon them, and in a state of trepidation, they bowed down in reverence. Meanwhile, concealed within the vessel, Krista was enduring considerable distress. The violent tempest had stirred the sea into a frenzy, causing the small boat to pitch violently. With a desperate grip, Krista clung tightly to a beam, barely managing to prevent herself from being thrown overboard. This explosive surge of energy persisted for nearly 30 seconds before. With reluctance, it began to dissipate. In its wake, it left behind a crater resembling that of a meteorite impact, within a radius of 500 meters. Only the color of Earth remained. At the very center of this pit stood Randall and Texas, both in a pitiful state. Texas had lost all his hair and eyebrows, his face now a stark shade of crimson. His eyes were devoid of anything, leaving behind only two terrifying black voids. His lips had vanished, exposing the bare teeth and gums, shrouded in darkness. His entire body was a charred crimson, the hue of burnt flesh. Yet, due to an indomitable vitality, he still managed to draw breath. Randall was in dire straits as well, although he had been the aggressor, preemptively employing armed defense. His skin now resembled that of a boiled lobster, flushed and red. The hand that had pressed the energy sphere against Texas's face was now a gruesome mess. Flesh torn and mangled, revealing the pale bones beneath. Various other minor injuries were inconsequential by comparison. However, overall, he fared much better than Texas. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, Randall regained his ability to move. He exhaled a breath of foul air and, lifting his foot, delivered a kick to the still-standing Texas. Then he advanced and struck him several times, ultimately shattering his limbs. This was a genuine shattering. After enduring the tumult of rage, his body had become fragile, akin to glass. At this moment, Texas had lost all sensation of pain. Throughout the entire ordeal, he emitted not a single groan. Randall clicked his tongue in disapproval. Truly, you have met a fitting fate. He stepped forward, grasping Texas by the neck, and then proceeded towards the seaside. By this time, the surface of the sea had calmed, with small boats gently drifting. Randall first submerged Texas in the ocean water, and then leaped onto the vessel. Inside the cabin, upon sensing someone boarding, there was an initial surprise, quickly followed by a look of joy. Randall, brother. As Randall entered the cabin, a small figure leapt towards him. Randall, brother. He caught Krista in his arms, ruffling her hair as he said, "Little Crystal, I told you I would win." However, Krista did not display any signs of joy, for she had already noticed Randall's injuries. Sensing Krista's gaze, Randall felt a warmth in his heart. He remarked, "It's all right. Let me show you a magic trick." With that, Randall activated the essence of life restoration. Almost immediately, a mist of white vapor enveloped him. Within mere seconds, his injuries had largely healed. Although his most severely wounded hand had not completely mended, it had formed a scab. The cost, however, was that he had exhausted every last drop of the energy he had previously accumulated. Krista gazed in astonishment at the rejuvenated Randall. "Wow, that's incredible. But are you sure this is magic and not sorcery?" Randall gently ruffled Krista's hair and replied, "Impressive, isn't it? When you grow up, you'll be able to learn this too." Krista's eyes sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "But Randall, what about that person?" Randall reassured her, "Don't worry, I have captured that individual." He paused before continuing, "Krista, I need to address some follow-up matters, and then we can return home. It won't take long." Perhaps recalling her mother stirred a hint of sorrow in Krista's eyes, yet she managed to maintain a cheerful smile and nodded. "All right." Randall once more patted Krista's head before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Texas, submerged in seawater, had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a moment's consideration, Randall hoisted him up and glided away with an ethereal grace. Moments later, in the square crowded with residents, Randall descended from the heavens amidst a chorus of fear and despair, hidden amongst the crowd. Krista's scoundrel father was nearly paralyzed with terror at the sight of what Randall held aloft, a charred mass, devoid of limbs and even eyes. He seemed to have foreseen his own demise. Randall cast Texas aside, the muffled sound further exacerbating the sensitive and fragile nerves of the onlookers. In an instant, all knelt before him. This was followed by a cacophony of distressing wails and lamentations. "Forgive us. We were in the wrong. We acknowledge our mistakes." Chapter 46. Return. What would your sentiments be when confronted by someone you have wronged, wielding a bloodied knife before you? The residents of the town were utterly terrified. Before Randall even moved, they had prostrated themselves on the ground. The air was thick with their anguished cries. "Forgive us. We have erred. We recognize our faults. Your Excellency, we beseech your mercy. We acted out of desperation, driven by that pirate." Randall, inundated with their pleas, recognized the repetitive nature of their protests. Their words echoed a singular sentiment. They were not at fault. He truly has no interest in uttering a single word to this group of individuals. Firefinger gunned numerous stars. His right hand trembled with astonishing speed, unleashing a multitude of shimmering lights that cascaded forth like a breathtaking display of stars in the night sky. In that instant, the commoners were decimated, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Blood flowed abundantly, staining the tiles beneath them. The few who remained, upon witnessing such a gruesome scene, turned pale as death, trembling uncontrollably. Randall unleashed another barrage of his finger guns, ensuring that none were left alive. Only one soul was spared, the father of Krista. Just moments ago, he had witnessed hundreds of his kin perish within a matter of seconds. The man, paralyzed by fear, could barely move. Randall had intentionally allowed him to live. Not out of mercy, but because he deemed it too lenient an end for him. 10 minutes later, Randall wiped the blood from his face and took hold of Texas. Departing from the scene, he made his way to the pirate ship belonging to Texas. Although he understood the likelihood of success was slim, he still wished to test his fortune. Perhaps Krista's mother still lived. After all, she was a woman. In swift order, Randall eliminated every visible pirate aboard. Upon entering the cabin, he fell into silence as he beheld the contents within. Though he had harbored suspicions when Texas mentioned the artwork, the reality before him left him utterly astounded. He can hardly believe that there exist such perverse individuals in this world. Even the celestial dragons must bear a mark of you upon their backs. No, the celestial dragons often bestow upon others surprises. It is indeed difficult to determine who among them is more depraved. Randall stood in silence before one of the artworks. Beside it was a caption, a typical Navy officer, sacrificing himself for his subordinates. Excellent, I find great pleasure in this. Adjacent to it was another piece, volunteering to be a plaything to protect his daughter. Excellent. I find great pleasure in this. Randall closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then grasped Texas's hand tightly. The sound of a neck snapping echoed. He twisted the head of the Texas and wrapped it in cloth. Then, Randall ascended into the air. Waves of energy surged. In a blinding flash of light, this hell on earth was reduced to dust, buried beneath the sea. Subsequently, Randall hastened back to his ship, feeling an urgent desire to leave this place behind. Randall, brother. Krista, who had been lost in thought, revealed a radiant smile akin to a blooming flower. Randall couldn't help but smile in return. The weather was splendid today. Zephyr basked comfortably in the sun in his small courtyard, sipping tea. However, even in this tranquil state, thoughts of the few individuals who had ventured out to complete their graduation assessments lingered in his mind, particularly Randall. A week had passed, and he was uncertain of their circumstances. As Zephyr gazed at the clouds drifting across the sky, lost in contemplation, the phone insect suddenly buzzed. Peru Peru clap. Zephyr answered the call, casually stating, Moshi Moshi, this is Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I have something to discuss. Taken aback, Zephyr glanced down at the phone insect, where a familiar visage appeared, handsome even through the device. It was Randall. Randall, where are you right now? Hearing the urgency in Zephyr's tone, Randall was momentarily confused. After a brief pause, he replied, Teacher Zephyr, I just arrived at headquarters. Is something wrong? Zephyr exhaled in relief and responded, No, nothing's wrong. I'm at home. You can come over. All right. Zephyr hung up the phone, exclaiming in surprise. He hadn't anticipated the boy's swift return. Could it be that he had heard news of the pirate while at sea and realized he was outmatched? Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. You little rascal, come in. Got it. The door swung open, and Randall's head poked through. Just as Zephyr was about to speak, he noticed another figure following Randall inside, a delicate little girl. The girl tugged at Randall's sleeve, obediently standing beside him in a slightly reserved position. What was happening? Randall had gone out and returned with a child? Fortunately, Randall remained unaware of the serious thoughts swirling in the old man's mind. Otherwise, he might have been quite taken aback. He's only 16 this year. ZFA also realized that his thoughts were rather improper. He cleared his throat discreetly and then remarked, Randall, have you perhaps realized that there might be some issues with the target you previously selected? Upon hearing this, Randall smacked his thigh and exclaimed, How did you know? Teacher Zephyr, the opponent I chose has significant problems. His strength, with a bounty just over 100 million, is truly absurd. I believe it should be at least 300 million to be reasonable. I thought this would be a simple task. Yet it nearly turned into a life-or-death struggle. I exerted tremendous effort to eliminate this scoundrel. Randall remarked, and Zephyr nodded slightly. Indeed. The bounty on this individual is quite questionable. Yes, 300 million does seem reasonable. You certainly put in a great deal of effort to achieve that. Wait. What are you talking about? Hold on a moment. Zephyr appeared somewhat bewildered. Are you saying you eliminated whom? That Texas fellow? Randall nodded and replied, Exactly. What's the matter? Oh, right, his head is right here. I specifically brought it back. What is the matter? Why do you ask me that? I was about to inquire the same of you. Did you not just possess the strength of a rear admiral when you set off? How did you manage to take down a pirate comparable to a vice admiral so swiftly? And how much time has actually passed? Zephyr paused for a moment, fixating his gaze on Randall as if attempting to see through him. Quite impressive. Randall waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, Master Zephyr, all of that is irrelevant. I primarily came to discuss this little one's situation with you. With that, Randall placed his hand on Krista's head, indicating this little one. Zephyr turned his attention to Krista for the second time. Before Zephyr could inquire, Randall proactively began to explain the circumstances. Thus and so, in this manner. Chapter 47. I have figured you out. Understanding Krista's plight, Zephyr sighed deeply. So, what are your thoughts? Zephyr asked Randall. I certainly wish for her to join the Navy. Zephyr raised an eyebrow and said, So you came to me to seek entry into the elite camp? Let me tell you, there is no such thing as backdoor access here. Randall chuckled. Master Zephyr, you have misunderstood me. I am not here to seek any favors, rather. I bring you an exceptional student. Little Crystal is a naturally gifted talent who has awakened observation hockey. This decision was made after discussions between Randall and Krista. Although Krista wanted to stay with Randall, she desired to assist him rather than be a burden. Upon hearing this, Zephyr looked at the timid Krista in surprise. Really? Of course it's true. How could I possibly deceive you in such matters? Zephyr pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, in that case, even if her combat power is below standard, she can still be selected as an exception. You certainly did not speak incorrectly. To naturally awaken observation hockey is indeed a remarkable talent. Despite Randall and others awakening observation hockey seemingly effortlessly, it should not be mistaken as an easy feat. Many individuals go their entire lives without achieving it. Seeing that Zephyr agreed, Randall let out a sigh of relief. The elite camp is indeed at Zephyr's discretion. He acquiesced. And even if Kong and Sengoku were to intervene, it would be futile. The matter was thus settled. Now that we have concluded discussing Krista, it is time to address your situation. How did you resolve it? You may not be aware, but shortly after your departure, that old scoundrel Sengoku called to inform me that a brigadier general had just perished due to that pirate. Randall scratched his head and replied, That's how it was resolved. He then recounted the events to Zephyr, deliberately omitting the troublesome townsfolk's antics. After listening, Zephyr sighed with a complex expression. He felt immense pride in his exceptionally talented disciple, yet it also made him feel somewhat aged. There was an unsettling sense that Randall would soon be capable of engaging him in earnest combat. What? You say he has returned? And completed the mission? Sengoku exclaimed in shock, nearly spitting on Zephyr in his astonishment. Zephyr nodded, somewhat forlorn. Indeed, you heard correctly, and I have not misspoken. That lad truly eliminated the pirate. Upon Zephyr's confirmation, Sengoku gasped in disbelief. How had he managed to accomplish such a feat? Is he not a mere major general in terms of strength? Witnessing such astonishment from Sengoku, Zephyr felt a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, according to that young man, it was his unwavering resolve not to bring shame to the Navy that led him to break through during the battle, elevating his prowess to new heights. Consequently, he swiftly concluded the skirmish in a matter of moments. Upon hearing this, Sengoku nearly choked on his own saliva. Is this a jest? Within the Navy, who possesses an unwavering will, there has not been a single instance of someone experiencing a sudden surge in strength amidst combat. Sengoku was momentarily speechless. However, after this brief silence, he felt a profound sense of comfort. Once again, the Navy had produced such a pillar of strength. Excellent. By the way, what about that pirate? There happened to be a batch of pirates destined for impel down. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied, that young man. He merely brought back a head. There is no need to send him to impel down. Killing a pirate is hardly a noteworthy feat, however. The state of that head he brought back was simply grotesque. It was utterly unrecognizable. He began to suspect whether Randall harbored a deep-seated grudge against the pirates. Sengoku paused for a moment, nodded slightly, and refrained from commenting. He then rubbed his forehead in distress. It was true that since the assessment had concluded, it was time for promotions. Zephyr, do you have any insights? Zephyr shrugged indifferently. Whatever will be, will be. There's no need to overthink it. Yet, Randall's strength was already comparable to that of a rear admiral. Was it possible to grant him a direct promotion to rear admiral? There was no precedent for that. That's a dilemma for you to ponder. Zephyr chuckled mischievously, raising his hands in a mock gesture of helplessness. Get lost, you old rascal, if you have nothing to do. Don't linger here. A moment later, within the training ground, Randall and Zephyr stood at the center, flanked by Krista and a throng of new recruits. That must be General Zephyr, one exclaimed, while another added, Wow, that guy is so handsome. He must be the one who defeated the top graduate of the elite camp after just a month. Randall, I heard he applied for early graduation. Why is he still here? A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Are these two about to fight? Can this monster truly spar with General Zephyr? This is unbelievable. And what about that little girl? She's adorable. I know. I arrived early. That's Randall's sister. Someone chimed in. Wow, my brother-in-law's sister is so cute. Goodness. How can she be so young? Perverts, begone. Oh no, Randall is looking over here. Brother, you're in trouble. Let's have a moment of silence. Moment of silence. One more for good measure. Inside the arena, Randall reluctantly withdrew his gaze. What a bunch of fools. Are you ready, kid? Across from him, Zephyr cracked his knuckles. A sinister grin spreading across his face. With your current strength, I cannot afford to go easy on you. Randall, brimming with fighting spirit, replied. I wouldn't have it any other way. Come on, teacher Zephyr. As soon as he finished speaking, Randall enveloped himself in haki, instantly transforming into a figure of understated elegance. The surrounding recruits gasped in awe. Is this the strength of the elite camp? Full-body haki. For them, haki was still a concept of unimaginable power. Yet, Randall had mastered this advanced application. Why are you so exceptional among us new recruits? Is this the true strength of the elite camp? Other recruits murmured, No, please spare us. They are not in the same league. Zephyr regarded Randall, seemingly flawless, and remarked, Your haki is commendable. However, he swiftly altered his tone. While full-body haki appears to be a solid defense, it actually disperses your protection. Just like this. As soon as Zephyr's words left his mouth, he vanished from sight. Reappearing behind Randall, his massive fist, akin to a cauldron, crashed down toward Randall's back. However, Randall seemed to possess foresight, instinctively dodging the attack. Teacher Zephyr. You always resort to this tactic. I figured you out. Chapter 48. Zephyr strikes Randall, and Zephyr had fought several times. And nearly every occasion saw Zephyr sneak up from behind for a surprise attack. Cunning as he was, Randall had long since deciphered Zephyr's routine, skillfully evading Zephyr's fist. He even found time to taunt. Teacher Zephyr, I've completely grasped your habit. The onlookers gasped, wow. To think he could read General Zephyr's moves. Zephyr scoffed with a smirk. Figure me out? You're still several centuries too early for that. With a swift twist of his waist, he unleashed a punch that rebounded with ferocity, his arm striking like a steel whip against Randall's ribcage. With a resounding thud, Randall was propelled backward. The onlookers murmured in awe. Indeed, the great General Zephyr remains unparalleled. After executing a somersault in midair, Randall landed. He rubbed his side, grimacing in pain. At that moment, he suspected that Zephyr had employed the pinnacle technique of haki, causing internal damage. Otherwise, the pain would not be so excruciating. You still have a long way to go. Zephyr revealed a grin akin to that of a ruthless bandit. Randall's eyes darted, and he said, Does Teacher Zephyr dare to stand there and receive my strike? Upon hearing this, Zephyr's eyes widened. Hey, you little rascal, trying to provoke me. However, I must admit, I do fall for this trick. You wish to use that technique, don't you? I could withstand it before, and I can still do so now. Come on. With that, Zephyr crossed his arms and stood firm. On the surface, he appeared calm, but internally, his haki was poised and ready. Seeing Zephyr's agreement, Randall's eyes sparkled. Now we are speaking the same language. Don't you dare back out. Hurry up, you chatterbox. Randall chuckled and assumed his stance. He brought his palms together at his waist, spreading them wide. The energy within him began to converge toward that point. Soon, a white orb of light, roughly the size of a human head, materialized between his hands. The onlookers immediately began to speculate. Could he be a devil fruit user? What kind of power is this? What you don't know? This might be the advanced application of haki, external manifestation. So that's how it is. You are quite knowledgeable. I have only a slight understanding. Merely because my father is a major general and I have seen a bit more of the world. At this moment, the energy had reached the intensity he had previously exerted against Texas. Yet, Randall did not cease gathering power. The orb maintained its size but grew increasingly radiant. As he continued to charge, the air around Randall began to tremble. Within a 10-meter radius, stones on the ground began to levitate. A fierce gust of wind emanated from Randall, expanding outward. The spectators were taken aback, secretly acknowledging the terror of this young man. Zephyr's brow furrowed. Sensing that the situation was becoming more complex, the intensity of this energy had already surpassed any previous encounters he had experienced. Moreover, it continued to escalate. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds. 7 seconds. 10 seconds. After a full 10 seconds of gathering energy, Randall finally halted. It was not that he wished to stop. Rather, if he continued to infuse energy, he would lose control. At that moment, it would be akin to wielding the power of annihilation. Teacher Zephyr, brace yourself. Randall managed a strained smile at Zephyr, then with great effort, he thrust both hands forward, as if pushing an immense weight. With his motion, the orb, which could no longer be contained, erupted. A blinding torrent of energy surged towards Zephyr. The wave of power. Faced with this onslaught, Zephyr could only squint against the overwhelming brightness, finding himself enveloped in a vast expanse of white. Realizing the sheer force of the strike, Zephyr immediately abandoned any thoughts of enduring it head-on. His right fist instantaneously turned obsidian before it was unleashed in a powerful strike. In the next moment, his fist collided violently with the torrent of energy. A deafening roar resonated through the air, and then silence enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all sight. The audience could only sense the tempest before them. Those standing at the forefront felt their skin tighten significantly. As for Krista, her astuteness was evident. Merely observing the special effects of that maneuver, she discerned its extraordinary nature. Thus, she prudently covered her ears and retreated behind the crowd. This tempest raged on for a considerable duration, dissipating gradually amidst its reluctance. The onlookers, filled with anticipation, eagerly peered into the arena. However, upon grasping the situation, their mouths fell agape, and their eyes widened in astonishment. The vast training ground appeared as if it had undergone a thorough cleansing. The once intact stone bricks were now nearly obliterated. The training apparatuses had been shoved to the periphery, some even embedded into the walls. Between Zephyr and Randall lay an enormous chasm, and as the crowd gazed into it, all they could perceive was an abyss of darkness. They glanced at the pit. Then at Randall, their gazes oscillating between the two as if struggling to comprehend the connection that bound them. The sheer magnitude of this power seemed utterly outrageous. Truly, was this a monster? The son of the Major General appeared particularly astonished, for he was acutely aware that his father could never achieve such feats. Wasn't this individual still a student? Could it be that all the elite recruits were such monsters? The elite recruits proclaimed, "We are different." In the arena, Zephyr withdrew his slightly heated fist and turned to Randall, saying, "Young man, well done. This move of yours actually compelled me to attack. Now I understand how you managed to defeat that Texan." Zephyr dared to assert that few among the lieutenant generals could withstand this maneuver. Even the likes of the Mole and the Phantom Spider would have to pay a hefty price to endure it. Randall smiled in response to Zephyr's words, but he noted the apparent shortcomings of the technique. However, this move has its evident drawbacks. The charge time is excessively long, and the period of vulnerability is too protracted. In the heat of battle, the enemy will not afford you such luxury. If this technique fails to land, or the opponent withstands it, death shall be your only reward. As he concluded, Zephyr's tone softened, and he continued, "Nonetheless, a flaw does not overshadow its brilliance." Delighted by Zephyr's praise, Randall beamed. Seeing Randall's smile, Zephyr also grinned. Then, with a hint of regret, he surveyed the arena and remarked, "What a shame. This match cannot proceed. We haven't even begun to spar." As he spoke, Zephyr flexed his hands, displaying an itch to engage. Randall rolled his eyes, pondering why those who practiced physical combat were so eager to fight. In that moment, Randall forgot the joy he felt when he had bested Aqueous and Millers. Seeing that the two were no longer fighting, Krista hurriedly ran to Randall's side, tugging at his clothing. "Brother Randall, are you all right?" Gazing at Krista's adorable face, Randall felt his heart melt. "Don't worry, I'm quite formidable." Meanwhile, Zephyr appeared as if he had bitten into a lemon. "Hey, little Crystal, it was I who was struck, not that brat." Chapter 49, The Dragon King Pirates. Witnessing Krista's concern for Randall, Zephyr felt a pang of jealousy. He remarked, "Little Crystal, it is I who was struck. Why do you inquire about that scoundrel?" Upon hearing this, Krista timidly replied, "But Grandpa Zephyr appears quite robust. He shouldn't have been injured." At this, Zephyr rolled his eyes dramatically, while Randall burst into hearty laughter. "By the way, Krista, why don't you forego the dormitory and stay with me instead?" Zephyr suddenly suggested. Randall's eyes sparkled as he turned to Krista and said, "Little Crystal, what do you think? Grandpa Zephyr is quite affluent, and his residence is filled with delightful treats. Moreover, he is exceptionally skilled. Many within the Navy aspire to be under his tutelage." Randall clearly articulated the advantages of residing with Zephyr. Zephyr shrugged, remaining silent, yet gazing expectantly at Krista. Although Krista was somewhat oblivious to the implications, she could discern Randall's intention for her to agree. Therefore, she nodded enthusiastically. "All right, Grandpa Zephyr. I look forward to your guidance," she exclaimed, resembling a miniature adult. Her adorably earnest demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Zephyr. "Excellent, excellent." At that moment, the onlookers, previously in a stupor, suddenly awoke to the scene, erupting into a cacophony of chatter. What in the world did I just witness? Was that pit truly created by a human? My goodness, did you see that? Admiral Zephyr threw a punch. The might of the strongest in the elite camp is truly terrifying. I reckon even a rear admiral would pale in comparison. My cousin's sister is utterly adorable. I'm overwhelmed. Why is that pervert still lingering? Regardless of the astonished crowd, Randall and his companion strolled away leisurely. "Oh, by the way, Randall," Zephyr said suddenly, "you should venture out more often and capture some pirates." Randall nodded in acknowledgement without further inquiry. "Brother Randall, please be careful." Krista tugged at Randall's sleeve, expressing her concern. "I know. I'm incredibly strong." Randall cheerfully flexed his muscles towards Krista. Zephyr clicked his tongue, feeling an intensifying disdain for pirates in his heart. Such a delightful young girl. Randall had initially intended to wait for Aqueous and Millers to return, but since Zephyr suggested he capture more pirates, he decided to comply. After resting for a night, he departed from Navy headquarters the next day, under Krista's reluctant gaze. He did not opt for the pirate-infested Sabaody archipelago. Instead, he set his course towards the first half of the Grand Line. Within just a few days, Randall had dismantled several pirate crews. One could only remark that during the nascent days of the Great Pirate Era, the density of pirates was indeed staggering. On this particular day, Randall was indulging in a deep slumber within the ship's cabin. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the air. A cannonball plummeted directly into the waters near Randall's vessel. The small ship was immediately thrown into a violent upheaval. Randall's eyes snapped open, bloodshot with intensity. He rubbed his eyes and stepped out of the cabin, glancing at the weather. The sun shone brightly. It was indeed a splendid day for hunting pirates. How dare these ruffians disturb his slumber? Less than a nautical mile away, a pirate ship flaunted its audacity. "Hey, you incompetent fool. You can't hit anything from this distance. Stand aside and let me show you how it's done." A raucous pirate shoved aside the man stationed at the cannon and took aim, igniting the fuse. Boom. A cannonball soared through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc towards Randall's ship. The pirates' faces lit up with excitement as they anticipated the destruction of the vessel. However, in the next instant, a young man emerged from the ship. He merely kicked his leg skyward, unleashing a blue wave that cleaved the cannonball in two. After neutralizing the threat, Randall executed a swift moonwalk, appearing above the pirate ship in a blink. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his wrath. His fingers danced like the twinkling stars, unleashing a torrent of luminous projectiles upon the pirates. The technique, Starry Rain, caused chaos among the pirates, who cried out in despair as they suffered heavy casualties. A few formidable pirates managed to withstand one of Randall's casual strikes. "Who are you to dare attack the Dragon King pirate crew?" One of the surviving pirates shouted defiantly. This piqued Randall's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "I nearly obliterated your crew with a single move. What gives you the audacity to speak to me thus? Were these pirates truly so fearless? You're finished. You're as good as dead. If you have the guts, call for our captain. You want to dare. When he arrives, you'll be begging for mercy." The pirate continued to taunt. "Oh, so your captain is not aboard?" Randall replied with intrigue. "Then hurry and summon him. Quickly," he urged. Capturing the leader was paramount. Without the captain, the pirate crew would be rendered powerless. Conversely, if the captain remained unharmed, the crew would soon regain strength. The pirate, silent for a moment, began to run, secretly mocking Randall for falling for such a juvenile provocation. "Haha, when the captain arrives, you are doomed." Before long, the pirate vanished from sight. Randall remained unfazed. His observation skills were keen. As for the remaining pirates on deck, he showed no mercy, dispatching them with pinpoint accuracy. Each met their end with an eerie calmness. It sufficed for one to relay the message. Soon, the pirate returned. His demeanor transformed. It was evident that he felt bolstered by the presence of someone behind him. He strode with newfound confidence, as if the fearsome Randall was no longer a threat. "Kid, I advise you to be polite. Otherwise, when my captain arrives, you'll wish for death." The pirate sneered, regarding Randall with contempt. Randall, unyielding, responded with a sharp slap across the face. The sound rang out, leaving the pirate dazed. "Hey, you little..." Smack. Randall struck again. "No, you." Smack. Smack. Not satisfied with merely 2 slaps, Randall delivered another swift blow. "If you can't speak properly, perhaps you should keep your mouth shut. I fear I might accidentally kill you, and then your captain would be left uninformed of your location." The pirate fell silent, as quiet as a quail, secretly vowing that Randall's current bravado would soon be met with retribution from his captain. Chapter 50. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. On the Grand Line. At Grig Island, there lay a town and a naval base. Within the base, a soldier rushed frantically to the commander's office. He burst through the door, exclaiming, "Commander, the Dragon King pirate crew has arrived." The commander, initially displeased, had his expression shift upon hearing the soldier's report. "What? Are you certain you aren't mistaken?" The soldier replied earnestly, "I am certain." Only the Dragon King pirate crew would hoist a skull flag with a crooked grin. Upon hearing this, the commander exhaled deeply. "In that case, it is indeed that pirate crew." He muttered a curse under his breath, exclaiming, "Hasn't that scoundrel only visited once? Does he intend to expose himself by coming so frequently?" After venting his frustration, he set down the teacup in his hand and rose to his feet. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, Randall stretched lazily and inquired, "Do you know the name of the island ahead? Hurry and relay the message to your captain, urging him to come." The pirate was quite displeased with Randall's command, yet it coincidentally aligned with his own desires. He hurriedly scurried off to make a phone call, the destination unknown. Randall stood at the bow of the ship, squinting at the naval base silhouetted in the distance, muttering to himself, "This is peculiar, at this distance. They should have detected us. Why has the Navy not reacted?" Moments later, the vessel was nearing the harbor. However, throughout this process, not only did the Navy fail to intercept the pirates, but there were even individuals designated to guide the pirate ship into port. This sparked unsettling conjectures within Randall's mind. Before long, the pirate ship docked, and Randall leapt down from the vessel. At that moment, a naval officer clad in a cloak of justice approached, flanked by several soldiers. Without waiting for Randall to speak, the officer bluntly exclaimed, "Why are you here again? Did we not just supply you? If you come so frequently, and we get discovered, none of us will fare well." Randall fell silent immediately. After the officer's outburst, he too sensed something amiss. Who was this person? When had pirates become so pristine? Even he, a man, found the pirate strikingly handsome. Moreover, the atmosphere aboard this pirate ship was unnervingly quiet. His brow furrowed, realizing that the situation was far from straightforward. At that moment, Randall spoke up. "Are you the commander of this base? What exactly did you just say? Is there something you fear being discovered? Moreover, as a naval officer, how can you remain so composed in the presence of pirates?" A sense of foreboding surged within the commander's heart. He coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "Seize him at once. He has just slain our men." The last remaining pirate, at that moment, bellowed from the ship's railing. The base commander inwardly rolled his eyes, contemplating the absurdity of simply being apprehended on command. The death of your men bears no consequence to us in the Navy. Yet, in the very next moment, he heard Randall softly declare, I am from headquarters. Upon hearing this, the base commander's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, capture him. Spare no effort. Hurry. He let out a thunderous roar, and a multitude of naval soldiers suddenly surged forth, encircling Randall. Randall's expression instantly turned icy. They thought they could still converse with me, believing I was a mere pirate, but upon hearing that I hailed from headquarters, their resolve appeared rather decisive. The soldiers who had rushed out were initially oblivious to the circumstances. However, upon hearing Randall claim to be from headquarters, they faltered momentarily. Move quickly. Is it not merely headquarters? Look at this lad, barely past adolescence. How formidable could he possibly be? Seize him at once. Hurry. Yet, the commander paid Randall no heed. Observing the soldiers' hesitation, he bellowed with authority. At the commander's directive, the soldiers sprang into action. Randall snorted coldly, an aura of menace and lethality erupting from him. In just a few short days, he had claimed the lives of hundreds. The murderous intent enveloping him had taken on a true sanguine hue, resulting in a qualitative transformation. In the depths of silence, it seemed as though the echoes of thunder reverberated from the void itself. They merely felt a brief buzzing in their heads. And then the scene before them transformed. Crimson engulfed everything, a sea of blood surging on the horizon, threatening to submerge the earth. Amidst this endless expanse of blood stood Randall, resembling the monarch of this sanguine abyss. This spectacle seemed to last an eternity, yet felt like the blink of an eye. When the soldiers of the base regained their composure, the scene reverted to normalcy. It was still their group encircling Randall alone. However, as they gazed upon him, the horrific imagery from moments before perpetually resurfaced in their minds. They halted abruptly, their movements frozen in place. Only futilely did they raise their weapons, aiming at Randall. Yet their fingers trembled so violently that they could not even pull the trigger with precision. At that moment, the commander of the base seemed to awaken from a daze. Cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. He instantly realized that the newcomer was a formidable opponent. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him left even the brigadier general feeling uncertain about his chances of success. The expression on the base commander's face shifted repeatedly, ultimately contorting into a forced smile. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Young man, this is merely a misunderstanding. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and clear the way for the young man. The soldiers, who were already strained, quickly retreated at the command, fleeing in less than a second. Steeling himself, the base commander approached Randall. It's all a misunderstanding, my young friend. When I first saw you disembark from that pirate ship, I thought you were just another recruit from headquarters. But your display of skill has convinced me that only someone from headquarters could possess such power. It's all a misunderstanding. To make amends, we must host you properly. The base commander smiled broadly at Randall, then turned and bellowed. Prepare a banquet at once to welcome our young guest. He then looked back at Randall, his smile bordering on manic. So, what do you think, young man? Randall scrutinized the base commander, inwardly pondering whether he took him for a fool. Did he truly believe such blatant deception would go unnoticed? However, he was awaiting the captain of the Dragon King pirates, and this delay provided an opportunity to discern the base commander's true intentions. Thus, as the base commander began to perspire under Randall's gaze, he spoke. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, perhaps we can clarify it over dinner. The base commander let out a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. Absolutely. We shall clarify everything thoroughly. The preparations for the banquet will take some time. Perhaps you would like to rest in the meantime? Randall glanced at him, observing the sweat trickling down his face. No, I wish to explore the island first. The base commander's expression shifted once more. The island? Before he could concoct an excuse, Randall's tone turned icy. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. The base commander gritted his teeth, barking, Cross, come and take this officer for a tour of the town. A middle-aged man with one eye larger than the other hurried over. Cross, ensure you show this officer around properly. The base commander instructed, casting a knowing glance at Randall. Cross immediately understood. Sir, please follow me. I know the town well. Randall regarded him silently before walking away, with Cross hastily following. Once the two had departed, everyone present exhaled in relief. The intensity of his presence was suffocating. The base commander watched the direction in which Randall had vanished, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. With a firm stomp, he boarded the pirate ship. His sudden appearance startled the pirate. What do you want? The base leader asked with a grim expression. What do I want? I would like to inquire what you intend to do. The pirate, feeling wronged, replied, I would like to know what is happening as well. We were sailing peacefully when this individual suddenly appeared and started killing indiscriminately. If it weren't for my quick thinking, I too would have met my demise. He had forgotten that if it were not for their reckless decision to fire upon Randall's ship, Randall would likely still be fast asleep. The base commander initially intended to inquire whether Randall had indeed come from headquarters. However, upon reflection, he realized that pirates know nothing of such matters. Thus, he shifted his question. Then why in the world did you bring him here? Do you have any idea that this is a clandestine affair? If discovered, neither your leader nor I will emerge unscathed. The pirate waved his hand dismissively and replied, Oh, do not worry. Our leader will be here shortly. Although that man appears formidable, he surely cannot match our leader's strength. Besides, you are here as well. He thought to himself, what if I don't bring him here? and that person gets angry and deals with him harshly? It is easy to speak when one is not in pain. At that moment, the commander truly wished to eliminate this pirate. However, recalling that the latter had already contacted his superior, he suppressed his murderous intent. He then disembarked from the ship and addressed the soldiers. You all, hasten to prepare a banquet. Remember, it must be lavish, with robust flavors and plentiful ingredients. The soldiers immediately understood and hurried to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Randall arrived at the small town. Cross led the way ahead and remarked, Sir, if you come this way, you will witness the most splendid views of the town. Randall casually replied, Oh, I do not fancy beautiful scenery. I wish to see those filthy gutters. With that, he disregarded Cross's indicated direction and proceeded to walk in another way. Cross's expression instantly froze upon witnessing this. He opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it, obediently trailing behind Randall. Along the way, several residents caught sight of Randall and couldn't help but steal a few glances. What a handsome lad. However, when their eyes fell upon Cross, clad in a naval uniform and following Randall, their expressions shifted dramatically. The admiration and astonishment directed at Randall transformed into trepidation and a barely perceptible disdain. It was as if Randall had suddenly morphed into a formidable force, and they were eager to distance themselves. Randall turned to Cross with an impassive expression and said, You claim to be well acquainted with the town's affairs? Then enlighten me about this situation. Cross wore a look of bewilderment and replied, Sir, what situation are you referring to? Isn't everything perfectly normal? Just look at the quality of life in this town. Randall remained silent, fixing his gaze upon him. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Cross could no longer hold his composure. I truly do not know. We can sincerely assert that we have fulfilled our duties in safeguarding, as the Navy. Perhaps the residents were frightened by the bloodshed they witnessed during our defense against the pirates? He forcefully elucidated. Randall merely replied with a feint. Is that so? After speaking, he continued to walk ahead. Behind him, Cross's expression shifted dramatically. It was unclear whether Randall had believed him or not. Upon lifting his gaze, his expression transformed once more, for he observed Randall detaining an individual. He hurried over, finding Randall engaged in conversation with a certain individual. Brother, you seem rather apprehensive about the person behind me. What is the matter? Care to share? The man, abruptly halted by Randall, appeared utterly terrified. Yet, his face was adorned with a forced smile as he submissively replied, No, you are too kind. There is nothing amiss. Perhaps you misinterpreted the situation. Just then, Cross had arrived at the scene. Oh dear, what is going on here? What do you wish to convey to the officer? I'd like to hear as well. The man quickly shook his head, insisting, Nothing at all. We are living quite well. He then circumvented Randall, departing without a backward glance. Cross remarked, See? There is nothing going on. Randall disregarded him, turning along the path to intercept another individual. However, as before, he was once again outmaneuvered by Cross. With an air of triumph, Cross looked at Randall and stated, Officer, I told you, nothing is amiss. You are truly making a mountain out of a molehill. Randall replied coolly, I see now that as long as you are by my side, I shall glean nothing. Cross feigned ignorance, merely offering a hollow smile. Do you not comprehend? You depart. Randall said flatly. The forced smile on Cross's face faltered for a moment before he responded, Officer, the base commander has entrusted me to ensure your comfort. If I return without fulfilling that duty, I shall be in trouble. Randall retorted, If you cannot leave, I can assist you. As he spoke, a hint of menace escaped him. Cross instantly froze, the atmosphere seemingly crystallizing at that moment, as if a bloody massacre were imminent. At that instant, the sound of a telephone insect echoed through the air. The sound had never seemed so melodious to Cross. He quickly took out his communicator and answered, Cross. Where are you and the little brother? The banquet is nearly ready. Hurry back. Okay. Understood, Commander. Cross promptly replied and then turned to look at Randall. Randall clicked his tongue, said nothing, and simply turned back to walk away. Observing this, Cross let out a long sigh of relief. As long as they returned, they wouldn't be able to venture out again. Chapter 52. What a dreadful habit. By the time Randall arrived in the reception hall, a long table had been set up, laden with steaming dishes of various cuisines. Upon seeing Randall return, the base commander hurried over. Little brother, you arrived just in time. The chef has just finished the last dish. Randall shot him a glance, remaining silent, and simply swept past him to take his seat at the head of the table. With his back to Randall, the base commander's expression instantly turned menacing. What else with the arrogance just because you came from headquarters? Yet, when he turned around, his face quickly morphed into a forced smile. Well, let you be arrogant for a while longer. As the base commander settled into the seat beside Randall, he was about to make a remark, but Randall had already begun to eat. Randall casually picked up a piece of seafood and placed it in his mouth. After a barely perceptible pause, he chewed and swallowed. Upon witnessing Randall consume the meat, the base commander's smile became genuinely sincere. Little brother, how does it taste? Randall nodded and replied, It's quite good. The spices are quite unique. After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at the base commander. This look left the base commander in a cold sweat. Had he been discovered? No. Even if he was, what could be done? After all, Randall had already eaten it. Forcing down his unease, he was about to say something when Randall suddenly inquired, "When will the captain arrive?" "He should be arriving soon, just a little." The base commander instinctively began to reply, but halfway through, he sensed something amiss and quickly fell silent, displaying an awkward yet polite smile. Randall, unfazed, merely nodded and continued eating. The food on the table disappeared at a visible rate, leaving the base commander utterly astonished. He hurried to the side and summoned a soldier. "Are you certain the ingredients were added?" "Absolutely. I personally witnessed them being included. Those ingredients would make even the mightiest sea creatures kneel." "Then what is happening here?" The commander pointed expressionlessly at Randall, who was busily cleaning the table. "He has already consumed half. How can there be no reaction whatsoever?" The soldier's expression grew vacant. The two remained in stunned silence for a considerable time until the soldier finally murmured, "Perhaps the reaction is delayed indeed." Scarcely had he finished speaking when Randall, who had been voraciously devouring his meal, suddenly collapsed onto the table. Observing this, the commander's face lit up with delight. "Ha! I knew it. How could the effects of the medication possibly fail? Here it is." He has slumped over the table, still clutching food. He can't have simply fallen asleep. How could there be such an odd individual in this world? It must be the medication taking effect. With a wave of his hand, he called out, "Quick! Bring everyone here." A throng of people promptly surrounded Randall. However, just as the commander was about to order Randall to be restrained, Randall suddenly stirred. His head stirred slightly before he lifted it from the table. He gazed around with a somewhat hazy expression, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you all planning to do?" The movements of the base leader and his companions abruptly froze. "Well, young brother, what you just did was," the base leader asked with a strained smile. Randall was momentarily taken aback, then feigned realization, saying, "Oh, was I just leaning on the table while eating? Ha ha, it's just an old habit of mine. I simply felt tired from eating, so I wanted to take a short nap." "You need not worry. Who on earth is worried about you?" someone retorted. "We are concerned about your well-being. What kind of bizarre habit is that? Who falls asleep in the midst of a meal?" The group was left in utter disarray. They were all oblivious to the expressions on their faces. Undoubtedly, they could not be pleasant. The base leader sat vacantly in his position, feeling utterly manipulated. Meanwhile, a question churned incessantly in his mind. Why had Randall consumed so much yet remained unaffected? Was it merely due to his formidable strength? Was the drug's effect delayed? Yes, it must be so. Perfect timing. The captain of the Dragon King pirate crew was about to arrive. At that moment, when the two engaged in battle, the drug's effects would suddenly manifest, proving fatal. Ideally, the pirates would eliminate this individual outright. As he was lost in thought, Randall had already completed his task of clearing the table. The base leader watched in astonishment. What about the food on his table? That feast sufficient to satiate a dozen people? What on earth is this? He twitched the corner of his mouth and gazed at Randall, who appeared somewhat unsatisfied, and inquired, "How are you, young brother? Is the food to your liking?" After indulging in a delectable meal, Randall's spirits lifted a bit, and he replied, "It's decent. I'm about half full. Let us leave it at that for now, as we have a battle to engage in shortly. Overindulgence would not serve us well." The base commander nearly fell to his knees in disbelief. "With all this food, you're only half full?" Randall shifted into a more comfortable position and said, "Well then, while we still have some time, let us discuss your concerns." The base commander, wearing a forced smile, retorted, "My concerns? What issues could I possibly have?" Randall continued to speak as if undeterred. "I once visited a town called Fields. The naval base commander there is named Manka. This individual has established himself as a local tyrant within his small dominion. Oppressing the populace is a daily occurrence, and corruption is a habitual practice. The townsfolk lead a dismal existence, yet they dare not voice their grievances. After all, the oppressors are from the Navy. Whom can they turn to for answers? Could it be the pirates?" Aha. Randall remained silent, yet the smile on the commandant's face appeared somewhat strained. "You are aware. I recently took a stroll through the town. Can you guess what I discovered?" "Indeed. I nearly felt as though I had returned to Fields Town. The townsfolk here bear an uncanny resemblance to those of Fields Town. Therefore, Commandant, regarding Major Leo, could you elucidate the rationale behind this? Oh, and while you're at it, please also clarify the matters related to the pirates." Randall fixed his intense gaze upon the Commandant, eagerly awaiting a response. The Commandant fell into silence. An explanation? How does he elucidate? He was unaware that Randall had been traversing the Grand Route since his arrival in this world. How could he have ventured to the distant town of Fields in the East Sea? After hearing so much from Randall, he could only conclude that Randall must have already grasped something significant. At this moment, he suddenly realized the truth. This time, the other party had not come here by chance at all. They had come specifically for him. Therefore, an explanation? The silence persisted. As the saying goes, one either perishes in silence or erupts from it. The base leader chose the latter. His smile vanished entirely, replaced by a cruel expression for the first time. "Explain? I'll explain to you what the hell." Chapter 53. The ordinary fruit either perish in silence or erupt in silence. The commander of the base chose to erupt. "Explain? I'll explain to you what the hell." With a fierce shout, the commander suddenly surged forward. Upon encountering Randall, all the repressed emotions he had endured converged into his right fist. Randall did not evade, taking the blow head on. In an instant, the air was tumultuous. The table was overturned, and various vessels clattered to the ground. Randall was sent flying by the force of the punch. You little brat, when I was slaying pirates, you were still suckling in your mother's embrace, and you dare ask for an explanation? I can't hold back any longer. I have never granted you a friendly countenance. Do you think you were someone of significance? I'll tell you this. Today, you are doomed. You were enjoying your meal just fine, weren't you? That contained enough poison to kill a sea king. Just wait for your demise. Amidst the swirling dust, Randall slowly emerged, speaking leisurely. Well, perhaps you could explain this one too. Why on earth did you attempt to poison me? The commander grinned wickedly. What is there to explain? You're about to die, so spare me your damn curiosity. Just let me die in peace. And tell me what dealings you have with that pirate. The commander pondered for a moment, realizing that his opponent was willing to converse, which could buy him some time. Since you've asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. It's nothing much, really, just a means to earn some hard-earned cash. They provide me with funds. And in return, I furnish them with weaponry. It appears that our operations remain rather clandestine. You have only unearthed corruption and the oppression of the populace. Yet you remain oblivious to this aspect. In conclusion, the base commander expressed a sense of pride. Is that all there is to arms trafficking? Randall inquired. At these words, a fleeting flicker of discomfort crossed the commander's gaze, yet he responded with feigned righteousness, of course. He spoke the truth, albeit with some details omitted. Initially, he had no intention of selling weapons to the pirates. However, he was compelled to yield under the threat of death. Such matters that tarnished his dignity were deemed unnecessary to divulge to outsiders, even if the individual in question was on the brink of death. Randall sighed and remarked, Indeed. You are truly reprehensible. He paused momentarily before uttering, Go to prison and repent. As soon as the words left his lips, Randall's figure vanished from sight. The commander's pupils constricted sharply, but before he could react, an overwhelming force struck his neck. With a thunderous crash, he was effortlessly pinned to the ground. How? How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? He exclaimed incredulously, struggling fiercely. He could hardly believe it in his heart. He is a major general, yet he could not last even a single round against his opponent. How could anyone be so formidable? He is clearly younger than I am. Randall furrowed his brow and struck the base commander at the base of his spine. The commander felt a piercing pain, rendering him momentarily powerless. Subsequently, Randall swiftly disarmed the commander, rendering him entirely incapable of resistance. It was only at that moment that the surrounding soldiers comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their superior had been subdued by the adversary, in a mere exchange. Thus, the question arose, should they engage or retreat? This dilemma lingered in the air. Soon, however, Randall made their decision for them. Fetch some sea stone handcuffs, he uttered coldly, accompanied by an aura of chilling menace that enveloped them like an icy abyss. They immediately heeded their inner instincts, shoving and pushing each other as they fled the room. As for the commander, who cared about the commander? Who is the commander? What significance does the commander hold? Can one consume him? Once only the two of them remained in the room, Randall delivered a kick to the base chief, flipping him onto his back. The base chief gazed up at Randall and exclaimed, Wait, what are you doing? You cannot kill me. I am Navy. Even if I have erred, you must follow procedures. You cannot take my life. Randall let out a derisive laugh and replied, Rest assured, unlike you, I adhere to the rules. At this, the base chief felt a slight sense of relief. However, he soon realized something was amiss and exclaimed, Wait, this isn't right. Why haven't you succumbed to the poison yet? How long has it been? How can you be completely unscathed? Logically, the effect should have manifested within a minute of ingestion. It has been over half an hour since you took that first bite, and you consumed so much. How is it that you feel nothing? Is it possible that your poison has expired? Randall smiled and said, Isn't it rather curious? Watch closely, for I shall now demonstrate a remarkable skill. From the very beginning, he sensed something amiss about the base leader, so how could he possibly be unprepared? Anger does not render him invulnerable, but it allows him to face poison without fear. Before his meal, he enveloped his mouth, esophagus, and the walls of his stomach with his energy. Consequently, when he consumed the toxic food, he absorbed its nutrients normally, while the poison was effectively blocked by his energy. In other words, he never truly ingested the poison. Thus, amidst the base leader's astonished and bewildered gaze, Randall opened his mouth and expelled a pool of pale green liquid. Upon contact with the ground, the liquid immediately began to corrode it, releasing wisps of ghastly green smoke. At that moment, the base leader seemed to grasp something. And with a grim smile, he remarked, I never expected you to be an empowered individual. Had I known, I should have directly added sea stone powder. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance as a soldier stumbled in. The man trembled uncontrollably, dropping a pair of handcuffs before fleeing. Randall shook his head. Indeed. When the upper beam is askew, the lower beam is also crooked. With a leader of such caliber, it is no surprise the soldiers below are equally unimpressive. He walked over to pick up the handcuffs, then calmly proceeded to restrain the base commander. Observing that Randall displayed no signs of discomfort, the commander was taken aback. Aren't you a power user? How can you touch sea prism stone? Randall chuckled lightly and casually fabricated a response. Because I am an ordinary person who has consumed an ordinary fruit. and the ability it grants me is simply the lack of fear towards Sea Prism Stone. The base commander paused momentarily. Is there truly such an absurd fruit? What difference does it make compared to not having eaten one? However, upon witnessing Randall's mocking expression, he realized he had been tricked. His face darkened instantly. Damn it, I can't believe I fell for such a simplistic lie for even a second. This person has truly bewildered me. Don't get too complacent, brat. When the captain of the Dragon King pirate crew arrives, your doom will be upon you. You are strong. But he is even stronger. You are bound to lose. Chapter 54, Conqueror's Hockey? Enraged and humiliated, the base commander began to issue threats. Don't get too cocky, brat. When the captain of the Dragon King pirate crew arrives, your end will be nigh. You are strong, but he is stronger. You are doomed. Without having truly encountered that man, one cannot fathom the unparalleled might he possesses. The opponent had not even lifted a finger. His mere aura had rendered the commander incapable of striking. Such immense power was beyond the comprehension of a mere child. Oh, if you say so. I find myself quite intrigued. Randall replied with a hint of excitement. The base commander was momentarily taken aback by Randall's reaction, then retorted with a stiffened neck. You can be defiant now, but this is just for the moment. Don't come crawling to beg for mercy later. At that moment, Randall raised an eyebrow. Within his observation, he detected a large group approaching. Speaking of people, they have arrived. I hope they do not disappoint me. With that, he disregarded the base commander and strode outside. Meanwhile, near the base, 5 pirate ships sailed towards it. The flags of these ships bore a peculiar skull with a crooked grin. At the forefront, a man with golden hair sat confidently in a chair. Moments later, the pirate ship docked. Boss, they've arrived, exclaimed a one-eyed man beside the golden-haired figure. I'm not blind, the golden-haired man retorted brusquely. The one-eyed man gave an awkward smile and stepped aside. The golden-haired man stretched lazily and stood up. Let us go see who has the audacity to lay hands on my crew. Subsequently, a throng of people disembarked from the pirate ship. The pirate Randall had previously left behind was already waiting at the dock. Upon seeing the newcomers, he rushed over. Boss, you finally made it. Seeing the pirate's overly dramatic approach, Gil shot him a fierce glare. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the pirate to freeze in his tracks, halting his original motion. Once the pirate ceased, Gil withdrew his aura and stated, Where is that person? Lead the way. Lead the way. How dare they touch someone from the Dragon King pirate crew? They must truly be tired of living. A chorus of pirates echoed his sentiments, lamenting the various fates that awaited Randall. Just as the pirate was about to guide them, he noticed Randall emerging from the base. He hastily pointed at Randall, gesturing towards Jill. Boss, it's him, that scoundrel. Jill followed his and met Randall's gaze. You are the captain of the Dragon King pirates? Randall said coolly. Hey, this kid is too arrogant, boss. Let me tear his mouth apart. Boss, let me. I want to pull out his teeth. Let me handle it. I will teach him how to speak properly. Jill tilted his head, remaining silent, and the cacophony behind him abruptly ceased. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Turning back, Jill fixed his gaze on Randall, offering no response, merely uttering 2 words. Kneel. Upon hearing these words from Jill, Randall felt an immense weight press upon him. A surging pressure descended upon him instantaneously. Suddenly, he sensed a drastic change in the weather. The previously clear skies darkened ominously, as if the heavens were collapsing. In the distance, he heard the rumble of thunder, indistinguishable from the turmoil within his own heart. Simultaneously, Randall perceived Jill's presence in his eyes elevating, resembling a towering giant. Steadfast and formidable, he gazed at Gil as though beholding a celestial deity. In that fleeting moment, an unavoidable thought blossomed within him. The individual before him was invincible. The 2 words uttered by Gil reverberated wildly in his mind. Kneel, kneel, kneel. A relentless echo. Randall felt as though the very heavens and earth conspired to compel him to obey Gil's command. He was instantly taken aback. What was this? An aura? Was it merely the sheer force of presence that instilled in him such a sense of inadequacy? But how could this be? Though his prowess may not be of the utmost caliber, he is by no means a weakling upon this vast ocean. The only individuals capable of evoking such a sensation within him would likely belong to the ranks of the admirals or the 4 emperors. Could it be that this person possesses the strength of an admiral or a 4 emperor? He understood that the vast ocean harbored few formidable beings capable of matching the 4 emperors, yet they certainly existed. So, was it conceivable that he, merely having ventured out for a few days, would encounter a top-tier powerhouse? It seemed implausible. His astonishment was profound. Yet he remained unaware that Gil was even more taken aback. Prior to this encounter, Gil's technique had proven invincible after commanding others to kneel. Very few could withstand even 3 seconds. Whether it was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million or the commander of this naval base, all had bowed before him. Yet, the individual before him, though it was evident he was enduring, showed no signs of yielding whatsoever. A full 5 seconds had elapsed. He suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if he might encounter someone utterly fearless. Gil clenched his teeth, his aura intensifying with a ferocity akin to a tempest, surging toward Randall with relentless force. Randall felt an overwhelming pressure mounting upon him. Simultaneously, a fleeting moment of blankness enveloped his mind, as if an invisible colossal hammer had struck him, leaving his head buzzing. This blow nearly sent his thoughts spiraling away. He shook his head with great difficulty, blinking his eyes as his vision gradually became clearer. At that moment, a flash of insight struck him. He sensed a peculiar strength emanating from this individual, one that felt eerily familiar. 3 words surfaced in his mind: Conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming aura capable of rendering opponents unconscious bore a striking resemblance to the depictions found in anime regarding Conqueror's Haki. Randall felt he was on the right track. No. Could it be? This person was actually withstanding the second burst of power from the boss. Previously, when the boss unleashed his second burst, all his opponents had succumbed to unconsciousness. Behind Jill, his subordinates struggled to resist the terrifying pressure that loomed like a prison, utterly astounded. They were merely experiencing the aftershocks, and they were on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet, facing Gil, Randall astonishingly managed to hold on. Witnessing this, Gil gritted his teeth and unleashed an overwhelming aura. At this extent, he would surely endure a throbbing headache for several days. Opposite him, Randall was struck as if by a bolt of lightning. He found himself enveloped in an overwhelming void, perceiving neither sight nor sound. Just as he felt on the brink of losing consciousness, a surge of energy erupted within him. This energy, akin to liquid fire, surged once more around his being. His waning awareness was abruptly reinvigorated. Empowered by this newfound vitality, Randall regained his composure in an instant, his gaze striking like lightning. How could this be? Gil's mind screamed in disbelief. How could anyone endure such a force? Why are you still conscious? Chapter 55. Awaiting my ascendancy as the sovereign of the world. Gil's aura surged once again, rendering Randall as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the edge of despair. Yet, in this moment of peril, Randall's inner energy surged forth. The tumultuous force, reminiscent of liquid flames, enveloped Randall entirely, propelling his essence to new heights. He transformed from a mere flicker in the storm to a steadfast pillar of strength. This unexpected turn left Gil in a state of disarray. He roared within his heart. How is this possible? How can anyone withstand it? Were you not on the verge of fainting just moments ago? Yet you remain unscathed? Randall is not merely unfazed. At this moment, he found himself in a wondrous realm, as if on the brink of touching the gateway to a newfound power amid the pressure he had previously endured. A thin veil separated the two, and with a mere prod, that veil would shatter. He did just that. In an instant, he felt a barrier within his mind break, ushering in a wave of clarity. In that fleeting moment, the wind ceased, the clouds halted, and the entire world seemed to mute for a second. The very next moment, a tempest arose. An overwhelming aura erupted from Randall, soaring towards the heavens with an indomitable presence. It was the fierce dominance of the strongest in the realm, proclaiming, "Who else but me?" Immediately thereafter, Randall's might clashed with Jill's, accompanied by a thunderous roar resonating through the void. Crimson and black arcs of electricity flickered wildly. The collision of sovereign forces. Randall laughed with exhilaration, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki without reservation. Having just awakened, his Haki could not rival Jill's. If Jill's Haki was golden, Randall's was crimson in this moment. The golden hue eclipsed the red. Yet, the crimson did not falter. Instead, it grew more resolute. It pushed upward relentlessly, gradually gaining a foothold against the golden tide, even breaking new ground and expanding its dominion. Words could scarcely capture Jill's feelings at this juncture. Shouldn't this power be his birthright? Why could Randall possess it too? What right did he have? Unbeknownst to Randall, he was oblivious to the turmoil brewing within Jill. At this moment, he is immersed in the exhilarating novelty of acquiring newfound powers. Moreover, he has recently awakened his Conqueror's Haki, which, although still nascent in strength, presents an invaluable opportunity. Before him lies a ready-made sharpening stone. The opposing Conqueror's Haki serves as a hammer, incessantly tempering his own abilities. Witnessing that his adversary not only remains unyielded but also exhibits a tendency to push back, a growing anxiety stirs within Gil. Yet, his momentum has reached its zenith, leaving no possibility for further advancement. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he declared, "Excellent. I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary. State your name." Randall, seemingly oblivious, remained focused on honing his Conqueror's Haki. "You acknowledge me? What audacity for a pirate to speak such words to the Navy. Do you believe yourself to be Whitebeard?" Receiving no response, a sense of despondency enveloped Gil. He shifted his gaze and remarked, "Although you have earned my recognition, you are not yet worthy of my direct involvement. Therefore, strive to grow stronger. When you have attained sufficient strength, return to challenge me." With that, his Conqueror's Haki abruptly receded. As he retracted, the long-suppressed Randall unleashed a surge of Conqueror's Haki, violently sweeping through the surrounding realm. The first to bear the brunt were Gil and his band of pirates. Gil remained unfazed, but his crew could scarcely withstand the onslaught. They immediately rolled their eyes, collapsing like wheat cut down by a scythe. Unlike the anticipated synergy with Gil, Randall did not cease his use of Conqueror's Haki as expected. It was only after all the pirates had lost consciousness that Randall nonchalantly withdrew his power. One must admit, the exhilaration of wielding Conqueror's Haki to such an extent was truly intoxicating, leaving Randall somewhat addicted to the sensation. Observing Gil's grim expression, Randall pondered a question: why? Despite his own arduous struggle against the opponent's Conqueror's Haki, did the latter not seize the opportunity to strike? He does not perceive the other party as a pirate of moral integrity. Thus, if it is not a matter of unwillingness, it can only be attributed to the inability of the other party to act. This led Randall to formulate a conjecture. His eyes flickered. And then he chose to test the waters. As Randall's figure vanished, Jill's expression changed dramatically. He could only curse inwardly, wondering how this person could be so utterly disrespectful. Resorting to violence without a second thought. Almost immediately, he felt a searing pain in his side, which was swiftly followed by a numbing sensation enveloping half of his body. The sheer force of the blow propelled him backward, crashing him into the distant wall of the base. He took a moment to gather himself before forcefully detaching from the wall. With a sudden crash, he fell to the ground, and before he could rise, a pair of feet appeared before him. His complexion changed dramatically, and he exerted all his strength to evade. However, Randall had already anticipated his move. Lifting his foot to firmly press it against his back, the force was undeniably immense. With a resounding thud, the ground sank nearly 10 centimeters beneath the impact. Reeling from such a blow, Gil felt an excruciating pain coursing through his entire body, save for the area under Randall's foot, which had gone numb and devoid of sensation. With a splatter, Gil coughed up blood, reduced to a pitiful state, no longer exuding the arrogance and splendor he once possessed. Randall, stroking his chin, remarked with keen interest, "Indeed, as I surmised, your prowess is utterly mismatched with the Conqueror's haki. This is why you hesitated to strike me earlier. For you lacked the confidence to overpower me and were merely attempting to intimidate me with your presence. Generally speaking, the potency of the Conqueror's haki correlates positively with one's own strength. Yet you, it seems, are a notable exception. What is this Conqueror's haki? I know not of what you speak. It is my inherent gift. I am a born ruler, destined to rise above all," Gil proclaimed defiantly, tilting his head back with determination. "You, a mere hybrid, still have time to release me. With your strength, when I ascend to the throne of the world, I could grant you a position as my personal guard. Wait, on that note, how is it that you, a mere hybrid, possess strength akin to mine? What sorcery is this? Ah, I see now. You are a thief. You have stolen the power of a king. He perceives himself as a fallen prince. But little does he know that in Randall's eyes, he is merely a pitiable and ignorant wretch." Nevertheless, his words provide Randall with some insight into his circumstances. It appears that in this world, there exist not only those who possess the innate ability of observation haki, but also individuals who awaken the Conqueror's haki from birth. Such talent is indeed remarkable, yet it is regrettably overshadowed by his profound ignorance. He has only traversed the first half of the Grand Line. Had he ventured into the treacherous waters of the New World, he would soon discover that the Conqueror's haki holds little value there. Chapter 56. The disheartened base commander. It is evident that Gil has never set foot in the New World. Otherwise, he would realize that many renowned figures possess the Conqueror's haki as well. The depths of that realm are unfathomable, teeming with kings. However, Gil's Conqueror's haki does seem to possess considerable strength. Randall, a genuine vice admiral, found himself nearly ensnared by Gil's formidable haki. The innate Conqueror's haki is indeed terrifying. Hey, let me go. Do you hear me? You wretched hybrid. I am a born king, destined to become the sovereign of this world. How dare you treat me in such a manner? And did you not hear my question? How did you steal my powers? Speak, you impudent hybrid." Randall merely shook his head and replied with a hint of indifference, "You believe this power is unique to you, yet you fail to realize that on these seas, there are at least dozens who share such abilities." Gil was taken aback for a full 3 seconds before regaining his brash demeanor. "Haha, you, wretched hybrid, dare to deceive the king. Impossible. This is my innate talent, a gift that belongs solely to me. You, thief, are also a damnable liar." Randall fell silent, merely gazing at him with a look of pity, a gaze that wielded more impact than any words could convey. "Impossible. You must be lying. It's all a fabrication." He incessantly repeated himself, attempting to persuade Randall, or perhaps more accurately, to persuade himself. Randall, exasperated by the cacophony, retaliated with a swift kick to the back of his head. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the surroundings. Subsequently, Randall hoisted the unconscious Gil and made his way toward the base. Although the clash of their haki had been intense, its impact was limited in scope. Consequently, the soldiers within the base remained unaffected and conscious. However, upon witnessing Randall enter while carrying Gil, the sheer terror etched on their faces was beyond description. After all, this was the formidable pirate who had once instilled fear throughout their entire base. Yet now, that once dreaded presence was being treated like a lifeless dog, effortlessly held aloft. They found it difficult to believe that the person before them was the same as the one they had known, yet the iconic golden locks confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed Jill, the pirate as terrifying as a demon. At that moment, they witnessed the shadow that once haunted them being vanquished. Yet that very shadow did not dissipate, it merely shifted to Randall. In their minds, Randall's image loomed larger than life, akin to a formidable deity. Even though Randall paid them no heed, each of them quaked in fear, their bodies trembling. Soon, Randall arrived at the previous chamber. With a casual toss, he flung Jill beside the base commander. The commander, initially astonished by Randall's return, soon felt something land beside him. He turned his head and beheld a face that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The owner of this face, with mere presence, had once compelled him to kneel in public. This individual, simply standing still, stripped him of all courage to fight. Now, the owner of that unforgettable visage lay beside him like a lifeless dog, discarded without care. The commander of the base was utterly bewildered at that moment. He questioned whether he was hallucinating or if his mind had deteriorated. How could he possibly witness such an absurd spectacle? You him? The captain of the Dragon King pirate crew? Indeed, this lad possesses quite a remarkable talent. Your defeat is not unjust, Randall remarked nonchalantly. Just a remarkable talent? Are you aware that I once knelt before him? The expression of the base commander instantly contorted. Yet, no matter how tumultuous his emotions surged within, he dared not raise his voice. Gil had stripped him of the courage to fight. Just how formidable must one be to vanquish Gil? He suddenly realized that he had truly underestimated this younger individual. Meanwhile, Randall chose to disregard the two fools, opting instead to take a seat nearby, from which he produced a rather rare communication device known as a phone book. This peculiar gadget had been forcibly given to him by Zephyr, specifically designed to avert the recurrence of such situations. He dialed a number, and after a brief moment, the call connected. The phone bug had turned a shade of purple. Hello, why are you calling me? A gruff voice responded. Could it be that you've encountered an insurmountable dilemma and have come to me for assistance? Zephyr's voice boomed. Indeed, you are quite correct, Teacher Zephyr. I'm in need of aid, Randall replied with a shrug. Words spoken without intent can hold profound significance for those who listen. Upon hearing the name Zephyr, the base commander felt his heart momentarily halt. Zephyr? The esteemed General Zephyr? This lad dares to call him teacher. How intriguing. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength at such a young age. On the other end of the line, Zephyr had merely intended to jest. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Randall was indeed in genuine need of help. He too adopted a grave demeanor. The circumstances that compelled Randall to seek assistance were undoubtedly serious. What transpired? Randall recounted the events that had unfolded here in their entirety. Throughout this narrative, the base commander's complexion visibly shifted towards a hue reminiscent of concrete. It was over, utterly finished. His predicament had now been escalated to the higher echelons. Even if he still had allies at headquarters, it would prove futile. To contend with Admiral Zephyr, he would require the backing of a naval marshal. Contemplating this, he could not help but wonder if those supporting him were more inclined to eliminate him, lest they be entangled in his troubles. This line of thought deepened his despair. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zephyr initially exhaled in relief upon hearing Randall's account. It seemed they had not encountered peril after all, which was a comfort. Yet, upon reflecting on the matters Randall had disclosed, his mood swiftly darkened. He was aware of the corruption within the Navy, yet he believed that while despicable, as long as the individuals in question could safeguard the populace of their respective regions, a little greed might be permissible. After all, this was a matter of both systemic issues and human nature, and he felt powerless to effect any real change on his own. However, he never anticipated that the Navy would engage in transactions with pirates, selling weapons to them. Randall noticed the silence on the other end and chose not to press further, understanding that Zephyr must be grappling with a profound sense of anguish and fury. After all, his enmity with the pirates ran deep, a veritable sea of blood between them. Yet one day, he was jolted to discover that his own colleagues were selling arms to these very pirates. The shock was akin to a sudden and brutal awakening. After regaining his composure, Zephyr inquired, Randall, have you apprehended the individuals? Randall quickly responded, yes, I have captured them, including the pirate captain. I called you to seek guidance on how to proceed in this situation. I can handle a confrontation, but when it comes to these bureaucratic matters, I am utterly perplexed. Chapter 57. The astonished flying squirrel. I have them in custody. Both the pirate captain and the base commander are right beside me. I reached out to ask what our next steps should be. Surely, we cannot execute them outright, can we? Upon hearing this, Zephyr's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that unrecognizable, severed head from before. He hastily exclaimed, as long as we have him captured, let us not resort to lethal force. Bring him back, and the rest will be of no concern to you. Rest assured, your contributions will not go unrecognized. This was precisely the reassurance Randall sought, prompting him to smile broadly. Very well. Zephyr, having concluded the call, shook his head, muttering to himself, goodness, this lad has been gone just a few days, and already he has stirred up such a commotion. Without delay, Zephyr dialed Sengoku. Moments later, the call was answered. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. Came the voice on the line. It's Zephyr. What is going on? You seem overwhelmed with matters lately, Zephyr observed, picking up on the fatigue laced within his old friend's tone. Oh, don't get me started. There is an avalanche of troublesome issues, Sengoku replied, clearly venting his frustrations. But the primary concern is that Barrett. Upon hearing the name, Zephyr instantly perked up. Oh, the crewmate of Roger? The devil's descendant Barrett? This is no trivial matter. What is going on with him? Indeed, that scoundrel has been causing chaos across the New World. Several allied nations have been caught in the crossfire. Sigh. The havoc wreaked by a top-tier combatant gone rogue is simply catastrophic. Sengoku lamented, exhaling deeply. Life is arduous, Sengoku reflected. Capturing someone of such caliber entails numerous considerations. Moreover, the captors must possess sufficient strength to contend with him. The crux of the issue is that this rogue is perpetually on the move, making him a formidable headache for Sengoku. Zephyr chuckled heartily, irresponsibly quipping, Well, this is now your headache to bear, as it was the fleet admiral who appointed you. However, should you require my assistance, I remain at your disposal. By the way, I called you for a reason. Let me tell you about Randall from a few days ago before long. Randall returned to the Navy headquarters, accompanied by the base commander and the pirate captain. As for the other pirates, Randall, discerning their nefarious nature, had promptly sent them to the depths of the sea. Upon returning to the base and handing over the two individuals, he considered the matter concluded on his end. The remaining tasks could be handled by Sengoku and Crane, those adept in strategy. Having completed the handover, Randall made his way directly to Zifa's courtyard. However, en route, a figure clad in prison garb suddenly emerged, charging toward him with brazen hostility. Randall was taken aback, bewildered by such animosity directed at him. Yet he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. For the approach of this individual was executed with remarkable skill, moonwalk. In an instant, the figure stood before him, shouting, "Die, you little wretch." His fist suddenly transformed into a deep shade of black and came crashing towards Randall's head. Randall deftly sidestepped, evading the blow, and retaliated with a punch of his own. The assailant was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Randall's counterattack, and in a moment of haste, his fist struck the back of the man's heart. A resounding impact echoed, sending the man crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. "Who the hell are you?" Randall exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Remarkably, the man appeared to sustain little injury from Randall's strike. He swiftly rose from the ground and distanced himself, exclaiming, "Who am I? This is all you're doing." With that, he charged towards Randall once more. Randall, now infuriated, found it utterly incomprehensible that he would be assaulted without any explanation, as if his patience could be taken for granted. He swiftly caught his opponent's fist, his fingers gripping it like iron pincers, and then, under the gaze of his adversary's sheer terror, unleashed a flurry of punches upon their face. "Can you not speak properly? Can you? Can you? Can you not articulate your words?" After a barrage of blows, the opponent was left utterly disfigured. Only then did Randall slightly temper his rage, flinging the individual to the ground and releasing his grip. "You had better explain yourself clearly. What exactly is going on?" Randall's voice was icy. "How can you be so powerful? Aren't you still a cadet from the elite training camp?" The individual stammered, though the shock and disbelief in his voice were unmistakable. Randall's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Do you not understand my words? I demand clarity." He enunciated each word with chilling precision. Simultaneously, an oppressive aura of menace radiated from him, causing the temperature around them to plummet. The individual was instantly paralyzed by this aura of death. "He truly intends to kill me." Faced with life and death, he dared not utter another word and hastily confessed, "I am a major general from the headquarters. It is all because of you that I have ended up like this." Upon hearing this, Randall shook his head in realization. So, it was indeed the figure lurking behind the base commander. He remarked that the commander must have some backing. Otherwise, where would he have acquired his weaponry? However, he never anticipated that someone would dare to confront him. Was this individual seeking a scapegoat before meeting his demise? Unfortunately, this person underestimated his strength. At that moment, an alarm blared. It seemed they had discovered the escapee, Randall thought to himself. He decided to wait right there. Soon, a pair of soldiers approached briskly, led by a general. Upon seeing them, Randall couldn't help but smile, for they were acquaintances. "Ah, General Squirrel. Randall, I have heard that you successfully completed your advanced graduation assessment with remarkable performance. Allow me to extend my early congratulations," the squirrel said with politeness. He recognized the boundless potential of Randall and thus was keen to establish a rapport. Randall chuckled. "Thank you, General Squirrel. Oh, by the way, this individual attempted to ambush me, but I subdued him." General Squirrel's gaze sharpened, while maintaining an outward composure as he accepted the mention of the general. Tumultuous waves churned within him. After all, this was a general. Although his combat prowess was not particularly remarkable among his peers, he was still a general. That Randall could so casually claim to have subdued him? What did that imply about his strength? General Squirrel felt an almost surreal disconnection. It had only been a few months since their last encounter, a time when Randall's abilities had seemed negligible in his eyes. Yet now, Randall stood on an equal footing with him. The rapidity of such advancement was astounding. Could it be that in a few months, he would no longer be able to contend with this young man? The thought filled even General Squirrel with a sense of gloom. Such talent was truly difficult not to envy. However, he concealed this torrent of emotions beneath a mask of calm. He merely remarked, "Thank you for subduing him. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome." Chapter 58. A warm welcome ceremony. After bidding farewell to the flying squirrel, Randall arrived at Zephyr's small courtyard. "Teacher Zephyr," Randall called out with a smile. "Welcome back." Zephyr lifted his eyelids and sipped his tea. Nearby, Krista, who was training under Zephyr's guidance in observation hockey, rushed over as soon as she saw Randall return. "Brother Randall." Upon seeing her, Randall's smile softened instantly. "Hey, the moment you return, she forgets all about me." Zephyr interjected with a hint of jealousy. Clutching Randall's garment, Krista declared, "I like Grandpa Zephyr too." Then, she whispered softly, "But I like Brother Randall even more." She believed no one could hear, yet both individuals present were far from ordinary and caught every word. Zephyr nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. After playfully teasing Krista for a while, Randall inquired, Teacher Zephyr, when will the graduation formalities be completed? Not for a while. Zephyr shook his head. Don't rush. That old coot from the warring states still needs to ponder over your military rank. Randall pondered for a moment and then said, In that case, I shall take a few days to rest before heading out again. Staying at the base offered little assistance in enhancing his strength, aside from sparring with Zephyr. Besides, Zephyr couldn't possibly engage in battles with him every single day. It was better to venture out. During his last outing, he had learned Conqueror's Hockey. He wondered what gains awaited him this time. Zephyr naturally supported Randall's plan. Capturing more pirates would facilitate Randall's graduation process. After a day, Millers and Aquas returned in succession. Hey, how did it go? Did you complete everything? Randall greeted them warmly. Aquas grinned proudly and said, Haha, when I take action, can the Air Force be any less? Millers adopted a cool expression as if to say, Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't just talk about us. What about you? How did it turn out? Aquas asked Randall. With a sigh, Randall replied, Alas, if it weren't for my good fortune and a sudden breakthrough in strength, I could have been in serious danger. Upon hearing this, both were taken aback, and just as they were about to mock him, they suddenly realized that Randall's strength seemed to surpass theirs. Could such strength still encounter life-threatening peril? Shouldn't the targets chosen by the three of them be aligned on the same level? It is important to note that while the two of them completed their tasks, it was not without effort, yet it hardly constituted a perilous endeavor. So what exactly is the situation with Randall? Could it be that they accomplished a mere facade of a task? Wait a moment. The two exchanged a sudden glance, instinctively gasping in unison. Did that fellow just imply he broke through at the last moment? How formidable must Randall be now? Aquas cautiously inquired. Just how powerful must the opponent you selected be to pose a real threat? Randall, with an air of nonchalance, waved his hand dismissively, replying, Oh, not particularly strong. Just an ordinary rear admiral, I suppose. Nothing worth mentioning. Nothing worth mentioning. The two were momentarily choked by their own incredulity. An ordinary rear admiral, you say? Are you aware of the significance of a rear admiral? They are the very backbone of the Navy. What is with your casual demeanor? And you dare to say it is nothing worth mentioning? Your pretense is rather excessive, isn't it? No, wait a moment. If Randall has completed the task, it implies that Randall has defeated a pirate of rear admiral caliber, meaning Randall himself possesses the strength of a rear admiral. Goodness, can this lad truly shatter an admiral? What on earth is happening in this world? They merely ventured out to undertake a task, which lasted no more than a fortnight, rather than several years. Surely, you must be exaggerating. This is utterly preposterous. Observing the two in their state of unparalleled astonishment, Randall departed with satisfaction to enjoy his meal. In high spirits, he indulged in several extra bowls. The following morning, Randall set out once more. He gazed at the vast ocean, muttering to himself, considering my current strength, venturing into the first half should pose little challenge. Perhaps I should explore the latter half instead? The mere mention of the new world ignited an insatiable yearning within him, akin to a swarm of ants crawling over his skin, irritating and restless. Randall stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though his prowess in the new world might not stir up great waves, surely he could manage to protect himself. With that resolve, he decided to embark on the journey. Having captured numerous pirates, Randall was no longer the destitute figure he once was. At the very least, he could afford to purchase a ship and coat it with a protective layer. Days later, in the new world, a ship adorned with a shimmering coating sliced through the waters. With a resounding BR, that layer burst like a soap bubble. This was indeed Randall's vessel. He glanced at the compass, adjusted the sails, and commenced his adventure in the new world. Randall had often heard tales of the dangers that lurked not only from pirates but also from the treacherous weather. Now, he was acutely aware of this peril. Mere seconds ago, the skies were clear, yet in an instant, a fierce wind arose, and before him appeared several waterspouts connecting the heavens to the sea. Randall was rendered speechless. Was this the New World's welcoming ceremony? After considerable effort, he managed to dispel the towering whirlwinds with a burst of energy. Yet, before he could even catch his breath, a far more colossal vortex materialized before him. Randall's mouth fell agape. Little did he expect that the first wave of crisis upon entering the new world would not stem from human malice, but rather from nature's wrath. After overcoming the ninth whirlwind, Randall found himself breathless. Battling against the forces of nature was no trivial endeavor. Each tempest required him to exert every ounce of his strength to conquer. Taking a deep breath, Randall concentrated once more, summoning the vibrations of his energy. He let out a bitter laugh and said, If this doesn't come to an end soon, it will be disastrous. Ah, how I long for the demise of this wretched new world. He shouted wildly, his hands thrusting forward. A brilliant column of light spanned the heavens and earth, cleaving through the towering waterspout. The sea, previously lifted, lost its support and plummeted downward. It was no longer mere rain. It was a curtain of water cascading from the sky. Randall felt an immense sense of relief, fortunate that he was not one possessed of such powers. Otherwise, his demise would have been excruciatingly tragic. What brought him solace was the absence of new tornadoes following this tempest. He let out a deep sigh, relieved that it was finally over. Yet, before he could fully exhale, he inhaled once more. Above him, the sound of wind tearing through the air resonated, merging into a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. Randall stiffly lifted his gaze, only to witness countless hailstones of varying sizes shattering the dark clouds, plummeting madly toward the sea. Chapter 59, The Fist of the Overseas Iron Fist Elite. Randall. My heart is heavy, yet I am not allowed to voice my struggles. Having just vanquished 10 waves of waterspouts, he was nearly spent. Before he could catch his breath, a tempest of hail had arrived. New world. Die, you wretches. The hailstones ranged in size from that of a human head to the breadth of a grinding stone. They descended from the heavens like a meteor shower crashing upon the ocean. At this juncture, Randall was nearly drained by the waterspouts. Utterly unprepared to face the onslaught of hail, his focus was torn between the chaos surrounding him, leaving the unfortunate vessel as mere splinters adrift on the sea. Before a hailstone exceeding 1 meter in diameter struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious, Randall's final thought was, New world, this enmity has been established. Time passed. Though he could not discern how long until Randall suddenly awoke. Before him lay a space that was not particularly spacious and somewhat dim. Numerous individuals occupied it, their expressions ranging from ashen to filled with despair and fear. Among them were humans, merfolk, and fishmen. Yet, without exception, all bore handcuffs upon their wrists and a uniform metallic collar around their necks. Randall furrowed his brow, instinctively attempting to move, only to discover that his own hands were also shackled. He shook his somewhat dazed head, feeling the chilling touch of metal against his neck. It occurred to him that he had been knocked unconscious by hailstones earlier. Now, what was the situation? He had been rescued, yet not entirely saved. This collar, it was undoubtedly a slave collar, the kind that could detonate at any moment. It was said that once donned, one was destined to remain a slave for life. In other words, those who rescued him were slave traders, and the individuals surrounding him were indeed slaves. Randall shook his head, concluding that the luck of these slave traders was truly unfortunate. He rose from the ground, exerting a slight force with his hands, causing the steel handcuffs to shatter into several pieces. The sound of the cuffs clattering to the floor resonated distinctly in the previously tranquil space. Nearly everyone turned their gaze towards Randall, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment, confusion, helplessness, derision, and indifference, among others. Yet, they merely observed, devoid of any desire to speak. Beside Randall, a mermaid tugged at his sleeve and whispered, You're insane. The collar will explode. She could not bear the thought of this youth, who had only recently been imprisoned, meeting such a fate. Not for any other reason, but for that handsome face. It seemed a tragedy for someone so striking to perish in such a manner. However, being captured as a slave was also quite unfortunate. Even more regrettable was the fact that she too had been ensnared. She pondered this with a touch of melancholy. Randall was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he found the silence and indifference of the onlookers to be the most normal reaction of all. He never anticipated that amidst their chance encounter, someone would offer a word of caution. Unconsciously, Randall chuckled. Upon witnessing this smile, the mermaid maiden felt as though her heart had been pierced by an arrow. How handsome. Oh, let me perish. I have no regrets in this life. Fear not. A mere explosive collar cannot claim my life. With that, Randall disregarded the bewildered mermaid and turned to exit the cabin. On the deck, the slavers were initially idle. Suddenly, one turned around and spotted a slave adorned with a collar emerging, notably without shackles on their wrists. Instantly, they were taken aback. Hey, get back into the cabin and behave, or I'll make your head blossom, bellowed a slaver with a booming voice. Randall paid him no heed. Instead, he raised both hands to grasp the collar. In a swift and decisive motion, he removed the collar and flung it overboard. Boom. The collar detonated, illuminating the faces of the slavers with a brilliant glow, making their bewildered expressions all the more pronounced. Damn it. The slave is escaping. This one's tough. Quickly. Summon Lord Tears, shouted one of the slavers. Silence. Randall replied coolly, and in an instant, he appeared behind the slaver, slowly retracting his fingers. The slaver, however, had already rolled his eyes back and collapsed face first to the ground. Upon the back of his head, a gaping hole, the width of a finger, gushed forth a mixture of crimson and ivory. Chaos erupted upon the deck, with cries of slaughter, the crack of gunfire, the howling of the wind, and the sickening sound of flesh being pierced rising in a cacophony. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Just as the minions were nearing their demise, a coarse voice thundered like a bolt from the blue. Randall paused in his actions, turning towards the source of the sound. He beheld a tall, gaunt man, a long blade sheathed at his waist, stepping forth. This must be the infamous Tears spoken of by the crew. As Randall turned, he inadvertently caught Tears' attention. So it is you, the boy yet to sprout a full set of hair, quite capable indeed. Had this vessel been merely filled with these inept fools, you might have truly escaped. Yet, alas for you, you have crossed paths with me. Tears proclaimed boastfully, unsheathing his long knife. A pungent aroma of blood enveloped him. This blade, renowned as the instrument of death, was named Bloodlight, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches in length, with a hilt spanning 1 foot and 2 inches. It weighed a formidable 8 pounds and 6 ounces. It had tasted the blood of countless victims. He raised the long knife in his hand, introducing it with an air of distinction. Randall was momentarily taken aback, then he lowered his head in contemplation. After a brief pause, he lifted his fist and declared, This fist is the elite of the overseas Iron Fist, toughened through countless trials, bearing the marks of resilience. It possesses 5 fingers and a single palm. Its weight unknown but undeniably formidable. His actions left the opposing side momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening? You may not have weapons to speak of, but what sort of absurdity is this? The entire situation has become incoherent. You are doomed, my friend. Just wait until Lord Tears defeats you. I shall sever the tendons in your hands and feet. Fear not. Though you may be disabled, with a visage like yours, many will still find you appealing. The previously terrified underlings, upon witnessing Tears' arrival, found their courage and began to boast in a myriad of threats. Little brat, I hope you resist. Such defiance will grant me the pleasure of inflicting even greater pain upon you. Tears brandished his blade, advancing towards Randall with a bloodthirsty grin. Randall did not retreat. Instead, he beckoned him closer with a casual flick of his finger. Come here, if you dare. Tears raised his hand, unleashing a crimson wave aimed at Randall's ankle. Randall assessed the situation, noting that this adversary surpassed Miller in strength. Indeed, in this new world, encountering someone of such caliber was commonplace. Yet, alas, before him, it was still insufficient. As the wave approached, Randall gracefully leaped aside, evading it effortlessly. Tears' smile widened, very obedient. Well dodged. But how will you evade this next attack? He wielded his blade with precision, unleashing a flurry of cutting waves that effectively sealed off all avenues of escape for Randall. My Lord Tears. To take care not to mar his visage, cautioned a minion. I am aware. It is already over. Tears replied with impatience, turning away without a glance at the outcome, believing it to be a foregone conclusion. In Chapter 60, your blade is quite lethal. Tears executed a series of strikes, sending forth multiple cutting waves. The angles of these attacks were exceedingly cunning, trapping Randall in a space devoid of evasion. The only fate awaiting Randall was to be struck by the waves, rendering him incapacitated. My Lord Tears, to be cautious not to injure his face. He could fetch a handsome price, the minion exclaimed, eyes wide with trepidation as he observed the onslaught of waves. Rest assured, it is already finished. Tears retorted impatiently, sheathing his long blade and turning to depart. Indifferent to Randall's fate. To him, Randall was but a mere youth. How formidable could he truly be? The outcome had been sealed the moment he drew his weapon. However, after taking a few steps, instead of hearing Randall's anguished cries, he was met with the frantic voice of the minion. In my Lord Tears. The boy is unharmed. Tears furrowed his brow and turned back. Indeed, as the minion had stated, Randall stood there unscathed. The slash he unleashed vanished as if it had never existed. Noticing Tears' gaze, Randall maintained his stance, raising his hand to beckon him closer. Hurry over, he seemed to convey. Tears, filled with fury, exclaimed, How dare this insolent wretch insult me? With a sharp sound, his long blade was drawn once more. This time, he did not hold back, opting instead for a powerful strike. With a thunderous shout, he executed a diagonal slash. A crimson crescent wave of energy surged forth, hurtling towards Randall. This was Tears' ultimate technique, and he clearly held great confidence in it. Once again, he sheathed his long sword, addressing his minion. This brat is rather peculiar. I can no longer afford to hold back. Whether he survives this encounter will be left to fate. Yet, in the next moment, the calm and composure on his face dissipated. Randall raised his right hand, which was enveloped in an abyssal darkness. It was the color of armament, something Tears recognized and understood. However, what transpired next was beyond his comprehension. He watched in astonishment as Randall raised his hand and grasped his slashing wave. Then, with a forceful squeeze of his fingers, his ultimate move was reduced to mere particles of light. Tears blinked in disbelief. If he was not mistaken, had someone just shattered his technique with bare hands? How could this be possible? Tears was utterly flabbergasted. Yet, Randall remained silent, beckoning him with a finger for the third time. Come closer, it seemed to say. I understand now. You are a person of power. That dark substance is not hockey but your ability. Tears feigned enlightenment. As long as I avoid your hand, I shall be fine. Watch as I strike you down. With a powerful leap, Tears propelled himself towards Randall like a cannonball. Opting not for a frontal assault but instead maneuvering around to his rear. He then raised his long blade high, aiming for Randall's neck. In his moment of panic, he forgot to hold back, directly targeting a vital spot. As the blade neared, Randall showed no sign of movement. Tears thought to himself, as expected, this little brat was merely relying on the powers of the devil fruit to disperse his attack. Once he took things seriously, his opponent would be nothing. However, the sensation of striking flesh did not come. Randall's body felt as insubstantial as air. The blade passed through without encountering any resistance at all. He himself stumbled forward a few steps due to his unsteady center of gravity, nearly falling. However, this lunge caused Randall's body to disperse. At that moment, a sudden chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out all over him. He had come to the alarming realization that Randall was no longer in the distance. It was merely an afterimage. So, where was Randall now? He hurriedly took a step forward and then turned around, the force of his movement nearly causing him to twist his waist. Upon turning, he found himself face to face with Randall, who stood there with no intention of launching a surprise attack. What could this mean? At that moment, he was too astonished to think, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of indignation. Was this a manifestation of disdain towards him? Randall suddenly inquired, So, have you exhausted your techniques? At these words, Tears became alert, positioning his blade in front of him. Observing this, Randall nodded. In that case, it's my turn. I hope you will resist. It would bring me much more enjoyment. Tears was momentarily taken aback. Why did those words sound so familiar? Yet, before he could ponder further, he lost sight of Randall. A cacophony of alarms rang in his mind as he hastily attempted to pivot. However, to his astonishment, before he could make a move, Randall materialized right before him. This revelation filled him with both surprise and a sense of humiliation. Was he so disregarded that Randall wouldn't even deign to attack from behind? Enraged by the indignity, he raised his blade and swung it fiercely at Randall. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Randall's hand had firmly seized the edge of his weapon. He struggled with all his might, yet remained utterly immobile. At that moment, Randall's hand suddenly trembled. Tyrese was unable to maintain his grip on the hilt. Seizing the opportunity, Randall took the knife and, with a swift motion, kicked Tyrese, sending him sprawling. He then disregarded him entirely, lowering his gaze to examine the blade. True to its name, the knife was called Bloodlight, its entire form drenched in crimson. The entire blade emanated an eerie luminescence. This was a cursed weapon. Tyrese rose from the ground, a wave of excruciating pain racking his abdomen. He was utterly astounded. How could this young man be so formidable? In his grasp, he found himself completely powerless to retaliate. At that moment, he realized that his opponent was not merely a wielder of abilities, but possessed genuine strength. When had such a figure emerged upon the vast ocean? However, as he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of Randall brandishing his knife, causing his countenance to turn a ghastly shade of green. You, return my knife to me. A smirk curled at the corner of Randall's mouth as he replied, Your knife? How delightful. Oh, pardon my slip. It is no longer yours. It now belongs to me. Tears' face flushed a deep crimson. You despicable bastard. Yet, the mirth vanished from Randall's expression, replaced by a chilling tone as he stated, Still concerned about your knife? Perhaps you should ponder on how to escape with your life from my grasp. Upon hearing this, Tears felt an icy dread wash over him. Curse it all. He could no longer concern himself with his blade and turned to flee. Even with the knife in hand, he was no match for Randall. Now, unarmed, was he to wait for death? Yet, after only a few hurried steps, a voice pierced the air, sending chills down his spine. You've struck me so many times. You must allow me a single blow in return. As the words fell, Randall was already upon Tears' back, delivering a powerful punch. The force of this blow left Tears battered and broken, his flesh torn, and his bones aching. It echoed Randall's earlier sentiment. His iron fist had indeed caused grievous harm. Overwhelmed by the pain, Tears let out a wretched cry and collapsed to the ground, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned away to withstand the excruciating agony, leaving him powerless to escape. Chapter 61. Doflamingo. At this moment, Tears was consumed by pain. The might of that punch reverberated from his back, radiating throughout his entire being. He could no longer afford to think of his weapon. You two are faltering. I've only struck you once, and you can't resist any longer? Randall remarked, somewhat disappointed. He then raised his longsword, preparing to end Tears' life. However, he hesitated momentarily. Isn't it rather ill-fated to use a blade meant for slaying its master? Contemplating this, Randall retracted his sword, opting instead to deliver Tears to his demise with his fists. But before he could act, he was interrupted. Wait. Spare him. My young master wishes to speak with you. A lackey came rushing forward, clutching a phone. This was the same underling who had previously urged Tears not to mar Randall's visage. Seeing Tears in distress, he had hastened to contact those behind him. Randall paused. Taken aback. Young master? The title struck a familiar chord within him. Upon his momentary pause, the minion had already rushed to his side, tremblingly presenting the telephone bug. Randall glanced down and was met with the sight of a pair of orange-red sunglasses perched humorously upon the creature's visage. Indeed, the presence of such a whimsical accessory dispelled any doubts. The young master spoken of by this individual was none other than the nefarious 7 warlords of the sea. The flamboyant pink-feathered flamingo. Rather than engage with the telephone bug, Randall simply inquired, Don Quixote da Flamingo? Faced with Randall's demeanor, the minion found himself at a loss for words. He could only continue to serve as a human phone stand for this gentleman. On the other end of the line, hearing his name called out directly, there was a noticeable pause. Then, a peculiar chuckle echoed through. Hee, it's me. I wonder which friend is aboard my vessel? Randall replied, You flatter me. I dare not befriend the joker of the underworld, lest I find myself meeting my end without any forewarning. Upon hearing this, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated from the other side. Following that, a somewhat hurried voice inquired, Who exactly are you? At this moment, Doflamingo had already made a name for himself in the underworld under the moniker of Joker. His status could be said to rank just below a select few emperors. Yet, even they should not have known that he was indeed the Joker. Wait, if there is anyone who might know my identity, could it be? Are you from the world government? Doflamingo directly posed the question. Of course not. Now, enough about my identity. Let us discuss what you truly desire from me. If you seek to plead for your subordinates, then I advise against it. I have been humiliatingly adorned with a slave collar. This grudge is one that cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing this, the subordinate holding the snail phone immediately weakened at the knees and knelt before Randall. With a tone of grievance, he said, My lord, It isn't fair to calculate it this way. At that time, you were lying on a broken plank. Had we not rescued you, a single wave would have swept you away. We saved your life, my lord. At this, Randall scratched his head. He found the man's words to be somewhat reasonable. Wait a moment, a flaw. The astute individual discerned the inconsistency. How eloquent, yet ultimately, he seeks to exploit my beauty, intending to reduce me to a mere slave for profit. Your motives are hardly altruistic. The very foundation of your intentions is skewed. Saving me was merely a coincidence. Yet, none of this truly matters. What weighs heavily is that I have been adorned with the shackles of servitude. My dignity as a formidable being has been tarnished. Randall initially contemplated declaring that the man was unclean, but reconsidered, realizing such a statement could be misinterpreted. The underling felt more aggrieved. Who could have known of your immense strength? Randall glared, exclaiming, What? If it were someone weaker, would you have sold them outright? Do the weak possess no rights? The underling wished to assert that the weak inherently lack rights. This sentiment was not only his own. Even those who pride themselves on their righteousness tacitly accept this notion. Yet, he dared not voice this fear, apprehensive that such words might lead to his immediate demise. Thus, he knelt there, feeling unjustly wronged. As the atmosphere thickened with silence, Doflamingo seized the opportunity to interject. Fufufu, you speak the truth. The dignity of the strong is indeed paramount. Therefore, why not propose a sum? As long as it is not excessive, I am willing to compensate you. Randall stroked his chin, pondering aloud. This is unusual, Doflamingo. This does not align with your character. Shouldn't you be threatening me directly instead of yielding so readily? In response, Doflamingo paused for a moment before stating, Fufufu, as I mentioned, the strong deserve respect, do they not? He had learned from a lowly minion that Randall had effortlessly crushed tears. Such a feat was within his own capabilities as well. However, among his ranks, many could surpass tears, yet none could achieve the same overwhelming dominance as Randall. Nevertheless, what truly unsettled him was Randall's audacious revelation of his identity. This left him feeling somewhat perplexed by Randall's intentions. He suspected that this was Randall's deliberate show of power. However, it must be acknowledged that it was indeed quite effective. After a brief pause, Randall remarked, Do you wish to be on amicable terms with me? That is certainly possible. Oh, I am eager to hear more. Doflamingo responded. In truth, he intended to recruit Randall, but he preferred to listen to the other's conditions first. Randall, with utmost seriousness, stated, As long as you abandon the slave trade, I can overlook your other nefarious activities. However, the slave trade is something I cannot condone. If you relinquish that, we can discuss everything else. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo fell silent. This time, it was not shock as before, but rather a profound anger. The veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. Suppressing his fury, he spoke in a low voice, Are you mocking me? Given that the other party was aware of his identity as the Joker, how could they be oblivious to the nature of his primary enterprises, one dealing in arms and the other in slavery? What audacity! To suggest severing one of his legs right from the outset? How could this individual dare utter such words? Did they truly believe themselves to be of such significance? Randall then replied in a grave tone, Of course not. I assure you, I am quite serious. He is undoubtedly earnest. The slave trade is an abhorrent practice that he detests. This perspective arises from his worldview and his compassion for the vulnerable. However, this is not the focal point. Although he is not malevolent, he is also not the kind of person who seeks to benefit the world. He lacks such grand aspirations. He could not accept the trade of slaves. Above all, he was a human being. The very notion of trafficking his own kin deeply insulted his sense of dignity. This aversion was ingrained in his very being, a visceral response etched in his genes. Chapter 62. Fracture. As a man, Randall perceived the slave trade as an affront to his very essence. Therefore, if Doflamingo's subordinates were involved in the slave industry, they would inevitably become his adversaries. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo fell silent once more, for he could discern that Randall's disdain for the slave trade was profoundly genuine. Well then, it seems we cannot be friends. He remarked, for such outrageous conditions were utterly unacceptable to him. In his estimation, Randall's strength should be inferior to his own. If he could recruit him, it would be a fortunate acquisition of a capable ally. If not, there was no need to force the matter. Randall let out a slight sigh, tinged with regret. When he proposed that condition, he was acutely aware that the likelihood of the other party's agreement was exceedingly slim. He was merely taking a chance. What if the other party, in a moment of folly, agreed? The future sovereign of the underworld could indeed offer substantial assistance to Randall. Alas, the opposing party was of sound intellect. Unable to reach an agreement, Doflamingo lost all desire for further discourse. He simply left a chilling remark, I look forward to our meeting, before decisively ending the call. As for the slaves and subordinates aboard the ship, he felt no obligation to intervene. He was indifferent to their fates. If it were Pika and others in peril, he might have felt anxious. However, the names of these subordinates, including Tills, meant nothing to him. If they perished, so be it. At that moment, the forsaken minions, aware of their impending doom, turned pale with fear. They were so weak that they could barely hold onto the phone book. Spare me, for the sake of rescuing you from the sea. Grant me my life. His head lay against the ground, an embodiment of utter humility, driven by an insatiable will to survive. Such a sight was indeed pitiable. Yet, Randall felt not a shred of compassion. To be facing death elicited sympathy for these individuals. But it was likely that many before him had also groveled in a similar manner, pleading for their lives. Nevertheless, he had continued to apprehend them, ferrying them aboard to be sold into slavery to the nobility and celestial dragons. Had this man not been seduced by beauty and lifted Randall from despair, he too would have persisted in this nefarious trade, transforming innocents with their own lives into slaves for whom even death became a distant luxury. Thus, as Randall observed this man's supplication, he felt no mercy. On the contrary, revulsion churned within him. Disgusted, he delivered a kick to the minion's head. The sound was akin to that of a water balloon filled with crimson and ivory bursting upon impact. Blood and flesh erupted forth, a true depiction of carnage. Subsequently, Randall delivered another kick, crushing the head of Tills, who had lost the strength to scream and merely emitted feeble whimpers. Within moments, all the slave traders on the deck lay lifeless. Randall then inspected the corpses, ultimately discovering a set of keys upon Tills. These were likely the keys to the shackles and collars. With purpose, he made his way toward the cabin from which he had emerged. Upon his entrance, every occupant within the cabin turned their gaze towards him, for the commotion on the deck had been monumental. Had it not been for their paralyzing fear, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from investigating the cause. They looked up and were astonished to find that the person who had entered was none other than the young boy who had previously left. What shocked them even more was the fact that the collar around the boy's neck had vanished. What had transpired on the deck before? Could it be that this boy had joined the ranks of the slave traders? They could scarcely fathom the possibility of Randall triumphing over the slave gang. After all, those present had witnessed the formidable swordsman whose prowess evoked a sense of despair. This young lad appeared to be merely in his teens. How could he possibly contend with such a master? Ignoring the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, Randall strode directly to the mermaid who had previously alerted him. "What do you intend to do?" A merman interposed, warily observing Randall. In response, Randall merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. At that moment, the merman felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What sort of gaze was that? In the face of such intensity, he perceived himself as an ant revealing its fangs before a colossal dragon. He was suddenly stripped of all courage, standing frozen in place. Randall merely cast a fleeting glance at him before averting his gaze. He then bypassed him and approached the mermaid, who was looking at him with a mix of curiosity and shyness. For reasons unknown, she did not perceive any threat from Randall. Perhaps it was due to his striking appearance. Trusting her instincts, she felt no fear. As it turned out, her intuition was indeed correct. Upon reaching her side, Randall gently squeezed her handcuffs. Into the astonishment of the mermaid, the iron shackles shattered as if they were made of mere paper. Previously intrigued by how he had managed to free himself, she now understood that it was all so brutally simple. While she was still momentarily dazed, Randall's hand had already grasped her collar. Wait, this is different. This is explosive." Alarmed, the mermaid realized that Randall intended to resolve the issue in a similarly straightforward manner. She was still young. Her mermaid life stretched ahead of her. "Rest assured. Trust in my skill," Randall said calmly. The mermaid was bewildered. What did that have to do with skill? However, in the next moment, she was taken aback as a blinding flash illuminated her vision, followed by a thunderous explosion ringing in her ears. A surge of scorching air tousled her hair, and the dazzling flames vanished in an instant. Blinking, she instinctively touched her neck, only to find smooth skin where the cold iron circle that had threatened her life and confined her freedom had once been. Overjoyed, she immediately embraced Randall, exclaiming, "It's gone. That thing is gone. How did you do it?" After a while, the mermaid finally calmed down. Yet, as she regained her composure, she realized she was holding something warm in her arms. A person. Upon realizing what she had just done, her cheeks, already flushed from excitement, turned an even deeper shade of red. Nevertheless, she did not release her grip. Instead, she instinctively tightened her hold. Randall was suddenly enveloped in the fragrant scent of the sea, feeling an undeniable softness against his chest. It must be said, the human figures in the world of pirates are indeed rather exaggerated. What a humiliating disgrace. That size, that astonishing elasticity, it was truly captivating. He couldn't help but cough lightly. The mermaid girl was instantly roused, hastily releasing her grip on Randall and creating distance between them. This sudden withdrawal left both of them feeling a tinge of melancholy. Chapter 63. Why doesn't it taste like a salty fish? Once they had separated, the mermaid girl's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she awkwardly gazed at Randall. She shyly remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so swift." It left me somewhat at a loss. Randall wore a frown, bewildered by her words. "Do you not know how to speak properly? What do you mean by so swift? Furthermore, while your statement might not have been problematic in itself, paired with your current embarrassed expression, it takes on an entirely different connotation, leaving you at a loss, indeed." Nonetheless, the mermaid girl proved to be quite reliable. She composed herself and, resting her fishtail against the ground, bowed deeply to Randall. "Thank you ever so much. Without you, I would have been in dire straits." "Oh, by the way, my name is Cullis." Randall graciously accepted her gratitude, responding, "I am Randall." "Ah, Randall, what a lovely name," she exclaimed. "By the way, I am 16 years old. I reside at 178 Coral Worm Street in the Coral District of Mermaid Island. I work as a waitress in a CAF. My hobbies are. Stop, stop, stop. Randall interjected, feeling a headache coming on. If you continue, you might divulge too much. Oh dear. Hee, Khalees giggled, sticking out her tongue sheepishly. Randall shook his head, bemused by the whimsicality of this quirky girl. He indeed forgot that he was of a similar age as the other. All right, you are free now. You may return home. The mermaid maiden, Khalees, sighed wistfully. When you visit Mermaid Island in the future, be sure to come and play with me. Mermaid Island is truly beautiful. You must come. You will certainly regret it if you don't. Her small face was filled with earnestness. Randall chuckled helplessly and replied, I understand. I understand. He was undoubtedly aware of the exquisite beauty of Mermaid Island, having recently traversed its enchanting paths. It must be said that the sky there is exceptionally pure and vast. Then, Randall produced a set of keys from his pocket and casually tossed them onto the ground. Remarking nonchalantly, these are the keys. You may unlock it yourselves. Subsequently, he glanced at the mermaid's shimmering tail, contemplated for a moment, and then lifted her into his arms. Caught off guard, the mermaid let out an endearing exclamation. Instinctively, she wrapped her delicate, fair arms around Randall's neck. At that moment, two phrases began to echo in Randall's mind. One was humiliation of the highest order, and the other was a significant uproar. He cradled her in a princess carry, while the mermaid lay sideways. Yet, despite this, he could still perceive the contours of her form. In silence, Randall carried the mermaid out of the cabin. At that moment, the merman turned, casting a gaze filled with complexity at Randall's retreating figure. Who would have thought that his savior would ultimately be a human? As Randall departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone present. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful. With his presence, the breaths of those around him instinctively softened, and softened again. Thus, when the key was tossed into the air, all eyes were fixated upon it. Yet, not a soul dared to make a move. However, in the third second after Randall departed, nearly everyone surged forward towards the key. Strangely, although the key was not a consumable item, and a simple cue would ensure that all could attain their freedom, one individual closest to it seized the key first. In the next moment, a robust arm reached out from the side, snatching the key away and incidentally jostling the person. This incident taught the crowd a valuable lesson. Initially, they had held back, but with the first contender emerging, they decided to seize the opportunity. Instantly, chaos erupted as everyone scrambled. A towering figure, standing 3 meters tall, began to physically assault anyone holding the key. The previous onlooker, a merman, regarded this spectacle with evident disdain. He remained unhurried, standing at the periphery. It was not that he lacked the desire to compete. Rather, he understood that if he were to join in, he would likely become the target of a collective assault. The crowd continued to jostle for dominance, while precious time slipped away. Had they approached one by one, it was likely that half of them would have already regained their freedom. Yet, in stark reality, not a single handcuff had been released. Amidst the chaos, the key was inadvertently flung away, landing fortuitously at the feet of the fishman. Hey, stinky fish head, toss the key over here, bellowed the towering man. Standing 3 meters tall, his face contorted with impatience. The fishman glanced at him, then surveyed the expressions of the others. Their faces began to merge in his perception, each indistinguishable from the other. After a moment of contemplation, the fishman picked up the key, but instead of complying with the command, he proceeded to unlock his own shackles. Meanwhile, within the cabin, a haze of confusion reigned, while on the deck, tranquility prevailed, and time seemed to stand still. Randall cradled Karis and carried her to the edge of the ship, preparing to cast her into the sea. Yet Karis tightened her grip around his neck, and with a sudden forward lean, her rosy lips gently pecked his cheek. Randall felt a moist, soft sensation, akin to jelly, brush against his face, fleeting yet refreshing. In truth, with Karis's speed, a sudden ambush on Randall was implausible. However, who could possibly resist the kiss of a beautiful maiden? Certainly, Randall could not. After bestowing a kiss upon him, Karis released her embrace and leaped into the water. Goodbye, Randall, she called out, her cheeks flushed, her words trailing off. Then, she plunged headfirst into the depths. As Randall gazed at the now tranquil surface of the sea, he inhaled deeply. A blend of fragrant aromas mingling with the scent of the ocean lingered at the tip of his nose. He momentarily fell into a reverie. Speaking of which, how does a mermaid, who has spent all her time submerged in the ocean, manage to retain such an alluring fragrance? Shouldn't she instead emanate the scent of salt-drenched fish? This enigmatic question left Randall pondering for an extended period, ultimately attributing it to the peculiarities of the world. After standing by the ship's edge for a while, a smile crept upon his lips. Although he was not physically present, his observation hockey had been vigilantly monitoring the happenings within the cabin since the moment he departed. The images relayed back to him were nothing short of enlightening. Indeed, it was time for him to make his entrance. With this thought, Randall proceeded towards the cabin. At that moment, within the cabin, the scene was chaotic. Some lay sprawled on the floor, seemingly oblivious to life and death, while others groaned in discomfort. The 3-meter-tall behemoth bore bruises of varying hues across his body. Meanwhile, the fishman stood opposite him, his handcuffs now unfastened, although his collar remained intact. He is also the only one who has liberated his hands. Chapter 64. All is taken for granted. At this moment, the cabin is awash with blood. The crowd lies in disarray, Some sprawled on the ground, oblivious to life and death, while others groaned in pain. Among the two who remained standing, one is the robust man towering at 3 meters. At this moment, his body was marred with bruises of various shades. Opposite him stood the merman, drenched in blood. Notably, his handcuffs had been removed, though the collar remained unaddressed. Despite the numerical advantage of the opposition and the imposing presence of the 3-meter-tall giant, the merman, now liberated, found himself at a distinct disadvantage, being thoroughly beaten and left in disarray. Upon Randall's return to the cabin, he was met with this disheartening scene. What on earth is happening here? Did I not provide you with the keys? Randall inquired, feigning ignorance. Upon seeing Randall, the merman's expression darkened, while the giant's face lit up with joy. My lord, you are our savior. My gratitude is beyond words. Yet, this merman shows no appreciation whatsoever. After your departure, he suddenly attacked us and even seized the keys you so thoughtfully left behind. It is as if he has trampled upon your honor, the giant exclaimed passionately, bowing his head in indignation, his performance almost theatrical. Randall was taken aback, astonished by the unexpected acting prowess of this seemingly brutish individual. After witnessing the giant's display, Randall turned to the merman and inquired, is what he says true? The merman's countenance remained stoic. In truth, after Randall's entrance, his heart had plummeted to despair. What difference did it make whether it was true or not? To perish at your hands is far more desirable than to die as a slave. He spoke with a sense of relief. Come on. In this moment, the gaze that once slipped down upon the ants resurfaced in his mind once more. He took a deep breath, unexpectedly adopting a stance against Randall. Upon witnessing this, the 3-meter-tall giant felt an immense joy within. He had never anticipated that the merman would cooperate with him so splendidly. Now, it would be exceedingly difficult for this foul creature to escape unscathed. Randall's gaze sharpened, and the pressure on the merman instantly intensified. His scales erupted instantaneously, rendering the entire fish rigid. Yet, it defiantly maintained its battle-ready stance. In light of this, I shall oblige you. No sooner had the words left my lips than Randall vanished from sight. The fishman's pupils constricted sharply. He originally believed that Randall was stronger than that formidable swordsman, albeit to a certain extent. However, he never anticipated that he would be unable to even perceive the opponent's trajectory of movement. Such a disparity in strength rendered the notion of defense utterly meaningless. He smiled bitterly to himself, closed his eyes, and braced himself to embrace his own demise. However, the anticipated pain and chill did not manifest. A sudden, thunderous sound pierced the air, as if something had crashed to the ground. Following that, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the burly man. The fishman hastily opened his eyes, only to be astounded to see the once formidable figure now prostrated on the ground. Beside him stood Randall, one foot pressing down on the man's back, while his other hand wrenched the burly man's arm behind him. From the unnatural angle, it was evident that the man's arm had been fractured. In that moment, the once imposing figure had been reduced to a writhing mass of agony. Master, why? He stammered. Randall's voice was chilling as he replied, I detest those who lie to me. In that instant, the burly man felt as if he had descended to the very depths of a dark abyss, the frigid winds threatening to freeze his soul. He fought against the tremors and spoke, Master, you have wronged me. Every word I utter is the absolute truth. The robust man's voice was hoarse, as if he bore an immense grievance, yet strove to conceal it from him. The child suffers, but the child does not speak. Tears had already pooled in his eyes, on the verge of spilling over. Had an unknowing observer been present, they would undoubtedly perceive Randall as a villain, while the robust man would seem to be grievously wronged. Under the looming threat of death, the robust man exerted every effort to perform. Yet Randall's next words sent a chill through him. My observation hockey can easily envelop a small vessel. Given your capabilities, you should be aware of its effects, correct? Upon finishing, Randall even bestowed a smile upon the robust man. Never had the robust man felt such terror emanating from a single smile, akin to a predator revealing its fearsome white fangs to a herbivore. He was undoubtedly aware of the effects of observation hockey. The burly man immediately felt as if his demise was imminent. Yet, he was not ready to surrender. An intense will to survive compelled him to clutch at any semblance of hope. My lord, I confess I deceived you. It is all my fault. But my lord, they are fishmen. If we capture them and bring them to the Sabaody archipelago, the minimum price would be 100 million berries. They are fishmen, my lord. Upon hearing this, the fishman, who had initially been taken aback by Randall's actions, became alert. However, Randall's next move astonished him once more. Without uttering a word, Randall exerted pressure once again. Instantly, a sound that could make one's teeth ache resonated from the burly man's arm. This time, he did not scream in agony. Instead, he fell silent altogether. As the saying goes, great sound is often silent, and great pain is often unvoiced. Perhaps that is the essence of it. Randall could not help but sigh inwardly, though not for the sake of the burly man. He merely contemplated the prejudice that existed between merfolk and humans, finding it to be far more profound than he had initially believed. The burly man had offered no rationale whatsoever. Everything stemmed solely from the fact that he was a merfolk. It was as if being a merfolk alone sufficed to elucidate the entirety of the situation. Everything was taken for granted, self-evident. Just as thirst necessitates water, Hunger demands sustenance. Pirates must evade the Navy, and the Navy is compelled to capture pirates. This prejudice, as formidable as a mountain, instilled in Randall a sense of helplessness upon mere reflection. In that very moment, he suddenly recognized that Queen Otoheim of Fishman Island was far more remarkable than he had ever imagined. Although Randall did not agree with her methods, he could not deny that she was an extraordinary individual. At the very least, he acknowledged that he could not aspire to such greatness. In times of poverty, he may strive for personal integrity. However, upon achieving success, he is likely to remain devoted to his own principles. At this thought, Randall suddenly felt a wave of disquiet, losing any desire to engage with the burly man further. Where are the keys? Randall abruptly turned to the fishman and inquired. Oh. The fishman hesitated momentarily, then retrieved the keys from his bosom, somewhat awkwardly extending them towards Randall. Randall waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just throw them on the ground." After a brief silence, the fishman complied and tossed the keys to the floor. Randall continued, "You may handle these individuals as you see fit. They attempted to harm you first, so any response on your part is entirely justified. An eye for an eye is the natural order of things." With that, Randall turned his back on them and exited the cabin. Chapter 65. Could it be? They're coming again. Randall leaned against the ship's railing, savoring the sea breeze and relishing in the tranquility. Before long, the fishman emerged from the hold. His hands were stained crimson, a hue tainted by blood, and the remnants of it were not properly wiped away. Randall did not turn around. He faced the sea and spoke. "Is it merely one life to be taken? I have witnessed that they all have engaged." The fishman, though covered in the essence of blood, remained remarkably calm. It was that individual who led the charge. For the others, it mattered little whether they lived or died. Moreover, if I were to slay them all, you would surely harbor resentment towards me, would you not? Randall merely shook his head in silence. The fishman hesitated for a moment, then bowed toward Randall's back and expressed, "I am grateful for your assistance. I never anticipated that among humanity, there exists someone like you. Any race endowed with wisdom harbors both malice and benevolence. To assess the wickedness or virtue of a life solely based on its race is utterly foolish." Upon hearing this, the fishman was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled ruefully and remarked, "Thus, I say, individuals like you are exceedingly rare. The majority are consumed by obsession and prejudice. If everyone could exercise a modicum of rationality, the wars in this world could be significantly diminished." The fishman's words indeed left Randall somewhat astonished. He turned around and gazed at the merman. "One might consider that, amidst these vast waters, you are indeed a thinker." The merman replied, "Perhaps. Well then, it is time to part ways. I am once again grateful for your life-saving assistance. Should you require help in the future, you may find me on Mermaid Street in Mermaid Island. Oh, by the way, my name is Haku." Upon hearing the name Haku, Randall suddenly froze, then scrutinized the merman anew. With his yellow skin, light blue long waves, and a distinctive mustache, the merman's appearance struck Randall as remarkably similar to the fish he had seen, lacking the unique features often depicted in animations. However, upon the mention of his name, a spark of recognition ignited within Randall. Gradually, the image began to coalesce with that of the grand crimson snapper merman residing in his memory. After a brief moment of astonishment, Randall inquired, "Your name is Haku? Do you know Dorag? Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army?" His words indeed left Haku momentarily bewildered. Who is Dalarge? And what exactly is the Revolutionary Army? Yet, for some reason, it remains unclear. Although he had never heard of these two terms, he felt an unsettling aura surrounding them. Randall quickly realized that at this moment, Dorag was still a rear admiral. The Revolutionary Army existed solely in his imagination. Nevertheless, even in this awkward situation, Randall displayed an air of enigmatic composure and remarked, "Dorag is currently a rear admiral, but this is merely temporary. In the near future, an organization named the Revolutionary Army will emerge. It is a force that could shake the heavens and stir the souls of the dead. It should suit you quite well." This cryptic statement left Haku utterly bewildered. What did the future entail? How could this person claim to know what was fitting for him? It felt as though he had suddenly transformed into a mystic. Noticing Haku's confusion, Randall waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not fret. In due time, you will understand. All I can say is that as long as one shares the same goals, they are indeed friends, irrespective of race or status." Upon hearing this, Haku's eyes widened with intrigue. Randall's brief yet profound words had ignited a spark of aspiration within him. Yet, did such an ethereal organization truly exist? If it did, he would undoubtedly be the first to join. Observing Haku's eager expression, Randall chuckled inwardly, pondering whether Haku would still wish to join once he learned that the organization's objective was to overthrow the world government. Afterward, Haku bid farewell to Randall, who stretched lazily and gazed out at the boundless sea, murmuring to himself, "It has been so long since I encountered a formidable opponent, I fear I am growing rusty. Grant me a worthy challenger." The likes of Tears were so easily vanquished that they barely stirred his enthusiasm. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden clap of thunder echoed in the distance, startling the dazed Randall. Could it be that some divine being has heard my wish? He jested to himself. However, another rumble resounded from afar. Randall turned his gaze towards the sound, only to find the sky clear and unblemished. This realization heightened his vigilance. Surely, he could not be so unfortunate as to encounter yet another peculiarity in weather patterns. He felt as if the bizarre climate of the new world had nearly driven him to the brink of trauma. Not so soon, please. I've only just awoken. Moments later, a third clap of thunder roared, and this time, something tangible appeared. A transparent shockwave emerged from the horizon where the sky met the sea, barreling directly towards Randall. The shockwave itself was unremarkable, but its girth, several meters wide, was alarming. The surrounding waters were forcefully displaced, creating a nearly 10-meter-wide channel upon the ocean's surface. Randall had no doubt that if a vessel were struck by such a force, it would leave no larger remnants than mere shards. He let out a loud exclamation, swiftly turning towards the direction of the shockwave. The fluctuations of energy surged forth. A luminous orb coalesced instantaneously between his hands. A brilliant beam of light erupted, reaching the shockwave in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, approximately a nautical mile from the vessel, the two forces collided with tremendous impact. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. At the moment of contact, the area where the energy exchanged seemed to swell like an inflated balloon. A white point emerged at the center, rapidly expanding into a brilliant sphere of energy that erupted outward in a chaotic release of power. Subsequently, the energy disturbed the air, unleashing a violent gale that swept through the surrounding space. The sea around them roiled as if boiling, tumultuously churning. Naturally, the ship on which Randall stood was also caught in the turmoil, akin to an ant struggling for survival on a constantly shaking tablecloth, at risk of being flung away at any moment. The occupants of the cabin were tossed about, teetering on the brink of life and death, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. They were already wounded, and now their injuries were compounded. Ultimately, this clash of energy persisted for a full 5 seconds before it concluded due to the diminishing force of the shockwave. The energy sphere reluctantly dissipated. At the epicenter of the collision, tons of seawater were instantaneously vaporized, creating a vast void on the ocean's surface, which took several seconds to thunderously mend. Chapter 66. The True Monster. As the tumult subsided, the sea regained its tranquility. Randall withdrew his outstretched hands, breathing slightly heavier. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. It was only then that he realized that what he had previously mistaken for thunder was, in fact, the resounding roar of a shockwave. Moreover, the intensity of this shockwave was rather excessive. His perception and awareness could envelop a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. Yet, this shockwave originated from beyond that boundary. Nevertheless, it still imposed considerable pressure upon him. This left Randall with the impression that the new world harbored a palpable hostility towards him. He contemplated the possibility that, if he were at the source of that shockwave, his own energy fluctuations might indeed, perhaps, and possibly, prove insufficient to contend with it. He could not help but marvel at the undeniable truth that the forces of nature are beyond the grasp of human endeavor. Of course, exceptions exist, notably the formidable generals and the 4 emperors. Nevertheless, the current strength of Randall remains fundamentally distant from such titans. While he was indeed curious about the nature of the weather that could produce such outrageous shockwaves, he realized that he should trust his instincts. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Randall decisively steered the ship in the opposite direction. However, the distant, unidentified weather suddenly erupted into a frenzy. The roar of thunder reverberated, and several shockwaves surged toward him. Randall's composure began to fray. Gritting his teeth, he assessed the angles of the approaching shockwaves and hurriedly made his way to the stern of the ship. He crouched into a stance and unleashed a flurry of punches. Iron fist, impact steel, continuous modification. In an instant, a massive volume of air was forcefully displaced, generating tremendous propulsion. The vessel's speed surged explosively, slicing through the waves and leaving a white wake upon the ocean. Just as the ship had not been away for long, the shockwaves swept across the area. Lacking a target, they soared into the distance, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Yet, before Randall could relax, another series of thunderous roars echoed from afar. The familiar shockwaves re-emerged, this time unerringly aimed at his position. In that moment, there was no room for doubt in Randall's mind. He is undoubtedly being targeted. This shockwave is clearly pursuing him relentlessly. He had no choice but to resort to old tactics, evading the shockwaves. Meanwhile, a shadow of foreboding enveloped Randall's mind. Such blatant targeting could not possibly be a natural phenomenon. Yet, if the shockwave were indeed man-made, then the entity behind it possessed formidable power. At that moment, Randall felt a shiver run down his spine. This was even more unsettling than an unusual weather pattern. Run. He urged himself to flee. Randall unleashed a barrage of iron fist, shock steel towards the stern of the ship, and its speed surged dramatically. While attacking, Randall cursed aloud, "Damn it. Is this really necessary? I wished for a formidable adversary, but this is beyond excessive. How am I supposed to contend with this? If you're not satisfied, you could just ignore me. Who would directly attempt to eliminate a wishmaker like this?" One could not help but remark on the sinister nature of the grand line. Having just made a wish, it was granted in the blink of an eye. Yet, the intensity was rather overwhelming. Moreover, the efficiency was astonishingly high, leaving Randall in a state of euphoric despair. However, as he sought to escape, the unknown powerful entity evidently did not wish to let him go. The familiar roar echoed again, and multiple shockwaves surged forth. Randall scrambled to evade once more. After dodging this assault, he remained vigilant for the next wave. To his confusion, no new barrage followed. Although he did not comprehend the situation, it was imperative to run without hesitation. Time rewinds a few minutes. Several nautical miles away from Randall's ship lies an island. This island, once a sanctuary in this perilous new world, is home to a formidable warrior. Thanks to him, the marauding pirates were utterly vanquished. Yet, no one anticipated that the existence of this individual would herald both fortune and doom. An immensely powerful monster sought him out upon hearing of his presence. This man was unlike any of the previous invaders, for he was the devil's descendant, Barrett. This name, this title, was well known among the upper echelons, yet on the vast ocean, his reputation remained obscure. After all, without considerable strength, one had no right to even learn of his existence. However, should his other identity be revealed, even those lacking power would recognize him. For he was once a crew member of the Pirate King. This individual relished battle and thrived in the chaos of conflict. He had always regarded Roger as his ultimate target, yearning to surpass him. Yet, before he could achieve this ambition, Roger met his demise first. This sudden turn of events left him in a haze, as if he had lost the very essence of his existence. In his quest to dispel this confusion, he resorted to combat, incessantly seeking battles with formidable opponents. Thus, upon hearing of the strong warriors residing on this island, he made his way there. The island's mightiest warrior was a master swordsman who had comprehended the essence of all things. In the past, a notorious pirate captain with a bounty of 500 million sought to plunder this island. However, after an unassuming 3 strikes, that formidable captain was left without an arm. This incident alone attested to the swordsman's extraordinary strength. Yet, it was evident that while the swordsman was powerful, he had not reached the caliber of an admiral or one of the 4 emperors. Barrett, on the other hand, stood firmly as a powerhouse of admiral and 4 emperors level. Thus, the outcome of their confrontation was all but predetermined. Within a mere 5 minutes of encountering Barrett, the swordsman was already battered and bruised, while Barrett remained unscathed, his dense armor of hockey rendering the swordsman's attacks nearly ineffective. At that moment, the swordsman had exhausted a significant amount of his stamina, while Barrett appeared to have merely completed his warm-up, poised to unleash his true prowess. The disparity was utterly disheartening. "Swordsman, you are leagues behind Kazuki Oden," Barrett declared, standing still to allow the swordsman a moment to recover, clenching the hilt of his sword tighter. The swordsman felt the disdain emanating from Barrett, despite having never heard of the man he mentioned. "Do not underestimate me," he shouted, charging at Barrett. "Ha ha, just like that." "Exactly like that," Barrett bellowed, delivering a thunderous punch. Instantly, the air crackled with energy, and a roaring sound akin to rolling thunder erupted as a massive shockwave surged toward the swordsman. In a state of panic, the swordsman halted his advance without a second thought, rolling aside to evade the onslaught. The shockwave barreled into the sea, reminiscent of a train racing down its tracks, disappearing into the distance. Witnessing the sheer terror of the force and the lingering scars it left upon the ocean, the swordsman broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly paralyzed. This was no mere human. It was a monster. Why had such a creature targeted him? Chapter 67. Doomed regardless? With a single punch, Barrett unleashed a blow that pierced through the ocean. The expansive chasm on the water's surface took several moments to converge with a resounding crash. The sight of it sent the swordsman into a cold sweat, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. He could not comprehend why some individuals could achieve such feats through mere physicality. Upon realizing his initial strike had failed, Barrett prepared to advance once more. However, his gaze suddenly shifted towards the sea, in the direction from which the earlier shockwave had traveled. Within the realm of his observation, the once distant shockwave collided with a surge of energy, resulting in a violent explosion. Although Barrett perceived the energy as relatively weak, it nonetheless sparked a flicker of intrigue within him. He tentatively unleashed a few punches, yet this time there was no collision of energy. To his surprise, the opponent evaded rather than opting for a frontal assault. Barrett furrowed his brow, then recalibrated his aim and delivered a series of powerful strikes. However, once again, he did not achieve the energy clash he desired. "Hey, don't push your luck." The swordsman, witnessing Barrett's inexplicable antics during their brawl, was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. "How dare this young fool insult me so?" Barrett did not turn his head. Instead, he merely shifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the swordsman. He remained silent, yet his demeanor seemed to convey volumes. He paid no further heed to the swordsman, instead redirecting his gaze, preparing to continue the shooting game. However, his fist ultimately remained unlaunched. A fierce and sharp aura suddenly erupted beside him. Barrett had finally turned his attention to the swordsman. "Ah, now it resembles something worthy. This intensity is sufficient to allow me some movement." At this moment, the swordsman was enveloped in a delicate crimson vapor, his presence significantly more formidable than before. The razor-sharp aura compelled Barrett to adopt a more serious demeanor. The two stood in a tense standoff for an extended period. The swordsman was gathering his strength, while Barrett was deliberately awaiting the swordsman's build-up. Suddenly, without warning, the swordsman erupted, his long blade cleaving downward, unleashing a cutting wave that spanned over 100 meters. Faced with such a keen assault, Barrett did not flinch or evade. Instead, he delivered a grand punch, shattering the strike into fragments. Yet, at that moment of distraction, the swordsman surged forward, closing the distance to Barrett. Here it comes. This is the most powerful strike of my life. The swordsman shouted, channeling everything he possessed into this one blow. In an instant, he beheld his younger self, the naive child who first encountered the way of the sword, the determined youth resolved to master it, and the individual who chose to forsake the desire for victory and retreat to his homeland. At this moment, all these different versions of himself coalesced into one. The yearning for triumph, which he had set aside for countless years, reignited within him, even if it consumed him as fuel. He was determined to deliver the most brilliant strike of his existence. Swift as thunder, the radiant king's slash. The blade shone with an unparalleled brilliance, reminiscent of the first light of dawn. The trajectory of the blade's descent was clear, suspended in the air. Barrett squinted. Time seemed to slow. The sound of the wind, thoughts, and the falling blade all became languid. Then, at a certain moment, everything abruptly accelerated. In an instant, a blinding radiance surged forth, akin to the blazing sun. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing the two figures. Barrett remained silent, touching his chest, where a wound, piercing from his left breast to his lower abdomen, was starkly apparent. He was finally breached. And the cost of all this was that the swordsman stood motionless before Barrett. He exhausted everything within himself. In the very moment before he unleashed that sword strike, he had already depleted his last reserves. Tragically, the wounds inflicted by his sacrifice were of little consequence to Barrett. Indeed, a breach had occurred, yet it was merely a breach. Barrett, with a mere twitch of his muscles, stemmed the flow of blood, and the wounds began to scab over. He extended his hand, taking the long sword from the swordsman's grasp, then stepped aside and struck the ground with a powerful fist. Subsequently, he cast the long sword into the pit, entombing it. Without a glance back, he proceeded towards the submarine stationed not far away. At that moment, Randall was engulfed in despair, for he once again felt the enthusiasm of the new world. He stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the ominous scene ahead where black clouds loom over the city, threatening to obliterate it. If this were to be transformed into a pirate's motif, it would perhaps be described as black clouds fill the sea, threatening to drain it. Yet, what Randall faced was not merely that foreboding mass of clouds. Beneath the darkened sky and above the tumultuous sea, an immense, seemingly endless whirlpool spun wildly, resembling a colossal meat grinder that mercilessly pulverized everything drawn into its grasp. Previously, had Randall witnessed nature unleashing its formidable power, such a grand spectacle would have evoked a profound sense of insignificance within him, a feeling of solitude as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world at that moment. However, he did not feel alone, for he was not by himself. Another presence stood beside him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Alas, it was indeed his own reflection. Randall gazed in despair at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. What course of action should he take now? Should he turn back? Or perhaps veer off in another direction? Or should he boldly charge ahead? No matter what choice he made, it seemed his fate would be grim. Ultimately, Randall resolved to take the longer route. However, he had decided far too late. Constantly attuned to the dangers surrounding him, Randall's observation skills were perpetually activated. At that moment, he sensed a formidable presence intruding upon his perceptive domain, rapidly closing in on him. Upon detecting this aura, a chill ran down Randall's spine. What manner of presence was this? It felt as though a malevolent spirit had clawed its way from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling and violent energy. Was this truly human? Merely sensing this aura sent tremors throughout Randall's body. He had only encountered such overwhelming force in the presence of the elite from Zephyr. Yet those individuals exhibited restraint. This entity, however, radiated an unabashed dominance, unceasingly proclaiming its strength. Thus, Randall felt its intensity even more acutely. Gritting his teeth, Randall realized the dire nature of his predicament. Ahead lay a cataclysmic disaster, while behind him loomed an unknown, unparalleled powerhouse. It seemed that no matter the choice, death awaited him. Contemplating this, he thought it might be better to simply turn back. After all, if death was inevitable, it would be preferable to perish at the hands of a formidable opponent. Such an end would, in a sense, be more honorable for Randall, who had embraced this awareness since choosing the path of a martial artist. Resolute in his decision, Randall chose to remain stationary, awaiting the arrival of this unknown adversary. Before long, bubbles began to rise from the ocean's surface. A uniquely designed submarine emerged from the depths. Chapter 68. The Devil's Progeny, Barrett. Shortly thereafter, the submarine steadied itself, and a robust man pushed open the hatch, revealing his upper body, towering and imposing in military attire, with long yellow hair and headset-like ear covers. His eyes radiated a fierce and merciless glare. Randall immediately recognized this renowned figure from the original narrative. The Devil's Progeny, Douglas Barrett. Goodness, Randall thought. He truly had drawn the short straw to encounter such a being. At that moment, Barrett and Randall locked eyes across the water, and the malevolent aura intensified. This compelled Randall to instinctively assess how long he could withstand the might of this individual. He reached a grim conclusion. If Barrett were to engage seriously from the outset, he would likely last no more than a minute. The disparity was staggering. Barrett scrutinized Randall for a moment before declaring, "Not bad. You can withstand my punches, Wind. Come forth." He beckoned to Randall with a flick of his finger, emerging entirely from the submarine. In that moment, his aura erupted. An overwhelming display of Conqueror's haki surging forth like a tempest, relentlessly washing over the heavens, the earth, and Randall's very spirit, provoked by this force. Randall's own Conqueror's haki surged forth, manifesting powerfully. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated through the void. Between the two, arcs of black and crimson lightning flared wildly, casting shadows that darkened the surrounding space significantly. Observing this, Barrett's expression morphed into one of astonishment, and he elevated the intensity of his haki to a new echelon. Previously, Randall had been at a disadvantage in their clash, but now he found himself thoroughly suppressed. Visually, Barrett's azure aura enveloped Randall's crimson one entirely, leaving Randall struggling to survive within his limited domain. In response, Barrett raised his chin, his gaze descending in a quintessential display of disdain. Simultaneously, the potency of his Conqueror's haki surged once more, leaving Randall precariously teetering, akin to a vessel caught within a violent whirlpool, on the brink of capsizing. Yet, at each critical juncture, he managed to regain his footing at the last moment. At this juncture, Randall's entire focus was on perseverance. Thus he remained unaware that under Barrett's provocation, his own spirit was gradually intertwining with his aura. The indomitable tenacity, the audacity to challenge, and the ambition to become the world's foremost were slowly being manifested through his Conqueror's haki. Although the transformation was gradual, Randall's haki was indeed growing stronger. Bit by bit, the crimson began to establish its ground amidst the encroaching blue. As Barrett pondered why Randall could still endure, Randall's burgeoning haki began to expand its dominion. By the time Barrett realized the shift, the red and blue forces stood nearly on equal footing. The clash of their haki intensified, and the wind began to howl. More densely packed arcs of red and black lightning filled the air around them. The surrounding sea churned violently, and dark clouds began to gather ominously above. Within a radius of several kilometers, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly oppressive, as if the very air had thickened. Barrett wore a look of unmistakable surprise. Just moments ago, Randall's Conqueror's haki had been in a state of absolute disadvantage, barely maintaining clarity. Yet now, it had grown to a level capable of standing in equal measure against him. It was his first encounter with a person's Conqueror's haki, which could undergo such a tremendous transformation in such a brief span of time. Even he was astounded by the terrifying pace of this advancement. At that moment, Randall experienced a contradictory sensation of coolness and fiery intensity swirling in his mind. As he turned his gaze towards Barrett, the previous feeling of insignificance, akin to gazing upon a celestial being or a demon, dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of equality. However, this did not imply that his strength had ascended to the same realm as Barrett's. Rather, it was his spirit, his Conqueror's haki, that had reached a point where it could stand in opposition to Barrett. Randall was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, his heart did not swell with joy from his newfound power, but remained heavy with the weight of understanding. The soul change brought forth by the Conqueror's haki was he confessed that upon seeing Barrett, a surge of fear welled up within him. He was filled with fear and trepidation. This was, after all, inevitable, for he was confronted by the progeny of a devil. Few are those who can maintain a calm demeanor in the face of such a tempest. Yet now, remarkably, Randall had ignited a sense of battle fervor. Barrett, who was clashing with Randall in a contest of supreme will, could distinctly perceive this transformation within him. He smirked and remarked, "Is it the overwhelming surge of Conqueror's haki that has clouded your judgment? Yet, perhaps this is for the best." As he spoke, he relaxed his previously crossed arms, letting them fall naturally. Randall, who had been keenly observing Barrett, discerned his intentions upon witnessing the movement, and his gaze sharpened immediately. Indeed, Barrett crouched low on his knees, then launched himself forward with a powerful stomp. The submarine beneath his feet sank instantaneously. The ferocity of the descent was so overwhelming that the seawater failed to respond, resembling a blue trampoline that had been abruptly depressed. Meanwhile, he propelled himself towards Randall like a cannonball. Despite having anticipated such an event, Randall could not suppress the tremors that coursed through him upon witnessing the scene, hastily darting to the side to evade the impending collision, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Barrett crashed headlong into the deck. In an instant, screams erupted. Randall was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten that numerous individuals he had rescued were still confined within the cabin. Such a collision would undoubtedly claim many lives. However, given the urgency of the situation, he could only offer a silent lament in his heart. As for rescuing them, it was a futile thought. He was struggling to ensure his own survival and had neither the time nor the inclination to attend to their plight. He has never been a saint. At that moment, the deck was suddenly breached, and a 5-meter-tall figure surged forth from the chaos. As he gazed fiercely at Barrett, Randall took a deep breath. He was acutely aware that the most arduous battle thus far was about to commence. Unable to withstand the impending confrontation, he chose to take the initiative. There was no need for probing against such an opponent. He launched a direct attack with a wave of energy. However, Randall felt a sense of helplessness as he witnessed Barrett merely extend a hand, enveloped in the formidable aura of haki, against the terrifying beam of energy. The two forces collided without a cataclysmic explosion. To his astonishment, Barrett grasped the energy wave within his hand and with a mere flick of his arm, hurled the luminous sphere into the vast sea. It was only then that the energy wave erupted with a resounding boom. On the swaying vessel, Barrett's face flickered ominously, sending chills down Randall's spine. Was there anything more despairing than witnessing his prize technique being so effortlessly disregarded by his adversary? This technique of yours is indeed intriguing. Is it derived from the devil fruit? Barrett remarked with keen interest, but swiftly shifted his tone. Yet, it lacks sufficient power. Chapter 69. The sky splits apart. Barrett sneered, reiterating, yet, it lacks sufficient power. He then advanced towards Randall. With each step, Randall felt his heart sink further. The overwhelming pressure from Barrett's bare hands, capable of shattering the energy wave, was nearly unbearable. Although Barrett's speed appeared deceptively slow, in an instant, he stood before Randall. His fist, almost half the size of Randall himself, unquestionably crashing into him. In a daze, Randall felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train on the ocean. An immense, unstoppable force coursed through him. In a moment of paralysis, he was sent hurtling through the air, bouncing above the sea before finally plunging into the water. After delivering that devastating blow, Barrett did not pursue. Instead, he remained on the deck, patiently awaiting Randall's return. Moments later, bubbles broke the surface as Randall leapt back into view. He was acutely aware of a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his insides were twisted in knots. Without needing to look, he knew that his stomach must now bear a deep, bruised heel. He gazed at Barrett in astonishment. After enduring a punch from him, he finally grasped the profound disparity that lay between them. However, he had no time for reflection, as Barrett charged at him once more. The heavy blows rained down upon Randall like a torrential downpour. In mere seconds, Randall found himself gravely injured. He has been diligently defending himself. However, the opponent's haki proves to be far more formidable. The sheer abundance of their haki is extraordinary, resulting in a qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation. His armament color was utterly ineffective when confronted with Barrett's armament color. The moment they made contact, his armament color dissipated. Thus, the act of defense not only squandered energy, but bore little distinction from a lack of defense altogether. Randall endured immense suffering in the battle. He clenched his teeth and, wielding the armored iron fist, exchanged a blow with Barrett. Then, at the cost of a slight fracture in his arm, he finally created some distance. Just as he steadied himself, Randall involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing Barrett, who appeared unscathed and as if merely concluding his warm-up, Randall could not help but smile bitterly within. He has finally come to understand what it truly means to possess unparalleled combat prowess. Strength, speed, physique, and imposing presence. He finds himself wholly overwhelmed in every aspect. If these attributes were to be quantified on a scale of 10, Barrett's scores would be 9, 8, 9, and 10, respectively. His mastery of armament haki is truly formidable, comparable even to that of Sea Kings. If Sea Kings possessed the ability to wield armament haki, his prowess would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Such extraordinary combat strength necessitates at least one attribute achieving perfection. In stark contrast, Randall's statistics fall significantly short, hovering around 7, 7, 8, and 7. The greater the numbers, the more pronounced the disparity becomes. Randall, having experienced rapid growth and strength, had become somewhat complacent, particularly since he had yet to encounter defeat since arriving in the pirate world. However, as he drifted in this state of self-satisfaction, he found himself amidst the monstrous challenges of the new world. The sudden appearance of Barrett served as a jarring wake-up call, instilling in him a newfound awareness and understanding of his circumstances. He still has a long way to go. Yet, he comprehended this truth rather late. No, he cannot surrender just yet. Although the chances are slim, giving up would mean the opportunity is entirely lost. Randall's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura erupted within him, enveloping his entire being like liquid fire. However, the energy he now possessed was not solely the previous white. It transitioned from white to a deep crimson hue. The portion nearest to Randall remained white, while the black-red coloring intensified outward. Randall was taken aback by his transformation, yet upon seeing the familiar black-red, he became pensive. At this moment, Randall, with his aura fully unleashed, was entirely different from before. The fusion of his energy with the Conqueror's haki produced a remarkable reaction. When Randall's aura erupted, it was akin to activating an enhanced intimidation aura. While the pure Conqueror's haki was effective for overwhelming weaker foes, it bore little significance in battles against formidable opponents. However, this intimidation aura could still instill fear even in the presence of strong adversaries. This was evident from the serious expression on Barrett's face as he observed, "You have indeed conjured something extraordinary. Yet, it remains vulnerable." No sooner had he spoken than Barrett suddenly surged forward, charging at Randall. The ship was far less resilient than Barrett's submarine, and with Barrett's thrust, it promptly disintegrated. Randall could only watch as Barrett approached amidst the chaos of debris and seawater. He raised his hand, gathering all the black-red energy into his right hand. Instantly, the space around Randall's right hand appeared like shattered glass, filled with black-red fissures. Visually, it seemed as if his hand had grown several sizes larger. Then, with some effort, he raised his right fist to meet Barrett's incoming blow. The two fists collided with a thunderous sound. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to hit the pause button. Sound, wind, clouds, sea, and space all ceased to exist. The universe was reduced to the two fists, locked in a relentless struggle against one another. That point resembled a black hole. The surrounding space contracted towards it. Then, at a certain moment, as the contraction reached its peak, the point erupted with a tremendous force. Only then did the world spring back to life. A frenzied torrent of air surged outward, and the sea beneath their feet appeared as if it would overturn. Its waves tumultuous. Yet, the most striking spectacle lay above them. The dark clouds formed from the clash of their hockey now split apart. The profound, shadowy rift resembled an abyss, stretching across the sky between the two, signifying the terror of their collision. In the original tale, the clash between the second of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, and Whitebeard, caused the heavens to rend. Now, Randall and Barrett's singular blow produced a similar scene. Although the disparity between them remained vast, Randall had ample reason to take pride. Time passed, and eventually, the tumult began to subside. A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the sea. As soon as he hit the water, the ocean was stained crimson. That figure, of course, was Randall. His current state could only be described as dire. That last punch was the culmination of all his strength, a final, desperate blow. In combat, one must consider the balance of offense and defense, allocating a portion of one's energy to safeguard oneself. However, Randall's recent actions amounted to a reckless sacrifice for the sake of attack. Given the cataclysmic force he unleashed, it is evident that he had abandoned all defense, leading to unimaginable injuries. At this moment, it is a marvel that he remains conscious, albeit barely clinging to life. Chapter 70, The Life Paper at the Navy Base. In Zifa's modest courtyard, he was enjoying tea while imparting knowledge to Krista. Given Krista's tender age, she was not suited for rigorous training. Thus, Zifa focused on nurturing her observation skills and teaching her fundamental concepts. Currently, he was sharing essential maritime knowledge. Grandpa Zifa, is this log pose beautiful? Krista inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. It is not a matter of beauty, it is rather a commonplace tool. While one can navigate using a navigator's knowledge across the four seas, in the grand line, only the log pose can guide you to your destination, Zifa explained with earnestness. He was strict with the elite camp's trainees but exhibited boundless patience and warmth towards Krista, even hesitating to raise his voice. Oh! Krista responded with a prolonged exclamation before asking further. Then, if I wish to find someone precisely, can I use the log pose? Zifa chuckled. That would not suffice. The log pose can only record the magnetic fields of islands. However, for locating individuals, there exists a specialized tool known as the life paper. Life paper? Krista echoed, intrigued. Indeed, by mixing someone's nail with the material, one can create a piece of life paper. This paper continuously displays the direction of its owner, allowing you to follow its guidance and find the person you seek. Oh, speaking of life paper, I recently asked Randall for his nail to create his life paper. That boy is quite the handful. To prevent a repeat of the previous incident where someone went missing, Zifa had taken the initiative to obtain Randall's nail. As he spoke, Zifa rummaged through the inner pocket of his clothing and produced a piece of paper to show Krista. She eagerly accepted it, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. Is this the life paper? It feels no different from ordinary paper, she remarked. However, as soon as she spoke, the life paper dramatically showcased its unique properties. Krista watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the seemingly mundane paper spontaneously ignited, burning fiercely until half of it was consumed, the edges flickering with embers. Gee, Grandpa Zifa, what is happening? She stammered, concerned it might be her fault. After all, the paper had been perfectly fine in Zifa's possession. Observing the paper's alarming behavior, Zifa's expression shifted. The reason it was called life paper was that it could reflect the owner's life status. Such a sudden ignition indicated that the owner had sustained injuries, and judging by the intensity, they were likely severe. His demeanor grew grave as he took back the life paper, forcing a smile. It's nothing to worry about. This is a normal occurrence. Krista, I must attend to something urgent. Stay here in the courtyard, all right? Krista nodded, watching Zifa hastily exit. A look of concern clouded her small face as she murmured. Brother Randall. Zifa hurriedly made his way to Sengoku's office. Bursting through the door, he declared, I must step out for a moment. Without waiting for Sengoku's response, he swiftly departed. Sengoku stood there, momentarily taken aback, before muttering to himself, if you need to go, then go. Shaking his head, he returned to his paperwork. Recently, yet another directive had arrived from above, regarding the Seven Warlords plan. Sengoku perceived this as a provocation from the world government. The very essence of the Navy was to combat pirates and uphold justice. Yet now, the world government was demanding an alliance with their sworn enemies. Was it a matter of miscommunication, or was he simply out of the loop? Sengoku promptly submitted a formal objection. But he did not anticipate the unwavering resolve of the world government this time. Alas, Sengoku was overwhelmed with frustration. Meanwhile, after leaving Sengoku's office, Zifa retrieved Randall's life paper once more. In a short span, the paper had diminished slightly in size. Zifa's expression darkened as he silently prayed, Randall, please be safe. He placed the piece of paper in the palm of his hand, and to his astonishment, it began to jump, pointing towards a certain direction. Zephyr looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. How could the scoundrel have ventured into the new world? He remarked that, during the initial phase of the grand voyage. It was inconceivable for anyone to place Randall in such dire straits. However, to his astonishment, that wretched lad silently ventured into the new world. Zephyr's heart brimmed with exasperation. Recalling the matter that the warlord had previously shared with him, Zephyr's anxiety intensified. That impudent boy, when he returns, I shall ensure he comprehends the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Zephyr cursed vehemently, yet his feet continued to propel him forward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Severely injured, Randall could no longer maintain his precarious stance and plummeted into the sea. As he hit the water, the ocean was instantly stained crimson. The icy, invigorating waters jolted Randall's dizzying mind back to clarity. He shook his head, expelling a stream of red bubbles. The cold water washed over him, alleviating much of the numbing sensation. However, the pain that had been suppressed by the numbness surged forth all at once. Randall gasped sharply at the sudden agony. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he maneuvered his limbs to bring his body to the surface. At that moment, Barrett stood atop his submarine, silently observing the newly surfaced Randall. Randall appraised Barrett, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. That last punch had undoubtedly been his brilliant strike. He unleashed all his spirit, armed color, and conqueror's color. As a result, the only damage Barrett sustained was a tear in his gloves. He instantly felt the seawater grow even colder. Were it not for the fact that Randall was a strong man, he might have burst into tears at that moment. Barrett gazed at Randall with an impassive expression for a while, before suddenly breaking into a chilling smile. Kid, you're quite impressive. That punch you threw earlier truly hurt. Your talent is undeniably formidable. In a few years, you might even be able to exchange a few blows with me. Perhaps then, I may gain another interesting opponent. Upon hearing this, Randall felt a surge of joy within him. This scenario was all too familiar. The powerful sought battle, yearning for worthy adversaries. Recognizing the potential in the weaker party, they wished to spare their life. Was he to survive this encounter? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Randall heard Barrett's next words. Unfortunately, kid, if I recall correctly, you just employed the Marine's 6 styles, didn't you? Chapter 71. A deadlock. Regrettably, kid, you indeed utilized the Marine's 6 styles, am I wrong? Barrett continued. At these words, Randall felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. You must be a key target of the Marines, right? Killing you would surely cause them considerable distress. With those words, a murderous intent surged forth. The frigid aura of death, combined with the conqueror's haki, crashed toward Randall like a tidal wave. Randall felt his body stiffen. He was already severely injured. While his opponent remained in peak condition, he had been unable to match his adversary before, and now he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Was this not simply resigning himself to death? Yet, the biting cold of the seawater brought him a sense of clarity. Just wait a moment. He suddenly recalled that the other party was an ability user, right? And here he was, immersed in the sea. That meant he was invincible, wasn't he? The opponent would hardly dare to strike him, although it was somewhat disheartening that the adversary managed to inflict such harm upon him without even utilizing their powers. He quickly became elated, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. This left Barrett somewhat perplexed. What was happening? He was intent on killing him, yet here he was, seemingly overjoyed. Was this man perhaps a fool? Randall remained blissfully unaware that Barrett had already categorized him among those with questionable sanity. He spoke in a buoyant tone. Barrett, you are a devil fruit user, aren't you? Barrett replied. What? Randall could not help but burst into laughter, exuding an air of arrogance as he said, well, just take a look at where I am now. Hiki. Upon hearing this, Barrett fell silent. Noticing his opponent's silence, Randall's exuberance only grew. Aha. A devil fruit user is utterly helpless in the water. The place I am in is an absolute forbidden zone for you. So, how do you intend to kill me? Ha ha ha. Do you dare come? Do you dare? You do not dare. If you had the audacity to come, you would be at my mercy. As Randall performed, Barrett remained increasingly mute. Yet, the more Barrett refrained from speaking, the more rampant Randall became. Hey, why are you not talking? Come on. Enjoy yourself. There is plenty of time. The water is so delightful. Why don't you join me? Come and kill me. I am right here. Do you dare? You do not dare. Toughen up. Your fists are hard. Barrett's fists indeed grew firm. Is this truly the mental state of the younger generation of the Navy? It is quite concerning. Observing Barrett's disgruntled expression, unable to do anything about it, Randall felt an immense sense of satisfaction. For a moment, he felt the pain coursing through him diminish significantly. After teasing him sufficiently, Randall declared, Hee, this is your own choice to not come. If you want to come, I shall leave. I am really leaving. Hee. Farewell. With that, Randall took a deep breath and plunged into the water. Hee. What a thrill to play with swords and then escape. Having successfully evaded death, Randall felt as though his heart might soar. I must hurry back. I cannot waste this opportunity, he muttered to himself. However, the next moment, he felt the entire ocean tremble. This sudden quake halted Randall in his tracks. Confused, he extended his observation haki, only to perceive a sight that sent shivers down his spine. A muscular man surged through the water like a torpedo, charging directly towards him. Upon realizing who was pursuing him, Randall's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Isn't Barrett a devil fruit user? How can he effortlessly navigate after entering the sea? Randall had contemplated the possibility of his adversary pursuing him in a submarine, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, life returns with tranquility, and he could remain submerged for an extended period. As for the submarine, he is unable to contend with Barrett, and now he cannot even confront a submarine? When the submarine takes on water, the adversary will still allow him to slaughter at will. However, he did not anticipate that the opponent would charge at him with such reckless abandon. Moreover, it appeared as though they had not lost any strength whatsoever. Is he not an ability user? Are you truly consuming a legitimate devil fruit? Is this not an affront to honest individuals? Meanwhile, Barrett's speed is astonishing. The moment Randall perceives Barrett, he is already within striking distance. At this juncture, Randall finally discerns Barrett's condition. Barrett is enveloped in a dense layer of haki, which not only surrounds him but continuously emanates outward, forming a waterproof barrier that keeps the seawater at bay. In such an environment, this action consumes an immense amount of haki with every passing moment. Yet, aside from his grim expression, Barrett appears unaffected by the depletion. Randall's heart aches in despair. Goodness. Does your haki come at no cost? He was aware of the astonishing power of Barrett's armed color, yet he never anticipated it would be so exaggerated. Brother, who among us is truly cheating? However, time was of the essence, and Randall could no longer afford to indulge in whimsical thoughts. Barrett was already charging forward. Randall dared not confront him head-on. Merely recalling the tremors of the ocean, caused by Barrett's descent, sent shivers down his spine. Yet, in his attempt to evade, he overlooked the resistance of the water. At this point, he was submerged over 100 meters deep, where the water pressure was immense. As he attempted to move, the surrounding water felt as solid as a rock. Moreover, Barrett's speed already surpassed Randall's. Now, with the water displaced entirely, he remained unperturbed. At this juncture, it was exceedingly difficult for Randall to avoid being struck. He could only manage a bitter smile before Barrett collided with him. The terrifying force erupted upon Randall, creating a vacuum with a 3-meter diameter at the point of impact. Randall, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, was sent hurtling backwards. He soared over 100 meters before, with the aid of the sea, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Pain radiated from his arm, and his expression darkened. That last blow had shattered his left arm, rendering it useless, and several ribs were fractured as well. The injuries were severe. Yet, Barrett was relentless, pursuing him with the intent to eliminate him. Randall couldn't help but rue his earlier taunts. Had he not provoked Barrett so harshly, perhaps Barrett would have deemed him unworthy of the chase. However, the present was a different reality. With another thunderous punch, Randall raised his right arm in defense. The moment their limbs met, his arm twisted grotesquely, rendering his defensive stance futile. The fractures multiplied, and with each subsequent blow, nearly every bone in his body succumbed to destruction. Blood loss, compounded by excruciating pain and injuries, left his consciousness wavering. Most critically, the core of his internal energy, once firmly situated in his dantian, was now riddled with cracks from Barrett's devastating strikes. Yet, Barrett remained undeterred. One final blow away from extinguishing the life of the man who had ignited within him an insatiable desire for destruction. Just as Barrett poised to deliver the coup de GRC, the ocean suddenly convulsed violently, as if a colossal pillar were plunging into the depths, stirring the waters with relentless force. Chapter 72. Between Life and Death. As Barrett prepared to strike Randall down, the sea erupted in chaos, surging with turbulent currents that engulfed everything in its path. Completely drained of strength, Randall was swept away, devoid of any ability to resist. Barrett, intent on advancing, abruptly halted and retreated at an alarming speed. His armament haki effortlessly withstood the tranquil ocean, undeterred even by the immense pressure found thousands of meters beneath the surface. Yet, the relentless churning of the turbulent currents, the force that tugged in all directions, proved insurmountable. Thus, he chose to retreat. The visions conveyed by his observation haki confirmed his prudent decision. Not far away, a colossal whirlpool was spinning furiously, drawing everything into its maw. This chaotic force was a consequence of Barrett's intense focus on pummeling Randall, neglecting the surrounding dangers. They were perilously close to the previously encountered natural disaster, the immense whirlpool. Barrett cast a glance at Randall, who had already been ensnared by the whirlpool's periphery, a smirk playing on his lips, before he turned away. In his estimation, Randall's injuries, if not promptly addressed, would likely prove fatal. And now, caught in such a vortex of this magnitude, who could possibly survive if not him? He should hastily retreat, otherwise, when the vortex approaches, he might also find himself in dire straits. Meanwhile, Randall, caught in the whirlpool, is in a precarious situation. He was already on the brink of fainting. At this moment, the swirling vortex stirred him, and the ocean currents pulled at him, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The currents tore at his body, blood gushing forth from his wounds. At such a relentless pace, even if Randall were not to drown or be torn apart, he would succumb to excessive blood loss. Yet, in this critical juncture of life and death, the energy within him surged violently. The tumultuous energy erupted from the fissured core, flooding into Randall's limbs and bones, radiating outward to envelop him in protection. With this revitalizing force, his wounds began to slowly clot and scab over. However, this was insufficient to save Randall's life. The external turbulent waters relentlessly battered him, dispersing the protective energy that surrounded him upon mere contact. Nevertheless, Randall's energy proved resilient, re-emerging defiantly each time it was scattered. Thus, a cycle of dispersal and reformation ensued. Though in a state of utter disarray, he managed to maintain a tenuous hold on his situation. Yet, this was the full extent of his energy's capability. It had become weary in its efforts to assist him. Consequently, it merely ensured that no new injuries would befall Randall, yet it could not alleviate his dire condition. His injuries were indeed grievous, to speak bluntly. Had he not brought the essence from this world, he would have perished by now. However, even with this essence, Randall was precariously clinging to life. This was merely a temporary reprieve. Should external circumstances worsen, even slightly, it would become the final straw that broke the camel's back. At such a moment, the balance between essence and turbulence would shatter, and Randall would once again be subjected to the relentless assault of the turbulent currents. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. The essence and the vortex, though in opposition, had forged a peculiar synergy under these delicate circumstances, akin to the process of iron being tempered. The vortex turbulence served as the hammer, while Randall's essence represented the raw iron. The process of turbulence dissipating the essence was, in fact, a means of refining that very iron. Thus, each time the essence was dispersed, it grew stronger, albeit subtly. If this state of affairs were to persist, Randall might truly survive. However, fortune did not seem to favor Randall. As time passed, the vortex showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew increasingly potent. Soon, its intensity surpassed the critical threshold, shattering the already fragile equilibrium between essence and turbulence. A deafening roar filled the air, and once again, Randall found himself engulfed in perilous turbulence. The force of the currents tore at his already scabbed wounds, reopening them. Blood gushed forth as if from a pump, while the surging seawater relentlessly invaded his mouth and nostrils. Perhaps Randall would succumb to asphyxiation before bleeding out. In this dire moment, the core of his essence intensified its output. In comparison to before, the rate of output had surged at least twofold. Once more, a protective barrier of essence enveloped his body, shattering and reconstituting in a valiant effort to withstand the onslaught of the torrents. This shield spared him from choking, and his wounds ceased their bleeding, beginning to scab over once more. Yet, the price was steep. The fractures on the core of his essence grew increasingly dense and continued to multiply. Minutes later, the core reached its breaking point, shattering with a resounding crash. As it fractured, Randall's essence descended into chaos, flitting wildly within his body. This meant that while the essence outside defended him from the ravages of the turbulence, the turmoil within was wreaking havoc on his very being. If this continued, Randall would surely perish not by murder, but by self-destruction. However, at this critical juncture, another form of energy within Randall began to emerge. This contender, poised to turn the tide, was the armament hockey. As fate would have it, the armament hockey awakened just as Randall's body teetered on the brink of collapse. The rich energy of armament hockey coursed through his limbs, subduing the rebellious essence. The collision of these two energies sparked a fierce confrontation. Initially, this clash inflicted greater harm upon Randall. Yet, as their contact prolonged, a subtle reaction unfolded between the two energies. The white essence and the black armament hockey began to intertwine. The rebellious essence gradually calmed, inching back toward its former gentle state. This was not entirely surprising, for both essence and armament hockey, at their core, belonged to the realm of life energy. Each was born of life, thus they were not inherently antagonistic. Nevertheless, even with their intrinsic similarities, merging them was no simple feat, as they originated from two disparate worlds, neither of which were particularly benevolent. However, Randall's grievous wounds had pushed his body to the brink of collapse, creating an opportunity for these two energies to converge. It was a matter of timing and destiny. Thus, united in purpose, the two energies commenced the restoration of Randall's body. The once dispersed essence shield began to coalesce, and his wounds ceased to bleed. His ruptured organs gradually began to mend. Randall's life was, at last, preserved. Chapter 73. An unfamiliar sealing Zifa was in a state of frantic urgency upon learning of Randall's situation in the New World. If the first half of the Grand Line could be considered the domain of the Navy, then the latter half, the New World, was a veritable paradise for predators. Who knew what formidable opponents Randall had encountered? This thought only heightened Zifa's anxiety. Without hesitation, he crossed the red line, following the guidance of the life paper as he sprinted onward. During his journey, a rather unsavory visage flashed through his mind. If only that individual were here, the journey would be swift. Upon descending from the red line and formally entering the New World, Zifa's expression grew even more grave. The life paper had suddenly ignited, diminishing to a mere fragment in mere seconds. This was a clear indication of imminent death. What caliber of adversary had this young man encountered that he could not even escape? The thought quickened Zifa's pace. A day later, he hovered in midair using moonwalk, gazing down at the rippling surface of the sea, rendered speechless. According to the life paper, Randall was somewhere below. Had he been thrown into the depths by someone? Though it felt somewhat out of place, Zifa could not help but entertain the thought, can he still be alive? Had he fallen into the sea due to injuries and unconsciousness? Or had he been cast into the water from the start? Regardless of the scenario, Zifa found it miraculous that Randall still had breath left in him. Nevertheless, this was nothing but fortuitous news for him. He let out a low growl and unleashed a powerful punch towards the sea. The immense force instantly created a void in the ocean. Taking a deep breath, Zephyr dove into the water before it had a chance to heal. The seabed was a profound abyss where sight became futile. Yet, Zephyr quickly discerned the presence of Randall, who had transformed into a radiant light. A halo of white luminescence encircled Randall, displacing the surrounding water and granting him a sliver of sanctuary. It dawned on Zephyr why Randall had not succumbed to drowning. Upon encountering a fellow being, Zephyr felt a sense of calm wash over him. Approaching closely, he assessed Randall's condition. The fabric clinging to him was nearly indistinguishable from nudity. His body appeared pristine, devoid of blood, yet it was evident he bore severe injuries. The angles of his arms were unmistakably askew. Furthermore, a flow of white luminescence danced upon his form. Curiosity piqued, Zephyr reached out to touch the ethereal white aura surrounding Randall. It was soft yet elastic. He had not applied much force, and his hand was gently repelled. This was the extraordinary power that their group of elites had previously detected within Randall. The very reason he had been preserved. Zephyr had not anticipated that even in Randall's unconscious state, this energy would autonomously protect its master. He extended his hand once more, this time with a measure of force. Perhaps sensing that Zephyr bore no ill intent, the white energy ceased its obstruction. It was akin to plunging into a soap bubble. Zephyr's hands pierced through the energy, cradling Randall's form. In a fleeting moment, the tranquil surface of the sea was disturbed, and a shadow broke through the water's surface. Hunger. Profound hunger, an insatiable yearning. No, the mere term hunger could scarcely encapsulate Randall's sensation. His stomach ached, besieged by an overwhelming desire for sustenance. It was under the spell of this craving that Randall opened his eyes. Before him lay an unfamiliar ceiling. He sat up, rubbing his heavy head. Then, the events leading up to his loss of consciousness surged back into his mind. The colossal whirlpool, Barrett, the struggle against overwhelming injury, the pain. So, had he been rescued? Randall gazed at his hands, now bound in bandages, his arms and body ensnared in their embrace. He recalled that previously, both of his arms had been shattered, and his entire body was scarcely intact. The only sensation he experienced before losing consciousness was pain, a pervasive ache throughout his being. Yet now, Randall attempted to clench his fist and subsequently tore away the bandages completely. His arms were unscathed and possessed strength once more. Furthermore, his body bore no significant injuries. Aside from a few lingering twinges of discomfort, he could essentially be deemed restored. His injuries have nearly healed. So, how long has he been in a coma? He rose involuntarily, wandering to the window, gazing at the scenery beyond. For a moment, he experienced a sensation akin to being in a different era. Outside the window stood familiar edifices, with the occasional naval soldier passing by. The sight of these recognizable faces and objects gradually steadied the previously unsettled heart of Randall. At that moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Randall turned hastily, only to find an adorable little girl standing at the doorway, holding a basin filled with water, its edge adorned with a towel. When Krista spotted Randall by the window, her eyes widened in surprise, and her rosy lips parted in a charming expression. Her astonishment swiftly morphed into delight. She unceremoniously discarded the basin and dashed to Randall's side, only to awkwardly halt her forward momentum. Observing her conflicted desire to embrace him, tempered by a fear of his injuries, Randall felt a warmth envelop his heart, reminiscent of returning home. Thus, he extended his hand and said, "My wounds have healed. Come, embrace me." At his words, the little girl, who had been unable to contain herself, rushed into Randall's arms. He gently patted Krista's head, only to feel a slight dampness on his abdomen. He gently patted the little girl on the head, offering comfort. "It's all right. I'm perfectly fine now." Yet, he heard Krista choke out, But when Grandpa Zephyr brought you back, it was so frightening. Grandpa Zephyr said you were going to die and there was no need for rescue, Will. The little girl cried sorrowfully. "Oh, come now. I'm quite strong, truly recovered." Randall clumsily reassured Krista, while inwardly he chuckled bitterly. From the way Teacher Zephyr spoke, it was evident that he was quite irate. It seemed inevitable that he would face the consequences of his actions, perhaps even multiple reprimands. After a while, Krista sniffled and lifted her tiny face. "Brother Randall, are you really all right now?" she asked anxiously, scanning him closely while fixating on his face. Randall, feeling both amused and exasperated, replied, "Rest assured, I'm not one to feign strength. I'm indeed fine." When the little one perceived sincerity in his words, she finally relaxed. Then she exclaimed, "Ah, Grandpa Zephyr said to inform him immediately when you wake up." With that, Krista dashed off to get the communication device. Randall swiftly pressed down on her head, chuckling resignedly. "Let me handle it." Chapter 74. The shoulder leads to the elbow to the wrist, just enough. Seeing the little one hastily make her way to fetch the device, Randall quickly held her head in place, smiling wryly. "I'll take care of it." It seemed that Teacher Zephyr had an overwhelming desire to discipline him. After all, he was still a patient. Surely, Teacher Zephyr wouldn't be that cruel. Randall swallowed hard and picked up the device. Although he was not socially anxious, he could empathize with such feelings at that moment. Making a phone call felt daunting. Soon, someone on the other end answered. The device crackled with energy. "You brat, you're awake? I'm on my way," came Zephyr's voice, devoid of discernible emotion. Without allowing Randall to respond, Zephyr abruptly hung up. Randall gulped again, feeling a chill of apprehension. Am I to meet my end? Brother Randall, what's wrong? Why are you trembling? Krista inquired. I'm fine, just feeling a bit cold, Randall replied, quietly returning to bed and pulling up the covers. Within minutes, Zephyr's imposing figure appeared at the door. Upon seeing Zephyr enter with such intensity, Randall promptly closed his eyes, peeking through a slight opening to observe him. Zephyr approached the bedside with deliberate calmness, asking, "So, you're better now?" Randall, sensing the gravity of the moment, immediately began to feign weakness. "Ouch, ouch," he groaned, his voice lacking strength. He attempted to rise and reach for Zephyr's hand, but he just couldn't muster the strength. He strained, shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist, yet could not reach him. Switching hands, he continued to stretch, but still fell short. Zephyr silently observed Randall's awkward performance, his expression inscrutable. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "What's this? Injured so severely that you're still not up to par?" Yet, it seemed as if Randall hadn't heard him. Continuing his futile attempts to reach out, Zephyr remarked softly, "Have you forgotten that your arms were the most injured?" At this, Randall stiffened momentarily. But he had endured enough to know how to navigate the situation. He instinctively withdrew his hands and then reclined flatly. As if nothing had transpired, he spoke naturally. Master Zifa, I fear my injury won't heal for at least 3 to 5 years. I am filled with resentment." The emotions he conveyed, from the tremor in his voice to the hint of bitterness and ferocity in his gaze, could only be encapsulated in 2 words: utterly perfect. Zifa fell silent once more. However, at that moment, Krista suddenly whispered, "Randall, didn't you just say that you were fine and your injuries had completely healed?" Upon hearing this, Randall was instantly rendered speechless. He turned his stiff neck to gaze at Krista, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that this little cotton-padded jacket had lost its warmth? However, Krista deliberately averted her gaze, choosing not to look at him. A wry smile crept onto Randall's face. This little expression, it appeared that not only Zephyr, but the young girl also harbored some grievances against him. At that moment, Zephyr's eyes darted, casting a sidelong glance at Randall, remaining silent as he continued to observe. He remained silent, yet it felt as though he conveyed everything. Randall could no longer endure the tension, so he rose from the bed and looked at Zephyr with a conciliatory expression. "Hey, Zephyr-sensei." After a brief moment of silence, Zephyr extended his hand toward Randall. At this sight, Randall's heart quivered. Was a confrontation about to ensue right here in the hospital room? Was the urgency so great that it had to unfold before the child? Randall closed his eyes, but contrary to his expectations, the iron fist he had imagined did not arrive. He felt a broad hand gently patting his shoulder, followed by the words, "It's fortunate that you were unharmed." Upon hearing this, Randall felt a tremor in his heart. Ever since he had departed from the world he had always known and entered this unfamiliar realm, he had maintained a facade of nonchalance, yet deep within him lingered a sense of suspension. It was akin to a dandelion drifting in the wind. Perhaps he himself was unaware of it. However, at that very moment, Zephyr's gesture suddenly bestowed upon Randall a sensation of grounding. Sometimes, human emotions are imperceptible, only manifesting at specific moments through seemingly trivial actions that evoke profound feelings. The tears of Krista and the current act of Zephyr patting his shoulder were both examples of this. After a brief silence, Randall displayed a radiant smile and declared, "Teacher Zephyr, I have returned." Zephyr also smiled, yet Randall's eyes widened as he observed that the once warm smile had transformed into a ghastly grimace. The amiable neighborly figure had instantaneously morphed into a blood-soaked general. A shiver coursed through Randall's body, and just as he contemplated retreating, the hand resting on his shoulder tightened abruptly. He felt as though an iron clamp had seized his shoulder. "Zifa, Master Zifa, what are you doing?" Randall managed a strained smile as he spoke. Zifa, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "Young man, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? Daring to sneak off to the new world without a word. Come, let me see just how capable you truly are." "Master Zifa, it's all a misunderstanding. I never intended to go to the new world," Randall protested, "but alas, my legs seem to have their own agenda." "All right. I admit I bear some responsibility for not keeping my legs in check." Randall continued to babble defensively, but Zifa had no desire to listen any longer. He forcefully tugged, dragging Randall along. "Wait, Teacher Zephyr, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. Krista, say something." At this moment, Zephyr had already pulled him to the doorway. Randall, quick to react, grasped the doorframe tightly. Yet, Zephyr's strength was beyond his resistance. Krista could only watch as Randall's fingers gradually loosened their grip one by one, ultimately disappearing completely at the threshold. The young girl hurriedly followed. Zephyr continued to drag Randall along, while he howled in despair, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Some, feeling sympathetic, contemplated intervening to ascertain the situation. However, upon realizing it was Zephyr, the esteemed general, they thought better of it. Eventually, Zephyr brought Randall to an empty training ground, where he raised his hand and flung Randall into the center of the arena. At that moment, Krista came running, breathless. She witnessed Zephyr approaching Randall with a sinister grin, fingers cracking ominously. Despite her lingering resentment towards Randall, her inherent kindness shone through. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandpa Zephyr, please be gentle. Brother Randall's injuries are still healing." Upon hearing this, Randall's eyes welled up with tears. Indeed, Krista was his little angel. "Grandpa Zephyr, Brother Randall's injuries have only just begun to heal. Please be gentle. Although still harboring some frustration, the girl was genuinely concerned for Randall. At her words, Randall's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Krista, for that declaration. I shall take it upon myself to provide you with all the candies you desire. Zephyr, hearing this, scoffed dismissively. Rest assured, I know my limits. Before Randall could breathe a sigh of relief, Zephyr ominously added, you will definitely be in no mortal danger. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Randall's forehead. If he understood correctly, Zephyr's implication was that as long as he wasn't killed, the punishment would be severe. Well then, let's not waste time. The sooner I finish punishing you, the sooner you can recover. Once you're healed, we can resume, Zephyr stated darkly. Randall swallowed hard. Are you prepared? Zephyr inquired. Although still somewhat displeased with Randall, he nonetheless expressed concern for him. At this moment, Randall ceased his playful banter. Taking a deep breath, he replied earnestly, not yet. It seems there have been some changes in my body that I need to adapt to. Previously, Krista and Zephyr had diverted his attention, but now, for the first time, he focused on his condition and realized that his body felt different from before. Seeing that Randall was serious, Zephyr's expression softened with concern as he quickly asked, what is happening? Although Randall appeared fine, who could say if there was an underlying issue within? Randall smiled reassuringly. No need to worry, Teacher Zephyr. My intuition tells me this is a positive development. Upon hearing this, Zephyr relaxed but quickly retorted, puffing out his neck. Humph, who is worried? If all is well, then hurry up and adapt. I am still waiting to punish you. Randall chuckled and shook his head, amused by the old man's pride. He then delved deeper into his own body and discovered that the core of his energy within his dantian was gone. Initially startled by this revelation, he soon calmed upon realizing he could still sense his energy. This was the most significant difference. Previously, his energy had been concentrated within a core. Now, after the ordeal of injury, with his bones shattered and his body on the brink of collapse, his energy had perfectly fused with his physical form, intertwining with every bone and muscle. Now, as Randall manipulated his energy, it felt as effortless as controlling his own body, with enhanced speed and precision. His physical strength, bolstered by the infusion of energy, has grown significantly. Initially, Randall believed this was the extent of his transformation. However, everything changed when he attempted to harness the Busashoka Haki. Typically, Busashoka Haki envelopes the surface of an object. As long as it remains unbroken, the object within remains safe. Yet, Randall was no longer the same. Not only was he shielded externally, but even his innermost being was suffused with Busashoka Haki. The Haki intertwined seamlessly with the energy, creating a harmonious union. Wherever there was energy, there was Haki. This enhancement was not a mere sum of parts, it transcended simple addition. Randall could not quantify the extent of his newfound strength. But one thought consumed his mind. I am invincible. Following the surge in power, it was customary to become somewhat arrogant. And Randall felt as though he could soar to the stratosphere. Furthermore, he sensed that there were even greater feats within his reach. He resolved to follow his instincts. As his thoughts stirred, an ethereal energy erupted from within him, swirling around his form. However, this energy was a transparent shade of black. It circled his body once before. Under his command, beginning to coalesce. In the blink of an eye, under Zephyr's astonished gaze, armor materialized upon Randall. The ensemble included a helmet, chest plate, shoulder guards, arm armor, a skirt, leg armor, and battle boots, all present and accounted for. Each intricate pattern and detail was distinctly visible. The entire suit was adorned in a profound black hue, interlaced with pearlescent white patterns intricately carved into its surface. The complete armor exuded an extraordinary divine aura. Randall, already quite handsome, now radiated an unparalleled charisma in this armor, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Such a figure could only exist in the skies. How rare it is to encounter one on Earth. Even the well-traveled Zephyr momentarily lost his composure at the sight of Randall. Beside them, the little girl was utterly captivated. Her spirit seemingly lifted away. Brother Randall, you look so magnificent. Randall raised his hand and tapped his chest plate, his eyes sparkling with a light. Even without a mirror, he was acutely aware of how strikingly handsome he appeared. He is on the verge of being overwhelmed by his own handsomeness. He was utterly captivated by his own brilliant ideas. How can he be so brilliant and so handsome? Oh, this is truly unbeatable. It is said that strength may be fleeting, but handsomeness is a lifelong affair. His armor is not only strikingly handsome but also remarkably powerful. However, he must concede that his armor is not entirely original. Rather, it draws inspiration from Saga's Gemini cloth. Indeed, it is merely a slight homage. After all, Saga's ensemble gleams in gold, while his is adorned with a black base and white patterns. Such a significant distinction surely precludes any claims of imitation, wouldn't you agree? He personally prefers his own choice of colors. With the new attire, Randall's spirit soared. Teacher Zephyr, I am ready. You rascal, always drawn to the flamboyant. Zephyr remarked with a chuckle. This armor is indeed striking, but I wonder if it is merely for show. Haha, then Teacher Zephyr, prepare to experience the full force of my fist. Randall laughed heartily and took the initiative to strike. Zephyr was taken aback, thinking to himself, what a bold lad. Yet he remained firmly planted in place. He was eager to ascertain whether this armor was merely ostentatious. However, before Randall could even throw a punch, The sheer velocity of his charge astonished Zephyr. The explosive force exhibited was markedly greater than before. Just not long ago, he had engaged in a bout with Randall. It seemed that this brush with death had inadvertently bestowed a boon upon the young man. In the blink of an eye, Randall was already before Zephyr, his armored fist propelling forward with tremendous force. Observing this, Zephyr swiftly coated his right hand with haki to block the impending strike. A thunderous clash ensued as the two forces collided, generating a shockwave that rippled outward. Zephyr adeptly absorbed the blow. Compared to their previous encounter, Randall's punch exhibited a notable increase in power. The impact against his palm elicited a twinge of pain, a rarity even when he wasn't exerting his full strength. Nonetheless, a smirk graced Zephyr's lips as he remarked, "Not bad, but still insufficient." With that, he retracted one hand and delivered a powerful jab aimed squarely at Randall's chest. Chapter 76. Zephyr, there's absolutely no issue from the warring states. It was a considerable time before the cacophony of the training arena began to subside. The battleground lay in ruins, a grim spectacle of destruction. Aside from the safe haven Randall and Zephyr had deliberately preserved for Krista, the place was strewn with debris. Lying amidst the wreckage, Randall's armor lay shattered, and his upper garments had disintegrated into nothingness. His exposed skin bore the marks of their clash. Bruised and mottled, a testament to Zephyr's profound affection. The outcome of the battle was unequivocal. Zephyr emerged triumphant. Not only was he unscathed, but his attire remained intact. Yet, at that moment, he appeared somewhat dazed. He gazed into Randall's eyes, remnants of shock still lingering there. "Get up, kid. Stop pretending," Zephyr said with irritation. As soon as the words left his lips, Randall, who had been lying motionless, instantly sprang to life. "What a miraculous recovery," he exclaimed with a grin. "Indeed. Teacher Zephyr's punches are truly formidable." Despite his current appearance, which revealed little in terms of color, he quickly shifted his tone, feigning vulnerability. "This injury may require me to lie down for 3 to 5 years. Oh dear. Haha, 3 to 5 years, you say? If you don't speak properly, I shall ensure you truly lie down for that long," Zephyr replied ominously. At once, Randall leaped up, his entire body radiating a brilliant light, his skin restoring to its fair complexion. As Zephyr observed Randall's complete recovery, a sudden memory struck him. Previously, doctors had marveled at Randall's condition, declaring it a miracle that he had survived. Yet, within merely a week, he had nearly healed completely. Unbelievable. At that moment, Zephyr had been too enraged to notice. But now, the realization of such astonishing regenerative ability left him utterly astounded. He couldn't help but shake his head, then patted Randall's shoulder, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "Indeed, I am growing old. The future rests in the hands of you young ones." Randall, hearing this, merely chuckled without responding. At that moment, Krista, who had been running nearby, initially intended to head towards Randall, but abruptly turned and dashed to Zephyr instead. "Grandpa Zephyr's hair is still purple. Where's the old age in that?" The little one wore a serious expression. "Ha! Little Crystal is absolutely right." Zephyr, upon hearing this, felt his fleeting melancholy vanish. Randall couldn't help but laugh as well. The same words, however, would carry different weight depending on who uttered them. If Randall had said it, he would undoubtedly have received a sound thrashing. After such a beating, Zephyr's mood would likely improve. Could this be considered an instance of different paths leading to the same destination? "By the way, young man, whom did you encounter this time?" Zephyr inquired, his smile fading. Randall shrugged nonchalantly. "Douglas Barrett. I suppose I've had my share of misfortune." He then recounted his experiences upon entering the new world to Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Zephyr fell silent. Was his disciple truly this unfortunate? Though the weather in the new world was notoriously unpredictable, it seemed unlikely one could face such a magnitude of calamity, let alone 2 in succession. However, in the end, Randall had survived due to a natural disaster. One could hardly say he was simply unlucky or fortunate. "The devil's heir." "Barrett," Zephyr murmured, his expression grave. This was a name that brought unease to anyone who dared to mention it, at least among those who knew who he was. Even as an admiral, Zephyr would not claim he could apprehend him with absolute certainty. Contemplating this, Zephyr shot Randall a glare. "Humph, consider yourself lucky this time." Randall simply grinned foolishly. "What else with that grin? If you had told me before venturing into the new world, I would have stopped you right then. Just recently, Sengoku mentioned to me how Barrett has been causing chaos in the new world. I realized my mistake." Randall sincerely apologized. "Grandpa Zephyr, Brother Randall has acknowledged his error. Can we forgive him?" Krista chimed in adorably. The moment she spoke, Zephyr's stern expression quickly dissipated. All right. If little Crystal says to forgive him, then I shall." Upon hearing this, Randall scooped Krista into his arms, tears brimming. "Little Crystal is the best to me." Ruffling Krista's hair, Randall suddenly asked, "Teacher Zephyr, will the Navy be pursuing Barrett soon?" Zephyr nodded. "Of course. This individual poses a significant threat, having wreaked havoc in the new world. And many allied nations have already lodged protests. As soon as we ascertain his location, we will initiate a capture operation." He then glanced at Randall, adding, "You asked this because you wish to." Randall nodded, his silence betraying a determined gaze. He speaks of vengeance in a more flattering light, yet it can be harshly described as pettiness. Although his encounter with Barrett transformed his fortunes and brought about a significant change in his capabilities, the undeniable truth remains that Barrett nearly took his life. Furthermore, even if he narrowly escaped death, he languished in bed for an entire week. Should he be deprived of the opportunity to personally mete out justice upon this man, he fears he may lose his sanity. Zifa, observing the situation, contemplated deeply. Ultimately, he concluded that allowing this young man to partake in the matter posed no significant issues. Whether or not Randall would prove beneficial was uncertain. Yet Zifa was confident that he would not be a hindrance given his capabilities. This conclusion was drawn after their skirmish, following the battle with Randall. Since you are insistent, so be it. Rest assured. Although this matter is of great importance, others may voice their objections, but when I speak, rest assured. There will be no issues from the warring states. Just watch. Zifa patted his chest, assuring Randall. What? No way. Zifa, have you lost your senses? In the office, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, yelling at Zifa. Swiftly avoiding Sengoku's ire, Zifa retorted with indignation, you are the one who has lost your wits. I am serious. Sengoku continued to shout, it has only been 7 days. 7 days? That young man is likely still unconscious. By the time we ascertain his whereabouts, he may struggle to even rise from his bed. Do you think Barrett is the type to refrain from attacking an injured opponent? Do you think such a high-stakes battle is a mere game? Are you wishing for him to walk into his own demise? He truly cannot comprehend why Zephyr suddenly lost his composure. Why is everyone so exasperating? Zephyr glared and declared, I do not require your guidance. I am fully aware. I am serious. Sengoku retorted, what on earth do you know? Chapter 77. What on earth is happening in this world? In that moment, it seemed as though the two were engaged in a contest of volume within the confines of the office. However, for Sengoku, this served as a rather effective means of venting and relaxation. Sengoku shouted, what on earth do you know? Zephyr, not one to back down, countered, of course I know. It is precisely because I know that I insist he goes. Moreover, who says he has not awakened? He has just awakened and even had a confrontation with the old man. Sengoku, in a moment of reflex, was about to roar back. But he suddenly hesitated upon realizing the situation. He then inquired, Randall has awakened? Are you certain? Moreover, he is not only awake but also capable of movement? Zephyr glanced at Sengoku as if he were a simpleton and replied, of course, I am certain. The current Randall is full of vigor. Just look at your astonished expression. It's clear he has recovered. What is there to be surprised about? Sengoku retorted, what is there to be surprised about? Have you forgotten how you previously spoke to me? You mentioned that the doctor's assessment indicated that such an injury would take at least 1.5 years to heal properly. It has only been 7 days. In fact, Sengoku later took the time to examine Randall's condition himself. After all, he is a potential candidate, perhaps the future backbone of their forces. After observing, he fell into silence. The surface appearance was already dire, and a glance through his observation haki revealed the extent of the injuries, which were truly shocking. He was deeply concerned whether this injury would have any repercussions on Randall's future or result in some irreversible damage. However, after 7 days, you come to me and proclaim that he has fully recovered? For a few moments, Sengoku struggled to accept this somewhat surreal reality. He remarked again, even if he recovers. What of it? He cannot go. Absolutely not. Randall is a reserve talent of the Navy. He is not someone we can afford to lose casually. Zephyr began to shout. Of course I know. I also know he is my disciple. Sengoku roared back, you know you still have to let him go. Do you understand what level of battle that is? With Randall's strength, even the residual waves could claim his life. Are we to assign someone solely to protect him on such a battlefield? Upon hearing this, Zephyr, instead of becoming angry, suddenly smiled faintly. What if he requires no protection at all? Sengoku paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Zephyr calmly replied, just what the words imply. Before Sengoku could inquire further, Zephyr took the initiative to explain, did I not mention that I just had a little spar with that boy? The result was, after my beating, he merely returned to life without a scratch. Sengoku, still confused, asked, and what of it? Do you mean to say you were not serious with him? After speaking, Sengoku felt a bit parched, having shouted for so long at Zephyr. He picked up the nearby teacup and took a sip. Zephyr spoke earnestly, what of it? Do you realize that during this battle, aside from a few ultimate techniques I kept in reserve, I exerted nearly all my strength? Although that young man was utterly defenseless throughout the fight, teetering on the brink of collapse multiple times, he somehow persevered. Furthermore, following the battle, he experienced a wave of rejuvenation. While he still bears some injuries that will require time to heal, he is fundamentally unscathed. What did you say? Sengoku exclaimed. Choking on his tea, a spray of liquid erupted from his mouth. Zephyr had been attentive to Sengoku's drinking and swiftly moved aside to avoid the splatter. Sengoku, coughing several times, stood up with a flushed face and a thick neck, demanding, are you certain you exerted your full strength? Zephyr, with a serious expression, nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku plopped back down, sinking into a prolonged silence. In his mind, a phrase continually echoed, Zephyr has exerted his full strength. If one were to inquire who in this world possesses the deepest understanding of Zephyr's prowess, it would be none other than those pirates captured by him, alongside himself, Garp, Kong, and Saru. In days gone by, Zephyr's mastery of hockey had instilled despair in countless souls. The moniker Black Arm Zephyr is not one to be uttered lightly. Just how terrifying must Zephyr's strength be when he is fully committed? In the vast expanse of the ocean, how many individuals are truly worthy of Zephyr's utmost effort? Presently, it seems only those three notorious pirates remain. Barrett counts as one, and the imprisoned Golden Lion as another. Furthermore, among the Navy, there are those three who are poised to succeed the admirals, along with a few seasoned veterans. Could it be that from this moment forth, one must include Randall among them? Sengoku felt a profound sense of dissonance. It was akin to selecting an outlier from a group, a rather obvious distinction. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku finally inquired, Randall, how long has it been since you joined the Navy? Upon hearing this question, Zephyr too experienced a sense of disconnection. As if lost in time, he sighed. It has been less than half a year, just over 5 months. Ah. So it is merely a span of a little more than 5 months. He still believed that he had served as a marshal for a lifetime and was on the verge of retirement. The expression on the face of the warring states was intricate. He recalled that the last time he heard of Randall's prowess was during the graduation of the elite camp. At that time, Randall had merely attained the rank of a newly minted major general. Such a level of strength was trivial for individuals of their caliber. Yet, how much time had elapsed since then? Nearly a month? This young man must surely be defying the odds. What on earth is happening in this world? Such an outrageous revelation. He was, in fact, reluctant to believe, yet Zephyr's expression was far too earnest. Rationality dictated that Zephyr was not one to jest. However, emotionally, he was utterly unwilling to accept it. I almost forgot to ask, why must he be involved in the hunt for Barrett? Sengoku suddenly inquired. Zephyr replied, because that kid has fallen into Barrett's clutches this time. You mean he previously ventured into the New World, encountered Barrett, and somehow survived his grasp? Zephyr nodded. I suspect that lad wishes to seize this opportunity, now that the Navy is also targeting him, to exact his revenge. Sengoku nodded in understanding. After a moment of silence, he remarked, if that is indeed the case, then his participation is not out of the question. However, I cannot feel at ease unless I witness it with my own eyes. Zephyr shook his head in response. After assuming the responsibilities of the marshal for a period, Sengoku had indeed become more cautious and suspicious. So, you wish to stretch your legs a bit? Sengoku hesitated. After all, he was a vice admiral, while Randall was merely a freshly graduated recruit without any rank. Was this not somewhat inappropriate? Yet, at that moment, the door to his office was abruptly pushed open. A rogue swaggered in with great confidence. Haha, Zephyr, you're here too. Long time no see. It was someone who had just returned to the Navy base after taking a leave of absence. Chapter 78, A Sea King in 3 Bites. Just as Sengoku was in doubt, the door to his office swung open, and an old rascal strutted in. Haha, Zephyr, you're here too. Long time no see. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sengoku's eyes lit up, and he exchanged a glance with Zephyr, who nodded in agreement. This old rascal was indeed quite suitable. After Carp entered, he showed no regard for formalities. After greeting the two, he bypassed Sengoku and made his way to where he kept the senbei. Amidst Sengoku's furious protests, Carp gleefully retrieved all the senbei from their hiding place. Hey, you old rascal, don't go too far. Damn it. It was because you took leave that I carelessly left the senbei in its original spot. Carp scratched his head and said, ha ha ha, do you want some too? I'll share one with you. He picked one from the pile of senbei and placed it on the table in front of Sengoku. Then, turning to Zephyr, he handed him another. The entire process was remarkably smooth, as if the senbei were his own. Upon seeing this, Zephyr cheerfully accepted the senbei and tore it open, taking a large bite. The sound of his munching disrupted Sengoku's heartbeat. Subsequently, Sengoku glared at the instigator with fiery eyes. One could not conceal the intent to stab someone in such a gaze. However, Carp expertly ignored Sengoku's murderous glare and joyfully devoured the senbei. The crunching echoed throughout the office, each sound resonating like a hammer on Sengoku's nerves. His heart ached. Yet, he knew that once the senbei reached Carp's hands, it was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog gone without a trace. He is quite ruthless. Sengoku took several deep breaths to suppress his emotions before speaking. You old rascal, if you have nothing to do, I can find you a task. Carp paused momentarily in his action of biting into the rice cracker and replied, who says I'm not busy? I have a plethora of matters to attend to. Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku and Zephyr exchanged exasperated glances. You don't even believe that yourself? Sengoku retorted. It's nothing too significant. Just a request for you to give someone a thrashing. Carp was momentarily taken aback. You are serious? Asking me to beat someone up? Is there really such a delightful task? Sengoku nodded affirmatively. Of course, I am quite serious. However, it seems you are quite occupied, so wait a moment. Carp muttered hastily, swallowing the rice cracker at lightning speed. Who says I am busy? Although I have numerous responsibilities, your matters, Sengoku, are undoubtedly the most important. Just tell me who to hit. My iron fist is itching for action. Sengoku and Zephyr couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. This old rascal only seems enthusiastic about beating people and snatching rice crackers. If only he could exhibit a semblance of seriousness, Sengoku would find things much easier. Randall. Sengoku slowly uttered a name. Carp, momentarily at a loss, pinched his nose and inquired, Randall? Who is that? Why does that name sound familiar? Observing Carp's gesture, Sengoku felt a vain throb at his temple, barely restraining himself from striking out. It's the rice cracker. You fool. How can you desecrate it so? Noticing Sengoku's murderous expression, Zephyr cleared his throat and interjected, Ahem, do you not remember? A few months ago, the one I brought to the elite camp. Randall. The very handsome one, Zephyr added. With Zephyr's reminder, Carp's memories of Randall resurfaced, and his enthusiasm visibly dwindled. Ah, that kid. He is still at the elite camp, isn't he? If I were to hit him, I wouldn't dare use too much force. But still, someone ought to give him a beating, Carp said, his tone somewhat dispirited. His understanding of Randall's strength lags even behind that of the warring states. He had secretly contemplated that a mere half-hearted effort would suffice. Otherwise, a single punch might bring an abrupt end, which would render the encounter rather dull. Was there any need for the use of armament hockey then? Observing Carp's reaction, Zephyr chuckled softly. You might be quite astonished later. Randall's strength is not to be compared with the impression you hold. Carp dismissed it lightly. Before he departed, Randall had only recently entered the boot camp. If we were to be generous, one could say he possessed the strength of a battalion commander. However, it has only been a few months since then. To what heights can he ascend in strength? Is it possible for him to leap 2 ranks and ascend to the position of vice admiral? That seems rather implausible. Zephyr shook his head, remarking that once you encounter that beast, you will comprehend the extent of its power. Observing that Carp had acquiesced, Zephyr retrieved his din-din mushi to contact Randall. Moments later, the call connected. Zephyr, what is the matter? A peculiar voice resonated from the other end. Swallow what S in your mouth before you speak. Zephyr observed the din-din mushi's cheeks puffing out, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Woo-woo, all right. What S up, teacher Zephyr? Is everything all right? Zephyr cleared his throat awkwardly and stated, Ahem, well, it's half done. Randall paused, perplexed. What does half done mean? Zephyr did not afford him the chance to inquire further, directly commanding, meet me at the training ground in 1 hour. Then, without waiting for a response, he hung up. Surely, an hour should suffice for him to have a meal. On the other end, Randall was left bewildered. What was happening? Regardless, he decided to set aside his confusion. Eating was of utmost importance. With only an hour remaining, he needed to make haste. He quickly devoured a few bites of his meal. An hour later, within the ruins of the training ground, Zephyr, Sengoku, Carp, and Tsuru, who had come to witness the commotion, gathered at the site. Sengoku silently gazed upon the devastation, lost in contemplation. What a vast training ground it is. What a wretched place this war-torn disaster zone is. Zephyr cleared his throat and remarked, It was here that I pummeled that young lad. After all, it is already in ruins. A little more destruction matters not. Carp then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Zephyr, you are quite something. To wreak such havoc upon a training ground while merely sparring with a rookie. Watch closely, and I shall demonstrate the proper technique. Zephyr's brow twitched in response. However, Carp was not truly foolish. His words belied the thoughts swirling within him. Observing the scene, he felt that Randall's strength might surpass his expectations. Well then, I shall exert only half of my strength when the time comes. 1/10 is the limit. Chapter 79, The Gaze That Cannot Conceal Its Intent. After a brief wait, Randall arrived fashionably late, accompanied by Krista, who was playfully swinging her short legs behind him. At that moment, Randall held several pieces of meat still attached to the bone, savoring them as he walked. With a swift motion, he brought the morsels to his mouth. And by the time he pulled them away, only the bones remained. It was as if he were devouring something akin to rubber fruit. As the prominent figures looked on in astonishment, the mound of meat, larger than Randall himself, vanished into his stomach in the blink of an eye. His belly resembled a black hole, showing no sign of movement whatsoever. Notably, a layer of armament hockey enveloped the meat in his grasp, preventing any grease from staining his hands. Upon his arrival, Randall found himself momentarily bewildered by the assembly of esteemed individuals before him. After paying his respects to the dignitaries, he turned his gaze toward Zephyr, silently inquiring with his eyes. Zephyr cleared his throat and said, Well, regarding your request, Sengoku has consented. However, he has one stipulation. He wishes to witness your strength firsthand. Randall nodded thoughtfully. It was evident that Zephyr had conveyed his prowess to Sengoku. Yet the prudent Sengoku only trusted what his own eyes could behold. He indeed comprehended the thoughts of the warring states. For his prowess and the swiftness of his leaps were so extraordinary that it was difficult for an ordinary person to believe. It is akin to a person hearing a friend proclaim that they encountered Ultraman. Disbelief would naturally ensue, even if that friend were a closest confidant. However, understanding aside, Randall's eyes darted sideways, casting a sidelong glance at Zephyr. Did you not once assert with unwavering conviction that there would be no issues? He inquired. Yet, as expected, an unforeseen event has transpired. The implication in Randall's gaze was unmistakably clear. Zephyr, feeling the weight of the moment, let out an awkward, tactical cough and replied, Well, But as he uttered those few words, an epiphany struck him. How absurd it was to feel the need to explain himself to this insolent brat. With a fierce glare, he retorted, What are you staring at? Your opponent is he. He simultaneously gestured towards a figure among the crowd who stood out like a crane among chickens. Upon being singled out, Carp erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Little rascal, while I am unaware of how you managed to offend those two old scoundrels, my iron fist shall show no mercy. He pressed his knuckles, producing a crisp crackle. When one is poised to strike, a certain light ignites within their eyes. At that moment, the gleam in Karp's gaze was blinding. Randall couldn't help but wipe away non-existent cold sweat. Goodness, how long had this thirst been brewing? Then, he declared, I look forward to your guidance. Unbeknownst to Randall, a similar light flickered in his own eyes. Sengoku, observing Randall's composed demeanor, which even bore a hint of excitement, found himself increasingly convinced by Zifa's earlier assertions. At that juncture, Crane approached Randall and, with a gentle smile, addressed Krista, Little Crystal, would you like to come to my place in the future? The presence of an adorable young girl at Zifa's side had not gone unnoticed by the prominent figures. They were well aware of the girl's prodigious talent. Crane, with a focus on intelligence, recognized such a gift as a rare boon. Krista shook her head resolutely, declaring, No, Granny Crane. I want to stay with my brother Randall. Her tiny hand clutched the hem of Randall's garment, and the sincerity etched upon her small face was enough to melt Crane's heart. Ah, well? Since she already had a place she wished to be, so be it. Crane felt a tinge of regret but maintained a warm smile as she spoke to Krista, resembling a kind-hearted neighborly grandmother. Yet, should anyone truly perceive her as a benevolent elder, they would be utterly oblivious to their own peril. Randall, acutely aware of this reality, sensed the chilling aura locking onto him. He instinctively shivered, and upon lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with Crane, whose smile was as deceptive as it was sinister. The intent to harm could not be concealed within one's gaze. Randall's body tensed. Why was he so amiable towards Krista? While regarding him as though he had emerged from a sea of corpses, was his demeanor towards people so inconsistent? One could not help but wonder if he might mysteriously vanish one day. At that moment, Crane glanced at Karp, signaling him with his eyes. Make sure to strike hard later. Offending Sengoku might be inconsequential, but crossing Crane would mark the beginning of a nightmare. Karp received Crane's unspoken message and cast a sympathetic glance at Randall. Soon, both parties were positioned within the arena. Ha ha ha. Then you shall go first. Karp declared nonchalantly, standing with an air of casual indifference. He believes that if he strikes first, then Randall would have no opportunity to retaliate. One must afford the opponent a modicum of combat experience, after all. Kapu is indeed a remarkably gentle soul. Upon hearing this, Randall inhaled deeply, and in that moment, his entire aura transformed. Kapu raised an eyebrow, while Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged subtle glances. It appeared this young man possessed an intriguing depth. In the next instant, Randall's energy erupted forth, an overwhelming force that surged from his being, coalescing before the astonished eyes of Kapu and the others into a magnificent suit of armor. The intricacies of the armor were strikingly clear, profound, and otherworldly. At that moment, Randall resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Kapu gazed upon the armor, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What man could possibly resist such a striking ensemble? Noticing Sengoku outside the arena, one could see his eyes glazed with fascination as he beheld Randall. Zifa, who had previously encountered this armor, couldn't help but marvel once more. The sole woman present, Tsuru, despite being well into her 50s, found herself momentarily entranced by Randall's appearance. Goodness, this young man was already handsome, now adorned in such attire. His allure had multiplied beyond measure. It seemed prudent to keep her female soldiers at a distance from Randall. At this juncture, Sengoku turned to Zifa and remarked, Is this his source of confidence? While I cannot ascertain the strength of the armor, I do recognize the black portions as haki. If that is all there is to it, it may not suffice to withstand Zifa's full might. Zifa chuckled and replied, Ha ha ha, just wait and see. The defensive capabilities of that armor are truly astonishing. Sengoku refocused his attention on the arena, eager to discern whether the armor would prove to be merely for show. If it truly possessed strength, he would be inclined to acquire a set for himself. Kapu wiped his mouth, brimming with anticipation. Come on, come on. Just let Randall land a single punch, and then he can counterattack. That armor certainly appears to be quite impressive. Randall clenched his fists, his gaze electric. He took a deep breath and stamped his feet forcefully against the ground. The immense power beneath him crushed the fragments into powder, propelling him forward like a racing train across the sea, barreling towards Karp with unyielding momentum. In an instant, he appeared before Karp and swung his fist with tremendous force toward Karp's chest. Chapter 80. Karp's 50% strength. Randall's speed astonished Karp. He realized that his prior assessment of Randall's strength had been gravely mistaken. Was this truly the caliber expected of an elite training camp member? Such explosive power could easily rank among the vice admirals. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Randall's fist struck his chest with a resounding thud. The sound echoed throughout the training ground. To the astonishment of onlookers, Karp was pushed back by this blow. He staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his footing. At that moment, a clear imprint of a fist was visible on his chest. Haha, quite impressive. Karp chuckled, unfazed. The punch had simply exceeded his expectations. Catching him off guard, Sengoku furrowed his brow and remarked, This strength does not quite align with your description, Zifa. To him, that punch seemed pathetically weak. Did he not see that Karp, even unprepared, had only been pushed back a few steps? Though, to have Karp retreat at all was already remarkable. However, it was still far from sufficient. Zifa, composed, advised, continue watching, stay calm, do not rush. Seeing Carp unscathed, Randall shook his head in resignation. The physical prowess of these formidable individuals was monstrous. His punch likely only elicited a slight response from Carp. Yet, he quickly steeled himself as he sensed an ominous pressure locking onto him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. I'll let you have a punch. Now it's my turn. Carp's eyes gleamed as he prepared to strike, his form vanishing from sight in an instant. Randall's pupils constricted, instinctively gearing up for defense. But a fist preemptively impacted his chest. The sound was sharper than before. Carp had anticipated that this punch would send Randall flying. To his surprise, however, Randall merely stepped back one pace, stabilizing himself. Previously, when Randall had struck Carp, Carp had retreated 6 steps. In contrast, when Carp struck Randall, he had only moved back 1 step. On the surface, this indicated that Randall held the advantage. Carp glanced at his fist, then at Randall. In the armor he wore, his astonished expression morphed into one of excitement. Haha, kid, that armor of yours is quite impressive. Randall, patting his chest plate, replied with a grin. Carp, have you forgotten to eat? Just moments ago, Carp had not utilized his full strength. As planned, he had only exerted 10% of his power. Yet, Carp's 10% was not to be underestimated. It could easily fell even a Sea King. However, Randall had absorbed that punch without injury, as nearly all the force had been deflected by his armor. This emboldened Randall, allowing him to taunt Carp. Upon hearing Randall's mockery, Carp's expression momentarily faltered. He is inherently a person who does not sweat the small stuff, so naturally, he would not be angered by such trivialities. However, he perceives a profound confidence emanating from Randall. Thus, he resolves to exert himself a little more in due time. Initially intending to use only 30% of his strength, he decides to increase it to 50%, given Randall's evident self-assurance. Carp's 50% power, capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, is likely formidable enough. Among the vice admirals, none could withstand his 50% might. Yet, Carp possesses an equal measure of confidence. He was confident that if circumstances turned dire, he could retract his strength at the last moment. With this in mind, Iron Fist, Meteor. Carp raised his fist. The speed of that fist was astonishing, generating a flickering orange glow as it sliced through the air. Facing this blow, Randall felt as though he was confronting a meteor plummeting from the sky, poised to strike him down. Witnessing the scene, Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. Had that old scoundrel lost his mind? Did he truly intend to kill Randall? Crane's expression also shifted. She merely asked Carp to strike a little harder, but not to this extent. Despite her grievances over Randall taking away Krista, she never imagined he would be in danger. However, to their astonishment, Zephyr, who should have been even more anxious than they were, remained remarkably composed. Stay calm, Sengoku. You're about to officially assume the role of Fleet Admiral. Why are you behaving like a reckless youth? Zephyr waved his hand, speaking calmly. Sengoku and Crane were taken aback. Was this really a matter of remaining calm? This was a life and death situation, and the one in peril was your own disciple. Were you truly fine with such tranquility? Amidst their confusion, Carp's fist, heavy as a meteor, came crashing down upon Randall. A thunderous roar erupted, sending a shockwave of smoke rippling outward. Randall felt an overwhelming force strike him from the front, leaving him powerless to resist. With a whoosh, he was propelled backward at a speed surpassing that with which he had charged at Carp. However, his feet did not leave the ground. Instead, they carved 2 trenches into the earth. At that moment, aside from Zephyr, who was unperturbed, Sengoku and the others hurriedly directed their observation hockey toward Randall. But they fell silent. They sensed Randall's vibrant life force, robust and thriving, far from the state of a near-death individual. Yet they had clearly witnessed Carp's fist connect with Randall. As the dust settled, Randall's figure became visible. The crowd could finally discern his condition. The area struck by Carp's blow was now riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, but apart from the armor's imminent shattering, there were no other visible changes. After all, Randall's complexion remained quite healthy. Sengoku and the others were momentarily stunned. Could it be that Carp had held back at the last moment? Yet only Carp knew he had exerted 50% of his strength. The force he unleashed was precisely the force that reached Randall, no less, no more. At this juncture, Carp's expression turned serious. Randall's displayed strength had considerably exceeded his expectations. However, what astonished him most was not the strength itself, but the rapidity of its enhancement. Previously, a mere fraction of Carp's strength could have incapacitated Randall for 10 days or more. Yet now, Randall could withstand a punch infused with 50% of Carp's power. Appearing virtually unscathed, this was nothing short of astonishing. Nonetheless, this should be the limit. After all, that armor was on the verge of breaking. Sengoku shared this sentiment. To withstand a blow from Carp was indeed remarkable. At his age, that was more than enough to be proud of. No. It was sufficient to earn the admiration of others. This level of strength was commendable. However, he still advised against Randall going into such a tumultuous battlefield where the opponent would not hold back like Carp. Such talent should continue to grow. Chapter 81. Incomprehensible. Randall's exhibited strength had earned Sengoku's recognition. To defeat a top-tier combatant, 2 admiral-level strengths would surely suffice. Yet, if the opponent was intent on fleeing, that would be far less secure. Thus, Sengoku planned to deploy 1 or 2 admiral-level forces alongside the Demon Slayer Order. Given Randall's current display of prowess, comparable to If not exceeding that of a vice admiral, he was undoubtedly fit to participate in the upcoming encirclement. Nevertheless, Sengoku harbored concerns. One could never be too careful on the battlefield. As Barrett would not hold back. Zephyr scoffed, saying, Sengoku, can a warrior who has never faced life and death truly be called a warrior? Overprotection is hardly beneficial. Crane, overhearing, nodded in agreement. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly. He understood this principle. After all, he had once walked the same path. However, since adopting the perspective of a fleet admiral, his considerations had shifted. Hearing Zephyr's words, he realized he had indeed become trapped in a narrow mindset. Even capturing ordinary pirates posed the risk of death. Should all naval personnel remain at headquarters, refraining from pursuing pirates? If Randall wished to venture forth, then let him do so. However, just as Sengoku was poised to acquiesce, he heard Zephyr add another remark. And do you think this is all Randall is capable of? Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Aside from my trump card techniques, I was truly exerting 10% of my strength. Sengoku's breath hitched at this revelation. Crane's expression changed abruptly as she turned to Zephyr, having only just learned of this. Yet Zephyr remained silent, gesturing for them to continue watching. In the arena, Randall examined the cracks in his breastplate, maintaining a calm demeanor. After all, he had already tested the limits of his armor with Zephyr. It was approximately equivalent to 50% of a top-tier combatant's strength. With a thought, he enveloped himself in haki, repairing the fractures in an instant, restoring it to its original state. He then looked at Carp once more and declared, Admiral Carp, your effort still lacks sufficient vigor. You may exert yourself a bit more. If I push myself further, you might truly be injured. Carp, however, remained unfazed. Are you certain? Randall replied with a smile, this is still far from my limit. Hearing this, Carp's expression grew serious. Far from his limit? Was he merely putting on a brave front, or did he genuinely possess such capacity? Unable to comprehend, Carp resolved to discover the truth. This time, he would strike with 80% of his strength. Carp's right fist was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of haki, signifying his earnestness. Seeing this, Randall too adopted a serious demeanor. In the next moment, Carp's figure vanished from his line of sight. Even with his utmost effort in utilizing observation haki, he could not trace Carp's movements. Carp had never been praised for his speed, not because he was deficient in that regard, but rather due to his unparalleled, indomitable fists. At this moment, it became clear that any attribute of a top-tier combatant was sufficient to obliterate anything below that standard. In a flash, Carp appeared before Randall, delivering a punch. 80% of his strength. Boom. This time, it was Randall who was sent flying. The roar of the impact arriving only moments later. Randall felt as if he had been struck by a sea king at the speed of a maritime train. He suddenly felt as though all his internal organs were displaced. Furthermore, whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or not, Randall perceived that Carp's strikes inflicted more pain than Barrett's. After sending Randall flying, Carp's figure vanished once more, only to appear ahead of Randall, waiting on his trajectory. Another punch. Randall instantly felt as if his body were being crushed between two impenetrable walls. The impact was excruciating. Carp showed no signs of mercy. Isn't your armor supposed to regenerate? Then I shall dismantle it all at once. Thus, one punch followed another. It must be said that Randall's endurance was truly remarkable. The more Carp struck, the more exhilarated he became. Gradually, the force Carp exerted surpassed 80%. For a moment, Randall seemed to be suspended in midair, surrounded by the shadows of Carp's fists. In the final blow, Carp positioned himself above Randall and unleashed a devastating punch. The instant Carp delivered that strike, clarity surged through his mind. He silently lamented the gravity of the situation, realizing that he had exerted nearly all of his strength in that punch. Yet, it was too late to retract his force, for his fist had already made contact with Randall. In an instant, Randall vanished from sight, leaving behind a trail of crimson in the air. This was immediately followed by a thunderous roar that resonated across the heavens, causing the entire training ground to tremble. Soon after, the distant sound of alarms could be heard, the commotion so significant that it led many to believe there was an invasion by external foes. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps was heard as a squad of soldiers, led by an officer, arrived at the training ground. However, upon entering, they were met with an overwhelming cloud of smoke that nearly shrouded the entire area. They could vaguely perceive that the training ground had been reduced to ruins. However, they felt reassured upon spotting several key figures: Admiral Zephyr, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Strategist Tsuru. With such prominent individuals present, even the resurrection of Roger could be subdued. Yet, it was puzzling to observe a hint of astonishment on the faces of Sengoku and Tsuru. Noticing this, Zephyr cleared his throat and remarked, ahem. There are no external enemies invading. It was merely a spar, and I exerted a bit more force than intended. Please, continue with your duties. Upon hearing this, the soldiers and officers flinched. Was this truly what one would call exerting a bit more force? Perhaps our interpretations of the word slightly differ. A dazed group then staggered away. Is this the realm of the great? We dare not provoke them. Moments later, the smoke gradually dissipated. The former ruins had vanished, replaced by a crater that spanned the training ground. Had it not been for Zephyr's timely intervention to mitigate the aftermath, the crater would have been even larger. At this moment, Randall found himself ensnared in the center of the pit. Meanwhile, Carp descended to the ground. He gently touched his head and then flashed a silly grin at Zephyr and the others. I might have been a bit too rough. Sengoku and Crane shot him a fierce glare but refrained from uttering a word. They could sense that, despite Randall's current state not being ideal. He was certainly not in a dire predicament of near death. This was indeed the source of their astonishment. They all sensed the tremendous weight of Carp's final punch. To them, it seemed that Randall must have been on the brink of death. However, remarkably, he appeared to be only slightly injured, which left them utterly perplexed. Chapter 82. The courageous fist of you in the face of Sengoku and Crane's scrutinizing gazes. Carp chuckled heartily, attempting to deflect their attention. Well then, let us conclude for today. Everyone should head home for dinner. Old man here is off to enjoy some donuts. Carp felt that he had already endured enough seismic shocks from Randall. To withstand 90% of his strength and emerge with merely an injury was beyond his comprehension. In his mind, a single phrase echoed repeatedly, "What an astonishing young man." Not only did he think this way, but both Sengoku and Tsuru shared the same sentiment. This youth was simply beyond belief. Zephyr, Randall is set to participate in the encirclement, and I have consented, Sengoku declared. We should first take this lad to the hospital. Just as Zephyr was about to respond, a voice suddenly resonated. Admiral Carp, it's not over yet. In the crater, Randall rose to his feet. With his movement, the armor, already on the verge of collapse, shattered entirely. Fragments floated down like black snow, dissolving into nothingness. Carp was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Young man, you wish to continue? Yet your armor has been utterly destroyed." Indeed, Randall, you have sufficiently demonstrated your strength. There is no need to persist, Sengoku added. In his view, this was merely youthful bravado and competitive spirit. However, Randall firmly shook his head, asserting, "No, I have not reached my limit yet. Admiral Carp, you haven't unleashed your full power, have you? So let us proceed." This rare opportunity to engage with Carp, even if it meant enduring a one-sided beating, was an invaluable experience. As soon as Randall finished speaking, the crowd witnessed dark mist emanating once again. In a swirling motion, the striking armor reappeared. This lad is serious, Carp and the others simultaneously thought. Sengoku glanced at Zephyr, prompting him to speak. Zephyr understood and stated, "Indeed, Carp, as the lad mentioned. There is no need to hold back. Has your fist grown weak?" Sengoku gasped in surprise. "I intended for you to dissuade him, not to stoke the flames. Why must you be so troublesome?" Carp huffed as he approached Randall. "Sigh. It's not. You. Sigh. How could you?" Sengoku pointed at Zephyr, yet words failed him, leaving him at a loss. Zephyr disregarded Sengoku's agitation, maintaining a dignified demeanor as he gazed into the distance. Tsuru, however, had calmed down by this point. Zephyr's demeanor indicated that perhaps they had already been shaken by Randall's defensive capabilities. Yet this still fell short of his true limits. The realization left her even more astounded. Could it be that this young man could truly withstand a full-force punch from that old fellow? Honestly, even for her, enduring Carp's maximum strike would be exceedingly challenging. Of course, she had no obligation to endure it. But how many years had she fought? How long had she been in battle? And Randall, how old was he? How long had he been here? Lost in thought, Tsuru recalled their first encounter with Randall. The difference in his strength from then to now was like night and day. He had progressed at an astonishing pace, as if years had passed in a single day. At this moment, Carp stood before Randall. "Young man, do you need some time to prepare?" "I am ready, Admiral Carp." Carp ceased speaking and delivered a punch directly at Randall. This punch appeared ordinary, as though it was thrown without any intent. Yet, for Randall, the sensation was entirely different. He felt as if he were confronting an entire world. The whole world had vanished, leaving behind nothing but an unremarkable fist. Yet, Randall was not afraid. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. In his heart, he was laughing maniacally. This was precisely what he desired. During the previous confrontation with Zephyr, it appeared as though Zephyr had exerted all his strength, and he himself believed he had indeed done so. However, when the blows truly landed upon Randall, Zephyr instinctively held back. This act of restraint was so subtle that even Zephyr was unaware of it. Yet, Randall could sense it. It was merely a fraction. Sometimes, that slight difference can represent an insurmountable chasm. For Randall, it simply was not sufficient. He was merely a hair's breadth away. He requires ample pressure to shape his body and complete the final forging. Thus, when Zephyr informed him that, due to the mistrust of the warring states, he was to engage in a bout with Carp, no one could fathom the extent of his excitement and joy. Zephyr would temper his strength, for he had already regarded Randall as his disciple. However, Carp and Randall had scarcely crossed paths on a few occasions. His punch was a manifestation of absolute power, akin to the very world itself crashing down upon Randall. The overwhelming sensation rendered Randall's body hair standing on end. The sheer force of the punch's wind even caused a sharp pain to flicker across his cheek. This punch could aptly be named the courage-nullifying strike. For anyone confronted with such an unfathomable display of strength would instantly be stripped of their courage, consumed by the instinct to flee. Yet, Randall was not like the rest. He not only dared to gaze directly at it, but even had the audacity to retaliate. As he swung his fist forward, he could discern the astonishment etched on Carp's face. In that moment, time seemed to stretch interminably. It resembled a slow-motion scene, under the anxious gazes of Sengoku and Tsuru, and the calm yet pulsating stare of Zephyr. Two fists, markedly different in hue, collided with one another. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, or an ant shaking a tree. In that instant, Randall, with mere mortal strength, endeavored to shatter a world. At the moment of impact, Randall's arm snapped with a crack, as if it were merely made of paper. His counterattack was so feeble that it could not even momentarily halt Karp. In an instant, Karp's fist crashed directly into Randall's chest. The moment of contact shattered Randall's chest armor like fragile glass. Clearly, the armor alone was insufficient. The terrifying force radiated outward from the point of impact, causing Randall's entire armor to splinter. Not only that, but under this immense pressure, Randall's body began to resemble a ceramic statue, developing numerous cracks, with blood oozing out incessantly. Yet, even amid such agony, even as his teeth crumbled, Randall did not retreat an inch. This sight momentarily moved Karp. "Do not stop. I can still endure," Randall shouted, sensing Karp's intention to relent. "Just a little more." Karp paused, astonished. "Your body is on the verge of collapse, and you can still endure?" Strangely compelled, Karp heeded Randall's words and did not withdraw his strength. Boom. The storm was about to unleash. Chapter 83, completing that little bit. At that moment, the ferocious power of the punch was entirely unleashed. The area where Karp and Randall stood resembled the eye of a typhoon, as a violent storm surged outward. The tumultuous force soared into the sky, as if it aimed to pierce through the heavens. The commotion was even more exaggerated than the previous strike that had sent a meteor crashing to the ground. The soldiers on guard were startled but quickly regained their composure upon realizing that it was merely the powerful figures sparring in the training ground. So it was just the masters engaging in a friendly match. Surrounding the training ground, Zephyr and his companions were exerting their might to contain the tempest while continuously probing the situation at the storm's epicenter. However, that spot was the very center of the energy explosion. Though there was no storm, the energy was concentrated and greatly hindered their observation. Despite their impatience, the esteemed figures found themselves at a loss. This artificially conjured storm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the dust settled, everyone beheld the scene. Karp had long since retracted his fist, standing there in silence. Opposite him was Randall, resembling a porcelain doll specifically, one that had just been struck by a mischievous child and was on the brink of shattering. Karp? At this moment, Randall was covered in cracks, with crimson blood flowing from the fissures, creating a striking visual impact. Witnessing this state of Randall, the esteemed figures were taken aback. However, upon using their observation haki, they discerned that while his aura was diminished, he was not in immediate danger of death, which eased their concerns. What happened? Is he unconscious? Sengoku noted that Randall's eyes were closed. No, I can sense that he is still conscious. Moreover, I have a feeling that he is utilizing my punch to accomplish something. Karp scratched his head and spoke. Hearing this, Sengoku turned to Karp, only to find a serious expression on his face. It seemed that Karp was not speaking nonsensically but was indeed serious. Well, when it comes to unreliable moments, Karp is truly unpredictable. Yet Sengoku had to acknowledge that sometimes Karp's instincts were astonishingly accurate, for he too could feel that although Randall appeared gravely injured, his essence suggested that he had not lost consciousness. Perhaps Karp was indeed correct. Thus, the esteemed figures refrained from transporting Randall to a hospital, choosing instead to maintain the status quo and allow him to awaken on his own. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe that a rookie who had joined the Navy less than half a year ago could withstand a full-force punch from Karp? Even if I were the one relaying this tale, I can imagine that many would remain skeptical. Sengoku sighed. Tsuru nodded in deep agreement, casting a long glance at Randall. The potential of this individual was truly terrifying. At that moment, she felt an immense sense of relief that such a person had joined the Navy while still relatively weak. Yet, she also felt a twinge of anxiety. If he were merely part of the Navy, Tsuru could indeed ensure certain outcomes. However, the existence of the world government loomed above the Navy, its operations often leaving her utterly bewildered. Well, it is all a matter for the future. I shall leave the headaches for my future self to contend with. Karp, however, was quite pleased. Ha. I never expected this kid to truly hold his ground. Quite remarkable. In a moment of unrestrained pride, Karp raised his hand to pat Randall on the shoulder. Had the force of his strike truly landed, Randall might have been reduced to mere porcelain. Fortunately, Zephyr, with remarkable agility, seized Karp's hand at the last moment. Zephyr shot a fierce glare at Karp, who, realizing how close he had come to causing a calamity, sheepishly scratched the back of his head and offered a foolish grin. Beside Zephyr stood the obedient Krista. Her gaze lifted in innocent bewilderment as she absorbed the conversation of the esteemed figures around her. Over the past few days, she had begun to comprehend that these individuals held significant status, even ranking among the elite upon the vast ocean. Thus, receiving such accolades from them affirmed her belief that her brother Randall was indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, the focal point of their discussion, Randall, was engaged in his own endeavors. His mind was entirely focused inward at this moment. His body, under the influence of external forces, remained on the brink of collapse. Yet, as the saying goes, one must break to rebuild. Previously, with Barrett's friendly assistance, his energy had merged with his body, though the integration was imperfect due to his state of unconsciousness at the time. It was merely a fraction away from completion. Now, what Randall needed to do was to bridge that gap. Under his control, the energy began to circulate within his body, akin to capillaries distributing blood throughout. It penetrated every single cell. As his body teetered on the edge of destruction, the energy fully fused with Randall's form. Moreover, it was not solely the energy. With its lubricating effect, the armament hockey could also seamlessly integrate. Externally, Randall appeared unchanged, yet internally, a profound transformation had taken place. While penetrating attacks from other formidable beings posed significant threats, Randall faced no such concerns. The delicate tissues within him remained remarkably resilient, completely unafraid of internal damage. If he were to withstand another full-force punch from Garp with his current defensive capabilities, it would undoubtedly be far more manageable than before. Having accomplished his goal, Randall felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He opened his eyes, only to be startled. Several prominent figures before him were staring intently. Their gaze is akin to that of observing a strange creature. What are you all looking at? Randall stammered, his voice trembling. In response, the notable figures exchanged glances, shook their heads, and turned away without uttering a word, leaving only Zephyr behind. What is happening? Randall asked, bewildered. Zephyr, with a hint of irritation, replied. What do you mean? What is happening? You astonished them. Just moments ago, the esteemed figures had witnessed Randall's injuries, which were riddled with cracks, heal instantaneously. And his previously diminished aura stabilized in an instant. Not only had he withstood Karp's powerful strike, but his wounds had also vanished in the blink of an eye. How could such a spectacle not evoke shock? Karp himself began to doubt whether his own strength had waned. Perhaps he should provoke Sengoku for a bout? However, witnessing their disheartened expressions, Zephyr felt an unexpected sense of balance within himself. It turned out that he was not alone in his struggle to comprehend the situation. Others shared the same sentiment. He remarked that it was not due to his lack of endurance, but rather because Randall was exceedingly formidable. By the way, that old scoundrel Karp mentioned that it seemed you were utilizing his strength to accomplish something. Is that true? Zephyr stroked his chin. Sensing that this young man's aura had not changed much at all, Randall was taken aback, as Karp, looking rather foolish, had surprisingly keen instincts. He nodded slightly and uttered just 4 words. No destruction, no establishment. Chapter 84. Do you wish to be a warrior or a mage? No destruction, no establishment. In response to Zephyr's inquiry, Randall merely stated these 4 words. Zephyr, seemingly contemplating, nodded in understanding and refrained from further questioning. By the way, Teacher Zephyr. About the encirclement of Barrett. Randall gazed at Zephyr with eager anticipation. Zephyr rolled his eyes and replied, given your current state, how could the warring states possibly hinder you? Upon hearing this, Randall clenched his fist against his chest in elation, internally rejoicing, observing his excitement. Zephyr couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. One might think he had received substantial benefits. To put it bluntly, the endeavor of confronting a pirate of Barrett's caliber is something many would dread and avoid at all costs. When faced with such a task, merely accepting it without refusal is already commendable professionalism. Few, like Randall, would actively seek it out. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Randall had previously encountered Barrett, experiencing firsthand the oppressive aura of top-tier combat prowess. Despite this, he bore no psychological scars. Instead, he yearned for more. This young man is truly extraordinary. Amused by this thought, Zephyr found himself laughing at the absurdity of it all. Can an ordinary person transform from an unknown individual to someone capable of enduring a full-force strike from a top-tier fighter in just 6 months? Perhaps it is precisely his indomitable spirit in the face of formidable foes that has brought him to this point. Teacher Zephyr, is there anything I need to prepare? No need, just wait for the notification. However, this process will take at least a month. There is still time. At these words, Randall visibly sank into disappointment. He was eager to set off immediately and capture Barrett. Observing this, Zephyr struck Randall on the head and retorted impatiently. Do you think it's so simple to apprehend a pirate of that caliber? One must make thorough preparations in advance. Moreover, do you think it's easy to track their movements? Then, Zephyr's expression turned grave as he continued. And do not let that old scoundrel's punch fool you into thinking you are capable. You are still far from it. Top-tier fighters possess hidden techniques that are formidable. Your defense may be robust, but it cannot withstand such techniques. Upon hearing this, Randall's expression also grew serious. I understand, Teacher Zephyr. How could he possibly not comprehend? It is likely that, apart from the pinnacle of combat prowess, no one understands what it truly means better than he does. After all, he has faced 3 formidable powers in quick succession, first Barrett, then Zephyr, and finally Karp. Within just a few days, he has battled against these 3 titans of strength. The sheer terror of such top-tier combatants is something he knows all too well. Moreover, it appears he has withstood a full-force punch from Karp. Yet, this was merely a singular powerful strike, not a full-on assault. From a high emotional intelligence perspective, he has endured the full might of a top-tier warrior's punch. Conversely, from a lower emotional intelligence viewpoint, he has taken a basic attack from a top-tier fighter. Should a top-tier warrior dare to unleash their skills, Randall would be bold enough to confront them head-on. Not to mention, even that basic attack was not something he could easily withstand. Furthermore, this only pertains to his defensive capabilities. The disparity in offensive strength between him and the elite fighters is beyond rational comparison. Thus, Randall is acutely aware that he still has a long way to go. However, having bridged that slight gap, Randall has genuinely acquired the means to survive under the aegis of top-tier warriors. Indeed, when confronted by such formidable forces, he can only resort to a defensive stance. Yet, should he truly wish to flee, the adversary might not be able to subdue him after all. Observing that Randall remained grounded, Zephyr felt a sense of reassurance. He feared that Randall lacked a clear understanding of his own strength, so he ventured out to the sea to challenge other top-tier warriors. Those beyond his circle would not hold back. Well, as long as you are aware, that suffices. The final regulations will take at least a month to be established. If you wish to leave, feel free. There is no need for concern. Zephyr has also departed. Only Randall and Krista remained in place. Suddenly, a resonant, thunderous sound emanated from Randall's belly. He scratched his head, and indeed, an hour was not enough to consume much. After a brief scuffle, all energy was expended. The two then proceeded to the cafeteria. Randall devoured his meal ravenously, while Krista watched him eat. It was only after an hour that Randall's pace gradually returned to a normal level. "Brother Randall, you are so impressive." The little girl gazed at him in admiration, her adoration palpable. "Moreover, he is incredibly handsome," she secretly mused. Flattered by the compliment, Randall chuckled modestly. "Oh, it's nothing special." However, Krista sighed. "But since Brother Randall is so formidable, I feel I am of no use to you." She wished to assist him. But it seemed that by the time she grew up, Randall would be unbeatable, leaving no need for her help. Hearing this, Randall paused his chewing and, noticing Krista's downcast expression, asked, "Why do you think that, little Crystal?" Krista blinked her large eyes and subtly stole a glance at him before quickly looking away. In a hushed voice, she murmured, "Isn't it because Brother Randall brought me back due to my talent?" After a long silence without a response from Randall, she felt compelled to glance up. At that moment, she felt a warm touch on her head, accompanied by a reassuring weight. Randall gently patted her head and said, "Don't overthink it. I'll buy you some candy." For reasons unknown, Krista felt tears welling up despite the normalcy of Randall's words, which were devoid of sentimentality. After devouring several plates of meat and a great deal of braised seafood, Randall hastily concluded his meal. Half an hour later, he emerged from a shop with Krista, who clutched a rainbow lollipop, licking it as they walked. Perhaps the sweetness of the candy brightened her mood, as the frown on her face had transformed into a genuine smile. Randall watched her with a smile of his own, pondering, "Little Crystal, do you wish to become strong? I mean, not for my sake, but for your own desire." He added, "However, I must caution you that sometimes, greater strength can lead to greater danger." Without a moment's hesitation, the little girl exclaimed, "Of course I want to. I want to capture pirates." It was tea for Brother Randall, rather. It was her own ambition to assist him. Randall nodded. Initially, he had brought Krista back partly due to her innate observation ability. Yet, after spending time with her, his perspective had shifted. It seemed more prudent to direct her towards a supportive role, perhaps as a secretary. However, now it appeared that Krista bore a resemblance to him. "So, little Crystal, do you aspire to be a warrior or a mage?" Randall inquired. Chapter 85. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Randall continued. "So, little Crystal, do you envision yourself as a close combat warrior or a long-range spellcasting mage?" As he spoke, two vivid scenes formed in Krista's mind. One depicted Randall being mercilessly beaten by Zephyr and Garp, and she imagined herself in his place, suffering at the hands of two muscular men, sending a shiver down her spine. The other scene saw her standing gracefully, unleashing devastating long-range attacks upon her enemies, causing them to scatter in panic. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mage. I want to be a mage," Krista declared eagerly. Observing her evident aversion to the warrior option, Randall felt a twinge of helplessness. It appeared that her witness of his battles had led her to misunderstand the warrior's role. Yet, was it truly a misunderstanding? After all, a warrior's resilience was indeed a critical asset. Nevertheless, Randall found himself leaning towards Krista's choice of becoming a mage. "Choosing to be a mage is splendid. I shall gift you something later," he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. By the way, the texture of her hair was incredibly silky, akin to fine silk. The exquisite sensation prompted Randall to caress it again. "What gift?" Krista inquired, nudging his hand excitedly. "Hiki, I want to tell you. You'll find out when the time comes," Randall replied with a mischievous grin. "Hey, that is not fair. If you don't tell me, then I want to let you touch my head." Krista puffed her cheeks adorably, stepping back to shield her head with her hands. "It's a surprise. If I reveal it, the thrill will be lost." Randall shrugged. "Is that so?" "Very well," Krista said with a hint of resignation. She licked her lollipop and, with a sweet smile, radiated happiness. Seeing this, Randall smiled too, not solely due to Krista's joy, but that played a part. More significantly, he sensed a shift in Krista's demeanor. Previously, while she had been affectionate, there was an underlying distance. Now, that barrier had vanished, and her interactions with him felt more natural, uplifting Randall's spirits. Simultaneously, he contemplated what type of mage Krista should become. In the pirate world, the closest equivalent to a mage would undoubtedly be a user of natural powers, capable of embodying and manipulating elements. With a mere wave, one could unleash a torrent of elemental attacks reminiscent of magic. Moreover, elemental transformation aligned with Krista's aspirations. However, while natural fruits were indeed powerful, their rarity matched their strength, making them exceedingly valuable. It was likely that anyone who stumbled upon a natural fruit would consume it instantly, as its potential could rival that of a vice admiral. Fortunately, Randall was aware of the existence of a particular natural fruit, renowned even among its kind. Calculating the timing, he realized that the fruit had yet to be consumed. Meanwhile, Sengoku was presiding over a meeting, not regarding Barrett, as that matter required careful deliberation. Nevertheless, this meeting was indeed pertinent to Randall. My opinions have been distributed to everyone. Now, who was in favor, and who was opposed? At this moment, Sengoku emanated an aura of authority, entirely devoid of the playful demeanor he exhibited alongside Garp. Below him sat all the vice admirals who remained at headquarters, not dispatched on any missions. As they perused the documents in their hands, astonishment washed over their faces, followed by a myriad of expressions. Some were lost in contemplation. Others appeared indifferent, a few displayed keen interest, some furrowed their brows in concern, while one was leisurely indulging in a donut. Garp, that rascal, chose to munch on silent donuts instead of the noisy rice crackers, which brought Sengoku a sense of relief. Wait a moment. This old scoundrel is eating during a meeting, and my initial reaction is one of relief? Is he unwell? I object. How can one ascend directly to the rank of lieutenant general immediately after emerging from boot camp? Inexperienced lieutenant general boomed. Indeed. Such a promotion to lieutenant general is excessive. We, the veteran warriors, have accumulated a lifetime of military achievements to attain this esteemed rank. A man with graying hair immediately concurred. As one person began to voice dissent, a chorus of agreement soon followed. Zhangguo merely scanned the room, and he observed that a significant portion of the assembly had chosen to oppose the notion. This scenario was anticipated by Zhangguo, and it turned out to be even more favorable than he had initially envisioned. He calmly remarked, "Let us first examine his credentials." All those who opposed, upon reviewing the results of the promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral, ceased their scrutiny. Consequently, they remained oblivious to who Randall was. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, they contemplated for a moment and resolved to extend some courtesy to this future superior. The document, however, refrained from explicitly detailing Randall's prowess. After all, such embellishments could yield adverse effects. Even those who prided themselves on their rationality could not fathom that these robust rear admirals would likely attempt to oust him from his position as admiral on the spot. The admiral had gone mad. Hence, the description was deliberately vague, merely stating 4 words: immense strength. Sengoku believed he had not lied. His defensive capabilities could withstand the assaults of top-tier combatants, which was indeed formidable. Yet, the magnitude of his strength diverged significantly from the comprehension of these rear admirals. They promptly disregarded the strength category. Immense strength? Can it surpass our own? Sengoku chuckled. You may find this hard to believe, but you would likely struggle to breach his defenses. As for his merits, that was something Zephyr had arranged for Randall to urgently supplement. There was little to elaborate on that. After all, as a mere recruit, he had hardly amassed any noteworthy achievements. Randall's contributions were already considerable. Moreover, one particular achievement held significant weight: the eradication of corrupt elements within the Navy, restoring peace to the civilians. This incident had indeed reached the ears of the rear admirals, as one among them had been dispatched to impel down due to it. They were astonished to discover that this young man was responsible. This individual, known for his arrogance and disdain, was not favored by a significant portion of the rear admirals. Randall's actions against him garnered some favorable sentiments from certain rear admirals. While these developments were noteworthy, the critical aspect of the document was the clear assertion that Randall was a disciple of Zephyr, and a direct disciple at that. This revelation caused some rear admirals, whose loyalties were already wavering, to abruptly switch allegiances. Chapter 86. You, my dear fellow, have caught my eye. Who is Zephyr? You may ask. To begin with, he holds the rank of admiral, the pinnacle of naval power. He exists as a figure below only the fleet admiral. Furthermore, in terms of status, he is the esteemed mentor of the Navy's 800,000 elite forces. No, he is the teacher of countless naval officers. Among those present, a third had been instructed by Zephyr. It is precisely because they have studied under Zephyr that they comprehend the extent of his strictness. They also understand the substantial weight carried by a direct disciple. What caliber of genius must one possess to be accepted as a direct disciple by Zephyr? Perhaps this individual's present strength may not match their own, but what of the future? Consequently, some rear admirals, already indifferent, swiftly aligned themselves with Sengoku. Yet, a faction of particularly traditional rear admirals remained unconvinced. Even a disciple of Zephyr must ascend step by step. Additionally, some rear admirals, harboring feelings of inequity, resolutely clung to the notion that regulations are regulations. Throughout the meeting, the discord predominantly revolved around Randall. In contrast, the promotions of Millis and Aquis to Rear Admiral garnered little attention. Instances of direct promotions to Rear Admiral had occurred before, with figures such as Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino serving as examples. Yet, such matters were contingent upon strength and merit, warranting considerable discussion. However, with Randall drawing the spotlight today, the promotions of these two proceeded smoothly. Thus, the debate surrounding Randall's situation had crystallized into 3 factions: opposition, support, and indifference, with numbers roughly equal across the board. At this juncture, Sengoku spoke. Your primary point of contention is that this is unprecedented. Yet, the prior promotions of those three to Rear Admiral were also unprecedented. If a matter is perpetually dismissed on the grounds of being unprecedented, then it shall forever remain so. I believe Randall is sufficiently qualified to set a precedent. Moreover, this would instill greater enthusiasm among the recruits. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, another group wavered. It was not that they had fully absorbed his argument, but rather, Sengoku's stance had been unequivocally articulated. He is determined to proceed in this manner. Now, whether this matter truly involves a confrontation with the warring states is another discussion. Even if a confrontation were to occur, it would undoubtedly leave an unfavorable impression on superiors. Moreover, they would gain nothing from it, rendering the endeavor futile. Nevertheless, a faction remains steadfast, unwilling to relent. Some individuals simply cannot tolerate those who surpass them in excellence, even if they cannot suppress him indefinitely. A temporary suppression is still deemed advantageous. Observing the situation, the warring states proposed, let Randall undertake another significant mission. Should he excel in its execution, I shall promote him to the rank of Vice Admiral. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, the assembly glanced at the warring states, recognizing the expression that conveyed. I have already taken a step back. Now it is up to you to deliberate. The staunch opposition immediately faltered, just as the atmosphere grew tense. A hearty laugh resonated through the room. Ha ha ha. I believe that is a splendid idea. The crowd turned to see the unmistakable endorsement from Carp. Although both are Vice Admirals, the distinction between them is far from negligible. They hold the rank of Lieutenant General merely because it is the limit of their capabilities, yet Garp, the naval hero, has resolutely declined the promotion to Admiral. His intangible status surpasses that of an Admiral by a significant margin. Is it possible that he stands alongside the Marshal? No. To say that he occupies this position is to affirm his allegiance to the Marshal. In essence, if they were to oppose this matter now, they would simultaneously be opposing Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and the naval hero Garp. Such audacity. Though they harbor reluctance, what can be done? Ahem, I too find it acceptable. I have no objections. I second that. They agreed, yet their hearts were filled with doubt. What kind of mission could this young man undertake that would instill such confidence in Zenwood to silence their concerns? Such a caliber of task must surely be arduous, perhaps even perilous enough to lead to his demise. Some harbored malicious thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries with Zephyr, Randall departed from the naval headquarters once more. Zephyr made no attempt to impede him, for Randall was not venturing into a perilous territory this time. If someone of Randall's prowess were to encounter danger in the first half of the Grand Line, it would hardly be dubbed paradise. It would be more aptly named hell. Days later, on the island of Gaia, Randall's small vessel gently docked at the shore. On Gaia Island, there lay a quaint town named Magic Valley. Here, one could say that tossing a brick would invariably strike a pirate. However, Randall was not here for the pirates. He merely sought a passage. As he strolled through the streets, he casually selected a bar. He had just pushed the door open when numerous unfriendly gazes fell upon him. Ah, have women begun to emulate men in their drinking habits? A malicious voice sneered at Randall's handsome appearance and slender physique, prompting laughter from the others. Indeed, what does a woman seek in a place like this? In truth, Randall was not as frail as they claimed. His physique was well proportioned, and his muscles were quite solid. Yet, compared to the burly, bear-like figures surrounding him, his normal build did appear somewhat delicate. Scoundrel, do you look down upon women? A powerful voice resonated, cutting through the coarse banter of the room, silencing the raucous crowd. At that moment, a woman rose from a throng of admirers. She possessed an undeniable aura, exuding a sense of superiority even when meeting others at eye level. Fixing her gaze on the man who had spoken first, she enunciated each word with clarity. What? Do you disdain women? The man visibly perspired, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a response. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and he could utter no more, for his skull was pierced. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, save for Randall and the bar owner. Jorah, have you forgotten the rules of this establishment? The bar owner, puffing on a cigarette, gestured towards a notice on the wall that read, Murder is strictly prohibited within the bar. Any disputes must be resolved outside. Upon hearing the bar owner, the previously formidable Jorah refrained from unleashing her wrath and instead stated, 500,000 Bailey. Very well. Just remember to remove the body. With Jorah conceding, the bar owner chose not to pursue the matter further. At that juncture, Jorah's attention shifted solely to Randall. Hey, you. I've taken a liking to you. Come. Serve me. Upon these words, the men surrounding her cast complex glances toward Randall. Notably, they were all male and few bore intact bodies. Chapter 87. Is he really dead? Hey, you. I've taken a liking to you. Come, serve me. Jorah addressed Randall, her tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The reaction of those around her was one of profound sympathy mixed with a shared sense of impending misfortune. It was worth noting that all of these individuals were male, and very few exhibited unblemished forms. Some were missing an eye, others an ear, and some were reduced to a single hand, each bearing their own scars. Are you speaking to me? Randall inquired, a perplexed expression on his face as he pointed to himself. Who else could it be? Hurry up and come here. Jorah's patience was bolstered by Randall's striking appearance. Were it anyone else, her disregard would have led to immediate action. Yet it was precisely because of his looks that she had set her sights on him. Randall shook his head in silent resignation. Such an opponent was not worth his effort. There were more pressing matters to attend to. Amidst a multitude of incredulous gazes, he disregarded Kiora entirely and proceeded directly to the proprietor. "Boss," he inquired, "I seek to ascertain the whereabouts of one blank Keurig." His face was diamond-shaped, quite distinctive. The bar owner gazed at Randall in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this man dared to act in such a manner. Did he not value his life? He coughed softly and murmured, "Blood Rose Jola, with a bounty of 215 million. Her temperament is exceedingly volatile, and her strength is formidable. If you were to kneel and plead for mercy now, perhaps, given your striking appearance, you might just survive." He did not mention that even if he survived, life would be worse than death. Jorah harbored a peculiar hobby, one that required the cooperation of someone she deemed worthy. Engaging in this pastime brought her immense joy. While those who assisted her suffered greatly, the greater Jorah's delight, the more profound the agony of her accomplices. When Jorah ascended to paradise, her companions would experience what it truly meant to endure hell on earth. Clearly, Randall was the individual who had caught Jorah's eye. Oh, a bounty exceeding 200 million? A notorious pirate indeed. However, if the owner could restrain her from wreaking havoc in his establishment, it must be a substantial reward, right? The bar owner was taken aback. Is this truly the appropriate moment for such discourse? Does the magnitude of my bounty concern you? Here, she dares not act out, yet I cannot keep you here indefinitely. Ha, how amusing, truly amusing. Jorah regained her composure, astonished that Randall had the audacity to behave in such a manner. No matter how handsome he was, it would not matter. After their game, she intended to peel his face off. Subsequently, she fell silent and took a seat. Yet, her icy, serpent-like gaze remained fixated on Randall's retreating figure. Observing this, others wore expressions of schadenfreude as they watched Randall. The captain of the man who had been killed earlier wore a particularly twisted smile. Did he not witness his subordinate's demise, yet dared not utter a word? Why is he so brazen? The bar owner shook his head, lamenting the futility of reason with such a doomed soul. He turned around, retrieved a bottle of wine, and poured a glass, placing it before Randall. "No charge for you. Enjoy it, and be on your way." Randall glanced at the glass of wine, then turned to the proprietor and inquired, "Sir, might you know the whereabouts of Windbrand Keurig? If not, I shall seek information elsewhere." The owner regarded Randall with a look of astonishment, puzzled by the man's unwavering composure. Does he not comprehend the magnitude of a 200 million bounty? In a moment of astonishment, the owner's gaze met that of Randall's, both pairs of eyes calm as still water. They were, in essence, quite ordinary eyes, the only distinction being their undeniable beauty. Yet, for reasons unknown, the owner suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. A flash of insight coursed through him, fleeting yet leaving a tingling sensation that lingered throughout his being. The owner, seasoned in the ways of the sea, understood a crucial truth. One must never disregard sudden intuitions. This sixth sense had saved his life on several occasions. At that moment, the owner experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that he had underestimated this individual. This was no naive fool, but rather a bold and skilled person. Perhaps it was the woman who would ultimately stumble. It was perplexing how someone so youthful could possess such prowess. With this thought, the bar owner ceased his wandering musings. The individual you mentioned is quite renowned here. It is said he seeks a sky island. Indeed, nearly everyone residing on this island is familiar with him. He resided on the southeastern shore. Although he was curious about Randall's identity and the purpose behind seeking out this peculiar individual, he chose not to inquire further. Haha, you fool. Do you actually believe that the Sky Island exists? Jorah mocked loudly, her laughter echoing in the air. The others joined in with raucous agreement. Thank you, boss. Randall paid no heed to the vile language hurled at him and turned to leave. Jorah, taken aback by Randall's audacity to simply exit the bar, quickly rose to follow him. Naturally, her subordinates trailed behind. In the blink of an eye, the bar was half empty. The bartender sighed silently, pondering the impending clash between two formidable forces, hoping it would not disrupt his business. Outside, Randall was about to proceed in the direction indicated by the bartender when a thunderous voice called from behind. Stop right there. Footsteps thundered as a group of burly, fierce pirates surged past Randall, blocking his path. The majority of the passers-by on the street were pirates themselves. Jorah was quite well known in the pirate community. Upon witnessing the scene, they immediately exhibited an air of keen interest and gathered around. Jorah approached Randall with an air of indifference, striding forward with an unyielding demeanor. Scram. And I shall grant you a chance. Kneel down and kiss the soles of my shoes, and I may spare your life. Randall halted in his tracks. He sighed and remarked, I was initially disinclined to engage with you. Yet, I never anticipated that you would so eagerly court your demise. Is it truly so difficult to cherish life? The surrounding pirates were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into boisterous laughter. Who, after all, was inviting their own end? Jorah, too, found herself laughing in exasperation. She had lost the will to speak and directly drew her gun. However, in the next instant, her movements froze. An overwhelming aura erupted from Randall, sweeping through the surrounding realm. The group of pirates obstructing his path bore the brunt of it. They felt as though an invisible colossal hammer had suddenly struck the back of their heads. One by one, they fell like wheat ready for harvest. Blood streamed from their 7 orifices. These individuals were, astonishingly, already deceased. Chapter 88. Power is meant to command attention. Randall stood there with an air of calmness as the Conqueror's haki erupted violently. A terrifying mental shockwave instantly swept through the group that obstructed his path. The pirates felt as if their skulls had exploded, their consciousness obliterated in an instant. Their eyes rolled back, and they all collapsed. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices, and within mere moments, they had all ceased to breathe. As the Conqueror's haki erupted, the bar owner, who had been smoking, felt his body tremble. Conqueror's haki? Such a degree of power? He inhaled deeply, finishing his freshly lit cigarette. The timing was too coincidental. Could it possibly be that young man? If it were indeed him, this was not a mere contest of strength. It was akin to a ferocious tiger toying with a hapless rabbit. The bar owner discarded the cigarette, but his hands trembling uncontrollably. Even though the haki was not directed at him, his spirit could not help but quake. How could anyone possess such formidable conqueror's haki? After the entire group had perished, the surrounding pirates stood frozen in disbelief. Jorah, who had just drawn her gun, was also paralyzed. Unlike the others, she was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million, having seen the world. She recognized the method Randall employed. Conqueror's haki? But this was an overwhelmingly potent form. Is it not merely a tool to incapacitate others? She had never heard of it being lethal. Ordinary conqueror's haki cannot kill. The only known instance of haki causing physical damage had been achieved by Shanks, approximately 20 years later. Yet, Randall's haki merged with his aura, creating a unique shockwave that could inflict genuine harm. Weaker individuals could easily succumb to it. Jorah realized she had encountered a formidable adversary. Given the intensity of this haki, his strength was beyond her capacity to contend with. She wished she could strike her past self for speaking so foolishly just 10 minutes earlier. Why had she been so reckless? You wish to kill me? At that moment, Randall turned to face Jorah, who still held her gun, and spoke with chilling indifference. Suddenly, Jorah felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling, she attempted to stow her weapon, but in her clumsiness, it slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. A ghastly smile, more sorrowful than tears, crossed her face as she stammered, it's all a misunderstanding. I merely intended to showcase my firearm. Randall chuckled lightly. Oh, is that so? Did you not previously insist that I kneel before you would spare my life? As he spoke, the Conqueror's haki relentlessly assaulted Jorah's nerves. However, Randall deliberately moderated its intensity to ensure her lucidity. Jorah's face grew numb. That was merely jesting, haha. At that moment, she was no longer the regal figure she had once been, but rather a drenched and miserable dog. Oh, just joking then. I suppose I shall let you go. Randall suddenly remarked with a smile. In a daze, Jorah questioned if she had misheard. Yet, after several repetitions, she confirmed that Randall had indeed uttered the words let go. A wave of elation surged within her. However, before she could even allow a smile to return to her face, Randall's figure abruptly vanished from her sight. A tremendous force struck from above, and then she knew nothing more. From the perspective of the onlookers, Randall seemed to teleport behind Jorah, placing a hand upon her head. With a resounding crash, Jorah's head was forcefully driven into the ground. The impact caused the earth to buckle, creating spiderweb-like cracks, while Jorah's head, naturally softer than the ground, bore the brunt of this assault. Randall stood up and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his hands clean. How could he allow someone who sought to kill him to escape? After all, he was not one to harbor a forgiving heart. Casually tossing the handkerchief onto the now lifeless Jorah, Randall began to walk away. It was only after he had departed for quite some time that the surrounding pirates began to thaw from their frozen state and gradually dispersed. Today had truly been an eye-opening experience. Among them stood a fearsome figure, the blood-rose Jorah, who had been eliminated in a single move. Just how powerful must this individual be? This was no place to linger. They needed to rally their allies and retreat, following the direction provided by the bar owner. Randall walked for half an hour until he spotted a structure resembling a castle by the coastline. Upon seeing it, Randall's eyes lit up. He had found it. He strode forward with purpose. As he approached, the house revealed its true form. What had appeared to be a castle-like structure was merely an elaborate painting on a large wooden board. The actual house stood in stark contrast, diminutive in comparison. In the clearing before the house, a man with a distinctive visage was engrossed in some task. Randall advanced toward him. Was that one blank Kirik? Kirik glanced up at Randall briefly before returning his gaze downward. What do you want? Randall inquired. I wish to know the location of the stream leading to Shanghai. I believe you are well versed in this matter. Upon hearing the mention of the Shanghai stream, Kirik paused, then discarded what he was holding. Another one come to mock me. Is it? You'd best leave quickly. My mood is far from pleasant. Witnessing Kirik's readiness to brawl, Randall felt a sense of incredulity. Do you not assess the disparity in our strengths before resorting to violence? I am serious. I have urgent business on Sky Island, Randall insisted. Oh, so you're feeling bold. Are you? Perfect. I can use you to vent my frustrations, Kirik declared, cracking his knuckles as he charged at Randall. With a weary sigh, Randall thought. It is truly difficult to reason with a stubborn fool. Nevertheless, an epiphany struck him. Becoming stronger indeed held merit, as it would compel others to heed his words. Lost in thought, Randall's body instinctively moved. Before Kirik could react, Randall had positioned himself behind him and swiftly brought him down with a decisive strike. The sudden pain to his face jolted the bewildered Kirik back to reality. It was then that he realized what had transpired. He instinctively struggled to rise. Yet the hand pressing against the back of his head felt like an unyielding seal, firmly anchoring him to the ground, even when exerting every ounce of strength. Turning crimson with effort, that hand remained immovable. This sense of helplessness abruptly cleared his gaze. "So, you are awake?" Noticing the lack of resistance below, Randall released his grip. "I am awake," Kirik replied softly as he rose from the ground. "Let us discuss the matter of the rising current. With your capabilities, you must be a person of significance. Do you truly believe in the existence of Sky Islands?" Kirik remarked with a wry smile. "It is not a matter of belief. They indeed exist." Chapter 89. Rest assured, you will see. Randall replied nonchalantly, "It is not about belief. The Sky Islands are a reality." Hearing this, Kirik was taken aback. How is that possible? Such an unfathomable thing cannot exist." Randall waved his hand dismissively, growing impatient. "Enough. I did not come here to debate such trivial matters. I simply wish to know the location of the rising current and the specific time. In return, I can take you along, allowing you to witness the Sky Islands you claim do not exist." Kirik felt a jolt of excitement coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. "Are you serious?" "Whether I am serious or not is irrelevant. I only know that if you continue to waste my time, your fate will be dire." Randall sneered. A chill ran through Kirik, causing him to shudder. "I am very familiar with the rising current. No one knows it better than I do. Moreover, the next occurrence is just tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Randall felt a wave of relief wash over him. His luck seemed to be holding. "By the way, the ship will need modifications to ride the rising current, right? That task will be up to you," Randall stated. Kirik was momentarily stunned, wondering how it felt like Randall was more adept at the procedure than he was. An hour later, as he beheld the ship that Randall had docked at the shore, he fell into deep contemplation. He harbored suspicions that Randall was deliberately trying to bring about his demise. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "So, are you serious?" Randall, with an air of nonchalance, nodded and replied, "Of course I am serious. Is there a problem? Is there a problem?" "Indeed, the problem is monumental. This rickety little boat, when the rising sea current erupts, will be reduced to mere fragments. Are we supposed to fly to the Sky Islands?" Randall teased. "Oh, weren't you the one who doubted the existence of Sky Islands? How is it that your tongue flows so freely now?" Kirik, in a fit of frustration, retorted. "Is this really the time to debate the existence of Sky Islands? Regardless of their existence, this fragile vessel will undoubtedly succumb. The rising sea currents can reach altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters. The initial eruption alone evokes sheer terror. If we attempt to sail this tiny boat, we will surely meet our doom without a trace." All right. No need to fret. Just focus on the modifications and trust in me," Randall asserted confidently, patting his chest. "It's hard for me to place my faith in you with such unreliability." However, Kirik remained acutely aware that this matter was beyond his control. He is merely a tool, and thus must possess the awareness of one. The modifications proceeded smoothly, for after all, Randall's vessel was rather diminutive. Having completed the task, Kirik gazed towards the distant horizon. The future remained uncertain, yet he yearned to take a gamble. At 9 o'clock the following morning, Kirik addressed Randall. "It is time. Let us set sail." An hour later, the two arrived at a tranquil expanse of sea. "Well, according to our observations, this is the spot," Kirik explained, glancing at the surroundings. The time was approximately noon. Randall merely responded with a murmured acknowledgement before closing his eyes, entering a state of repose. Observing this, Kirik felt a twitch of his eyelid. To this day, he had yet to witness Randall's solution. How on earth could he ensure that this vessel would not shatter? What on earth possessed him to choose to associate with such an unreliable individual? Is it still possible for him to withdraw now? The answer is no. It is too late. This is the response from the sea. At this moment, the ocean is unusually tranquil. The once subtle sea breeze has vanished completely. It feels as though this place has momentarily transformed into a windless zone. A sense of oppressive calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest, has left Kirik's muscles taut. Randall opened his eyes, sensing that the sea was gathering an unimaginable force of terror. He sensed the location where the energy was converging, then pointed and instructed, "Steer the vessel to that position." Kulik was taken aback momentarily but refrained from asking further questions, dutifully fulfilling his role. "It will be here shortly, in about 10 minutes. Randall remarked. Kulik was utterly perplexed by how Randall could ascertain such precision, yet the palpable tension in the surroundings made him aware that the rising current was indeed imminent. He regretted that it was too late. "So, as you mentioned, we would see when the time came. Now that the moment has arrived, where are your solutions?" Kirik said with a touch of despair. He glanced left and right, realizing that aside from the two of them, the vessel contained only provisions and fresh water. Where, pray tell, was the reinforcement for the hull? Were they to rely on sheer human strength to hold the disintegrating ship together? Calm down. Maintain a composed demeanor. Do not succumb to agitation. Solutions will inevitably present themselves. I have already stated that I shall handle it. I am not anxious, so why should you be? I am sweetly on the verge of demise, and you question my urgency? Yet, under the oppressive threat of Randall's might, Kulik refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. He merely sat on the deck with a melancholic expression, gazing at the tranquil sea. If one were to overlook his visage, he would appear quite handsome at that moment. Alas, the diamond shape of his face marred the atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the previously calm navy erupted into turmoil. The ocean boiled and churned. Within mere seconds, a colossal whirlpool materialized. The fierce winds whipped through dark clouds, awakening the slumbering sea. The ocean opened one eye. Such violent gales caused the little ship's mast to creak ominously. As the vessel struggled against the initial tempest, Kulik could no longer afford to heed Randall's menacing presence. Think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, the ship shall shatter. Even you would not survive such a vortex. At that moment, he found himself on the verge of tears, regretting his belief in Randall's deceitful words and yielding to the temptations of the floating island. Meanwhile, Randall remained remarkably composed. What's the rush? I told you. Just watch me. Kulik thought to himself. What is there to see? Your handsome visage? Your sweetness? However, in the next instant, all his emotions dissipated, leaving behind only sheer astonishment. He beheld a visibly surging power emanating from Randall, which instantly engulfed the entire small vessel. The boat's hue transformed into a deep, obsidian black. At that very moment of the color change, the previously tumultuous vessel steadied itself, and the mast, which seemed on the brink of breaking, fell silent. Not only did the ship stabilize, but the surrounding tempest was also repelled beyond its confines. It was as if an invisible dome enveloped the entire craft. Inside the vessel, chaos reigned, while outside, it was as serene as a spring morning. Just a hair's breadth apart, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 90, Arrival at the White Sea. Kulik was left utterly speechless. Where has he ever encountered such a scene? His thoughts had completely fled, leaving only an abyss of darkness in his eyes. In his mind, the image of Randall's explosive energy enveloping the entire ship replayed incessantly. With each repetition, the astonishment in his heart intensified. See? I told you to just wait and watch. Yet you were skeptical and endured unnecessary anxiety along the way, Randall remarked, shaking his head with a sense of nostalgia. Kulik turned stiffly to face Randall and inquired, How did you accomplish this? Oh, merely a trivial technique involving armed color dominance. Nothing of great significance, Randall replied nonchalantly. Trivial? That was divine power. You managed to keep such celestial might at bay. And you call that insignificant? Kulik exclaimed, dazed as he approached the edge of the ship. He gazed at the tumultuous waves and the howling winds outside. Yet all of this was kept at bay. He could only see, yet could neither hear nor feel. Kubrick cast a startled glance at Randall. He was acutely aware of Randall's formidable strength, capable of rendering him utterly powerless. Yet, he had not anticipated the nature of such strength. In an instant, Randall's image loomed impressively large in his mind. Simultaneously, a spark of confidence ignited within him. If this were the case, perhaps they could indeed reach the Sky Island. As he was lost in thought, the tumultuous winds and waves outside intensified. The small boat inched closer to the center of the whirlpool. However, just as the boat reached the epicenter, the surrounding storm abruptly ceased. After enduring the ferocious tempest, the sea once again returned to its initial tranquility. Kulik's expression turned grave. This was the final build-up. The imminent eruption would be the true ascending current. No sooner had he thought this than the boat shuddered slightly. Randall approached the edge of the vessel, watching as the surface of the sea receded farther away. As his gaze expanded, he noticed a massive bulge forming above the water. When the bulge reached its peak, it paused for a brief moment. Then, the accumulated energy erupted in an instant. A towering column of water shot skyward, piercing the clouds. And within moments, its apex surpassed Randall's line of sight. Riding this upward force, the small boat ascended vertically into the sky. With Randall's armament color enhancing stability, the boat sailed steadily, showing no signs of faltering. Everything had fallen into place, and Kulik's anxious heart finally found solace. Reflecting on the trepidation of their journey compared to the current tranquility, Kulik couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If you were this strong, you should have mentioned it earlier. You left me bracing for death. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were on the right track. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he appeared to possess the attribute of an invisible jinx, for as soon as the thought crossed his mind, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, the previously calm waters erupted, and a colossal creature burst forth from the water column. To be precise, it was flung out. It was a sea king, over 100 meters in length. Its emergence instantly cast a shadow over the heavens. Kulik was taken aback by the sight. Although the boat was shielded from the storm and noise by the armament color, he could still envision the earth-shattering roar that echoed in his mind as the creature opened its maw to roar. Was this truly the end? Randall furrowed his brow. Though the Sea King would not capsize the boat, its ascent would certainly be impeded. Without hesitation, he leaped to the bow and under Kulik's bewildered gaze, he sprang from the deck, gliding gracefully next to the Sea King. In comparison to the colossal beast, Randall's stature appeared almost insignificant. Yet, this disparity invoked a profound sense of despair within Kulik. To the creature, Randall was likely no more than a speck of dust. How could they possibly contend with such a foe? Yet, in the next moment, Randall's actions conveyed a resounding message. This was how they would fight. To Kulik's disbelief, Randall's disproportionately small fist struck the Sea King's face with tremendous force. Even before contact, the beast's skin began to cave in, and its descent altered direction. As Randall fully unleashed his punch, a powerful shockwave, 10 meters in diameter, surged toward the Sea King. The creature emitted a mournful cry, reminiscent of its earlier vulnerability when it was expelled from the water column. This time, it was hurled backward once more. However, this time it was cast away by a human so diminutive that it could scarcely be seen. The massive being, exceeding 100 meters in length, was swept away by the shockwave, flying several dozen meters through the air. Struck by this blow, the giant beast rolled its eyes, its mouth agape. As torrents of blood gushed from its maw, Kulik stood transfixed, witnessing the astonishing spectacle before him. His superficial understanding rendered him incapable of comprehending the extraordinary events unfolding before him. On one side loomed the colossal sea titan, while on the other stood the diminutive human. In this clash of titans, who could have anticipated the human's triumph? Moreover, it was a victory of overwhelming proportions. A single blow vanquished a mighty sea creature? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Yet, after dispatching the sea titan, Randall returned with an air of nonchalance. His placid demeanor almost led Kirik to believe that the preceding events were merely a figment of his imagination. However, as Kirik glanced downward, he beheld the sea titan still adrift upon the surface of the ocean. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. So, this is the realm of the extraordinary. Subsequently, no unforeseen occurrences transpired. The small vessel ascended steadily. Time elapsed unmeasured, until the once massive sea titan appeared as diminutive as a sesame seed, and overhead, a vast expanse of clouds emerged. These clouds resembled an immense, wide ocean. Kirik, awestruck, lifted his gaze to the heavens. He had never before witnessed such a peculiar sight. In a brief moment, the small boat, with a sudden jolt, pierced through the white clouds, ascending a few more meters. The upward currents could no longer support the weight of the vessel. The boat plummeted directly downward. Just as Kirik was about to cry out, the boat abruptly halted. As if it had landed upon something, he hastily extended his head out of the boat, only to discover that the clouds truly resembled the sea, cradling the small vessel. This is. His voice suddenly quivered. This is the White Sea. We have arrived. Randall retracted his haki and gazed at the boundless sea of clouds, speaking softly. Just as Kulik was about to say something, he felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the deck. He felt utterly weak. Unable to muster even the slightest bit of strength, even breathing had become somewhat laborious. What is happening? Why can I not summon any energy at all? He shouted in panic. Oh, that is a normal reaction. There is no need to worry. After all, the White Sea is a staggering 7,000 meters from the ocean. Suddenly arriving here can induce symptoms such as fatigue, dizziness, and breathlessness. Chapter 91. Why don't you just seize it? This is a typical response. Do not be concerned. The White Sea indeed lies 7,000 meters away from the ocean. Abruptly transitioning to this environment can lead to feelings of exhaustion, lightheadedness, and difficulty in breathing. You will feel better once you acclimate. Randall's calm voice significantly alleviated Kirik's sense of insecurity. Wait a moment. Kirik suddenly realized. But why are you completely unaffected? Randall, wearing a puzzled expression, replied, Isn't this quite normal? It's simply because I am stronger than you. Kirik fell silent instantly. Indeed, this fellow seemed to possess a strength akin to that of a monster, capable of subduing even the sea kings. It was entirely reasonable that he displayed no adverse reactions. So, is this the Sky Island? After a moment of silence, Kirik inquired. Having witnessed the clouds capable of supporting vessels, he had fully come to believe in the existence of the Sky Island. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Randall responded, Not quite. This is merely the White Sea. The true Sky Island lies above. It is situated at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the ocean, in the purest expanse of the White Sea. Kirik asked, By the way, how do you know so much about the Sky Island? Have you been there before? No. If you had been there, you wouldn't need me. Randall rolled his eyes and said, You should stop pondering such trivial matters. Focus on your own situation instead. I have fulfilled our agreement by bringing you to the Sky Island, so we are even now. Upon hearing this, Kirik was momentarily taken aback. Then he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, having previously endured peril together, he had momentarily forgotten that his relationship with Randall was merely a fleeting encounter. Wait. A sudden thought struck Kirik. By the way, what is the strength of the inhabitants of the Sky Island like? Will I be in danger there? At that moment, a wave of regret washed over him. He had acted too hastily, following along without any knowledge of the Sky Island. Randall reassured him, Oh, do not fret. The strength of the Sky Island's inhabitants cannot be compared to that of the Grand Line. As long as you do not act recklessly, you should not face any life-threatening dangers. Well, probably. What do you mean by probably? Kirik's face turned a shade of green. However, Randall suddenly regarded Kirik with a peculiar expression and added, But I have a feeling you might indeed act recklessly. Kirik was taken aback and asked, What do you mean? Why do you think I will inevitably act recklessly? He is certainly not a reckless individual. The most foolish thing he has ever done in this life was to hastily align himself with Randall. Randall explained, You see, there exists a sacred site on the Sky Island, which serves as the residence of its rulers. Typically, even the indigenous people of the Sky Island cannot gain access. Those who arrive from the sea are strictly forbidden entry. Curiously, Kirik inquired, Isn't that rather normal? What does it have to do with me? Randall replied leisurely, Indeed. It is quite normal. However, this sacred site is also widely known by another name, the City of Gold. City of Gold? What is peculiar about that name? Kirik was about to speak, when suddenly a realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Wait, the City of Gold? It wouldn't happen to be known as Shandora, would it? Randall wore a knowing smile. Congratulations, you've learned to answer quickly. Upon receiving confirmation, Kirik was left momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that the fabled city of gold, El Dorado, for which he had tirelessly searched, would be found in the heavens. He contemplated numerous possibilities. Perhaps the island had sunk, or maybe it had drifted away, and so forth. Yet, he had never entertained the notion that Xiangwilla could be in the sky. No, it would be inaccurate to claim he had never considered it. Perhaps, deep within his subconscious, he had imagined such a possibility, albeit never taking it seriously. This might indeed explain why, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had agreed to accompany Randall to the Sky Island. How could this be possible? How could it not be? He had previously witnessed the power of the ascending currents. If their magnitude were to increase, it would be entirely feasible for an island to be lifted to an altitude of several thousand meters. Kirik stood in stunned silence. Indeed, Randall's assertions were not without merit. He suddenly burst into laughter, the sound growing ever louder. It was truly absurd. His ancestor had lost his head for such a ridiculous reason, leaving behind a stench that lingered for a century. How utterly laughable. Suddenly, Kirik's laughter ceased, and he spoke in a somber tone. No, I only need to know where it is. Is that so? Randall chose to remain silent. Half an hour later, Kirik's condition had improved somewhat. After Randall had expanded his perception and confirmed the direction, they set off once more. Before long, a grand gate appeared, adorned with the words Heaven's Gate. At the entrance stood an elderly lady. Kirik noticed the wings behind her. An inhabitant of Sky Island, Randall remarked. Upon seeing the approaching ship, the old woman immediately positioned herself in front of it. People from Qinghai? She scanned the two men before confirming. Randall, along with Kirik, leapt off the ship and nodded. To reach the White Sea, a fee is required, 300 million ISQ. She raised 3 fingers in indication, then added, per person. 30 billion. 30 billion. Why don't you just go rob someone? Kirik nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. Could this Sky Island truly be run by pirates? Randall chuckled at Kirik's bulging eyes and explained, it's 30 billion ISQ, not 30 billion berries. The exchange rate is 10,000 to 1. Kirik calculated and realized that amounted to 300,000 berries per person. That was still quite expensive. Oh, you think it's too costly? Well, you can choose not to pay, the old woman stated. Kirik's eyes lit up at her words. Really? Of course, it's true, she affirmed. Then why frighten us with such a sum? Kirik's frustration bubbled within him. Randall furrowed his brow. He instinctively sensed something amiss, yet could not quite discern what it was. Nevertheless, since the other party had declared that there was no need for payment, he pondered what he was fretting about. At that moment, the elderly lady produced an object resembling a camera and captured an image of Randall and Kirik with a click. Then, she whistled, and a gigantic shrimp with a red body and black spots emerged from the sea of clouds. This is the express shrimp. It will take you to the White Sea. The old woman explained before retreating to a distance, no longer attending to the two. Upon witnessing this creature, Randall's initial reaction was one of delight. He thought there would be plenty of meat to enjoy. After returning to the vessel, the express shrimp surfaced from beneath, its pincers grasping the sides of the boat. It then darted upwards through the channel of clouds. Kirik exclaimed in surprise as his feet left the deck. Thankfully, Randall's quick reflexes prevented him from being thrown overboard. Chapter 92, Illegal Entry? The vertical distance from the Gate of Heaven to the White Sea stretched 3,000 meters. During this journey, Kirik, who had previously acclimated to the surroundings, once again felt dizzy and weak. Upon reaching the White Sea, the express shrimp released the boat and submerged, vanishing from sight. Randall helped Kirik disembark and unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground nearby. Well then, farewell, Kirik. You can wander around here by yourself or head back. Of course. You may also wait for me to finish my business and return together. Just know, I cannot guarantee how long I shall be. As Randall surveyed the environment, he spoke. Hey, wait until I recover before you leave. Kirik gasped, feeling utterly vulnerable in this unfamiliar setting. However, he merely voiced his thoughts, harboring no real hope that Randall would return. To his astonishment, after uttering those words, Randall actually halted his departure. In that moment, Kirik felt a surge of emotion, an impulse to cry. The sensation of being cared for was truly wonderful. Yet, just as he was lost in self-reflection, he heard Randall say, "Oh, by the way, this ship is mine, so don't you dare take it. Otherwise, you will find yourself in trouble." With that, Randall turned and walked away. Kirik's expression immediately turned ashen. Where in this world is there any warmth? It is all a deception. However, to his surprise, Randall returned once more. He lay on the ground, weakly uttering, "Rest assured. I certainly do not wish to find myself in trouble. You should leave quickly. Right now, seeing you causes my heart to ache." Randall rolled his eyes and replied, "Oh, are you really certain you want me to go?" Kirik, with a hint of irritation, responded, "Of course I'm certain. Just go, hurry up." Randall inquired once more. "Think it over carefully. Are you truly certain? No regrets?" Kirik initially intended to stand his ground, yet upon reflection, he realized that Randall's behavior was indeed peculiar. Had Randall uncovered something that had eluded him? He tentatively remarked, "Then, will you stay?" Randall responded with a playful tone, "I shall not pose a counter-question. I demand an affirmative answer." A shadow fell over Kirik's vision. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well, I shall remain." Randall nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Congratulations. You have chosen the correct answer. No sooner had Randall's words left his lips than Kirik heard the distant sound of numerous footsteps approaching. He turned his head slightly and beheld a group of individuals clad in identical uniforms, hastening towards them. What is this? He wondered, clearly discerning that they were searching for them, and their demeanor was far from amicable. Randall spoke calmly. As he spoke, the group had already reached the two men and skillfully surrounded them. Each member donned a white hat, with one sporting a blue-trimmed version. The man in the blue hat retrieved a photograph from his pocket, comparing it with Randall and Kirik before nodding in affirmation. It is indeed these two. Take them away. The man in the white hat stepped forward to subdue them. Observing this, Randall let out a cold snort. Humph. In an instant, the movements of the white-hatted individuals came to an abrupt halt. They could only perceive that the handsome man before them had suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast, one that hunted for its prey. The perilous aura surrounding him nearly froze their blood in their veins. What do you intend to do? The man in the blue hat stammered, shaken by the terrifying presence. Should it not be you who must answer that question? Randall replied coldly. What is the meaning of this? You offer no explanation and yet seek to apprehend us? The man in the blue hat feigned composure as he spoke. You are suspected of illegal entry. According to the law, you are liable to pay tenfold in fines and face 10 days of confinement. This is the decree set forth by our deity. Randall narrowed his eyes. Illegal entry? He replayed the events that transpired after ascending to the heavens, his thoughts lingering on the moment before the gate of heaven. At that time, he sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, was this truly a case of entrapment? However, Kirik had yet to grasp the situation, exclaiming, What illegal immigration? What have we done? You entered the gate of heaven without paying, which constitutes illegal entry. The blue-hatted figure retorted. Kirik was taken aback. Wait, wasn't it said that we could enter without payment? That was explicitly stated by that old woman. It is permissible to enter without payment. Illegal entry, of course, incurs no fees, the blue-hatted individual asserted matter-of-factly. Kirik was left dumbfounded. So now you must spend 10 days in confinement and pay a tenfold fine, totaling 600 billion iSQ. Should you refuse to pay, you will be considered an enemy of our deity, the blue-hatted figure uttered, delivering a veiled threat. Kirik hesitated. An enemy of the deity? He had been curious about this deity. It sounded formidable. He pondered whether this deity could contend with Randall. Yet Randall chuckled and remarked, Your scheme is quite clever. First, you propose an outrageous fee, then you suggest that this amount can be waived. Once the payment is declined, you emerge to demand a fine. You earn your money easily, faster than if you were to rob. The blue-hatted figure, with a stubborn expression, retorted, I don't understand what you mean. We did not coerce you into refusing payment. It was your own choice. You are guilty of illegal entry and must pay the fine. Randall smirked and replied, Well, today I shall not pay. What can you do about it? This sum was insignificant to Randall, yet it was unjustly demanded of him, and he would not part with a single coin. Moreover, he was exceedingly displeased and yearned for action. Upon hearing Randall's blatant provocation, the blue-hatted figure and the white-hatted cohorts were taken aback. Do you intend to oppose the deity? Kirik interjected, Do not disturb. It is he who opposes the deity, not me. He scoffed. What deity? Just hurry up and leave. Do not force my hand. The blue-hatted figure attempted to utter further words, yet Randall's imposing presence surged forth once more. Suddenly, everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling, the blue-hatted figure stammered, If you dare, do not flee. After delivering his menacing words, he turned and ran. The white-hatted individuals, upon witnessing this, hastily followed suit, disappearing in a matter of moments. Kirik, in a daze, questioned, Is this truly permissible? After all, it is a deity we are speaking of. They do not seem to be trivial. Randall coldly scoffed. What deity? To put it bluntly, they are merely a village chief. Yet they are far superior to that group who falsely claim to be deities. Upon hearing this alarming statement, Kirik nearly fainted. I did not hear anything. I heard nothing at all. After a brief silence, Kirik suddenly exclaimed, Thank you. Randall waved his hand dismissively. Well, I did bring you here. I must at least ensure your safe return. Chapter 93. The deity of the Sky Island. Before long, more individuals arrived. Leading them was a person adorned with a purple badge on their hat. He bore a cannon upon his shoulder, presenting himself as a long-range assailant. Captain of the guards. It is they, remarked the previous blue-hatted figure, gesturing towards Randall and Kirik. The purple-hatted individual cast a cold, piercing gaze over the prostrate form of Kirik before fixing his eyes upon Randall. Is it you who dares to infringe upon the sanctity of the divine? That deity may belong to you, but to me, it holds no significance. Randall retorted nonchalantly. At this, the expression on the purple-hatted figure darkened ominously. Ignorant one. How dare you insult my god? Seize him. The white-hatted figure hesitated momentarily but ultimately charged forward. There were dozens of individuals on their side, while only two stood opposite them, one of whom was already incapacitated, assuring a sense of victory. However, a chilling scoff echoed in their ears, resonating like thunderclaps within their minds. Instantly, all movement ceased, and their eyes rolled back as if they were stalks of wheat severed at the root, collapsing in perfect unison. The blue-hatted ones, who had not charged forward, were left in stunned disbelief, involuntarily retreating a few steps. The purple-hatted individual was equally astonished. What's happening? Hey. What's wrong with you all? Get up quickly. His gaze then fell upon Randall. Did you do this? What on earth have you done? Randall replied calmly. They simply fainted. The purple-hatted man's face shifted through shades of green and white. He then detached the cannon strapped to his back and skillfully retrieved a shell from within his garments, placing it into the cannon's chamber. To attack the divine guard, one must serve the divine for 20 years. However, if one is a notorious criminal, they may be executed on the spot. Clearly, Randall was the infamous criminal he referred to. Randall interjected. What? You claim I am a notorious criminal? Please, I am a naval officer. It is you who initiated this entrapment. He is merely safeguarding his personal property and ensuring his own safety. Observing that Randall remains obstinately uncooperative, the figure in the purple hat raises the cannon, aiming it at Randall. This is a consequence of your own making. Ignite the cannon. He spoke sharply, decisively pulling the trigger. Instantly, a column of scorching azure flames surged towards Randall. The terrifying heat caused even the purple-capped man to break into a sweat. Yet, in the face of such a dreadful inferno, Randall merely extended a hand, seemingly prepared to confront this conflagration capable of hollowing out the forest with his bare flesh. The purple-capped man sneered, envisioning the scene of this audacious individual being reduced to nothingness by the flames. Kirik, too, felt beads of sweat forming, nervously exclaiming, Hey, are you all right? Take this seriously. He was aware of Randall's formidable strength, yet he could hardly believe such arrogance. With a chuckle, Randall replied, if I am incapable. Then pray tell, who among you is? As he spoke, the azure flame surged forth, colliding with the palm of Randall's outstretched hand. Contrary to the expectations of the one in the purple hat, Randall's hand remained unscathed, intact and unharmed. Kirik silently gasped in astonishment, grappling with the incomprehensible. Meanwhile, the eyes of the figure in the purple hat nearly bulged out of their sockets in disbelief. He couldn't help but glance at his cannon. Everything seemed fine. He could feel that intense heat as well. But how could the person across from him block the fiery cannon with just their bare hands? However, in the next moment, his mind shattered. For Randall was astonishingly withstanding the blazing cannon, steadily advancing towards him, step by step. What manner of creature is this? He yearned to react. Yet his body remained rigid, as if his legs were rooted to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Randall had approached the figure in the purple hat. Gazing upon Randall's serene countenance, the figure swallowed hard and instinctively released his finger from the trigger. The azure flames vanished in an instant. He instinctively glanced at Randall's palm, only to discover that it remained unblemished. Upon seeing this hand, who could possibly imagine that it had just withstood the assault of a fiery cannon? Randall reached out and seized the flaming cannon from the hands of the purple-hatted figure. Then, under the gaze of sheer disbelief, he crumpled it into a mass of scrap metal. What manner of sweet monstrosity is this? Come, take me to meet your deity. The purple-hatted figure stammered. What do you intend to do? Randall replied with a smile. That's none of your concern. You are merely a tool to guide me. At these words, the purple-hatted figure felt a surge of indignation, yet dared not express it. His body was far more fragile than that metallic cannon. However, a thought struck him. It would be advantageous to meet the deity, for that would ensure his subjugation. Then, follow me, Randall declared, hoisting Kirik and trailing behind the figure in the purple hat. The ground beneath them was a pristine expanse of white island clouds. After walking for several minutes, the earthy hues of land emerged before them. The figure in the purple hat promptly remarked, This is the island of the gods, you. Yet, before he could finish, Randall had already circumvented him and continued onward. His keen perception has already discerned the location of the deity. The man in the purple hat displayed a range of emotions, but ultimately chose to endure. Let you be arrogant for a while longer. As they proceeded, although Randall was a stranger, the presence of the man in the purple hat ensured that their passage remained unobstructed. Thus, they arrived at the palace of the deity. Flanking the grand entrance stood 2 vigilant guards. Emblazoned upon their hats were red thorns, signifying a rank surpassing that of the purple-hatted individuals. Upon the arrival of Randall and his companions, the 2 red-hatted figures swiftly stepped forward to block their path. Observing this, Randall once again exerted his imposing presence, causing the words of the 2 red-hatted guards to falter, fear evident in their expressions as they gazed at him. Randall deftly maneuvered past the paralyzed duo and directly pushed open the door. Inside, a man with an impressively long beard sat at a table, engrossed in perusing some documents. Beside him lay a pink-haired horse adorned with black spots, its wings gently resting against the ground as it occasionally snorted. Upon noticing the arrival of another, the man lifted his head. However, upon recognizing Randall, he was momentarily taken aback. A native of Qinghai? This individual could not possibly be an indigenous inhabitant of the Sky Island, for such a striking visage would certainly not escape his memory after a single glance. At that moment, upon encountering this person, the purple hat swiftly found its anchor. He hurriedly approached the individual and stated, Divine One, these 2 are illegal immigrants. Not only do they refuse to pay the fines, but they also resorted to violence against the Divine Guard. This individual is guilty of heinous crimes. However, he possesses formidable strength, rendering my subordinates powerless against him. I beseech you to intervene and deliver judgment. Randall chuckled and replied, You accuse me of failing to pay fines. Yet you neglect to mention your entrapment tactics. Or perhaps this scheme of entrapment is a notion conceived by you, this so-called deity? Upon hearing this, the individual suddenly grasped the current predicament. It appeared that their ruse had faltered, and they had encountered a formidable adversary. Chapter 94. Why do I feel like the villain? As the ruler of the Sky Island, holding the reins of economic power, it would be implausible for him to feign ignorance. In principle, he did not endorse such actions. However, upon witnessing a significant increase in quarterly revenues, he hesitated. Ultimately, he pondered that this course of action would primarily exploit outsiders, while the benefits would accrue to his own people. He chose to turn a blind eye to the situation. However, having reaped the benefits, he must now confront the accompanying risks. Presently, those risks have emerged. He set down the documents in his hands and approached the table. I am Ganfoer, the deity of Angel Island. After a brief pause, he continued, let us set aside the matter of fishing enforcement for the time being. I merely wish to inquire, when you entered the gates of paradise, did you pay the entrance fee? Randall could not help but chuckle in exasperation. You've sidestepped the main issue right from the start. Is there any point in continuing this discussion if we do not address that? You seem intent on pursuing a singular path to its bitter end. Ganfoer replied, since you choose to divert the conversation, it appears you have not paid. However, your refusal to comply with our laws leaves me no choice but to resort to forceful measures. He spoke, lifting the long robe draped over him. Beneath it lay a glimmering suit of armor, emanating a chilling aura. Upon grasping the knight's lance from the adjacent weapon rack, a formidable presence radiated from his being. Sensing this aura, the Pegasus, which had been dozing nearby, suddenly neighed and rose to stand beside Ganfoer. Ah. So it seems we are prepared to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation? Excellent, splendid, precisely to my liking, Randall remarked with a cold smirk. In an instant, the atmosphere within the palace became tense. O divine powers, may you shield us. Allowing such nefarious individuals to intrude is indeed our failure. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. 6 individuals adorned with red thorns embroidered on their hats burst in, brandishing various weapons. Upon their arrival, they commenced to strike various poses while uttering an array of infuriating lines. Impertinent scoundrels! This is the island of the divine, and you dare to behave so brazenly. Kneel at once. Such behavior casts a shadow over the honor of our divine guardians. A pulsating crimson glyph emerged upon Randall's forehead. The 6 individuals, in perfect unison, charged toward Randall from their respective directions, intent on subduing him. Yet their incessant taunts continued. Scoundrel, do not resist, or your suffering will only intensify. Surrender at once, villain. Scoundrel, begone. Driven to the brink, Randall turned and bellowed. His conqueror's aura erupted forth, sweeping over the 6 like a tidal wave. The assailants appeared as though struck by lightning, their advance abruptly halted. Their prowess, capable of serving as divine guardians, is undoubtedly acknowledged. However, even so, under the overwhelming pressure of Randall's conqueror's haki, they could not endure for even a second before succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Ganfoer was taken aback, exclaiming 3 words, Conqueror's haki? How astonishing to encounter the same formidable aura as that man. Having dealt with the 6 red-capped foes, Randall turned his gaze back. At this moment, Ganfoer found himself facing Randall with far less composure than before. He felt as if a sudden darkness enveloped him, akin to the ominous clouds that gather before a tempest, obscuring the sunlight and evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. Ganfoer's breath quickened. At this moment, he could scarcely bring himself to meet Randall's gaze. The Pegasus was equally distressed. The Conqueror's haki possessed an unparalleled potency over beasts, rendering it prostrate upon the ground. In the palace, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the heavy breaths of Ganfoer. Come now, proceed with your so-called martial measures, Randall stated with an impassive expression. Upon hearing this, Ganfoer tightened his grip on the knight's lance, yet found himself unable to lift his legs. Merely standing before Randall demanded immense courage, let alone raising a weapon against him. Ganfoer's reluctance to attack stemmed not only from the intimidation of the Conqueror's haki, but also from the stark realization that one who wielded such power was beyond his capacity to defeat. He recalled the formidable individual from Qinghai, whose strength had made him question the very humanity of his opponent. That man possessed an overwhelming Conqueror's haki. And now this young man exuded a similar aura that extinguished any flicker of combativeness within him. His lips quivered slightly as he forced a smile, saying, Well, my lord, I believe there may be a slight misunderstanding between us. However, Randall was not swayed by such tactics and replied directly, There is no misunderstanding. I heard you clearly state that you would resort to forceful measures. I am equally aware of their previous intentions to act against me. There is no misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Randall's aura intensified even further. Ganfoer felt his own skin tighten uncomfortably. He felt an overwhelming bitterness within. Is it truly unavoidable, my lord? What do you think? Randall said with an expressionless demeanor. He is currently exceedingly furious. Clearly, everything began with the other party's entrapment. Yet they audaciously wish to take action against him? The poor child feels unjustly wronged. Ganfoer tightened his grip on the long spear, the sound echoing ominously. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Then let it be so, my lord. However, I earnestly implore you, do not lay a hand on them. They are all innocent. Everything is my fault. He was acutely aware that there was no possibility of triumphing over Randall. This was a battle destined for demise. Ganfoer sought not to preserve his own life but hoped instead that his valiant guards, as well as the inhabitants of Angel Island, would remain unscathed. In an instant, a fierce and tragic aura emanated from him. Sensing his master's unwavering resolve, the Pegasus let out a mournful cry and resolutely stood beside him, braving Randall's imposing presence. With steadfast determination, it vowed to stand by its master in both adversity and triumph. Observing this, a few dark lines formed on Randall's forehead. He couldn't help but feel as though he had become the villain in this drama. What was the purpose of infusing such a somber atmosphere? With this turn of events, he found himself devoid of the will to fight. His frustration was palpable. Such a sweet misfortune. Stop, stop, stop. Enough, enough. This is tiresome. I shan't engage in battle any longer. Randall waved his hand in impatience. Ganfuer, poised for a noble sacrifice, momentarily faltered. He remained in a daze for quite some time, before finally uttering a single word. Huh? What nonsense? Randall lamented. You have utterly ruined the atmosphere, and yet you still jest. After a considerable pause, Ganfu finally grasped the meaning behind it. This implied that his life had been spared, although he was still somewhat bewildered. The fact that he was not destined for death was, indeed, a reason for joy. He pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, the issue lies with us. I apologize. Thus, all expenses for the 2 on Angel Island will be waived, and the previously paid admission fees will be entirely refunded. Chapter 95. Heretics Without Wings. Faced with Randall's overwhelming power, Ganfu ultimately conceded. Or rather, he chose to yield for the sake of the residents of Angel Island. It is best to avoid conflict, otherwise Angel Island might plunge into catastrophe. Upon hearing Ganfu's words, Randall fixed his gaze upon him intensely, remaining silent yet unyielding. Ganfu felt a shiver run down his spine under that unwavering stare. What could such silence possibly signify? Was it contentment or discontent? Speak, you fiend. After a prolonged moment, just as Ganfu reached the brink of his patience and was ready to explode, Randall finally spoke. As he opened his mouth, Ganfu found himself at a loss for words. Given your earnestness, let us let this matter pass. However, I must add one condition. I require the map of the Sky Island, specifically the map of Baika. Initially, Randall had intended to request the map from Ganfu, but upon encountering this situation, he seized the opportunity. Ganfu, taken aback by Randall's request, paused for a moment. Nevertheless, he did not inquire further and readily acquiesced. Once Randall obtained the map, he departed without hesitation, leaving behind the still-dazed Kirik and Ganfu, who exchanged bewildered glances. Oh, and a horse. So, you are not together? Ganfu remained silent for a while before responding. Kirik merely offered an awkward yet polite smile. Of course, we are together. Otherwise, why would he have brought me along? Internally, he cursed Randall 1,000 times over. What a fool. What does it mean to leave him here with someone he had moments ago been at odds with? Following Randall's lead, Ganfu chose silence, fixating his gaze on Kirik until the latter broke into a cold sweat, his scalp tingling. Finally, Ganfu sighed and said, Very well, let this be a lesson. My previous offer still stands. I shall cover your expenses on the Sky Island. Kirik exhaled in relief. Ha, I survived. Meanwhile, after retrieving his ship, Randall set forth towards Baika. According to the map, Baika lay to the southeast of Angel Island, a journey that would typically take 3 days. However, under Randall's determined pace, he reached Baika in just 1 day. Though both were Sky Islands, Randall could distinctly sense the difference upon entering Baika. If Angel Island exuded tranquility and a sense of life, then Baika was characterized by intensity and aggression. Most notably, this place held a profound disdain for the people of the Blue Sea. Barely 5 minutes into Baika's territory, a group clad in matching uniforms approached. An unwinged heretic. Seize him. Hurry. Don't let him escape. Upon sighting Randall, they shouted and rushed toward him without hesitation. Randall's brow furrowed in irritation. Is this the welcome ceremony Baika has prepared for him? Quite the enthusiastic reception, indeed. He had initially thought to approach the situation gently, considering he was there to reclaim what rightfully belonged to Baika. Yet, to his surprise, they offered him no chance for gentility. But this suited him just fine. He was never a gentle soul, preferring a straightforward and forceful approach. Since the other party was so understanding, he felt no psychological burden and decided to seize the opportunity directly. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, someone in imposing sneakers had already rushed up to Randall. He sprang forth, wielding his spear like a staff, and struck forcefully at Randall's shoulder. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of Randall's shoulder shattering and him collapsing to the ground did not materialize. Upon the spear's impact with Randall's shoulder, it felt as though he had struck a solid mass of iron. The immense recoil nearly caused him to lose his grip on the spear. He was taken aback and instinctively sought to retreat. However, unbeknownst to him, Randall had already positioned himself with the long spear. With a resounding thud, Randall delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, the immense force generating a shockwave. The man felt as if he had momentarily traversed the chaos of creation, the birth of the universe itself. He spat a mouthful of blood towards the heavens, his eyes rolling back in his head. His body was propelled backward, colliding with several others who had failed to evade the onslaught. The distinct sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. In a single strike, Randall had decimated nearly half of the approaching Baika warriors. The remaining ones, witnessing this carnage, were struck with terror, halting their advance and regarding Randall with trepidation. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld a sight that shattered their composure. Randall, gripping the steel spear with both hands, exerted his strength and twisted it into a ball of iron. Quick, call for reinforcements. This man is a monster. Where can their bodies compare to the hardness of steel? It is likely that if this person exerted even a slight force, their lives would be forfeit. A trembling individual withdrew a conch-like object from his bosom. Upon pressing a certain spot, the conch instantly emitted a thick plume of black smoke, soaring into the heavens. Do not be complacent. The Black Mountain King, one of the 4 great priests, is about to arrive. One of them said nervously. Upon successfully launching the signal, a wave of relief washed over them. Hearing this, Randall cast his gaze over. The man visibly recoiled, cursing himself for his own indiscretion. However, he soon felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow to the back of his head, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. After rendering everyone unconscious, Randall expanded his observation range, probing for the most potent aura. He soon detected a reasonably formidable presence swiftly approaching him. This must be the Black Mountain King mentioned by the earlier individual. Contemplating briefly, Randall decided to advance towards the approaching figure. As Randall unleashed his full speed, the scenery on either side blurred into indistinct colors. Within 3 minutes, he spotted a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height and equally broad, rushing towards him. The creature, evidently having noticed Randall, hastened in his direction. An aberration without wings? Was that signal just now due to you? The behemoth, resembling a mound of flesh, head round. Brutal eyes. As a slave, you are insufficient to cleanse your sins. I, the Black Mountain King, one of the 4 divine messengers, sentence you to execution. Without waiting for Randall to respond, he barreled towards him like a massive projectile. Despite his exaggerated size, the creature's speed was surprisingly swift. However, for Randall, it was hardly worth noting. 1 minute later, the Black Mountain King lay bloodied and incapacitated, his once fierce eyes now filled with sheer terror. This brief confrontation had thoroughly frightened him. Chapter 96, Dare you utter another word? The once imperious Black Mountain King now resembled a frightened turtle. At the slightest movement from Randall, he quivered like a startled bird, his corpulent body trembling. Where are your gods? Take me to them. Randall kicked the Black Mountain King, speaking coldly. I am the messenger of the gods. The Black Mountain King stammered. Upon hearing this, Randall initially believed the creature to be a fervently loyal servant of the divine, audaciously defying him despite his evident fear. However, to his surprise, the Black Mountain King shifted his tone, declaring, No one knows better than I where the gods reside. I shall take you there at once. Randall's expression darkened. He mockingly remarked, What is this? Am I no longer a heretic now? How could a noble be a heretic? Nobles possess invisible wings. Upon hearing this, Randall found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, you are quite something, capable of conjuring such absurdities as invisible wings. Randall kicked the Black Mountain King once more and coldly commanded, Enough with the nonsense, lead the way. Yes, of course. The Black Mountain King hastily scrambled to his feet. This was not pretense. He genuinely felt as though his body might fall apart. As he experienced the throbbing pain throughout his form, he cast a cautious, fearful glance at Randall. One could discern from his physique that he excelled in strength and defense. In terms of raw power, even a deity would only slightly surpass him. Yet, in the presence of Randall, he felt a sense of utter helplessness. That overwhelming force made him feel as if he were facing the very mountains and seas of nature itself. Thus, he quickly succumbed to fear. For he understood that this monster could best even a god. When his own safety was assured, he was more than willing to pledge loyalty to the divine. However, with his life now hanging in the balance, who could still remember who the gods were? What are you staring at? Lead the way. Randall barked, having noticed the Black Mountain King's furtive glances. All right, I'll lead you. The corpulent Black Mountain King hurriedly set off in a particular direction. Yet, his pace was far too sluggish. Randall furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, lifted the Black Mountain King into the air. You're moving too slowly. Just indicate the direction. With that, he propelled himself forward, his feet striking the void as he shot forth like a cannonball, giving the Black Mountain King a taste of what it meant to soar at breakneck speed. He felt as if the oncoming wind might dislodge his very eyeballs. The sheer velocity only intensified his reverence for Randall. Moments later, under the guidance of the Black Mountain King, Randall arrived before an opulent palace. In stark contrast to the austere residence of Ganfoer, this palace exuded a lavish grandeur. What was happening with the Black Mountain King? There, at the palace entrance, stood 2 guards, none other than the second of the 4 divine messengers. The conspicuously imposing Black Mountain King seemed oblivious to Randall's presence. Moreover, what misfortune had befallen him today, leaving him so bloodied and disheveled? Ahem, I have brought this esteemed individual to meet the deity, the Black Mountain King announced. Esteemed individual? The 2 guards turned their gaze towards Randall for the first time. Upon seeing him, they were immediately taken aback. A heretic without wings. Truly. It was a sight that elicited gasps from all who beheld him. Randall could not help but feel exasperated. Noticing Randall's displeasure, the Black Mountain King hastily interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? This esteemed individual possesses invisible wings. Do not speak recklessly, I implore you. He gestured fervently to the 2 guards, attempting to convey his intent. However, the guards remained oblivious to the Black Mountain King's signals. Is there something wrong with your eyesight? One of them retorted. And it is you who is spouting nonsense. Invisible wings, indeed. Have you been deceived by this heretic? Hurry and apprehend him. They advanced towards Randall with intent. The Black Mountain King nearly choked on his indignation. These two fools. Yet, one could hardly blame their sluggish reactions. They had grown accustomed to wielding power. Accustomed to being the highest authority save for the divine. How could they possibly conceive that someone would dare to assault them, who are esteemed as priests? They could hardly conceive that, aside from the divine, there could exist anyone more formidable than themselves. In the face of such reckless folly, the king of Black Mountain could only lament that he had done his utmost. He could not bear to witness the suffering of his former colleagues. Thus he closed his eyes. Only the muffled sounds of two dull thuds were heard, and the world fell silent once more. As he opened his eyes, he beheld that each of the two individuals bore a swelling the size of a fist upon their heads, from which smoke was rising. Naturally, they had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The Black Mountain King could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, I had already cautioned you. Yet you chose to disregard my words. Look now, what a tragedy has unfolded. Randall stepped past the two priests and pushed open the grand palace doors. Immediately, he was greeted by a melodious symphony. Within the hall, several exquisite maidens swayed their bodies gracefully. It is worth noting that the fabric adorning them scarcely concealed their modesty. Nearby, a band accompanied their performance. All of this was orchestrated to please the deity of Baika, the man seated upon the throne. However, as Randall entered, the music and dance abruptly ceased. The dancers and musicians exchanged bewildered glances with Randall, then turned to the deity, their expressions filled with dread. The god gently pushed aside the maiden nestled in his embrace, rose to his feet, and cast a disdainful gaze upon Randall. What is the meaning of this heresy? Where are Yunar and Chicas? He shouted with a countenance full of fury. The wrath of the divine rendered everyone trembling, and an eerie silence enveloped the great hall. Are you referring to those two who stood outside the door? Randall inquired. They have already fainted. Heretic, who granted you the right to converse with the divine? Upon hearing Randall's words, the deity's anger intensified. A symbol resembling a hash mark suddenly appeared upon Randall's forehead. Utter one more word, you heretic, the divine being declared. Choosing to disregard Randall's presence entirely. Quickly, restrain this heretic. He wished to articulate further thoughts, yet those words could never be uttered. An overwhelming aura erupted from Randall, so potent that it rendered his body somewhat rigid. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Who on earth was this person? Merely by exuding an overwhelming presence, he had rendered him incapable of summoning the spirit to fight. You dare call yourself a heretic, thinking you were truly divine? Randall gritted his teeth and spoke. Gazing into those eyes that seemed to breathe fire, the deity found himself swallowing hard, yet words eluded him. With determined strides, Randall advanced towards the deity. Along the way, people instinctively parted like frightened prey before a predator. As Randall approached step by step, the deity felt an urge to move. But his body seemed to possess a will of its own. Soon, Randall stood face to face with the deity, who towered nearly 3 meters tall, while Randall was merely 2. Yet, under Randall's unwavering gaze, the deity felt as though he were being looked down upon. You wish to. Before he could finish, Randall abruptly reached out and seized the deity by the throat. Instantly, the deity fell silent. Chapter 97. Goodness. Cap claimed his fist was the Iron Fist of Love, and this was no mere boast. The Iron Fist of Love is characterized by inflicting immense pain while causing minimal injury. During his previous battle with Randall, Cap had inadvertently employed this very technique. Having personally experienced the power of the Iron Fist of Love, Randall naturally learned its application. Now, the Iron Fist of Love proved its worth. I sweetly call you a heretic. Bang. I call you a heretic. Bang. Bang. Let us see if you are still a heretic. Bang. 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 Fist after fist fell upon the deity like a relentless rain, striking his body and face. The deity grimaced in agony, howling in pain. Yet he stubbornly refused to lose consciousness. The attendants who had previously served the deity stood frozen in shock. When did they witness the deity in such a state of disarray? Randall's torment continues unabated. Are you still a heretic? Still a heretic? Still a heretic? With a resounding crack, a front tooth of the deity shattered and was propelled from his mouth. Bolstered by Randall's force, the broken tooth flew like an arrow, grazing the hair of a dancer before embedding itself into the wall of the grand hall. The dancer, upon realizing the peril, turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, the deity harbored thoughts of resistance. He is not a masochist. His fist is already aching, you know. Yet, Randall's other hand clamped down on him like an iron vice, firmly restraining him. He found himself utterly immobilized, unable to move even the slightest bit. This overwhelming sense of loss of control filled him with dread. Am I the heretic? At that moment, the relentless barrage of fists abruptly ceased, and Randall inquired. Each word meticulously articulated. As his vision swirled and then regained clarity, the horrifying visage of Randall re-entered his field of view. Heretic, what have you done to me? Upon hearing this, Randall, devoid of any expression, unleashed another blow upon him. Am I the heretic? How detestable. You heretic. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed once more. The onlookers found it unbearable to watch, turning away in horror. It was too brutal. They shielded their eyes, although their fingers created gaps wider than their closed eyes. After a relentless round of strikes, Randall paused to ask again, am I the heretic? This time, the divine figure complied, sniffing back blood as he replied, no, you are not the heretic. However, contrary to his expectations, Randall did not release him. Instead, Another punch landed squarely on the divine figure's cheekbone. Why am I not the heretic? The divine figure felt on the verge of expulsion. So, am I or am I not? Speak up. How am I to know if you remain silent? I am utterly aggrieved. I am asking you something. Why do you not respond? Randall struck again, this time targeting the divine figure's mouth. This was the most excruciating spot. Other areas were tolerable, but the mouth, with its hard teeth, felt like a double attack with a critical hit. What gives you the right to remain silent? Do you look down upon me? How can I voice anything when you continuously assault my mouth? Tears brimmed in the divine figure's eyes. What do you want from him? He has obeyed your commands, yet you must articulate it. After such an extended period of violence, Randall, somewhat fatigued, landed a punch with greater force. This time, the sound reverberated with a thunderous boom. Randall struck downwards, driving the divine figure into the ground. The impact caused the earth to tremble, revealing a dark, gaping hole. From this opening, web-like cracks radiated outward. Randall's gaze sharpened. Previously, he had not investigated thoroughly, so he had failed to notice. Now, utilizing his observation skills, he discovered a substantial space beneath the palace. You are finished, heretic. The divine figure's arrogant voice echoed from below, causing Randall to squint. What trickery was this fool concocting now? He promptly leaped into the hole, only to find the divine figure standing before a hewn wall, cradling a box. This was the secret weapon only the divine could wield. The power derived from demons. Your strength as a heretic is formidable. However, by forcing me to resort to this forbidden power, your defeat is already sealed. Regret it, heretic? It is your carelessness that has led to your downfall. The divine figure laughed maniacally. Randall, upon hearing this, wore a peculiar expression. Setting aside the overly dramatic proclamation, the description struck a chord. The power from demons. The forbidden might. It felt strikingly familiar. When the divine figure opened the box, Randall gasped in disbelief. It was indeed true. Inside lay a blue, round fruit resembling a pineapple, adorned with intricate lightning patterns. Randall had not anticipated that the thunder fruit he sought would appear before him so effortlessly, especially since he had not even begun his search. Misinterpreting Randall's astonishment as awe for his abilities, the divine figure swelled with pride. Didn't he see this coming, did you? Heretic? The ultimate victory belongs to me. I shall repay all previous humiliations with interest. Then, I shall return you to the embrace of death. Those who dare to offend the divine shall pay with their blood. As the divine figure lifted the fruit, Randall's anxiety surged. His gaze was fixed intently on the fruit, and he was poised to seize it. Given his speed that could rival a deity, it would have been a simple task to snatch it without causing any harm to the fruit. However, in the next moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. The deity lifted the fruit, yet instead of consuming it, he tossed it towards Randall. Randall stood there, momentarily stunned, and reached out to catch the thunder fruit. He gazed at the inexplicably acquired fruit in his hand, before shifting his attention to the deity beside him, whose expression radiated a sense of triumph. Lost in contemplation, he began to wonder if he had misjudged the situation. Could it be that this fruit was not the thunder fruit he had anticipated, but merely a look-alike? Perhaps it was some form of projectile weapon instead? Yet, after repeatedly scanning the fruit with his observation hockey, Randall concluded that it posed no threat to him. Noticing Randall's prolonged silence, the deity sensed that something was amiss. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Why are you unscathed? The deity inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. Randall, bewildered, responded, should I be in danger? The deity wore a perplexed expression. This item was supposedly passed down as a secret weapon. Why does it seem ineffective? After a moment of contemplation, the deity suddenly exclaimed, feigning enlightenment. I understand. This thing is not meant to be used this way. Randall was left utterly speechless. Wait. Don't you check the manual before using it? Chapter 98. Do you not wish to become a deity? Randall observed the deity's epiphany with disbelief. Seriously. You should at least glance at the manual first. Oh, my apologies. I forgot that the devil fruits come without a manual. Speaking of the thunder fruit, its round shape and intricate lightning patterns gave it an explosive connotation. How about you return it to me? The deity suggested awkwardly. Faced with this unexpected and rather awkward request, Randall fell silent once more. After a few seconds, he replied, do you think I will return it to you? The deity closed his eyes in despair, realizing that only a fool would return it. His efforts had been in vain. Randall walked over to the deity, who had become as rigid as a statue, took the small box, and placed the thunder fruit back inside. Thus, their mission to the Sky Island had been successfully accomplished. Bringing back the so-called strongest Logia-type thunder fruit would surely please Krista. Meanwhile, at a bustling construction site on Bike Island, a figure with remarkably elongated earlobes and a wild hairstyle suddenly felt a jolt in his heartbeat. He lifted his head in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something that belonged to him had been taken away. Yet, he was merely a slave. He did not even belong to himself. How could he experience such a feeling? It was truly perplexing. How dare one become lax? Is that a death wish? A sharp sound of wind sliced through the air, followed by a resounding crack as a whip struck the ground beside him. His long ears instinctively quivered, and he hastily dismissed that absurd thought, returning to the task of transporting building materials. In the basement, a jubilant Randall patted the shoulder of the deity and chuckled, "Ha. Thank you for giving this to me. Hell, I thank your entire family." The deity gritted his teeth in response. After expressing his gratitude, Randall turned to leave. However, upon witnessing Randall's audacity to turn his back unguarded, the deity's mind began to brew treacherous thoughts. Such a heretic, daring to insult the divine, must pay the price in blood. With this thought, the deity glanced at the spear held by a nearby statue. A sinister expression crossed his face as he seized the spear and thrust it fiercely towards Randall's back. Die, heretic. The sharp tip of the spear collided with flesh, seemingly on the verge of piercing through. However, with a piercing sound, the spear not only failed to inflict any harm, but instead shattered upon impact. The deity's vacant gaze swirled in the air with the broken spearhead before it finally descended to the ground. A crisp sound echoed, and the deity trembled as if struck by lightning. The atmosphere in the basement became stifling. Then, a sigh broke the silence. Ah, you have led me to what I sought. I had intended to spare your life. Alas, you chose your own demise, Randall lamented, shaking his head. The deity, still in shock, stared at the broken spearhead and asked, Why are you so resilient? Randall wished to reply that not only was he resilient, but he was also quite long. Yet, he refrained, knowing that such words would lead to dire consequences. He was disinclined to speak, casually stepping aside to pick up the broken blade of the gun. The killer must be killed. Before the deity could react, Randall plunged the blade into his heart. Being slain by the very weapon intended for another carried a sense of fatalism. Subsequently, he paid no heed to the lifeless deity, exerting a slight effort before leaping back to the palace. Within the palace, everything remained unchanged. Those who had been present earlier had not departed. Upon seeing Randall's return, they all perked up, every pair of eyes fixated intently on the hole in the ground. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no one else dared to approach. In that fleeting moment, their bodies trembled slightly, and expressions of anxiety and hesitation danced upon their faces, akin to the ambivalence of encountering fortuitous tidings, yet fearing their authenticity. After a prolonged hesitation, a woman who had previously danced, on the verge of exiting the palace, finally summoned her courage and called out, Wait, just a moment. Randall, who was prepared to depart, paused in surprise, turning to face the dancer and inquiring, Is there something you need? The dancer's complexion flushed a deep crimson as she stammered. May I ask that, deity, Her voice was soft and barely audible. Were it not for Randall's keen ears, another might have failed to catch her words. Although the dancer spoke in a vague and hesitant manner, it was clear to Randall what she wished to inquire. He proclaimed, Your god is dead. He wished to kill me, so I retaliated in kind. Such is the nature of existence. I advise you not to contemplate avenging him, lest you meet the same fate. Death, truly, death. However, the dancer stood there, seemingly in a daze. The others shared a similar reaction, which was rather peculiar. It was not animosity or sorrow that they displayed, but rather an exuberant joy, as if they could scarcely believe their good fortune. After a moment of elation, the dancer who had spoken earlier exclaimed, No, you misunderstand. We bear no resentment towards you. On the contrary, we are immensely grateful. I believe that everyone on this island, if they were to learn of your actions against that man, would express their gratitude. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. Randall was momentarily taken aback, then comprehension dawned upon him. It appeared that the deity of this island was the antithesis of Gonful. Well, I know not what he did to you. My motive for killing him was not out of consideration for you. I did so solely because he sought my life. You need not thank me. With that said, I bid you all to live well henceforth. Having delivered his words, Randall prepared to depart. Wait, just a moment. The dancer called out hastily. Is there something else? Randall inquired impatiently. The dancer timidly replied, We do not yet know the name of our benefactor. Randall waved his hand dismissively and stated, I am called Randall. Furthermore, I am not your benefactor. I acted merely out of convenience. With that, he did not linger any longer and turned to leave. Outside, King Black Mountain awaited him. Upon seeing Randall emerge, he hurriedly approached him. My lord, that. He pointed towards the grand hall. Dead, Randall stated flatly. The Black Mountain King was momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, dead. Then, he slapped his thigh. Good riddance. That god deserved to perish. Randall couldn't help but chuckle. No need to flatter me. I merely came in search of something. Now that I have found it, I shall take my leave. Our paths shall cross no more. The Black Mountain King paused, then inquired, My lord, do you not wish to become the god of Baika? You have slain the previous deity, which makes you the most deserving candidate. Who could resist such an enticing prospect of becoming the god of an island? Chapter 99. I call it the Monarch offline system. Do you not desire to be the god of Baika? Randall was taken aback. Me, the god of Baika? But I am not an islander. I don't even possess wings. The Black Mountain King, eager to please, remarked, Not at all. You have invisible wings. Randall rolled his eyes, thinking, Have you convinced yourself so thoroughly that you believe your own words? He shook his head and said, I have no interest. I certainly do not have the leisure to manage an island. You might as well choose someone else. The King of Black Mountain, seeing that Randall was truly about to leave, grew anxious and quickly remarked, Wait a moment. Look, if you are short on time, you could always find someone to assist you in management. All you need to do is make decisions on crucial matters. The other details need not concern you. Randall cast a glance at the King of Black Mountain and replied, "Why do I feel as though you are so eager for me to assume this role of deity?" The King of Black Mountain chuckled awkwardly but said nothing further. However, Randall continued to gaze at him with an impassive expression. He was suddenly drenched in sweat, unable to maintain his composure. "Very well, I confess, if you do not assume the role of the deity, I may very well need to flee from Baika. The people of Baika have harbored grievances under the oppressive weight of the divine for far too long. Previously, the deity wielded absolute power to suppress them. However, now that the deity is no more, they, as the four high priests, possess considerable strength, yet they cannot exert the same overwhelming force as the deity did. Among those he knows, there are 3 individuals who are merely a notch weaker than himself, with the absence of divine restraint. These individuals will inevitably unleash their long-suppressed grievances upon the priests. If he does not flee, it is likely that the next match will not fare much better than the divine." Randall nodded and replied, "In that case, is it not to be expected? The 4 divine officials, having had the backing of the gods, have probably committed numerous acts of oppression against the populace. Now, they are merely repaying you in kind. It is only just. Therefore, there is no need to elicit my sympathy." The King of Black Mountain, feeling aggrieved, interjected, "No, my lord, you misunderstand. These 2 truly embody your words. They believe that whatever the populace does to them is entirely warranted." As he spoke, he kicked the 2 divine officials still dazed at his feet and continued, "But I am different. Do not be deceived by my fierce appearance. I harbor no malice. I have never bullied them, and whenever circumstances permitted, I have always endeavored to safeguard their well-being. My lord, he speaks the truth." At that moment, the previous dancers and musicians emerged from the grand hall. Upon hearing the words of the Black Mountain King, they promptly responded. Randall cast a surprised glance at the Black Mountain King, astonished by the revelation that appearances can indeed be deceiving. The 2 seemingly pompous priests oppressed the populace, while this burly fellow, adorned with a visage of ruggedness, possessed a heart of kindness. He then inquired, "So, are you suggesting that you wish to leverage my strength as your foundation and ascend to the role of the god of Baika?" Upon hearing this, the Black Mountain King scratched his head and replied, That cannot be, my lord. The position of god belongs to you. I am merely here to assist in managing it." Nearby, the dancer and the musician exchanged anxious glances at Randall. It was their first encounter with him. Although Randall had slain a deity, as he himself stated, it was not to rescue them, but rather a fortunate consequence of his actions. Thus, they were genuinely uncertain whether appointing Randall as a god would lead to a situation akin to the previous one, or possibly even worse. However, as mere dancers and musicians, their voices held little weight. They had no recourse but to resign themselves to fate. Listening to the Black Mountain King's words, Randall found himself deep in contemplation. The prospect of managing an island independently was certainly an impossible task for him. He lacks both the patience and the capability. However, the prospect of becoming a hands-off manager, with others overseeing operations while he remains unburdened by any concerns, and thereby possessing the resources and manpower of an entire island, suddenly becomes enticing. Moreover, at present, it may seem that an island offers him no tangible benefit. Yet, who can predict the unfolding of future events? For now, he merely needs to voice his desires, and everything will be taken care of on his behalf, with no costs incurred yet the potential for substantial gains. Contemplating this, Randall nodded in agreement. Convinced of the feasibility of the endeavor, he pondered for a moment and said, "What you propose is not entirely unfeasible. However, I must confess my unfamiliarity with your character. To begin with, I assure you that I shall not remain here indefinitely. While you may have shown some consideration for the populace in the past, who can predict whether you would remain unchanged once you wield absolute authority over this island? That, indeed, is the crux of the matter." Upon hearing these words, the King of Black Mountain fell into deep contemplation. A few seconds later, a light bulb seemed to illuminate above his head. "I have it. What if we approach it this way?" he exclaimed excitedly. "You fear that I might abuse absolute power, so let us eliminate the notion of absolute power altogether. We could distribute my authority among a greater number of individuals, thereby creating a system of checks and balances. Ideally, these individuals should have their own grievances against one another to prevent the formation of factions. Then, whenever significant matters arise, we shall convene to deliberate, followed by a vote. Any issues beyond our resolution will be referred to you for your decision. Since we are convening, why not call ourselves the Council of Elders? I envision this system as a form of monarchical delegation. What do you think?" Randall listened, momentarily stunned, before inhaling sharply. This individual is undoubtedly a genius. He thought, it seems acceptable. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and, in a swift motion, plucked several hairs from the king's head. "What on earth are you doing?" the King of Black Mountain exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. Though the pain was not severe, it was certainly real. Randall replied calmly, "I am taking your hair to create a life paper." "Life paper? What is that?" "It is a document that eternally points to you. With this paper, I shall always be able to locate you." At that moment, the King of Black Mountain felt a chill run down his spine. He comprehended that this was Randall's warning. Although he had never heard of such paper, he understood that Randall would not jest about such matters. Yet, he felt no fear. After all, he had never contemplated deceiving Randall. At least until he possessed the strength to defeat Randall, he would undoubtedly remain the most loyal individual to him. Subsequently, the entire island of Baika was thrown into turmoil as the deity that had long loomed over everyone was slain. They are on the verge of welcoming a new deity. The scene, initially chaotic, was rendered tumultuous by the unexpected turn of events. The populace was in a state of disarray, while the former subordinates of the deity harbored their own clandestine thoughts. However, once Randall demonstrated his formidable prowess by demolishing a mountain several kilometers away with a single punch, no one dared to incite further disturbances. Chapter 100. You should eat instead in an open space. All the inhabitants of Baika, regardless of age or gender, gathered together. Before them stood a makeshift elevated platform. They all stood trembling, their expressions filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the figure atop the elevated platform. Just moments earlier, they had witnessed the strikingly handsome young man in the center effortlessly obliterate a mountain several kilometers away with a single punch. His demeanor was so nonchalant, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Moreover, those who had dared to stir chaos, be they ordinary citizens, slaves, or followers of the former deity, had all been subdued by this individual. From that moment on, no one dared to cause a disturbance. All stood obediently in place, awaiting their fate, more precisely, the fate of the entire realm of Baika. Randall stood upon the dais, his eyes as tranquil as still water, surveying the crowd below and instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon them. This was all that was required of him. All other matters were to be managed by the Black Mountain King. In essence, his presence served dual purposes: to introduce the people of Baika to their future supreme leader and to maintain order. At that moment, the Black Mountain King stood beside Randall, drenched in cold sweat. Reflecting on that seemingly cataclysmic punch from earlier, he could not suppress his trembling. He once believed he had sufficiently overestimated Randall's prowess. Yet to his surprise, he found he had still underestimated it. A thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Could this person truly be a deity? How could a mere human possess the formidable strength to shatter mountains? With a heart full of reverence, he cast a glance at Randall. Before the Black Mountain King stepped forward to recount the events and outline future affairs to the assembly below. In essence, the message was clear: the heavens had transformed. As the Black Mountain King eloquently conveyed his words, the expressions of those present gradually shifted from dread to a mix of skepticism and burgeoning joy. These management strategies had been established after consultations between Randall and the Black Mountain King, though it was primarily the latter's ingenuity that shaped them. Randall merely served as the facilitator of decisions. The new system bore a resemblance to the previous one, yet it featured numerous enhancements aimed at benefiting the populace. Henceforth, life in Baika would markedly improve, ensuring that instances of oppression would no longer prevail. Men would no longer live in fear of being seized and enslaved, nor would women dread being abducted for the same fate. Those who had previously been taken were all returned, receiving compensation drawn from the treasury amassed through the exploitation of the people by the former deity. When the citizens of Baika finally received their due, they experienced a genuine sense of transformation. In that moment, countless individuals wept with joy, chanting the name of Randall, the new ruler of Baika. Yet, these events were no longer of concern to Randall, for after addressing all matters, he departed from Baika. 7 days later, he returned to the naval base. Considering the timeline, including the day of his departure, it had scarcely been a fortnight. His original plan was to spend this month locating Baika, and then, with time to spare, to leisurely search for the Thunder Fruit. However, to his astonishment, everything unfolded with unexpected ease. In Zephyr's small courtyard, he enjoyed his daily tea. Krista sat beside him, replenishing his cup from time to time. After finishing a cup, Zephyr sighed contentedly. Just as he raised an eyebrow to speak, Krista interjected, "Brother Randall is back." As soon as the words left her lips, the courtyard door swung open, revealing the weary yet spirited Randall. "Brother Randall!" Krista exclaimed, rushing towards him. Zephyr watched with a hint of envy and remarked, "Where have you been, you rascal?" Randall, taking Krista in his arms and ruffling her hair, replied, "Hee. I want to get a gift for Krista." Zephyr paused, intrigued. "A gift? What kind of gift?" "Oh, a gift." Krista's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this. Recalling Randall's earlier question about whether she wanted to be a warrior or a mage, Randall chuckled, "Haha. It's what we agreed upon." With that, he pulled a box from his pocket and handed it to Krista. With eager anticipation, Krista embraced the box and asked, "Brother Randall, can I open it now?" "Of course. It's meant for you." She wasted no time in opening it. Zephyr leaned in with curiosity, and inside lay a fruit adorned with lightning patterns. "This is..." Zephyr squinted. "The devil fruit." Though it was Krista's first encounter, she recognized its true nature instantly, having absorbed knowledge from Zephyr. "Well, since you wish to become a long-range mage, eating it will make your dream come true," Randall declared. "Kid, this fruit must be the Thunder Fruit," Zephyr observed. Randall nodded, unfazed by Zephyr's identification of the fruit. After all, he was a high-ranking officer. Such discernment was expected. Krista, bewildered, inquired, "Thunder Fruit? Among devil fruits, the natural and mythical varieties were the most precious, and the Thunder Fruit was considered the pinnacle of natural types, renowned as the strongest among them," Zephyr explained to Krista, and then turned to Randall, asking, "This fruit has been seen in a long while. How did you come across it?" Randall merely smiled, offering no explanation, stating simply that it was a matter of chance. Zephyr nodded, choosing not to press further, for the fruit was now in their possession. Moreover, the mere fact that Randall could present it before him rendered any additional details insignificant. This. Krista was momentarily stunned. She had not expected Randall to procure such a rare fruit specifically for her. She understood the rarity of natural types, and the legendary status of the thunder fruit made its acquisition seem almost miraculous. The thought of Randall going to such lengths for her was beyond her imagination. She interpreted Randall's smile as an attempt to ease her potential burden, feigning nonchalance. Randall remarked, "You might not believe it, but everything went surprisingly smoothly. The thunder fruit practically fell into my hands." For a moment, Krista felt the weight of the fruit in her hands as if it were 1,000 pounds. "Brother Randall, you haven't eaten a fruit, have you? If not, then you should eat this one," Krista said earnestly, gazing up at Randall. Chapter 101. Does the devil fruit have a soul? Krista's aspiration to grow stronger was solely to assist Randall. This fruit would undoubtedly enhance his strength exponentially. Thus, it seemed only logical for Randall to consume it. Zephyr chuckled at this. Now that he knew it was the strongest natural fruit, he willingly conceded it. Their bond was truly commendable. Sighing inwardly, Zephyr felt a pang of envy. Randall paused before responding, "Little Crystal, this is meant for you. My power remains unchanged regardless of the fruit I consume. However, if you eat it, you might become the strongest mage." Krista protested, but it's the strongest natural fruit. It's different from the others. The strongest natural type is merely a rumor of the sea. Ultimately, I believe there are no supreme fruits. Only the most suitable ones for the mightiest individuals. Just like Whitebeard, who dominates the new world, it is his strength that renders the tremor fruit the most powerful paramecia. Yet, should someone else consume it, they might find themselves utterly wasted. Randall reasoned with Krista. But, no buts. I went through great lengths to bring it back. If you don't eat it, little Crystal, I will be quite heartbroken. With that, Randall employed his final tactic, emotional manipulation, hoping to elicit guilt from Krista to achieve his goal. The Navi Krista, indeed, fell for it. Well, alright then. Meanwhile, Zephyr, who had been a silent observer, was at a loss for an appropriate expression. This was a treasure sought after by many, yet here they were, exchanging it back and forth. If word got out about a natural fruit, not necessarily the thunder fruit, even an ordinary one would incite a bloodbath. If others learned of this, it would undoubtedly infuriate countless individuals. Seeing Krista finally acquiesce, Randall breathed a sigh of relief. He gently caressed Krista's hair. "Good girl," he said. However, Krista did not immediately consume the fruit. Instead, she extended her forefinger and tentatively prodded the fruit, which was adorned with stormy patterns, before inquiring, "Brother Randall, Grandpa Zephyr, do devil fruits possess their own consciousness?" Both Randall and Zephyr were taken aback. Then Zephyr burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. How could a devil fruit possess its own consciousness?" Yet Krista, with a perplexed expression, replied, "But I can hear emotions emanating from this fruit. It has a very tumultuous voice." Upon hearing this, Randall and Zephyr were momentarily stunned again. Randall furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you suggesting that there is a soul within this fruit?" Krista nodded. Observing this, Randall and Zephyr exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered a name, Cotton. This was a name that filled Zephyr with exasperation. He was originally an exceptionally talented contender, yet after consuming the devil fruit, he transformed into a mere shadow of his former self. The contrast before and after his consumption of the fruit was stark. Initially, those around him did not find it peculiar. They simply assumed he had grown lethargic due to his overwhelming abilities. However, the matter raised by Krista made them realize that the situation was far more intricate. Perhaps, within the essence of the devil fruit, there truly exists a certain spirit. It remains uncertain whether this phenomenon is inherent in all devil fruits or confined to select ones. Randall, with a solemn expression, took the thunder fruit from Krista's hand, then activated his observation hockey, meticulously scrutinizing every aspect of the fruit, leaving no corner unexplored. Nevertheless, he uncovered nothing. He reluctantly released his breath again, attempting to perceive the essence of the fruit. However, the outcome mirrored the previous one. Randall cast a glance at Zephyr, who shook his head in response, indicating that he too had made no discoveries. A silence enveloped them. Despite the absence of any findings, they did not suspect Krista of deceit. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr proposed, "Perhaps we should send the fruit to Vegapunk for examination?" Randall instinctively shook his head in disagreement. He is not concerned that Vegapunk covets this fruit, although it is claimed to be the strongest of the natural types, as a scientist who has been at the forefront of the world for centuries. He naturally looks down upon such trivialities. He feared that the other party might conduct some destructive experiments on the fruit. By then, even if something could be discovered, the fruit would be lost. The prospect of finding it again was uncertain, perhaps not even in a distant future. Randall furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. After a while, a small light bulb flickered to life beside his head. He suddenly pondered, since the other party was a soul, could the conqueror's hockey, which influences the mind, yield some effect? With this thought, he unleashed his conqueror's hockey, enveloping the thunder fruit within its powerful aura. However, just a short distance away, Krista remained untouched. merely sensing a sudden thickening of the air around the thunder fruit. At the moment the haki manifested, Zephyr abruptly turned to glance at Randall. What a remarkable lad, possessing Conqueror's haki. Moreover, his proficiency appears to be quite advanced. He must have been mastering it for some time now. At that instant, Krista exclaimed. Oh, the emotion has shifted to fear. Upon hearing this, Randall's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed the Conqueror's haki was indeed effective. With a mere thought, he amplified its potency significantly. However, thereafter, no further feedback was forthcoming despite his attempts to intensify it. The emotion had indeed transformed into fear, yet that was all. Frowning, Randall decided to escalate the situation, merging his energy with the haki to activate the dread aura. Meanwhile, Zephyr's gaze sharpened. With his observation haki, he discerned the fluctuating aura surrounding the thunder fruit. This young man's Conqueror's haki seems exceedingly formidable. Could it be that he awakened it at a very young age? Otherwise, its intensity would not be so pronounced. Setting aside Zephyr's astonishment, the moment the dread aura was initiated, Randall keenly observed a slight tremor in the thunder fruit. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted himself to maximize the intensity of the dread aura. Instantly, a piercing scream resonated through the void. Not only Krista heard it, but Randall and Zephyr did as well. Both their expressions froze in unison. Could this be the soul within the devil fruit? Subsequently, wisps of black mist began to emanate from the thunder fruit, appearing briefly before dissipating into the air. It was not until all the black mist had vanished that Randall ceased his exertion. He inquired, "How are you, little Crystal? Can you still feel emotions?" Krista took a moment to reflect and joyfully replied, "Not anymore." Chapter 102. The Sweetness at 8. Upon hearing that the emotions had dissipated, Randall exhaled in relief. The anguish of witnessing something tantalizing yet unattainable would have been unbearable. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Since the feelings had vanished, there was no issue. "Little Crystal, go ahead and eat it." Krista nodded, opened her rosy little mouth, closed her eyes, and cautiously took a bite. Randall observed as Krista's smooth face contorted in distress. Ugh. Krista gagged a few times, forcing herself to swallow the pulp. Randall was prepared. He swiftly retrieved a lollipop from his pocket, tore off the wrapper, and popped the candy into Krista's mouth. MMM. As the sweetness enveloped her, Krista's complexion visibly improved. Well, I'm back to life. Krista gazed at the thunder fruit, now bearing a small bite mark, her heart still racing. How frightening. The taste could very well become a psychological shadow for her throughout her life. How do you feel? Randall inquired, observing Krista's condition. In response, Krista raised her small hand. And arcs of electricity danced at her fingertips. At that moment, Zephyr interjected, "Why not test it out at the training ground? I'm quite curious about the power of the strongest natural element." Krista had no reason to disagree. A short while later, the three arrived at a training arena, where several individuals were engaged in practice. They chose an open space. However, Zephyr's striking purple hair was hard to miss. Nearly all eyes were drawn to him upon his arrival. It's Teacher Zephyr and his disciple, Randall. Are they here to train again? Teacher Zephyr is so kind to Randall. Oh, it seems the brother-in-law has come to train too. Hiss, you're here too, you creep. In an instant, nearly everyone gathered around. Yet, they were respectful, maintaining a distance to allow Randall and the others ample space. Randall glanced around at the myriad of expectant, curious, or peculiar gazes and could not help but grumble to Zephyr, "This is all your fault. They flocked over the moment you arrived." Zephyr, unfazed, replied with a chuckle, "Oh. Stop the banner. Let us get started. You'll be the target." Randall rolled his eyes but said nothing further, dutifully positioning himself to the side. "Come on, little Crystal. Don't hold back." With a demeanor exuding righteousness, he proclaimed. Krista approached Randall, her small face serious as she nodded earnestly. In the face of Randall, she was indeed able to exert her full strength. This positioning startled the onlookers. What was happening? Why hadn't Teacher Zephyr taken the stage? My heavens. With such a stance, could it be that Randall was going to battle against his sister? Oh dear, Randall, you beast. How could you stoop so low? Brother-in-law. Please don't. If there must be a fight, then let it be with me. The peculiar individual uttered, genuinely attempting to step onto the arena. However, halfway there, realizing that no one was pulling him back, his face turned pale. This crowd of spectators was utterly useless. Not a single one offered assistance. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Randall felt a wave of indignation. It was he who would be on the receiving end of the blows. "Brother Randall, I'm coming," Krista reminded him. "Bring it on." Krista inhaled deeply, her eyes shimmering with radiant blue lightning. She raised her hands, and with a buzzing hum, arcs of lightning formed, creating a chain of electricity between her palms. In the next moment, the lightning blazed forth, a blue lightning pillar surging towards Randall, before the wide-eyed audience. Randall was instantly engulfed by the electric arc. In an instant, the blue light flourished, casting a bluish hue upon the faces of those around. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Was this little girl truly so formidable? It turned out that it wasn't Randall who intended to strike her, but rather, she was the one challenging him. My goodness, with such momentum, could it possibly be of the nature element? Judging by the circumstances, it seemed likely. It remained to be seen whether she would showcase elemental transformation. If she could indeed transform, that would undoubtedly signify her mastery of the nature element. Could it be that Randall had specifically arranged this for her? Rumor had it that Randall had been out before and had just returned today. How infuriating. What overwhelming envy. It seems she has an older brother. Even if you have an older brother, he might be the type to beat you 800 times a day. Do you really think you're a cute little girl? Can't you focus on the main point? Did you not see the intensity of that lightning pillar? Indeed. Even as a second lieutenant, I felt my scalp prickle. Don't mention your rank. As a captain, I felt quite uneasy as well. By the way, she seems to be only 8 years old this sweet 8 years. Goodness, how terrifying others' childhoods must be. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, Randall emerged unscathed. The only noticeable change was that his hair had become slightly tousled. Yet, infuriatingly, this only added a touch of playful nonchalance to his demeanor, making him appear even more handsome. Impressive power. Randall commended. He had no intention of comforting Krista. It was indeed impressive to exhibit such prowess immediately after consuming the fruit. Krista, however, did not lose heart, for she was acutely aware of how formidable Randall's defense was. Taking a deep breath, she conjured a spear of lightning between her hands. Yet, scarcely a second after its formation, it dissipated into arcs of electricity. Krista felt a pang of disappointment. Was it truly beyond her reach? At present, she could only manage a mild discharge of electricity, but shaping it was too ambitious a task. Observing her struggle, Randall remarked, "Shaping is an advanced technique. It's perfectly normal to be unable to do it now. Perhaps you should first attempt elementalization." Krista nodded in response and began her endeavor in elementalization. For those with nature-based abilities, elementalization was nearly instinctual, akin to the act of breathing. Thus, even after just consuming the fruit, Krista swiftly mastered the skill. Her entire being transformed into radiant arcs of lightning, exuding a sense of ethereal clarity. The onlookers gasped in unison, exclaiming, "Elementalization. Truly a nature-type ability. Could this be the legendary most powerful nature type, the thunder fruit?" For a moment, the crowd appeared as stranded fish, their mouths agape in astonishment. Lightning not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities but also unparalleled speed. A faint scent of singed air filled the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, Krista had already materialized behind Randall. Zifa could not help but marvel at some devil fruits, which seemed to be exceptionally gifted. Merely the speed alone could ensure Krista's invincibility under normal circumstances. Chapter 103. The New Year approaches. Randall's keen eyesight could not keep pace with the swiftness of electricity. However, through the keen observation of Kenbunchaku, Krista's movements were laid bare. Moreover, although Krista's speed was indeed rapid, it still fell short of the speed of lightning. He turned around and praised, "Excellent. At this speed, self-preservation should pose no problem. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. Why does Borisolino move so leisurely? Because he is exceedingly swift. No one can catch him. Thus, he is inherently positioned in an unassailable state. In terms of speed, the thunder fruit can truly rival the light fruit. Furthermore, the thunder fruit possesses an additional advantage. While the light fruit may indeed approach the speed of light, the user's reaction time becomes a hindrance. In contrast, the thunder fruit enhances the user's reaction speed, allowing for full utilization of their velocity. This is indeed formidable. Imagine a mage capable of casting instant spells without incantation. Combined with the agility and rapidity of an assassin, what a terrifying prospect that would be. Just the thought sends shivers down Randall's spine. It must be said that Enel in the original work was severely countered. If it were someone else, even a person of admiral-level strength, they would find it easy to escape, even if they could not win. At this moment, Krista, having activated her elemental form, seemed to possess a new toy. Brimming with excitement, she continuously experimented with elementalization. In an instant, arcs of electricity danced around, while electric serpents slithered across the ground. However, Krista's stamina quickly waned. Elementalization can disregard all physical attacks, save for sea stone. If there were no limitations, then all natural-type users would be invincible. Yet, the limitation is simple. Each activation of elementalization consumes stamina. Krista had not undergone any physical enhancement training, although she consumed nutritious meals every day under Zephyr's guidance. Her stamina was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary girl. Thus, after merely a dozen attempts at elementalization, Krista fell from the lightning. Randall, with quick reflexes, caught her as she slumped. Hey, a bit too excited, aren't we?" Krista said, nestled in Randall's embrace, feeling a bit shy. Randall replied, "Therefore, your stamina indeed requires targeted training. Do not assume that becoming a mage absolves you from the need for training. As long as I don't get hit, it's fine." Krista murmured softly, her little face scrunching up. Randall rolled his eyes, then exchanged a glance with Zephyr before heading out. The thunder fruit truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest natural type. Although its destructive capability remains to be seen, its speed alone is terrifying. And this is merely after consuming the fruit, with vast potential for development. Zephyr remarked, "Indeed, however powerful the fruit may be, one must not overlook the importance of physical training." To which Randall smiled and responded, "On this point, we will need your guidance, teacher Zephyr." His words resonated deeply with Zephyr. Although he himself had not consumed a devil fruit, he harbored no objections to those who did. He vehemently opposed the abandonment of physical training in favor of fruit abilities. The body is the most fundamental aspect of an individual. To disregard physical cultivation simply because of formidable powers is, in Zephyr's view, a complete inversion of priorities. This is why his relationship with Borsalino is exceedingly poor. He consistently refutes Borsalino, who, in turn, counters him with irrefutable facts. Frankly, when Randall reclaimed the Thunderfruit, he felt genuine concern. For the Thunderfruit surpasses the Light Fruit in its potential. Fortunately, Randall is quite sensible, although he was requested to do so. Zephyr felt as if he had gained an immense advantage. No problem. When it comes to instructing others in physical training, not even the likes of Sengoku and Garp combined can rival me. With Krista in his embrace, Randall departed with Zephyr, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers. Their emotions a tumultuous blend of awe and complexity. More accurately, they were a gathering of lemon eaters. How infuriating. I wish I had an older brother like that. Indeed. The speaker's envious tears began to flow freely. It seems yet another extraordinary individual is poised to emerge. As time passed, February arrived, heralding the spring festival. On this day, in Zephyr's modest courtyard, Randall stood before a table, holding a brush in his elevated right hand, its bristles saturated with ink. This brush, seemingly ordinary, felt as if it bore the weight of the world in Randall's grasp. At that moment, Randall's expression was one of utmost gravity. He had never appeared so serious. Even in the face of Barrett, influenced by his demeanor, Krista, watching curiously from the side, wore a solemn expression on her small face. Randall closed his eyes, channeling his entire aura. The air around them grew noticeably thicker. He stood there, motionless, as if absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. After an indeterminate period, Randall's eyes suddenly opened wide, his gaze sharp as lightning. The pen in his hand suddenly fell. As his arm trembled incessantly, the tip of the pen danced across the paper. The strokes flowed like a dragon and snake, soaring like phoenixes and swans, a display of elegance and strength. Amidst the seamless rhythm, two elongated strips of red paper bore a series of calligraphic characters. Subsequently, Randall solemnly produced a long strip of paper, the length of his arm, and began to write once more. Upon completion, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and placed the seemingly weighty brush down, allowing a deep sigh of relief to escape his lips. Observing that Randall had finished, Krista hurriedly approached him. A few seconds later, with a complex expression, she inquired, "Randall, what is this?" Her tone was laden with unutterable feelings. The freshly minted masterpiece from Randall had ignited an unprecedented urge to jest within her. Coupled with the serious and meticulous preparation, her desire to tease surged forth. Yet, she remarkably restrained herself, fearing it might dampen Randall's spirits. "Tata, it's the Spring Festival couplets. We must hang them up for the new year," Randall exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with a smile. At that moment, Zephyr, who happened to be passing by, interjected. "The new year? Spring Festival couplets? Sounds akin to a custom from the land of flowers. Let me take a look." Immediately, Zephyr's previously placid demeanor twisted into one of disbelief. "You wrote this?" Randall nodded fervently. Zephyr took a deep breath. He had just intended to speak again when, all of a sudden, he felt a weight upon his clothing. As he lowered his head, he noticed Krista tugging at the hem of his garment. Her expression fraught with anxiety as she shook her head at him. Zephyr inhaled deeply, forcing out a response. It's not bad." Chapter 104. The door. I am no longer pure. Zephyr wrenched his gaze away, then squeezed out another phrase through gritted teeth. It's not bad. Heaven knows the weight of Zephyr's conscience as he uttered such a statement. Let it be for the sake of the little angel, Krista. He thought to himself. Truth be told, even if Krista were to write it, it would surely be better than this. Indeed, it is quite wonderful, Brother Randall. Krista chimed in, her face adorned with a stiff smile. Is it really? Randall exclaimed joyfully. Since you all adore it so much, I shall post it at the entrance. With that, he grasped the couplet and strode toward the door. Upon witnessing this, Zephyr let out a sigh of relief. He exchanged a glance with Krista, and they both sighed in unison. After a moment, Zephyr furrowed his brow. Wait a moment, isn't this my home? His expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly chased after the figure outside. Wait, you little rascal, hold on a moment. Yet, he was still a step too late. By the time he reached the door, Randall had already affixed the couplets. On either side of the quaint courtyard door, there hung two dark red strips. The twisted and convoluted characters, resembling crawling insects, made him feel a prickling sensation all over. The right strip read, after 2 months of pondering, I know not what to write. The left strip declared, after 3 days of thought, I can only muster 2 lines of nonsense. Centrally positioned above was a horizontal inscription, as long as there are characters. Zephyr's expression was initially one of disbelief, but quickly transformed into shock. What on earth have you done to my door, you scoundrel? The door seemed to lament, I am no longer clean. My door. With tears welling in his eyes, Zephyr gazed sorrowfully at his old companion. Feeling a pang of regret. I failed to protect you, my dear old friend. Hey, it looks quite splendid. It certainly captures the festive spirit of the new year. Randall remarked approvingly from the side. Zephyr's face darkened as he trembled, reaching out to tear down the couplets. To his astonishment, the paper was unexpectedly sturdy, and he could not rip it off. Noticing Zephyr's struggle, Randall kindly advised, Oh, Professor Zephyr, there's no need to worry about it getting damaged. I've reinforced it with armament hockey. Even if your courtyard were to explode, both the door and couplets would remain unscathed. Rest assured. Zephyr turned his stiff neck to glance at Randall, who wore an infuriatingly smug expression. His fists clenched in frustration. However, just as he could no longer endure and was about to unleash his anger upon Randall, Krista, who had chased after them, timely caught hold of Zephyr's garment. Halting his movement, he cast a glance at Krista, and the little one shook her head once more. Patience, Grandpa Zephyr. Zephyr looked at Krista, finding it impossible to feel anger. Alas, my old friend, there's no remedy. Krista is simply too adorable, so I must impose upon you for a while longer. It is said that the new year lasts only 2 days. Endure for these 2 days, and I shall restore your honor thereafter. Just as Zephyr was engulfed in melancholy, he suddenly heard a stifled giggle. He turned his head and found Randall in a fit of suppressed laughter. Ha ha ha, Teacher Zephyr, little Crystal, you two are simply delightful. Ha ha. I can hardly bear to look at that couplet I wrote, yet you both claim it's not bad. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Randall's taste was quite understandable. How could he possibly think that his creation was aesthetically pleasing? Watching him nearly laugh himself into a fit, Zephyr and Krista exchanged glances, their foreheads adorned with the symbol of a grid. Krista released the hem of Zephyr's garment and met his gaze with a serious nod. Grandfather Zephyr, feel free to be a bit harsher. I have long since been unable to hold back. Zephyr revealed a cruel smile. Thud thud. 3, come at me, old man. After a cacophony of clattering and chaos, the world finally fell silent. Moments later, Randall, his head adorned with a pile reminiscent of a tower of blocks, managed to match Zephyr's height. He sniffled as he removed the original couplet, replacing it with a more conventional one. His tear-streaked countenance resembled that of a wronged bride, filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet this time, even Krista refrained from expressing sympathy for Randall. Sigh, not worth it. Life is hard, Krista lamented. A short while later, Randall, wearing a forced smile, approached Zephyr with a cup of tea. Teacher Zephyr, would you like some tea? Zephyr cast a cold glance at Randall but remained silent, merely accepting the cup. Randall breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zephyr accepted it, it meant he had taken the matter to heart. He then turned to Krista. Little Crystal, he unexpectedly produced a lollipop from somewhere and offered it to Krista's lips. Krista's little face had been tightly scrunched up, but the sweet aroma of the lollipop wafted into her nose, causing her to relent. Ah. Krista let out an adorable sound and took a bite of the lollipop. The little one licked it and revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing this, Randall also smiled and gently stroked Krista's silken hair. Krista huffed playfully and said, Randall brother, please don't be so reckless in the future. Randall nodded vigorously. Pleased with his prompt agreement, Krista beamed with satisfaction. Does it hurt? She then asked casually, stealing a glance at the bump on Randall's head. Upon hearing her words, Randall's eyes filled with tears as he replied, it hurts so much. Although Krista suspected he was merely feigning pain, she couldn't help but show a look of concern. After a moment's thought, she said, I remember that when I hurt anywhere, a kiss from Mom would make it better. With that, Krista hugged Randall's head and planted a kiss on the bump. Does it still hurt? Randall paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. No. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped his head, and the bump vanished instantly. Seeing this, Krista laughed triumphantly. All right. Preparing for the new year isn't just about couplets. There is more to do. Little Crystal, come help me. Oh, in an instant. The courtyard was filled with the vibrant essence of life. Not far away, Zephyr, watching the two, couldn't help but smile warmly. It was truly reminiscent of days gone by. As night fell, the courtyard was aglow with lights, and the three of them sat together, enjoying a sumptuous feast they had purchased. It was their New Year's Eve dinner. During the meal, Randall gazed at the night sky, then at Krista and Zephyr, his face alight with joy. Chapter 105. This sword and fist, better left unpracticed. Equus and Millis, who had been tirelessly capturing pirates to earn merits, finally returned to the naval base. However, the two, who had originally come back feeling triumphant and fulfilled, found themselves unexpectedly engulfed in melancholy. The experience of hunting pirates had honed their skills significantly, and Equus and Millis felt they had made substantial progress. Hence, they believed they were now capable. With this newfound confidence, they naturally sought to challenge Randall once more. And of course, it would still be 2 against 1. It was not out of self-deprecation, rather, the shadow Randall had cast over them previously loomed large. When they last met, Randall had already possessed the strength of a rear admiral. Even though they were now brimming with confidence, they understood that even if Randall's strength had not increased, they were still outmatched. Thus, their challenge was not aimed at victory but merely a quest to comprehend the gap between them and Randall. Yet, deep within Equus and Millis lingered a faint, unrealistic hope. The combined prowess of the two individuals now enables them to contend even against some mid-ranking generals. Should their adversary underestimate them, victory is not entirely out of reach. Alas, while their aspirations were commendable, the harsh reality struck them with unforgiving force. Throughout the course of battle, they were astonished to realize that not only could they not defeat Randall, but they could not even breach his defenses. When Aquis discovered that his mightiest punch could barely alter Randall's expression, when Millis, in an extraordinary display, unleashed an unprecedentedly brilliant strike that left Randall's garments unscathed, they have completely lost their resolve. I merely wish to be a languid fish. In the dormitory, Aquis lies on the bed with vacant eyes. This sword, there is no need to practice. Millis wears a gloomy expression, his dagger, which he has always carried, now rests quietly on the table. Meanwhile, Randall, with a throbbing headache, gazes at the two dispirited young men. Come on, it can't be this dire for you. Not to mention anything else. But Teacher Zephyr is far superior to me. My meager strength is hardly worthy of his attention. Yet I have not seen you both reduced to such a state because of him. Aquis and Millis can hardly muster the energy to roll their eyes. How can this even be compared? Teacher Zephyr is indeed powerful, but he has long since established his reputation. By the time they began their training, he was already a grand general. Under the influence of preconceived notions, it is only natural that he is stronger than them. However, Randall's remarks are somewhat excessive. The two of them watched in astonishment as this individual, whom they could easily have defeated, ascended to heights they could not even fathom in a mere few months. They were once proud and arrogant prodigies. Yet, in comparison to Randall, they suddenly felt utterly insignificant. As Randall sighed and was about to utter more words, Millers abruptly interjected, Randall, speak candidly, just how powerful are you at this moment? Throughout the preceding battle, it was they who had been on the offensive. Meanwhile, Randall did not evade their assaults, remaining rooted in place from start to finish. This was the very reason for their profound despondency. They could scarcely comprehend just how much stronger Randall truly was compared to them. After reflecting on their words, Randall replied, it's not that impressive. My offensive capabilities are rather modest. What truly stands out is my defensive prowess. To put it simply, I can withstand a full force punch from Teacher Zephyr. He then added, of course, that's merely a straightforward punch, and I would still sustain injuries. However, Aquis and Millers appeared unfazed by his clarification. When Randall mentioned Zephyr's full force punch, their minds were met with a thunderous shock. In an instant, their thoughts were rendered blank. It took them quite some time to regain their cognitive faculties. Yet they remained unable to accept the reality before them. They abruptly sat up in bed, gazing at Randall in disbelief. Are you serious? Randall, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and replied, yes, I am serious. Just a few days ago, not only did Teacher Zephyr give me a thrashing, but Admiral Carp did as well. For a moment, silence enveloped the dormitory once more. Aquis and Millers stared intently at Randall, realizing that they hardly recognized him anymore. They couldn't help but reminisce about that day 6 months ago. It was still the three of them, still in this very dormitory. At that time, Miller had struck with a single blow, exerting just a fraction of his strength, while Randall had barely managed to defend himself, sustaining injuries and using all his might. And now, in the span of merely half a year, could this individual truly engage in a battle against someone of general-level prowess? Randall felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of the two and opened his mouth, intending to say something. However, Aquis interjected, enough. You need not worry about us. The strength we possess today was not forged from a timid heart. You should leave promptly. We desire solitude. Your presence is quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, Randall genuinely felt relieved, turning to depart with a flourish. Inside the dormitory, Aquis and Miller exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile of resignation. This monster. I shall never aspire to surpass him in this lifetime, Aquis remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Miller concurred, indeed, though I managed to defeat you quite effortlessly. Aquis frowned. Hey, you, who couldn't even tear his clothes. Miller retorted defiantly, your feeble punches couldn't even provoke Randall to move. Aquis grinned maliciously. What? You think I cannot defeat Randall yet can best you? Shall we test our mettle in the training grounds? Miller promptly drew his blade, letting his actions speak volumes. After a while, the ground of the training arena was scarred with deep gashes and craters. The two exhausted combatants lay sprawled on the ground, lost in thought. Suddenly, Aquis spoke up. What do you think would happen if I were to follow Randall from now on? Miller paused in surprise. How could he entertain such a notion? Aquis seemed to be musing aloud. I believe that if there were a perfect sparring partner, it would undoubtedly be Randall. Miller pondered this thoughtfully. He sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of envy towards Aquis. Such a path was well suited for him, yet ill-fitted for a swordsman. A swordsman must seek breakthroughs amidst life and death. Remaining by Randall's side, encountering life-threatening situations would likely prove difficult. As time swiftly passed, a month soon elapsed. On this day, Zephyr received a call from Sengoku. I understand. Zephyr replied solemnly, placing the receiver down before summoning Randall. What is it, Teacher Zephyr? Randall inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. The matter has reached a conclusion. We depart in 3 days. Chapter 106. He is among the few. The matter has reached a conclusion. We depart in 3 days. Be prepared. Zephyr spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Randall's eyes sparkled with excitement. In 3 days? I understand. After waiting for so long, it is finally approaching. His anticipation was palpable. Capturing a pirate of top-tier strength was indeed a significant affair. However, the Navy headquarters would not mobilize its forces solely for one pirate. This reflects the strategic disdain for the adversary, coupled with tactical respect. 3 days later, at Crescent Harbor, 10 battleships, resembling small mountains, were lined up, their sails unfurled. Countless soldiers scurried across the decks, engaged in frenzied activity. Soon after, 5 individuals clad in various suits, draped in justice cloaks, approached the harbor. Upon reaching the harbor, they did not board the warships but instead awaited on the shore. Shortly thereafter, their awaited guests arrived. 2 figures strode forth with the demeanor of high-ranking officials. 1. wearing glasses, exuded seriousness, while the other, indulging in a donut, radiated a more carefree air. They were none other than Admiral Sengoku and Captain Carp. This assembly had been meticulously planned. For the sake of prudence, 2 top-tier combatants had been dispatched, accompanied by a set of demon-slaying orders. These 2 were indeed the pinnacle of strength. Though Sengoku had long accepted the role of admiral and the officers at headquarters acknowledged his status, he had yet to be formally appointed. The handover ceremony had not been conducted, nor had any announcements been made to the outside world. The position of Navy Admiral remained vacant. In Sengoku's eyes, this operation to apprehend Barrett presented an excellent opportunity. He shall ascend to the rank of marshal, bearing the prestige of capturing unparalleled combat prowess. Upon encountering the 2, the 5 lieutenant generals who had long awaited their arrival promptly approached, saluting with respect. Now that the Marshal and Lieutenant General Carp have arrived, let us set forth. The warships are fully prepared, one lieutenant general declared. Sengoku replied, no haste. Let us wait for one more individual. The 5 lieutenant generals were taken aback. Who else could possibly be joining this encirclement? How could they have received no prior notification? Was the Marshal concerned about the lack of security and thus decided to summon another top-tier combatant? Before the 5 could further speculate, a figure appeared in the distance, hastily making its way towards the port. Initially, they presumed it to be a mere ordinary soldier rushing to fulfill some task, for the figure appeared exceedingly youthful, merely a child in their eyes. Yet, to their surprise, the figure drew closer, ultimately arriving beside Carp. Hearty laughter erupted as Randall exclaimed, "Hehe, Marshal Sengoku. Lieutenant General Carp, I hope I am not late." He greeted Sengoku, Carp, and the 5 lieutenant generals with a respectful nod. "Hahaha, we have just arrived too. Now that you are here, we can finally depart. My fists are eager for action. Wait. Marshal Sengoku, is this the person you mentioned we should wait for?" One lieutenant general exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. He had yet to utter a particular phrase, a child who had not yet fully matured. The other 4 admirals bore identical expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Sengoku, awaiting his response. Sengoku nodded and declared, "Indeed, that would be Randall. Did I not mention assigning him a task? This is that very mission." Upon hearing this, the admirals momentarily faltered. Randall. They had only heard this name a month prior during a meeting. At that time, Sengoku had indeed stated that Randall would be tasked with a mission. If he succeeded, they would agree to promote him to admiral immediately upon his graduation from the elite camp. They had envisioned numerous possible assignments. Yet they had never anticipated that Marshal Sengoku would assign him to the operation against Barrett. This task, while challenging, was not without its complexities. After all, they were dealing with a formidable and ruthless pirate, and even seasoned veterans like themselves were at risk of losing their lives. Yet, in some respects, it was deceptively simple. Just look at the array of forces assembled. The legendary Sengoku and Carp, along with their 5 admirals and 10 heavily armed warships. For Randall, this was akin to a guaranteed victory. They had naively thought that Sengoku was genuinely willing to compromise. Little did they realize, this was a blatant case of favoritism. The 5 admirals exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and envy as they regarded Randall. This lad was indeed fortunate. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Carp interjected. "Ha, why are you all just standing there? Hurry aboard. Let us set sail. I can hardly wait." With that, he bounded onto the ship, leaping effortlessly onto the deck several meters above the sea. Sengoku followed closely behind. The 5 admirals exchanged silent looks before boarding as well, but they showed no inclination to engage Randall in conversation. Apart from the initial surprised glance, they offered him no further acknowledgement, as if he were invisible. Randall chuckled inwardly, recognizing their discontent regarding his involvement in the mission. However, he had little interest in fostering relationships with them. They could think whatever they wished. With this in mind, he boarded the vessel. Once all personnel were accounted for, the soldiers, who had been standing by, hoisted the anchor. Set sail. Admiral Ziegler stood at the front of the ship, gazing out at the ocean, his mood somewhat despondent. Initially, he had looked forward to this operation, relishing the chance to earn accolades by following in the footsteps of the great. Moreover, it was a high-stakes event. He could boast of having participated in the capture of a notorious criminal, a member of the Pirate King's crew, the devilish Douglas Barrett. Such a tale would surely elevate his status. Yet, all excitement dissipated upon his sighting of Randall. The thrill he had once felt was now replaced by frustration. To him, Randall seemed to have been unceremoniously inserted into the mission. After all, he was a disciple of Zephyr, who shared a close relationship with Marshal Sengoku. It was merely a matter of a few words, and Randall was included as an afterthought. The disparity between what he valued and what others took for granted gnawed at him. This even led him to harbor some resentment towards both Zephyr and Sengoku. However, what irked him most was his deep-seated aversion to Randall. This was not unfounded. It stemmed from the downfall of an admiral he had once held in high regard. Most admirals were pleased with the removal of such a brash and opportunistic individual, but Ziegler was among the few exceptions. After all, he had vested interests intertwined with that admiral. Chapter 107. You still aspire to be an admiral? Not a chance. To obstruct one's financial avenues is akin to slaying one's parents. Though the decision to remove that admiral originated from higher authority, the entire affair revolved around Randall. Having severed such a significant financial lifeline, Ziegler found himself consumed by a deep-seated animosity towards Randall. The very individual he despised had now joined the mission, driving him to the brink of madness. His resentment towards Randall surged exponentially. Now, the sea appeared uninviting, and the sky was devoid of solace. Everything he observed only exacerbated his agitation. If he were to make a wish at this moment, it would likely be to relinquish his aspirations of becoming an admiral in favor of wishing for Randall's untimely demise. Ziegler stepped closer, gripping the railing tightly. He suddenly recalled the words of the general from the Warring States period. Upon the completion of this mission, Randall would be directly awarded the rank of Major General. How old could that little rascal be, still not having grown a full beard? The time he served in the Navy surpassed even his age. Yet, at such a tender age, he had already attained the rank of Lieutenant General, standing equal to himself. Moreover, he had accomplished nothing of note. As for his capabilities, how formidable could one be at such a young age? In stark contrast, he had toiled for countless years, accumulating military achievements, shedding blood and sweat, all to earn his own rank of Lieutenant General. The mere thought of this ignited a jealousy within him that threatened to tear him apart. This singular grievance overshadowed all previous grievances, elevating his hatred for Randall to its zenith. If only he could perish, mused General Ziegler. He certainly does not wish to engage in business with the other party. The mere mention of the name Randall fills him with exasperation. Furthermore, the thought of encountering him regularly in the future is unbearable. If that were to happen, he might as well subtract a decade from his life. Would it not be fortuitous if the other party were to meet with an unfortunate accident? Wait a moment. The term accident ignites a thought within General Ziegler. Speaking of accidents, what could be more prone to unforeseen mishaps than a mission to capture a pirate of unparalleled strength in such a battleground? Not only a mere child yet to reach maturity, but even he, a battle-hardened general, could face dire consequences. Even the residual shockwaves from a clash involving Barrett, Admiral Sengoku, and Captain Karp would be sufficient to claim Randall's life multiple times over. At that point, he would not even need to lift a finger. If he were to rescue at a slightly delayed pace, his wish might just come to fruition. Nevertheless, devising a means to thrust that young lad onto the battlefield remains a vexing dilemma. Zephyr had brought him in to polish his skills, not to lead the youth to his demise. And that young lad is no fool. As Zephyr's disciple, he is well aware of the sheer terror that top-tier combatants embody. He certainly would not seek his own demise. By that time, the little brat would undoubtedly be hiding aboard the warship. To be able to personally fire off a few shells would be a stroke of good fortune. So, what should be done? If it were not for the presence of the warlord and Admiral Karp, the situation would indeed be far simpler. He directly took action, extinguishing the life of that young brat without hesitation. Yet, it seemed that these two formidable figures regarded Randall with a certain favor. This posed a dilemma. Should this opportunity be missed, and the young lad truly ascend to the rank of Major General, taking action would become far more complicated. Think swiftly, Ziegler. Activate that clever mind of yours and ponder deeply. Time passed, and just as the warship was nearing the shores of the Red Earth continent, Ziegler's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, replaced by a shadowy smile. That young brat, do you truly aspire to become a Major General? Not a chance. I will snuff out your life. In that moment, he no longer resembled a naval officer executing justice. Instead, he appeared as a ruthless pirate, one who would be the very target of his own pursuits. Since boarding the warship, Randall had reclined on a deck chair, basking in the sun. Among the soldiers, some had witnessed Randall sparring with Zephyr in the training grounds. Those who were unaware soon learned, through the enlightenment of the informed, of his true status. He was a figure of great significance. At this moment, Randall lay with his eyes closed. He appeared to be asleep, yet he was earnestly attempting to merge observation haki with Kenbunchaku. Both armament haki and conqueror's haki could seamlessly integrate with Kenbunchaku, yielding an effect that was greater than the mere sum of its parts. Therefore, it seemed illogical that observation haki could not be fused. However, perhaps the disparity in the manifestations of observation haki and Kenbunchaku was too pronounced. Randall found himself unable to make the breakthrough. Admiral Ziegler. Just as he was engulfed in frustration, the respectful voice of a soldier reached his ears. He opened his eyes, sensing a powerful presence approaching him. Randall rose to his feet and beheld the figure, recognizing it as one of the 5 generals from earlier. Hadn't they previously disregarded him entirely? What could have prompted their sudden interest? He pondered with a hint of perplexity. You must be Randall, the esteemed disciple of Master Zifa. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. From now on, we shall be colleagues. I am Ziegler. The smile on General Ziegler's face was radiant, as he took the initiative to greet a young man who currently bore no distinguished status. However, beneath his genial facade lay a kernel of disdain. Indeed, it seemed he was merely a beneficiary of connections, lying there like a corpse. It baffled him how this youth had caught the eye of General Zifa. Observing the other's demeanor, it appeared as though their prior encounter at the dock, where he had deliberately chosen to disregard him, had never occurred. Randall found himself enveloped in confusion. What was the situation? How could a mere few hours lead to such a transformation? Surely, he could not have suddenly remembered that he was a disciple of Master Zifa and sought to ingratiate himself. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Randall did not hesitate in his actions. He first offered a salute and then remarked, General Ziegler, I am but a mere recruit and cannot claim any renown. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Randall got straight to the point. General Ziegler, what brings you to seek my company? General Ziegler's eyes flickered as he replied, it is nothing significant. I merely heard from the Marshal of the Warring States that upon the completion of your current mission, you will be appointed as a Major General. I have come to make your acquaintance in advance. Upon hearing this, Randall expressed a measure of surprise. This was the first time he had heard of such a matter. Previously, Zephyr had suggested that he go out to accumulate some merits, and Randall had indeed harbored some suspicions. However, he had assumed it was merely a promotion to the rank of Brigadier General. He never anticipated that the Warring States would exhibit such audacity. Bestowing the rank of Rear Admiral upon someone who had only joined the Navy a little over 6 months ago. It is worth noting that Randall had yet to celebrate his 17th birthday. At such a tender age, one could easily be regarded as a child. A 17-year-old Rear Admiral? How many would believe such a claim? Was this individual truly only seeking to ingratiate himself for this reason? As Randall pondered this, he remarked, "Is that so? It is also my first time hearing of this. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Admiral Ziegler." Upon hearing that Randall was completely unaware, Ziegler's indignation grew even stronger. He felt utterly resentful. Everything was being arranged for him without his input. Jealousy certainly has a way of distorting one's countenance. In that moment, Ziegler's mood soured even further. Yet, having navigated through so many years, he still possessed a measure of composure, though turmoil raged within him. His exterior displayed not a trace of disturbance. He chuckled and remarked, I cannot claim to offer guidance, however. Having served as a general for many more years than you, I do possess some experience worth sharing. Randall responded, I would be eager to hear more. Ziegler smiled and continued, for instance, the generals of the Warring States preferred to lead their troops into battle rather than hide aboard ships, directing soldiers to their demise. Upon hearing this, Randall cast a curious glance at Ziegler, not out of astonishment at the content of his words, but rather at the demeanor and tone with which he spoke. Nevertheless, he remained silent, choosing instead to listen attentively. Speaking of which, this mission was specifically assigned to you by the General of the Warring States for the purpose of gaining prestige, was it not? There is no need for concealment. This is quite a common occurrence. I merely did not anticipate the magnitude of the General's actions this time, It seemed that Randall began to grasp the situation, evidently. Ziegler harbored some reservations regarding his unexpected intrusion as a superfluous individual. He has now come to understand why those several lieutenant generals have chosen to disregard him. He is perceived as someone who has relied on the backdoor connections of Master Zephyr, a mere second generation. A faint smile crept across Randall's heart. If one were to put it this way, it is indeed not without its merits. He indeed secured the opportunity to participate in this operation through his connection with Teachers AFA. However, his intentions diverged somewhat from those of the other party. He did not come from military achievements. His sole purpose in arriving was to witness the capture of Barrett with his own eyes. If he could land a few punches, that would be even better. However, he found no need to elaborate, for he knew the other party would not believe him regardless. Thus, he simply acquiesced. Indeed. Yet, simultaneously, he pondered in his heart, if this individual harbored such disdain for his actions, why then did he voluntarily seek him out? Moreover, why was he so amiable in demeanor? Something is amiss. Randall sensed the sin of conspiracy. This fellow was undoubtedly a weasel wishing the chicken well, harboring nefarious intentions. Ziegler, oblivious to Randall's thoughts, perceived Randall's straightforward admission as a sign of his diminished worth in his eyes. The concept of gilding, after all, is an unspoken rule accepted by all. Yet, since it is an unspoken rule, it should not be articulated outright. One must remain cognizant of it, for once it is voiced, the essence transforms entirely. He could not help but shake his head in disdain, thinking, indeed, he is just a mere child, still untouched by maturity. Nothing can be concealed from him. Just look at Randall, and then look at him. The difference is simply vast. He harbored an immense disdain for Randall, yet outwardly, he managed to maintain a cheerful demeanor. Such is the disparity. Ziegler chuckled lightly and remarked, gilding can indeed be categorized into perfect and imperfect varieties. Young brother, do exercise caution. Ensure that others have no room to interject. Randall, seizing the opportunity, replied, you certainly possess great wisdom, elder brother. Pray tell, what distinguishes the two? His eyes brimmed with curiosity and eagerness, exhibiting exceptional acting prowess. Observing this, Ziegler mused inwardly, indeed, he is but a naive child, a mere hint from me. And he is ensnared. I truly wonder what General Zephyr sees in him. Even the Warring States Marshal and General Carp have taken a liking to him. Have they all collectively lost their sight? Such outstanding individuals fail to recognize their own worth and instead choose a mere novice. He cleared his throat and said, Conversing with you, my young friend, has been quite delightful. Well then, allow me to share a few thoughts. Observing the smug expression on General Ziegler's face, Randall felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Nevertheless, he feigned surprise, eagerness, and anticipation, displaying a range of emotions. Ziegler, noticing this, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction before continuing, let us first discuss the flawed gilding, which merely serves as a faiade during missions. Presence without action is utterly disconcerting. Such gilding is incredibly off-putting. Not only will the officers genuinely engaged in the task be incensed, but the warlord will also harbor discontent. Thus, my young friend, your promotion lacks legitimacy. Even in the presence of a general, you will be the subject of much disdain behind closed doors. He paused, then elaborated. Conversely, perfect gilding is an entirely different matter. It requires a contribution to the mission's success, regardless of the magnitude of your efforts or their effectiveness. It is imperative to demonstrate your commitment, allowing others to witness your willingness to strive. By doing so, you can silence the majority of dissenters. When you eventually ascend to the rank of general, your journey will be considerably smoother. As Randall listened, clarity dawned upon him. This man was urging him to take to the battlefield himself. He pondered for a moment, feigning a mix of eagerness and hesitation, and said, "But this mission is to capture that devil's descendant, Barrett, isn't it? He is a crew member of the Pirate King." Ziegler, observing this, realized that Randall was intrigued. They were now just a step away from dispelling his concerns. "Ah, young brother, this is the peril that our Navy must confront. But rest assured, I shall protect you. Though I may not match Barrett in strength, we have Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp leading the charge. We only need to deal with the aftermath. Fear not. With me by your side, you shall be completely safe." Ziegler patted his chest with a bravado that suggested he would shoulder the burden. This speech made Randall aware that Sengoku had not disclosed his true capabilities. However, even if Sengoku had revealed them, it was likely that most would not believe it. After all, it seemed too outrageous. Little did Ziegler realize that the boy standing before him, barely past his youth, possessed strength that surpassed his own. Randall mused. In Ziegler's estimation, his abilities were likely no greater than that of a junior officer. What, then, motivated Ziegler to desire the involvement of this weakling in such a high-stakes battlefield? Although he outwardly presented himself as being concerned for Randall's welfare, it was clear that he harbored ulterior motives. Yet, Randall remained oblivious to the other's true intent. Nevertheless, he put on a facade of disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother, are you truly serious?" Ziegler chuckled inwardly, maintaining a gentle smile on his face. "Of course, I'm serious. You can rest easy. I will ensure your safety." Thus, by participating in the capture of a pirate of this caliber, you will have solid grounds to claim your place. A legitimate path to your demise, he added in his mind. Randall instantly displayed a grateful expression, saying, "Thank you so much, brother. Once I become a rear admiral, I shall repay you handsomely." Chapter 109. Garp, hurry to assist. Ziegler could not help but scoff internally. You aspire to be a rear admiral? Perhaps in your next life. He laughed heartily. No need for thanks. It is only right to support the younger generation. With a wave of his hand, Ziegler dismissed any further ceremony. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. Randall reclined back in his chair, pondering Ziegler's true intentions. After much contemplation, he realized he lacked the aptitude for such scheming. Never mind, it mattered little. As long as he possessed strength, he could counter any of their schemes. With this realization, Randall felt a wave of contentment wash over him, and he prepared to delve deeper into his mastery of observation hockey. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, he noticed one of the warships, which had been advancing in formation, suddenly change course. The ship was turning back. Randall instinctively activated his observation hockey to probe the vessel. His expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming presence aboard that ship. It was Garp. What was happening? Why did Garp suddenly depart? 5 minutes earlier, aboard Sengoku and Garp's warship, the two were naturally on the same vessel. Although Sengoku often expressed disdain for Garp, there was an undeniable sense of camaraderie akin to Garp might torment him endlessly, yet he treats Garp like a first love. They were engaged in idle chatter, enjoying the sea breeze while munching on rice crackers and donuts. Meanwhile, other rear admirals and soldiers were visibly tense, yet these two, destined to face the greatest threat, remained utterly unfazed, dismissing the Pirate King's crew and the Devil's Descendant as inconsequential. At that moment, Sengoku's transponder snail rang. Brew, 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 brew. Sengoku paused and answered the call. "Hello, this is Sengoku." However, the voice on the other end was filled with urgency. "Admiral Sengoku, it's bad. There has been an incident at Impel Down." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's brow furrowed. "What has happened? Speak clearly." The voice on the other end was trembling with fear. It's the Golden Lion." Sengoku's frown deepened, and he demanded sharply, "Soldier, stay calm. Explain the situation. What has happened to the Golden Lion? He was securely imprisoned in Impel Down, wasn't he? Has someone come to rescue him?" The voice took several deep breaths before responding. "Admiral Sengoku, the Golden Lion has escaped on his own. He severed his own legs to free himself from the Sea Prism Stone." "What?" Upon hearing of the Golden Lion's escape, a thunderous sound resonated within the mind of the Wano country. The destructive power of the Golden Lion is indeed overwhelmingly formidable. He is not only one of the foremost swordsmen in the world but also possesses extraordinary abilities. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his powers are exceedingly troublesome. While they may not significantly enhance single-target attacks, when it comes to causing destruction, he undoubtedly ranks among the very best of all. Furthermore, one must consider that he operates from within a prison, a place notorious for inciting chaos. The mere thought of the criminals confined on the 6th level nearly caused Sengoku to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. Nonetheless, Sengoku is still Sengoku, although these mental deliberations seem lengthy. They transpire in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he inquired, What is the current situation? The voice from the other end conveyed a sense of utter chaos. One could almost visualize the disarray of the soldier on the opposite side. The Golden Lion has successfully escaped. Upon hearing this, the warring states breathed a sigh of relief. They were not overly concerned about his escape. For if they had captured him once, they could certainly do so again. Their greatest fear lay in the prospect of the Golden Lion wreaking havoc within the prison. Yet, the warring states soon heard the voice continue. However, before his departure, the Golden Lion left the prison in utter disarray. The prisoners on the 6th and 5th floors have mostly managed to break free. Many others from the remaining levels have also escaped. The warden and the deputy warden are struggling to suppress the inmates, but the sheer number of prisoners is overwhelming. Commander of the warring states, we are nearing our limits. Upon hearing this, the warring states felt a surge of blood pressure rise sharply within him. His greatest fear has indeed come to pass. I will promptly dispatch additional personnel for support. With a slight tremor, he placed the phone down. Carp. Well, I shall take my leave at once. The situation is dire. And Carp also adopted a serious demeanor. Considering the distance, he was the closest at hand. There was simply no time to send anyone else by the time they arrived. The dust would have already settled. As swiftly as possible. No holds barred. Sengoku stated in a grave tone. Carp nodded. A portion of the prisoners had been incarcerated without execution due to their troublesome fruit abilities. To ensure that no one else could acquire these powers, it was necessary to keep them alive. However, the urgency of the current situation eclipsed such concerns. Carp then boarded another warship. Carp, Vice Admiral. Quickly adjust your course towards the comm belt, impel down. The soldiers were somewhat taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be surrounding Barrett? Why the sudden change of course towards the prison? Yet, seeing Carp, who was usually so irreverent, now clad in seriousness, they understood that something significant had occurred. Thus, they promptly responded and executed the orders with utmost speed. Sengoku watched the departing warship, his anxiety slightly alleviated. You truly have some nerve, cutting off my legs. Golden Lion. Sengoku muttered through gritted teeth. He gazed anxiously into the distance. Of all times, it had to be now. Nevertheless, with his presence, and accompanied by 5 vice admirals, along with the formidable Randall, capturing Barrett should be more than feasible. Sengoku pondered for a moment before making another call. The instant the other party connected, the phone bug in Sengoku's hand took on a rather dubious demeanor. Hello, this is Admiral Sengoku speaking. Borsalino, are you preoccupied with pressing matters? Indeed, there are some issues. But I can delegate them to others, Borsalino replied, sensing the unusual gravity in Sengoku's tone. Sengoku exhaled in relief and instructed, then make haste to impel down at once. Borsalino felt a stir of apprehension. Has something happened at impel down? Sengoku pressed his fingers against his forehead and revealed, the Golden Lion has escaped. He wreaked havoc before his departure. Carp is already en route. You must leave immediately. And remember, do not hold back. Upon hearing this, Borsalino's heart tightened. Without further ado, he hung up, relayed a few instructions to his subordinate, and transformed into light, vanishing into the horizon. Sengoku set down the phone bug with a sigh. Although there were formidable foes within the 6 floors, with Carp and Borsalino on the scene, the situation should be manageable. Yet, Sengoku soon found himself troubled again. For he understood that the most daunting threat was not the chaos and impelled down, but rather the villains who had escaped. Chapter 110, Unexpected Circumstances. At this moment, suppressing the turmoil in impel down was of utmost urgency. However, no matter how timely or flawlessly the suppression was executed, it would merely serve as damage control. Sengoku had indeed sent Carp and Borsalino to quell the unrest, but the paramount concern remained the safety of his comrades. He understood that the 2 prison wardens advancing towards the city, particularly the deputy warden Magellan, were individuals of unparalleled loyalty and a profound sense of responsibility. When confronted with a veritable sea of pirates, the notion of retreat was utterly foreign to them. He hoped that Carp and Borsalino would arrive in a timely manner. However, Sengoku was acutely aware that overcoming this hurdle was merely the beginning of a more formidable challenge. The thought of countless nefarious criminals returning to the ocean filled Sengoku with an aversion to assuming the mantle of the admiral. Is it still possible for him to have a change of heart? However, the true source of distress lies not with him, but with Kong. Recently, Kong has been gradually acclimatizing himself to the duties of the Supreme Commander at Mary Geos. Initially, he was quite content, anticipating a seamless abdication in due time. Alas, an unforeseen incident has transpired. Such a malignant event is bound to provoke a significant uproar among the masses, while it may not have substantial repercussions for Kong. It certainly tarnishes his reputation, which he holds in the highest regard. Should Kong become aware of this situation, he would likely be consumed with worry, unable to eat or sleep for days on end. As the tension escalated for Sengoku, 5 vice admirals, along with Randall, arrived on his ship after discovering that Carp had suddenly departed. Admiral Sengoku, what has transpired? Why has Vice Admiral Carp left so abruptly? One vice admiral inquired with a furrowed brow. Sengoku surveyed the crowd, sighed, and recounted the events that had unfolded. The group collectively gasped in astonishment. Gold Lion. He is on par with the notorious Barrett, a pirate of the highest caliber. Moreover, his formidable presence surpasses that of Barrett. After all, the Gold Lion is synonymous with the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. They soon realized that the crux of the matter did not lie with the gold lion, but rather with the circumstances surrounding Impel Down, which was of utmost importance. No wonder Vice Admiral Karp had departed unexpectedly. The atmosphere was thick with concern, not only due to the precarious situation at Impel Down, but also because their ranks had been diminished by the absence of a top-tier combatant, adding a layer of uncertainty to their mission. However, Vice Admiral Ziegler, upon hearing of Karp's departure and likely exclusion from the mission, betrayed a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Yet, he quickly masked it, donning a facade of shared concern. Ziegler believed he had concealed his emotions well, unaware that Randall was observing him keenly due to previous events. He caught sight of Ziegler's peculiar demeanor and pondered, our forces are diminished, and the risks of the mission have escalated. Why does he display such uncharacteristic delight? Could it be advantageous to some of his schemes? What plans might he harbor? Just then, Sengoku spoke up. Enough. I have dispatched Karp and Borsellino to address this matter, so there is no need for you to fret. Focus on executing your missions effectively. The group nodded in unison. As Ziegler prepared to depart, he cast a discreet glance at Randall's back, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The so-called impregnable fortress of Impel Down has proven susceptible to escape. It seems fate itself is conspiring against you. Meanwhile, as Randall made his way back, he found himself deep in thought. Once the Gold Lion escapes, will he head straight to the East Blue? Ah, how nostalgic. I recall when I first arrived in this world, just after the Gold Lion had attacked the Navy headquarters. Had it not been for Borsellino's timely intervention, I might have been incarcerated as an accomplice of the Gold Lion. Wait a moment. A certain individual, with a calculative mind, began to connect the dots. Considering this, I nearly ended up imprisoned because of the Gold Lion. I was fortunate. Otherwise, I would have been branded a criminal. Had that occurred, I would never have become a disciple of Zifa Sensei, would not possess my current strength, nor would I have saved the angelic Krista. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He and the Gold Lion had developed a profound enmity rivaling that of his near-fatal encounter with Barrett. Randall's teeth clenched in frustration. Gold Lion. You almost got away with it. This grudge shall be avenged by me, Randall. Not long after, the warship successfully navigated past the Red Line, arriving in the New World. As Randall inhaled the air of the New World, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Indeed, the previous warmth of the New World had left an indelible psychological scar. He was deeply apprehensive about the possibility of encountering another towering waterspout or a deadly vortex. However, perhaps the heavens had heeded his prayers, for the journey thus far had been devoid of any extreme weather conditions. In this manner, the fleet arrived at an uninhabited isle. The generals of the warring states and Commander Randall convened together. What followed was a patient wait. Eventually, their target would manifest on an island situated southeast of this small landmass, approximately half an hour's distance in a straight line. Upon hearing this, the several commanders remained silent, their expressions grave as they nodded in solemn agreement. They have begun to adjust their states. Amidst this, General Ziegler took a moment to observe Randall's condition and noticed that his hands were trembling slightly. Ziegler could not help but smirk inwardly. It was no surprise that he had entered through the back door, appearing no different from a novice recruit. Little did he realize that Randall's tremors were not born of fear, but rather of exhilaration. He is eagerly anticipating his revenge. Ideally, the best outcome would be for the warring states to injure Barrett and then allow him to engage in a one-on-one duel. That would be simply perfect. He is capable of enduring sufficient pressure without being overwhelmed. Regrettably, his previous tentative inquiry to Sengoku regarding this matter was met with an unequivocal refusal. Alas, he can only strive to seize the opportunity to land a few blows on Barrett amidst Sengoku's distractions. As time ticks away, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. After 2 hours and 10 minutes, a sound finally breaks the silence. The transponder snail nestled in Sengoku's arms begins to ring. He hurriedly answered the transponder. Moshi Moshi. This is Sengoku. Commander Sengoku. The target has entered the vicinity of the island. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a surge of energy. Then, let us board. The mission commences. Sengoku hung up the call and then gazed solemnly at the crowd, stating, yes. 9 warships unfurled their sails and set sail. As time passed steadily, a small black dot soon appeared on the horizon. There lay the destination of their journey. With the ships advancing, the outline of the island became clearer. It was an uninhabited isle. However, upon observing the situation on the island, Sengoku furrowed his brow, for the scene before him differed greatly from his expectations. Chapter 111. The unexpected arrival. Originally, Sengoku had envisioned a scene of fierce combat unfolding on the island. Yet, the island was remarkably tranquil at that moment. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Sengoku's brow knitted in concern. He immediately unleashed his observation haki to assess the situation on the island. What is happening? Hadn't the soldiers reported that Barrett had already entered the island's territory? Then where are the people? There is not a soul in sight on the island. What is going on? Sengoku swiftly retrieved his transponder and attempted to contact the personnel responsible for surveillance. However, the transponder emitted static for quite some time, and no one answered on the other end. Sengoku's heart sank. This is bad. Something has gone awry. He promptly shouted, halt your advance. Although the crowd displayed expressions of confusion, they faithfully obeyed the command. However, by that time, the warship was already nearing the shore. Sengoku's order had come too late. In the very next moment after the warship came to a stop, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the sea. Suddenly, a powerful submarine surged forth from beneath the waves, crashing directly into the flank of the warship. This was no ordinary submarine. It was one enveloped in armament. The impact was such that even a vessel forged from steel was left with a significant gash, teetering on the brink of destruction. Curse it. It's Barrett. Sengoku glared menacingly at the submarine. Yet, at that moment, the submarine remained lodged within the warship, placing Sengoku in a precarious position. Then, the submarine sprang into action. Its propellers whirled furiously, dislodging it from the warship before it dove back into the depths. With the separation of the submarine and the warship, Sengoku's fury was unleashed. With a thunderous roar, he was enveloped in a radiant golden light, his stature swelling dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a magnificent golden Buddha. The beast-type mythical Zoan fruit, the Buddha form. The Wano warrior, now embodied as the Buddha, exuded an air of solemnity, yet his fury was palpable. He raised his palm towards the position of the previously submerged submarine, unleashing a wave of force. Amidst the resounding roar, Randall observed a transparent trajectory slicing through the air, extending rapidly towards the ocean's surface. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the sea erupted. An immense volume of water shot skyward, descending like a torrential downpour. Randall was left in awe. In comparison to the ferocity of the shockwave, his iron fist, impact steel seemed utterly insignificant. This was merely a tentative assault from the warring states. However, the attack did not find its mark. As he retracted his hand, ready to seek out the enemy's position, he was suddenly met with a jarring sound, reminiscent of twisted metal. He swiftly turned around, only to witness another warship pierce through its midsection. Sengoku gritted his teeth. This time he did not hesitate, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A resplendent shockwave surged across the heavens and earth, crashing forcefully against the submarine. The vessel was immediately sent flying, yet the warship sustained secondary damage. A piercing sound of tearing steel echoed as the warship split cleanly in two. The soldiers tumbled into the sea like dumplings, creating a scene of utter chaos. The propelled submarine, under Sengoku's deliberate adjustment of its trajectory, soared over the island before crashing down with a thunderous roar. You prioritize the rescue of the soldiers. I shall confront Barrett. Sengoku's voice thundered like a clap of distant thunder. In a flash of golden light, the immense and corpulent Buddha had already arrived atop the island. Randall gazed longingly at the receding golden figure, not in admiration of its physique, but in awe of its power. The ability to wreak havoc with mere gestures was an exhilarating sensation. Quickly, swiftly, transfer the soldiers from the two damaged warships to others. Do not panic. Admiral Sengoku stands guard against Barrett. The aides to the generals promptly began to issue commands. Meanwhile, the battle on the island had commenced. Though the submarine had endured Sengoku's shockwave unscathed, the hatch at its top opened, and a robust man in military attire emerged. Douglas Barrett. Sengoku regarded the figure before him with grave intensity. He would assert that he would not be defeated by this man. Yet he could not claim with certainty that victory was assured. Oh, the Buddha Sengoku. Why has T-Carp shown up? Barrett sneered. No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki surged forth with reckless abandon. Faced with the oppressive might of Barrett's haki, Sengoku did not falter, releasing his own in retaliation. The two forces collided violently, sending black and red arcs of energy rippling throughout the cosmos. In that moment, the world dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The spectrum of color faded, leaving only Sengoku and Barrett illuminated amidst the chaos. The fleet of warships was over 1,000 meters away, yet even at that distance, the 5 vice admirals felt as though they could scarcely lift their heads. They were struck with astonishment, realizing that they had previously underestimated the prowess of top-tier combatants. Merely executing this maneuver, they could manage to exert only 70% of their strength during battle, which would be commendable. At that moment, the momentum of both parties abruptly diminished, and their figures simultaneously vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, at the focal point where they had stood, a palm and a fist collided with tremendous force. Instantly, the space at the point of impact warped. The earth surrounding them was upheaved, and the entire island trembled under the force of their clash. After a few seconds, both figures retreated simultaneously. This strike, however, left neither party able to gain the upper hand. Barrett chuckled, his signature gesture of raising his chin as he looked down upon the considerably taller form of the Buddha of War. In turn, the Buddha of War also elevated his chin, gazing down at the pirate Barrett. Capturing Barrett alone does not necessitate both of us being present, declared the Buddha of War with authority. Barrett's eyes narrowed as he replied, Oh really? What if I am not alone? At this, the Buddha of War felt a jolt of alarm. What do you mean? He roared like a furious deity. Utterly meaningless. Barrett completely disregarded Sengoku's wrath, grinning wickedly as he spoke. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed the situation had spiraled beyond his control. The next moment, his apprehension was confirmed. From the distant waters, not far from the fleet, a figure wielding a blade suddenly emerged. He merely raised his hand slightly, and a chilling surge of sword energy erupted forth, sending several crimson waves of slashing force directly towards the fleet. This single gesture was sufficient to reveal the opponent's formidable prowess. A grand swordsman. Only a grand swordsman could unleash such a razor-sharp assault. Among the 5 vice admirals present, Two were also sword wielders. Startled, they immediately drew their swords and struck. Yet, in their panic, their hasty attacks were no match for the meticulously planned assault of their opponent. As soon as they made contact, the strikes from the Vice Admiral crumbled. Meanwhile, the crimson wave of slashing energy surged forth, slicing through three warships with relentless force. Chapter 112. Is that so? You were quite impressive. With a sound that sent chills down their spines, all three warships were severed in twain. In a single blow, the Navy suffered severe casualties. The Vice Admirals wore expressions of grave concern. This individual's strength was likely superior to their own. Damn it. Witnessing the Navy's devastation, Sengoku was instantly filled with fury. He immediately contemplated extinguishing the sudden emergence of that formidable swordsman. However, Barrett was not one to be trifled with. As Sengoku attempted to depart, Barrett was determined to prevent his escape. In a swift motion, Barrett stepped forward, his fist, akin to a large cauldron, suddenly enveloped in darkness, striking towards Sengoku's waist with tremendous force. Left with no choice, Sengoku gritted his teeth, halted his advance, and retaliated with a punch, colliding with Barrett's formidable blow. Isn't that individual the one you seek to challenge? Sengoku inquired, while his subordinates engaged Barrett in relentless combat. Barrett, ever vigilant, maintained an impenetrable defense, his form seemingly unified, repelling Sengoku's attacks without fail. Ah, did you think I was unaware of your Navy surveillance? He taunted, since he wished to witness our struggle, hoping to reap the rewards. Let us see who truly emerges as the fisherman. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his relentless pursuit would lead to him being outmaneuvered by Barrett. That swordsman has been under your command all along? Sengoku questioned, simultaneously unleashing a shockwave directed at Barrett's face. Barrett effortlessly dispelled the wave capable of shattering mountains and replied, not at all. He merely happens to harbor a grudge against the Navy. I can only say, fortune favors me. Sengoku thought to himself that Barrett's luck surpassed his expectations. Why did the incident occur now, when the situation at Impel Down had been stable until this moment? If Garp were present, despite the swordsman's strength, he would be no match for Garp's fists. However, the current circumstances were different. While the swordsman would undoubtedly struggle against the combined might of the five admirals, defeating him would still require time. During that interval, if the adversary were truly ruthless, the soldiers he had brought could suffer devastating losses. Sengoku felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, Barrett deliberately toyed with Sengoku, drawing closer when Sengoku sought to escape, and distancing himself when Sengoku aimed for a swift resolution, leaving Sengoku utterly frustrated. Isn't it truly vexing? Witnessing your soldiers being slaughtered while feeling utterly powerless? While they fought, Barrett also employed verbal assaults, continually prodding Sengoku's already sensitive nerves. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, your Navy has secretly nurtured a talent, hasn't it? Unfortunately, he was far too arrogant, venturing alone into the new world while still so weak. You must have expended considerable resources on him. But alas, he is no more. I killed him. Barrett's eyes glowed crimson, resembling a malevolent spirit as he fixed his gaze upon Sengoku. Yet, contrary to expectations, instead of the anticipated fury, there was only a glimmer of confusion. Sengoku was indeed perplexed at that moment. When did their Navy secretly cultivate talents? How could this marshal be unaware? After pondering for a while, he concluded that the Navy had no clandestine talent cultivation program whatsoever. So, was the other party deceiving him? Wait. In his moment of confusion, a flash of insight struck Warring State's mind. He suddenly recalled that Zephyr had mentioned to him how Randall had lain in bed for half a month, seemingly due to an encounter with Barrett. So, Barrett referred to that young man, Randall? If it indeed pertains to him, though it may be somewhat inappropriate. At this moment, Sengoku regarded Barrett and felt an unexpected urge to laugh. Really? You're quite impressive, Sengoku stated with utmost seriousness. Barrett was instantly bewildered. What does that mean? Aren't you even a little heartbroken or angry? He couldn't comprehend Sengoku's reaction. Just as Barrett was about to say something, a surge of conqueror's haki erupted from afar. The two, who had been entangled, abruptly separated and turned their gaze toward the source of the haki. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, fearing that an enemy reinforcement had arrived. After all, aside from him, there was no one else in the Navy who wielded conqueror's haki. But to his surprise, when he turned to look, he found that the one unleashing the haki was none other than Randall. This young man possesses conqueror's haki? When did this happen? Zephyr had not informed him. Did he truly remain oblivious to this matter? Or was he aware yet chose to remain silent? In that moment, Jean Goy's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Upon encountering Randall, Barrett's eyes widened in astonishment. That little brat. How could this be possible? Randall's visage was undeniably distinctive. After all, he was exceedingly handsome. In a world filled with an array of peculiar appearances, Randall's countenance left an even more profound impression. Indeed, Barrett recognized him with a mere glance. He was the very naval secret agent whom he had nearly defeated and subsequently cast into the maelstrom. But how could this be? Was it a ghost he beheld in broad daylight? He is undoubtedly the most aware of the severity of Randall's injury at that time. After all, it was he who fought valiantly, punch by punch. Moreover, even in the absence of injury, being caught in such a formidable vortex would certainly mean a near-fatal encounter. Let alone the fact that the injuries he sustained were so severe that without timely medical intervention, he could have faced death itself. It was a dire situation. one that could leave little more than a fragmented corpse. Yet, regardless of Barrett's shock and disbelief, Randall now stood before him, displaying an air of triumph. Even if one's visage could be fabricated, that overwhelming presence, that aura of dominance, Barrett could never mistake. It was undoubtedly the same individual from that fateful day. In an instant, Barrett found himself questioning his very existence. How on earth did that young man survive from such a dire predicament? At this moment, Sengoku was no longer flustered. Previously, in his haste, he had momentarily forgotten that in addition to himself and the 5 vice admirals, there was another extraordinary individual accompanying them. While he was uncertain of Randall's offensive capabilities, he was all too familiar with his formidable defense. Randall's extraordinarily resilient nature was a perfect counter to swordsmen, who often wield high attack power but possess frail vitality. With this realization, Sengoku was thoroughly reassured. In truth, he felt fortunate to have brought Randall along, otherwise the losses incurred would have been catastrophic. With his tension alleviated, he found himself in the mood to jest. Barrett, do you know that young man? Even if you do, there's no need to be so astonished. Barrett remained immersed in his shock and self-doubt, utterly disinclined to engage with Sengoku. Yet Sengoku feigned a dramatic epiphany, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. Could it be that young man is the secret talent you mentioned from the Navy? Hey, didn't you say you had killed him?" Upon hearing this, Barrett's expression darkened immediately. At that moment, he was utterly mortified, as if his toes were clutching the ground in embarrassment. However, he suddenly paused, followed by a sardonic chuckle, and remarked, don't talk about me. Your place is quite lively, isn't it?" Sengoku's expression shifted. "What do you mean?" Chapter 113, Just don't let my blade be the instrument of your demise. Having just put on an air of superiority, only to have it punctured moments later by the harsh reality, what a profoundly awkward experience that must be. Even a battle-crazed lunatic like Barrett, who cared only for combat, felt a hint of heat rising to his cheeks. Oh, wasn't his face already flushed? Well, that settles it. In any case, Barrett's complexion visibly darkened, much to Sengoku's amusement. Barrett pondered in bewilderment, questioning why this individual had not perished yet. Turning his gaze, he fixed his stare upon Randall's direction, extending his observation haki to discern the nature of this peculiar being. Yet, the information relayed back from his observation haki proved to be rather intriguing. He turned his head and sneered at Sengoku, saying, "Let's not talk about me. Your side seems rather lively." Sengoku's playful smile faltered as he replied, "What do you mean?" "You can simply use your observation haki to find out," came the retort. Barrett, for the moment, seemed in no hurry to make a move. As Sengoku heard this, he remained vigilant against a potential sneak attack from Barrett while extending his observation haki. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. This situation was quite alarming. Rewind 10 minutes to the moment when that great swordsman had just severed 3 warships in half. Several vice admirals watched in horror as their soldiers, unable to evade, were cleaved in 2, their eyes reddening with anger. It is worth noting that the soldiers brought along were all part of their direct command. However, among the 5 vice admirals, Vice Admiral Ziegler remained unfazed. This was partly because his troops had not been affected, and partly because he perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Marshal Sengoku was preoccupied with Barrett, completely oblivious to the events unfolding here. At this moment, he could effortlessly take action against Randall without any qualms. Yet, he still needed to maintain his own image, thus he reluctantly decided to utilize the swordsman's hand to eliminate that impetuous young man. While he contemplated this, the 2 generals from his direct troops, who had just been slain, were now charging towards the swordsman with bloodshot eyes. Ziegler, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm. "You mustn't let my blade be vanquished." However, to his astonishment, the swordsman exhibited remarkable resilience. Even under the assault of the 2 generals, he remained composed, and his fierce attacks rendered them hesitant and restrained. As soon as they engaged, the 2 generals quickly realized the truth. This individual was a madman. He fought with a reckless abandon, embodying the principle of offense as defense to an extraordinary degree. Just how terrifying is a swordsman who completely forsakes defense? He endures a blow from others, perhaps sustaining only severe injuries, yet a single strike from him could extinguish another's life instantly. This vividly reflects the sentiments harbored by the 2 generals. "Hey, you lot, lend a hand now." One general, slightly flustered, evaded a slicing strike aimed directly at his neck and shouted in exasperation towards the 3 generals who were merely spectating. With their names called for assistance, the remaining 3 generals could no longer remain passive. They began to mobilize, preparing to engage. Among them, General Ziegler hesitated momentarily and directed his attention towards the entirely overlooked Randall, saying, "Young brother, this is an opportune moment to accrue merit. With the 5 of us shielding you, as long as you remain within the combat zone, even without taking action, the accolades will undoubtedly be yours." The 2 leading generals were taken aback, turning to Ziegler with a look of confusion. "What is going on? Weren't you the one who seemed to disdain this young fellow the most? What has transpired to cause such a dramatic shift in your demeanor? And why involve a mere novice? Are you suggesting he should take a blow? Will he even manage to wield the armament haki? This is nothing but a recipe for chaos." Randall was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile at Ziegler, and amidst the bewildered gazes of the 2 soldiers, he truly took a step forward and followed suit. Goodness, one dares to call out, while the other genuinely responds. They shook their heads and chose to ignore him. After all, this path was one he had chosen for himself, and if he were to meet his demise, it would be by his own design. Upon witnessing that Randall truly acquiesced, General Ziegler felt a surge of joy within his heart. He was also concerned that Randall, witnessing such a harrowing scene, might become fearful and reconsider. It seems he truly is quite the Na'vi one. At this moment, the swordsman also took note of the few individuals who had gathered around. His crimson eyes gleamed with an unprecedented intensity as he unleashed a formidable strike. The previous two vice admirals were compelled to retreat, evading his onslaught, while the swordsman seized the opportunity to withdraw. Confronted by 5 vice admirals, he could barely hold his ground. Were he truly encircled, he would simply discard his blade. At this moment, a powerful swordsman stood in opposition to 5 vice admirals. Meanwhile, Randall, he remained shielded behind Ziegler. "Stay back and observe our actions," were Ziegler's exact words to Randall. He fears that after Randall suffers an injury, he will become timid and retreat, no longer daring to advance. Thus, he must wait for the opponent to unleash a move capable of truly incapacitating Randall. But is Randall the type to simply obey? Certainly not. He directly disregarded Ziegler's words and prepared to warm up against the swordsman. However, Ziegler, either intentionally or unintentionally, positioned himself in front of Randall, preventing him from fully engaging. This left Randall exceedingly vexed. He pondered whether this individual truly sought to protect him. Otherwise, why would he shield him from the enemy's onslaught? In that moment, Randall began to question whether he had misjudged this person. Although the latter disapproved of him, was he still willing to offer protection for the sake of the Navy? Meanwhile, the battle among the others intensified, leaving Randall with no opportunity to intervene. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders, wondering if he was even granted a chance to warm up. Though the swordsman possessed strength surpassing that of any lieutenant general, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by the combined might of the 5. In less than 5 minutes, the brilliance of his previous prowess had faded into obscurity. Yet, as they observed the swordsman's disheveled state, the lieutenant generals remained vigilant, for their keen observation told them that the swordsman, now battered and bruised, was far more dangerous than the pristine warrior he had been at the outset. Suddenly, a fierce and tragic aura erupted from the swordsman, startling the lieutenant generals into retreat. "Even if I perish, I shall take one down with me. 1 loss is acceptable, 2 would be a gain." The words, steeped in fervor, seemed to stain the very air around him crimson. Sensing that their opponent was poised for a desperate counterattack, the lieutenant generals braced themselves. Aware that the forthcoming strike would likely be his most radiant and powerful, they cannot help but feel a weight in their hearts. They initially believed they would merely bask in the glory of their superiors' achievements. Little did they know, unexpected calamities awaited them. The thought of exerting themselves was far from their desires. However, an astonishing voice suddenly pierced through the tension. "Scum, we are on the brink of death. What bravado do you speak of? Those present here have cast aside the notion of life and death. Do you truly think you can intimidate us? Is it not rather that you are merely posturing in a futile attempt to flee?" Chapter 114. Which one of you is the true self? "Scum, we are on the brink of death. What bravado do you speak of? Those standing here have disregarded the concept of life and death. Do you believe you can frighten us? Is it not that you are merely putting on a show to cover your intent to escape?" Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the room converged upon the speaker, General Ziegler. The other generals were genuinely taken aback that Ziegler would dare to voice such sentiments. His usual demeanor hardly resembles that of someone who would utter such words. What, is he now striving so fervently for accolades? Even if he exerts himself further, how could he possibly continue to ascend in rank? In response to Ziegler's provocation, the swordsman's crimson eyes shifted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Merely being scrutinized by such a swordsman, Ziegler felt as though he could detect the scent of blood lingering in the air. His nose glistened with beads of perspiration. Despite his preparation, he was overwhelmed by an intense nervousness. "It's your turn." The swordsman uttered these 4 words, and suddenly, his entire demeanor contracted. The onlookers beheld as the crimson aura surrounding him converged towards his blade. Instantly, the once brilliant edge of the sword transformed into a menacing shade of scarlet. The swordsman casually waved his weapon, leaving trails of red in the air that filled the hearts of the spectators with an unshakable trepidation. They were acutely aware that the swordsman's impending strike would undoubtedly astound the heavens and move the spirits. Yet, the prelude had already left them in a state of profound oppression. Most afflicted, of course, was Ziegler, who found himself the target of the swordsman's attention. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Randall, but he certainly did not wish to gamble with his own life. Such a loss would be too great. How could the life of a mere child possibly compare to his own? Ziegler muttered inwardly, unable to suppress his unease. The pressure was overwhelmingly intense, far more so than before. Was this some sort of life-threatening maneuver? As the crowd grew anxious, the swordsman's aura continued to ascend relentlessly. Several generals hesitated to intervene, sensing that should anyone step forward, they would be met with a devastating strike. It was clear that the opponent could unleash their power at any moment during this build-up. Given the current intensity of their adversary, the individual who faced that thunderous blow would likely not emerge unscathed, even if they survived. If they were gravely injured and their comrades failed to provide timely assistance, allowing the swordsman to deliver a finishing blow, it would spell certain doom. Thus, the situation could be summed up as one of inevitable death. Confronted with such a fatal outcome, the crowd found themselves paralyzed by indecision. They exchanged glances, silently communicating with their eyes. Hey, you go first. You were so resolute before. Hurry up and take the lead. After surveying the group, it was evident that none were willing to step forward. The other 4 generals could not help but snorted disdain. They had spoken so eloquently earlier, yet now they hesitated. Indeed, they had come to understand General Ziegler all too well. However, even if you delay, the swordsman's initial target will undoubtedly be you. Go ahead and procrastinate. They're in no rush. Among those present, the one who felt the most at ease was undoubtedly Randall. At that moment, the swordsman resembled a grenade with its pin pulled, ready to detonate at any moment, with everyone within the blast radius. Yet, Randall remained utterly unperturbed, completely oblivious to the perilous atmosphere that had put the 5 generals on high alert. He even hoped that the impending explosion would possess even greater power. Thus, during the standoff, the swordsman's aura ascended with remarkable intensity. As his presence intensified, his blade grew increasingly crimson, while his countenance drained of color. Remarkably, the swordsman appeared to shrink before the eyes of the onlookers. In a mere span of seconds, he transformed from a relatively robust figure into a mere skeleton. Yet, at this moment, the swordsman's eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance, akin to 2 suns. His body may have deteriorated, yet his spirit remained vibrant. However, Randall sensed that this swordsman was no longer the same individual he once was. It was as if the swordsman had perished, leaving behind a mere marionette controlled by the sword. Blood-drinking blade, the final blood funeral. At that moment, words emerged from the swordsman's parched lips, reminiscent of a life's final whisper. As he intoned, the 5 generals felt a sudden numbness in their scalps. What kind of momentum was this? It resembled a colossal battlefield, a veritable meat grinder, strewn with blood-soaked corpses. Limbs piled high like mountains, rivers of blood converging. The sight was a tapestry of crimson, enough to drive one to madness with a mere glance. One could almost feel the viscous plasma threatening to engulf them at any moment. Under the weight of this oppressive aura, those surrounding the swordsman instinctively trembled. It was a primal reaction, utterly beyond their control. General Ziegler trembled as well. Yet, the more he shook, the clearer his mind became. The peak intensity of his opponent's presence signaled that the time had come. He immediately sprang into action, executing the swiftest maneuver of his life, and arrived behind Randall. Yet, this was not the end. He trembled as he launched a kick towards the unsuspecting Randall's back. His aim was directed at the swordsman, who was poised and ready for action. Ziegler's sudden move caught everyone present completely off guard. The several generals stood in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, it was you who protected him, and now it is you who seeks to send him to his demise. Which version of you is the true one? Yet, in the face of the incoming Randall, the swordsman displayed no signs of surprise. At that moment, he had nearly lost all sense of his own consciousness. His last vestige of reason was to direct the trajectory of his final strike towards Ziegler, coinciding with the very direction in which Randall was hurtling. As Ziegler sent Randall flying with a kick, the swordsman's blade also moved. This motion was merely a gentle stroke from the upper left to the lower right, executed with excruciating slowness. Yet, to the onlookers, it seemed as though a fleeting blur had enveloped their vision, and in the blink of an eye, the strike had already been completed. A grand wave of crimson, darkening to black, surged skyward, aimed directly at the airborne Randall. The spectators watched, transfixed, as the wave inexorably approached Randall. Its pace was languid, each detail crystal clear to them, yet they found themselves unable to even blink. In that moment, they realized it was not that the wave was slow, but rather that it was so swift that it rendered their perception of time utterly suspended. Observing this, General Ziegler felt an immense relief at his own speed of action. While simultaneously relishing the sight of the helpless Randall, a wicked glee surged through him, intensifying the ferocity of his expression. This wretched little brat would finally meet his end. This assault was something even he could never hope to withstand, let alone this insignificant child. Whether he possesses the ability of armament hockey remains a question. Before Ziegler's eyes, the image of Randall being cleaved in two seemed to materialize. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected, a surprise to all. The strike indeed made contact with Randall, yet it did not sever his body. Rather, it dissipated into the air as if it had collided with an impenetrable object. Chapter 115. Could he possibly be a fool? In the minds of the onlookers, it was inconceivable that Randall could withstand this wave of slashing force. Furthermore, it was believed he had no means to evade it. Yet while everyone anticipated the beginning, they failed to foresee the conclusion. Randall did not evade. The strike landed squarely upon him. Nonetheless, the result was not that Randall was cleaved in two. Instead, the wave of the strike vanished into the air as if it had encountered an unyielding barrier. Witnessing this bewildering scene, all eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Could it be that they are mistaken? That slash wave shattered upon striking Randall? Yet, astonishingly, Randall appears utterly unscathed. Indeed, he has now fallen to the ground, his body devoid of any wounds. How can this be? Is it possible that the slash wave was merely a fade, appearing formidable while lacking true potency? Or perhaps the wave was not a physical assault, but rather an attack on one's psyche? At this moment, while Randall seems perfectly intact, has he, in fact, succumbed to a mental demise? The notion that Randall could have withstood that strike through sheer strength was never even entertained by them. They swiftly dismissed such an implausible explanation. After all, this conclusion is far too absurd for their minds to grasp. Yet, paradoxically, this very option they found hardest to believe is, in fact, the truth. As all eyes widened in astonishment, Randall made his move. He raised his hand and brushed off the spot on his chest that had just been struck by the shockwave, as if it were merely dust. Then he turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, and gazed at the now stupefied Major General Ziegler. What do you mean? He is a voice, akin to the biting winds and snow of a harsh winter. Everyone involuntarily shivered. However, at that moment, Ziegler remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Staring blankly at Randall and inquiring, how did you accomplish that? Why did the wave of slashing energy vanish abruptly after striking you? He posed the question that everyone present yearned to ask. Yet, Randall refrained from addressing it directly, instead probing further. Why do you choose to act this way? Randall was acutely aware that Ziegler harbored a flawed perception of his own abilities. In Ziegler's mind, the recent strike was lethal enough to bring about his demise. However, Randall had willingly propelled himself into the path of that devastating blow. The intentions of his adversary were glaringly apparent, yet the crux of the matter remained. Why? Before this, he had no acquaintance with that individual, even if the other party assumed he had gained entry through underhanded means and harbored resentment towards him. It hardly warranted a death sentence. This left Randall utterly perplexed. Why? How dare you ask me why? At this moment, Ziegler had discarded all pretense. The crux of the issue lay with that swordsman. It seemed that something had gone awry for that man at the critical moment, allowing this brat to seize an unexpected advantage. Infuriating. Indeed, this young scoundrel had been fortunate in every conceivable sense. However, since he had already resolved to take drastic measures, he might as well go all the way. If the swordsman was ineffectual, then Ziegler would take matters into his own hands. That innocent visage of yours is utterly detestable. Your participation in this mission is merely a result of being Zephyr's disciple. Strip away that title, and what remains of you? A mere child. On what grounds do you think you can stand alongside us? Do you have any idea how much effort we have expended for a mere lieutenant general? And you? You merely tagged along for the ride? Bah. Damn nepotism. Ziegler unleashed all the pent-up frustration he had accumulated over time. Yet, despite his frenzy, he retained a semblance of reason, discerning what could be said and what must remain unspoken. If the details of his involvement in arms trafficking were to leak, he would be in dire straits. Listening to Ziegler's words, Randall displayed an expression of disbelief. Just because of this, you intend to kill me? Ziegler retorted fiercely. Is that not enough? You wretched boy, I assure you, the day marks your end. Since that swordsman is of no use, I shall take matters into my own hands. Randall countered. If you kill me, do you think you can still pursue that lieutenant general position? There are so many witnesses here. Ziegler erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Who says I am the one to kill you? Clearly, it was that swordsman who struck first. Then I avenged you by slaying that swordsman. As for them, they're all my colleagues. Furthermore, they harbor quite a bit of discontent towards you. The several lieutenant generals fell silent. It was a simple choice. As it stood, Ziegler was resolute in his desire to kill this boy. Why would they risk offending someone of their own rank for a person whose demise was all but guaranteed? Moreover, through this incident, they had witnessed Ziegler's madness. Who would dare provoke a madman? Furthermore, it was indeed as Ziegler had stated. They were quite displeased with Randall. As for the other soldiers, what of it? The ones standing here are their superiors. They would rather offend the warring states than their immediate superior. Randall found himself at a loss for what emotions to display. Anger? Certainly, for this wretched individual sought to take his life, and for such a ludicrous reason. Yet, predominantly, there was a sense of helplessness, lamentation, and sorrow. How is it that such a person can rise to the ranks of the Navy? How can the Navy harbor such individuals, alongside exemplary figures like Zifa? He sighed and remarked, Alas, your grotesque demeanor is so repulsive that it makes me loathe the thought of ending your life. Randall spoke with utmost seriousness. Yet Ziegler found himself amused. The expressions of the others were peculiar, as if they were questioning the sanity of this individual. You, wishing to slay a vice-admiral? Even the weakest of vice-admirals is beyond your capabilities. Do you possess the prowess of armament hockey? Have you mastered the 6 forms? Surely, that sudden dissipating slash you conjured earlier has not bestowed upon you an unfounded sense of confidence. Can you not perceive your current predicament? If you cannot, allow me to elucidate. You, a feeble child, and I, a vice-admiral well-versed in armament hockey. Furthermore, all those around us are my allies. Do you comprehend now? Your demise is inevitable. He enunciated the last 4 words with deliberate emphasis before erupting into laughter. Little did he realize that he had inadvertently stepped into a minefield with his careless remark. Randall's expression darkened instantly. You, apologize. Apologize to Master Zephyr. Though Randall had never articulated it, his respect for Zephyr was profound. After all, he was the one who imparted wisdom and guidance. Without Zephyr, there would be no Randall as he is today. What kind of nonsense is this? How dare you speak ill of Zephyr? Chapter 116. Arrogance is a mountain. You, apologize. Apologize to Master Zephyr. Randall glared at Ziegler, issuing a cold command. At that moment, his face was devoid of expression, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. The intensity of Randall's gaze startled Ziegler, causing his heart to race with an ominous foreboding. As he regained his composure, Ziegler was consumed by indignation. How could a lieutenant general be intimidated by a brash young upstart wielding the guise of power? Even if it lasted but a fleeting second, it would remain a humiliation he would carry for a lifetime. He immediately erupted in a torrent of invective. This was likely the pinnacle of his existence, daring to insult a great general in such a manner. Yet, had he truly stood before Zephyr, he would have been rendered speechless, perhaps even kneeling before him in utter submission. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from unleashing his vitriol in the moment. However, his attitude ignited a conflagration of fury within Randall's heart. You dare to apologize in silence. What is it to me if I curse him? He is merely an old man. His vision must be utterly impaired to have chosen someone like you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the void. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki surged from Randall, rivaling that of Barrett and Sengoku. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, the air thickening, creating an oppressive atmosphere. As the haki swept through, the soldiers surrounding him had no time to react, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. A few vice admirals remained conscious, but they felt as though they had been struck by an invisible hammer, their minds reeling. Within, they were even more astonished and terrified. The might of the Conqueror's haki left them utterly stunned, their brains seemingly devoid of thought. As for the unfortunate Ziegler, the moment the haki manifested, his body froze. Unable to release the words he wished to utter, all thoughts trapped in his throat. Upon realizing the nature of this power and the implications it bore, Ziegler became completely dazed, his body rigid, muscles trembling, complexion paling, and cold sweat pouring forth. Is he not merely dreaming? How could such formidable Conqueror's haki suddenly manifest in this little imp? In the collective understanding of this world, the potency of Conqueror's haki is intrinsically linked to an individual's strength. This implies that only those with sufficiently formidable power can wield such overwhelming haki. Thus, the fact that Randall possesses such intensity in his Conqueror's haki indicates that his strength is undoubtedly unfathomable. This thought flickered through Ziegler's mind in an instant. Yet the question remains, how could this possibly be? He could not accept this reality. Could it be a dream? Surely it must be. He must be dreaming. This nightmare. Please wake me up. Ziegler screamed and howled in desperation within his mind. Yet, no matter how vehemently he denied it, the truth remained immutable, untouched by anyone's will. No. It cannot be. It is all a deception. How could you possibly possess the Conqueror's haki? And to such an extraordinary degree? Ziegler shouted in a frenzy. In response, Randall's answer was a further enhancement of the strength of the Conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, he took a step forward, slowly approaching Ziegler. At that moment, Ziegler's expression contorted in anguish. He let out a muffled groan, and to his astonishment, his legs gave way, causing him to kneel before Randall. At that moment, from his perspective, Randall appeared as a figure of boundless authority, an emperor before whom he could neither raise his head nor straighten his back. As his knees made contact with the ground, Ziegler found himself momentarily dazed. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged from within. Yet, when his gaze met Randall's piercing eyes, all his defiance evaporated instantly. The movement he had intended to make to rise from the ground came to an abrupt halt. He could not rise. Ziegler was not under any tangible pressure, rather. It was the weight of his own psychological burdens. He was the one preventing himself from standing. This was the scene that unfolded after the warring states had turned their gaze. A major general knelt before a mere young recruit who had just emerged from basic training, unable even to lift his head. At that moment, Randall had just approached Ziegler. His voice was icy, each word enunciated with chilling precision. I demand your apology. Every syllable from Randall resonated like thunder, reverberating violently within Ziegler's mind. The adage holds true. One either perishes in silence or descends into madness amidst it. Ziegler could no longer endure the weight of oppression and humiliation. Suppressing the dread that gnawed at his heart, he rose from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot. Teeth clenched upon his lower lip, crimson blood seeping forth, staining his lips an alarming shade of red. He resembled a tormented soul, plagued by nightmarish visions. Impossible. You cannot be this strong. I am a major general. How could I possibly be intimidated by a mere boy? With a thunderous roar to rally his courage, Ziegler charged fiercely towards Randall. It is often said that the most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. He was determined to shatter his nightmares with his own hands. Yet, in truth, Ziegler had also been deceived. There is a continuation to this thought, at times. Confronting one's fears draws their attention, provoking them, and consequently hastening one's demise. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Ziegler charged fiercely at Randall. In an instant, his body arched into a U-shape, propelled backward at a velocity surpassing his previous speed. He soared dozens of meters before crashing into a naval vessel. The impact resonated with a sharp crack, leaving a substantial gash in the ship's hull, causing it to sway violently, nearly capsizing. The onlookers stared blankly at the gaping hole on the warship, then turned their gaze to Randall, whose expression remained icy yet composed. Their mouths gradually fell agape. What on earth just transpired? That fellow managed to hurl a lieutenant general. Shock, terror, disbelief, and existential doubt flooded the hearts of all present in an instant. The four lieutenant generals experienced this scene with particular intensity. To be candid, even with their keen perception, they had failed to discern how Randall had executed his strike. This realization led them to an absurd yet undeniable conclusion. Randall's prowess, at least in terms of speed, surpassed theirs, superior to that of a lieutenant general. They were utterly mistaken, entirely mistaken. Their previous perception of Randall was utterly misguided. He is not the insignificant wretch they had envisioned. but rather a formidable prodigy endowed with extraordinary prowess. Upon closer reflection, this becomes evident. After all, how could a general of Zifa's caliber so readily take someone as a disciple? It is clear that this individual possesses qualities that surpass the ordinary. Yet, blinded by their own biases and arrogance, they have consistently disregarded this simple truth. Chapter 117. Did you intend to harm me from the very beginning? The swordsman stood motionless, while his own comrades engaged in a fierce brawl, an anomalous scene that caused a shift in Sengoku's expression. He immediately contemplated approaching to inquire about the situation. However, a Barrett stood in his way. Such an intriguing matter, how could Barrett possibly allow Sengoku to intervene? He immediately unleashed a flurry of strikes upon warring states. If warring states insisted on departing, this blow would not be without consequence. It is well known that in the realm of skilled combatants, victory and defeat often hinge upon the slightest margin. At times, merely receiving one more blow from an opponent can serve as the pivotal turning point in a battle. Warring states clenched his jaw tightly, and his form came to an abrupt halt. While defending against Barrett's onslaught, he shouted loudly, "Randall, calm down. What on earth is happening?" Although he had limited interaction with Randall, he gleaned some understanding of Randall's character through Zephyr. Overall, Randall is a person who prefers to avoid unnecessary trouble and generally maintains a composed demeanor. However, the recent surge of his conqueror's haki indicated to Sengoku that Randall's emotions might have been provoked by some external stimulus. Thus, the entire situation may not necessarily be attributed to a single individual's actions. As for Admiral Ziegler, Sengoku found his slick demeanor neither particularly appealing nor off-putting. He simply felt indifferent. Furthermore, due to Randall's connection with Zephyr, Sengoku naturally leaned towards favoring Randall. Consequently, he wished for Randall to refrain from acting impulsively, intending to manage the situation himself afterward. However, Randall was already consumed by his emotions. If Ziegler had merely resorted to physical confrontation, Randall might have been able to overlook it for the time being, planning to settle the score after the mission's conclusion. The real issue lay in Ziegler's erratic behavior, as he recklessly danced around the minefield, which ignited Randall's fury. Therefore, disregarding Sengoku's calls, Randall strode directly towards Ziegler, who had only just emerged from the hole. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed heavily a few times, specks of blood flying from his mouth. No, it cannot be. I merely let my guard down. I was just careless. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you ambush me? Ziegler, in a flurry, scrambled to his feet and shouted, "You cannot intimidate me. I shall unveil your true self." Subsequently, he boldly charged towards Randall. The black martial fist. It was, in essence, the armament color enveloping his fist to attack his foe. Such an assault, Randall could not even be bothered to evade. With a dull thud, Ziegler's fist struck Randall's abdomen. However, that powerful blow, capable of puncturing steel, could not even cause Randall to falter for a moment. It was as if the fist were made of paper, eliciting no response from Randall whatsoever. He even pressed forward against Ziegler for several meters. Ziegler was taken aback, sliding backward for several meters under the force. He had exerted all his strength in that punch. How could it possibly have been utterly ineffective? No, to say it was ineffective would not be entirely accurate. His hand is in great pain. He felt as though his punch had struck an exceedingly resilient rubber surface. The recoil sent sharp pain through his bones. There was no consequence for the one struck. Instead, the assailant found himself injured. This absurd spectacle overwhelmed Ziegler's mind. Weak individuals, feeble fists, Randall remarked calmly, then raised his hand to demonstrate to Ziegler what a true fist truly entailed. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, intentionally allowing Ziegler ample time to react. Ziegler indeed seized this opportunity. Observing the trajectory of Randall's punch, he deduced that the blow would similarly strike at his abdomen. Consequently, he promptly executed the most suitable form of defense. Armed with the iron block, a rich layer of armament haki coalesced around his abdomen, forming a reassuring shield for Ziegler. He suddenly felt like the safest person in the world. However, this sense of peace and contentment did not last long, as Randall's fist swiftly reminded him of his insignificance. At the moment the fist struck his abdomen, his protective aura was instantly shattered. The iron block, which he took great pride in, proved utterly ineffectual. Akin to a mere piece of paper, a terrifying force pierced through his body with unrelenting ferocity. Ziegler felt as though his sanity had evaporated in an instant, and he perceived his existence as diminished to nothing more than the sensation of pain emanating from his battered abdomen. In that fleeting moment, all that remained was a singular feeling in excruciating, heart-wrenching agony. He even wondered if his internal organs had been shattered, for how could the pain be so intense otherwise? After a few seconds, his sensations gradually returned. The agony, initially concentrated in his lower abdomen, began to radiate outward. Although this was more excruciating, it afforded him a semblance of equilibrium. Then he realized that despite having endured such a severe blow, he remained in the same spot, unflinchingly anchored and not thrown away. As he became aware, he felt a sudden pressure upon his neck. Should he lower his gaze, he would discover a merciless iron grip constricting him. A dry, anguished whimper escaped from Ziegler's throat. In that moment, his mind began to regain some semblance of clarity, replaying the events that had transpired in a relentless loop. He struck Randall with a punch, yet his opponent remained unscathed, while he himself felt a sharp pain in his hand. when Randall retaliated with a blow. His armor and iron defense proved utterly ineffective, rendering him instantly incapacitated by the agony. Ultimately, Ziegler was not a true fool. He had come to a profound realization. Randall's prowess far exceeded his expectations, indeed surpassing his own strength. At that moment, clarity dawned upon him. The sudden disappearance of the previous slash was not a mere illusion, nor was it due to any flaw on the swordsman's part. Rather, it was a testament to Randall's formidable strength, which had genuinely countered that strike. Understanding this, his momentary madness dissipated without a trace. As if he had been plunged into the icy depths of a frigid pool, his mind instantly awakening. Everything was, in fact, contrary to his previous assumptions. Randall was not merely a beneficiary of Zephyr's connections. His own capabilities had already reached, if not exceeded, the standards of a rear admiral. Zephyr's discernment was, indeed, exceptional. It was he who had foolishly overreached. At that moment, he comprehended the extent of his grievous error. However, it was not regret over his aggression toward Randall that consumed him, but rather remorse for his hasty actions. Had he known of Randall's immense strength beforehand, he would have refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to devise a more perilous trap in the future. No, perhaps it was unnecessary to resort to murder. Although he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Randall and was consumed by envy upon recognizing his power, he could endure for the sake of his own interests. If he could cultivate a favorable relationship with Randall, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become far less arduous. Yet now, it was all irrevocably lost. Everything had reached a point of no return. The die had been cast. His gaze was as malevolent as that of a fiend, fixated intensely on Randall. Yet, that despicable little rascal, how cunning he is. With such strength, why would he choose to conceal it? From the very beginning, was his intention to bring about my demise? Base and shameless. Chapter 118. Do not remain silent. At this moment, Ziegler's arms regained some strength. He raised them, attempting to pry Randall's hand away. But no matter how fiercely he struggled, even summoning every ounce of his strength and concentrating all his armed color into his hands, he could not budge Randall's grip in the slightest. That long, pristine hand resembled a vice, firmly constricting his neck. Observing this, Randall tightened his hold further, causing Ziegler to writhe in discomfort, his eyes rolling back in agony. In desperation, he could only curse vehemently. Yet, that despicable little rascal, how cunning he is. With such strength, why would he choose to conceal it? From the very beginning, was his intention to bring about my demise? Base and shameless. Ziegler glared at Randall like a predator poised to strike. His agitation, compounded by Randall's grip on his throat, caused saliva to seep from between his teeth, adding an air of madness to his demeanor. Listening to Ziegler's tirade, even Randall, consumed by rage, found his emotions wavering. Was it not he who harbored ill intentions from the outset? Why did it sound as though all the blame lay with him? The fervor with which this wretch proclaimed his innocence left Randall bewildered. How could one be so utterly shameless? The expressions of the several generals present were equally difficult to describe. Initially, they had watched in disbelief as Ziegler, struggling futilely in Randall's grasp, evoked a sense of helplessness, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit witnessing the death of a fox, a poignant reminder of the relentless cycle of the old being overtaken by the new, with the former perishing upon the shores of fate. They truly cannot fathom how Randall could be so youthful yet possess such remarkable strength. They could not even ascertain Randall's precise strength. However, Ziegler's words left them utterly astonished. They never anticipated that their seemingly normal colleague was, in fact, quite deranged. This reasoning is utterly beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Let us set aside the matter of his insults towards General Zephyr for the moment. Let us instead focus on the earlier incident where he hurled Randall to shield himself from gunfire. They witnessed it all quite clearly. Who, in this sweet deception, truly wishes to harm whom? They were previously puzzled by Ziegler's indifference towards Randall, only to witness a complete transformation in his demeanor, becoming fervently amicable as if compelled by some unseen force. It turns out that he had long harbored malicious intentions, a case of attempted murder. And now he has the audacity to accuse others of conspiring against him? They were all quite flustered for Ziegler. Randall stood in a daze for several seconds, revealing the profound impact these words had on his psyche. Once he regained his composure, his fingers tightened slightly. Ziegler, in an immediate state of distress, flailed his hands in a desperate attempt to shake off Randall's grip. Let me apologize? In your dreams. You cannot kill me. I am a rear admiral. The Grand Marshal of the Warring States is still around. If you kill me, you will not remain in the Navy either. Ziegler struggled to assert, his voice hoarse, yet brimming with arrogance and mockery. The corners of his mouth curled into a notably smug arc. He dared to speak so boldly only after hearing the previous cry from the battlefield, for he was certain that Randall would not dare to kill him in the presence of the general. In truth, the general had been closely monitoring the situation. Consequently, he had been relentlessly pressured and attacked by Barrett. Upon hearing Ziegler's words, he nearly succumbed to a fit of rage. Can you not discern Randall's current unstable disposition? How can you provoke him further under such circumstances? What audacity do you possess? Or is it that you seek your own demise, dragging Randall down with you? At this point, he has come to understand that all these troubles stem from Ziegler's provocations. Randall was but a reluctant participant in this conflict. Yet, he truly abhors witnessing the Navy, particularly its leaders, engage in mutual destruction. He intended to make one final effort. Randall, do not act impulsively. I will personally oversee this matter afterward. I will not let you suffer any grievances. Sengoku shouted at Randall, implying that he hoped Randall would refrain from taking action. However, Sengoku's words only served to embolden Ziegler further. Ha ha, I told you. You cannot kill me. At most, I will be confined for a few days. You are strong, but you cannot harm me. At worst, I will simply avoid you afterward. Ziegler declared triumphantly. He then patted Randall's arm and said, hurry and let go. You do not even hold a military rank. You are inferior to a private. Just the act of defying authority is sufficient to punish you. However, I, being magnanimous, shall not hold it against you. But do release your hand immediately, do you hear? The final statement was delivered in a tone of lofty command. Clearly, with Sengoku backing him, Ziegler felt he was in a position of advantage, even if he was aware that he was no match for Randall. Having said this, he awaited Randall's response. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the expression of Randall, who was seething with anger yet felt utterly helpless. This remark caused both Randall and Sengoku's faces to darken simultaneously. Sengoku's thoughts raced. This person truly lacks discernment. At this moment, even a few kind words might have persuaded me to grant Randall a temporary reprieve. But with such words, to be frank, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a thorough beating to Ziegler. The sweetness of the situation was infuriating, and Randall was equally incensed. He not only refused to let go, but instead exerted even greater force. At that moment, Ziegler found himself utterly speechless, struggling even to breathe. Witnessing this, confusion, doubt, and panic filled his eyes. The warlord of the warring states, if his sole intention were to eliminate me, I could have overlooked it. However, what he should never have done was to speak disrespectfully to Master Zephyr. Even now, he remains unrepentant. Therefore, I must express my regrets, warlord of the warring states. Had he shown any sign of remorse? At this point, the warlord sensed that Ziegler was destined for demise. He clearly understood the esteemed position Zifa held in Randall's heart. Ziegler had indeed committed an unforgivable transgression. Sengoku gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. These two truly regarded no one with any respect. However, at that moment, he was entangled with Barrett and had no time to concern himself with such matters. Noticing Sengoku's silence, Ziegler began to genuinely panic. Did this imply that the fleet admiral had abandoned him? Gazing at the cold expression on Randall's face, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A wave of terror gripped his throat, enveloping him entirely. He no longer possessed the previous sense of triumph. Only a feeling of disarray remained. Randall's icy murderous intent seemed to caress his skin, and he understood that the man before him was indeed prepared to take his life. The most terrifying aspect was that the warring states general appeared indifferent to his plight. No, if you truly wish to preserve his life, it would be quite simple. You need not intervene. Merely utter a few words to intimidate this fool. What does your silence signify? No, action must be taken. Others are unreliable. In this critical moment, one must rely on oneself. Indeed, Randall demanded an apology from him. He must apologize. Chapter 119. 3 blows to vanquish a naval admiral. Confronted by Randall's resolute intent to kill, Ziegler felt a surge of fear. He yearned to apologize, yet merely opened his mouth in vain, akin to a fish stranded on the shore. Randall's hand, firmly gripping his throat, utterly extinguished any chance he had of uttering a word. He could only desperately open his mouth, signaling Randall with his eyes and conveying his apologies through his facial expressions. However, Randall completely disregarded his efforts. Every action Ziegler took was merely a compromise made in the hope of preserving his life. Even if he offered an apology, it was devoid of genuine sincerity. What Randall must do now is to administer the punishment this man rightfully deserves. He raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and showcased it before Ziegler. Then, under Ziegler's terrified gaze, Randall suddenly unleashed a punch, striking his chest with tremendous force. Although Randall's punch was not swift, Ziegler had ample time to defend himself. However, his armament hockey seemed as fragile as paper, failing to withstand even an instant before crumbling away completely. The impact left a deep indentation in Ziegler's chest, the immense force penetrating his body and tearing a hole in the fabric of his shirt at the back. This single blow inflicted severe injury upon Ziegler. He could only feel the overwhelming force threatening to shatter every bone in his body and expel all of his innards. Blood erupted from Ziegler's mouth, staining the ground crimson. His breath immediately became shallow and labored. Yet, this was not the end. Randall tightened his grip around Ziegler's neck and hurled him into the air. Then, he raised his right leg high and delivered a devastating axe kick that struck Ziegler's abdomen, sending him crashing back to the ground. The sheer ferocity of the impact created spiderweb-like cracks across the floor. Ziegler's form contorted into a U shape, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Before Ziegler could even lie flat, Randall was already preparing his next move. He raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and struck fiercely against Ziegler's suspended face, driving him forcefully to the ground. With a resounding crash, yet another crater formed. This blow landed squarely on Ziegler's nasal bridge, causing blood to gush forth and his nose to cave in. Yet, Ziegler's mouth seemed to open like a sauce shop, releasing a torrent of salty, sour, and spicy words. Unsatisfied with the first strike, Randall delivered another punch. Ziegler felt as though his head were spinning, akin to a grand hall filled with the sounds of chimes, cymbals, and gongs resonating together. At this moment, he had become utterly numb. The excruciating pain had rendered his nerves somewhat desensitized. In a daze, his vision was shrouded in a haze. Yet, the fierce will to survive still urged him to articulate something. He needed to exhale, to utter an apology. Perhaps a confession of his wrongdoings. His voice was faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Randall could discern that Ziegler was speaking, but the words were indistinct. Nevertheless, he found himself indifferent to it all. He delivered the final blow. With a resounding thud, Ziegler's feet slightly lifted before descending. After a brief convulsion, his body fell still, devoid of any further movement. His mind was completely ensnared in a pitch-black abyss. His body lay there as if bereft of a head. After confirming that Ziegler was indeed lifeless, Randall rose to his feet, his emotions finally settling. Humph! Not only did he desire to kill him, but he also insulted Master Zephyr, embodying a senseless lunacy. Such a person is truly deserving of death. The remaining 4 generals stared blankly at Randall, who stood there nonchalantly. They were taken aback by Randall's remarkable decisiveness. Even after the warring states marshal explicitly conveyed his intentions and hinted at his goodwill, Randall remained unyielding, audaciously striking down Ziegler. A wave of melancholy swept over them, akin to the sorrow felt when a rabbit dies and a fox grieves. In that moment, they came to a profound realization: one must never provoke Randall. This young man, seemingly ordinary, could unleash a ferocity surpassing even that of Ziegler when roused. Not only was he tenacious, but he also possessed the strength to back it up. Such a person is truly terrifying, one that cannot be trifled with. In the distance, Barrett threw a punch at the warring states and then broke into a wide grin. Congratulations, you've lost a subordinate. The warring states, maintaining a stoic expression, retaliated with a punch and replied, "This is none of your concern." Barrett clicked his tongue and remarked, "You really are cold-blooded. But is that young man truly all right? Today, he dares to slay an admiral. Tomorrow, he would not hesitate to assassinate a marshal." In response, the warring states unleashed the great Buddha shockwave. Humph, such childish provocation. Barrett too unleashed a mighty punch, colliding with the great Buddha shockwave. A tremendous roar erupted as the forces of their clash radiated outward, stirring boundless waves. Randall found his gaze drawn to this tumultuous confrontation. He cast his gaze upon the exhilarating clash between the two bodies, a vivid display of physicality. With a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes, he had indeed come to confront Barrett once more. At this moment, the clash between Sengoku and Barrett unleashed a relentless storm of destruction. While countless individuals recoiled in fear from the scene, Randall, undeterred, boldly stepped forward toward the fray. The 4 admirals exchanged perplexed glances, unable to comprehend Randall's unwavering resolve. Why would he dare to involve himself in the battle between those 2 formidable beings? Was he truly unafraid of death, or did he mistakenly believe that conquering a mere admiral would grant him the prowess to contend with top-tier forces? They were far from it. In an instant, their gazes were filled with disdain and mockery. However, in the next moment, astonishment began to emerge on their faces. The figure striding toward peril was gradually enveloped in a magnificent suit of armor. The armor, adorned with intricate white patterns against a black base, was not cumbersome. It fit him well, yet did not exude an impression of feeble defense. Subtle, yet resplendent with authority. As Randall donned the armor, the radiant sunset cast a brilliant glow upon him, leading the admirals to momentarily perceive him as a divine being. No, it was merely a suit of armor. How could such a trivial garment withstand the onslaught of elite forces? Useless. The admirals silently raged within. At that moment, Sengoku and Barrett, engrossed in their fierce battle, also took note of Randall approaching them. Barrett cast a surprised glance at Randall, admiring the stylish armor. Why hadn't he seen this young lad utilize it before? Yet, his reaction ended there. In his view, Randall's involvement was merely a distraction for Sengoku, allowing him to unleash his attacks at will. He was eager for Randall to arrive. However, he found Sengoku's reaction rather peculiar. At this moment, Sengoku did exhibit a certain reluctance towards Randall's presence. Yet it was not particularly vehement. "What brings you here?" Sengoku shouted while exchanging blows with Barrett. Chapter 120, Is he being used as a pawn? "What brings you here?" Sengoku called out again after delivering a strike to Barrett. Randall responded, "Of course, I am here to assist you in capturing Barrett." Dodging Barrett's punch, Sengoku bellowed, "There's no need for your help. You should return at once." Undeterred, Randall entered the fray. The fierce winds battered against his face, yet they could not impede his advance. "Admiral Sengoku, I believe you owe me a personal favor this time," Randall shouted. At this, Sengoku fell silent, offering no rebuttal, seemingly acquiescent to the notion. Witnessing Sengoku's reaction, Randall couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment within. Initially, he merely intended to test the waters. Yet he was taken aback when Sengoku tacitly acquiesced. From the very beginning, Randall sensed something amiss. Why had Sengoku selected these particular vice-admirals? It is worth noting that Vice Admiral Groundhog and Vice Admiral Saul, among others, were renowned figures among their ranks, and at that time, they were unoccupied. However, Sengoku deliberately overlooked these undeniably superior elites, opting instead for this selection. While the capabilities of these chosen individuals were decent, they paled in comparison to the likes of Groundhog and his peers in every conceivable aspect. Of course, Randall's initial confusion was fleeting, and he did not dwell on it. Yet just moments ago, when he intended to eliminate Vice Admiral Ziegler, Sengoku's reaction was rather peculiar. Logically, regardless of who bore responsibility for the situation, Sengoku should not have allowed Randall to execute Ziegler at that moment. Indeed, Sengoku did intervene, but his obstruction was merely a series of feeble exhortations, lacking any real force. It felt as though he was merely going through the motions. Randall may not be a master strategist, but he is certainly not foolish. These suspicions led him to formulate a hypothesis, although he could not ascertain its veracity. Thus, he decided to probe the matter. To his surprise, Sengoku was quite frank, showing no inclination to conceal his intentions and admitting outright. At last, Randall was convinced he had indeed been used as a pawn by that old schemer Sengoku. How insidious! Those who play with tactics are truly devious. He had once chosen the path of a martial artist precisely because he could not engage with such individuals, otherwise. One misstep could see him sold out, only to find himself counting the money for others. Randall cast a resentful glance at Sengoku and spoke in a low tone. So, I have been made your tool? Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have relished the chance to strike Sengoku's head, although he would undoubtedly end up being overwhelmed in return. Nevertheless, one must stand for their dignity. Sengoku, feigning a cough, bellowed, "Say no more. If you are going to fight, then fight." In response, Randall continued in a low tone, "Helping you in battle. Yet it sounds as though I am the one gaining some grand advantage." Sengoku, unwilling to indulge his complaints, shouted while exchanging blows with Barrett, "Just being able to bring you along is already a favor. You can either come or stay." Randall scratched his head, feeling perhaps there was some truth to that? Ah well, it mattered little. He was simply content to engage in combat with formidable opponents. He chuckled and said, "Then I shall proceed." Meanwhile, Barrett, who had been a mere observer throughout the event, wore an expression of utter disbelief. A prominent, pulsating red cross marked his forehead. "You ought not to act as if you were oblivious." Barrett bellowed, propelling a powerful punch forward. This strike was not a mere basic attack. His fury had reached its zenith, enabling him to unleash a skill. Zhangguo's expression hardened as he, too, prepared to employ a skill. Yet, at that moment, an excited voice emerged from the side. "Marshal Zhangguo, allow me to take this." Zhangguo, taken aback by the unexpected interjection, found himself unprepared to execute his skill upon regaining his composure. However, he remained unperturbed, for someone had already stepped in. With a swift motion, Randall leapt past Zhangguo. His right hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike. Barrett, momentarily stunned by Randall's audacity and Zhangguo's apparent trust in him, felt a surge of rage fill his heart. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe he can escape from my grasp and contend with my strength? Do they understand the meaning of luck? Very well. Since you do not cherish this opportunity, do not blame me. Enraged, Barrett's fury reached its peak, granting him a fiery buff that enhanced his attack power by 20%. In the distance, upon witnessing Randall's audacity to engage Barrett in a fistfight, the four generals were left uncertain about how to react. They initially believed that Randall was merely attempting to put on a faude in front of the warring states. To their astonishment, he was genuinely stepping forward. They truly cannot comprehend what Randall is thinking. Nevertheless, they undeniably admire each other's audacity, after all. They would not dare to act in such a manner. Even from such a distance, they can perceive Barrett's fierce aura. They acknowledge that Randall is indeed formidable, stronger than they are. However, to engage in a fistfight with such a behemoth? Do they wish for their demise? They perceive that Randall is, in essence, engaging in self-destruction. Yet, simultaneously, they are perplexed as to why Sengoku does not intervene, merely observing Randall's impending demise. This leaves them bewildered regarding Sengoku's stance towards Randall. Previously, it seemed that Sengoku harbored a cordial disposition towards him. Has Sengoku, like Ziegler, adopted a dual persona? Unbeknownst to Sengoku, his subordinates are indulging in curious speculations. His focus is entirely on Barrett and Randall. Barrett's strike possesses the formidable capability to cleave mountains and sever seas. Even he must approach this with utmost seriousness. Though he is aware of Randall's defensive prowess, he cannot help but feel a sense of apprehension for him. At this moment, Randall is fully alert and prepared. He comprehended the terrifying force behind Barrett's strike. The mere gust from the punch made Randall's skin taut, as if grazed by a blade. Yet, undeterred by fear, he boldly swung his fist. In the next moment, amidst Sengoku's worried gaze and the scrutinizing looks of several admirals, two fists of vastly disparate power collided. Without a hint of suspense, the armor encasing Randall's fist shattered instantaneously. But that was merely the beginning. The overwhelming force surged upwards, causing the armor to explode along his arm, splintering into pieces until the armor on his shoulder and half of his chest lay in ruins. After contorting Randall's arm at an unnatural angle, Barrett's fist maintained its momentum, landing squarely on Randall's chest with a wicked grin. A sound akin to a muffled drum echoed as Randall's body was propelled backward. Observing this outcome, several admirals wore expressions of knowing resignation. Behold, this is the consequence of underestimating one's own strength. This lad would either be gravely injured or worse. Chapter 121. worthless yet appealing. Randall's condition after receiving that blow was far from optimistic. Several admirals displayed a similar expression of concern. Upon witnessing Randall's injuries, Sengoku's expression initially tightened, only to swiftly relax into a bizarre countenance. Randall flew backward for less than 10 meters, landing on his feet and plowing through the ground for another 2 or 3 meters, completely negating the force of Barrett's punch, halting in place. He lifted his head and flashed a grin at Barrett. Then, under Barrett's astonished gaze, he extended his left hand and forcefully twisted his oddly angled right hand. With a crack, accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, Randall's right hand was restored. In a flash of dark light, the previously ravaged armor reappeared, intact upon his body. This series of events left everyone in a state of shock. Barrett, witnessing Randall being struck solidly by Barrett, only to revert to his former state in the blink of an eye, the admirals nearly gaped in disbelief. Although Randall had indeed sustained severe injuries earlier, this was tantamount to having sustained no injuries at all. Could it be that Randall's strength had been underestimated all along? Barrett, it seems you have weakened. The restored Randall mocked Barrett. Barrett, hatred level 10086. Having never endured such humiliation, Barrett's eyes turned crimson in response. He audaciously disregarded the presence of Zhanghua standing nearby, his feet striking the ground with force as he charged directly towards Randall. Zhanghua was momentarily taken aback by this brash action. Yet, by the time he regained his composure, it was already too late to intervene. He cried out in his heart, "This is bad." Without hesitation, he moved to pursue Barrett. However, it was already too late. By the time he set off, Barrett's fist had already descended. The alloy Barrett bullet. A massive surge of armed color converged upon his right fist, rendering it dark and gleaming. Randall's expression hardened. The pressure from this punch was more than double that of the previous one. In an instant, he felt as though the entire plane was bearing down upon him. He barely had time to cross his arms over his chest at the last moment. And then the fist struck him with tremendous force. Randall did not try to withstand it, and without any delay, he was sent flying. Yet, even so, he felt the overwhelming pressure capable of shattering every bone in his body. In that instant of impact, Randall felt as if he had exposed himself at the depths of 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Damn it. Sengoku cursed and raised his palm to unleash the maximum power of his shockwave towards Barrett. However, Barrett seemed to be anticipating this move from Sengoku. He swiftly turned around and, instead of throwing a punch, mirrored Randall's earlier action by crossing his hands over his chest. The shockwave surged forth, and Barrett was similarly propelled away. Observing this, Sengoku felt a sense of intrigue. Although the shockwave was powerful, it should not have been sufficient to achieve such an effect, unless he had chosen to be launched himself. Upon closer inspection, Sengoku noticed that Barrett was riding the force of his shockwave, soaring toward the seaside. Was Barrett heading for the shore? What business does a devil fruit user have by the seaside? Wait a moment. The thought of the devil fruit suddenly sparked a flash of insight in Sengoku's mind. He hurriedly turned his gaze towards the direction in which Barrett was hurtling through the air. Indeed, if Barrett maintained this trajectory, his ultimate landing point would be perilously close to the warship they had arrived on. This was dire. He was deceived. The warring states immediately rushed towards Barrett. But his speed was inherently slower than Barrett's backward flight, and with the delay in his action, it was inevitable that he would not catch up. He could only stare helplessly as Barrett descended, making his way to the battleship. Barrett even had the time to flash him a mocking smile, which nearly caused Sengoku to grind his back teeth to dust. To be honest, even if he had been defeated, he wouldn't have felt such distress. Even if he had been defeated live on air, well, alright, that would indeed be quite painful. However, that is of little importance. Sengoku's sentiment was that a strategist like him had been outmaneuvered by a brawny pirate. It was utterly infuriating. Every pore on Sengoku's body seemed to exude a sense of discomfort. Yet, it was too late now. He could only watch in vain as a swirling mass of dark purple substance gradually spread beneath Barrett's feet. This viscous material, resembling liquid glass, surged forth in increasing quantities, rolling like ocean waves, and engulfed the 3 warships closest to Barrett. Then, like a monstrous sludge creature, it devoured the 3 towering war machines in one swift motion. Immediately afterward, as if a volcano had erupted, the dark purple substance assimilated the warships and then receded back to Barrett's position. In the heavy gaze of Sengoku and the dazed stares of the 4 admirals, Barrett's form began to grow larger and larger. Before long, a giant towering over 50 meters stood upright. In comparison, even Sengoku, who stood over 5 meters tall, appeared as insignificant as an insect. The Super Barrett form. Round 2. Sengoku. A voice like rolling thunder resounded from the heavens. The sound waves were so substantial that they caused the sea to churn uncontrollably. Sengoku gazed at Barrett's new form, feeling an instinctive sense of oppression from this colossal figure. This was the true power of Barrett's fruit ability, the capacity to devour and assimilate any non-living entity, transforming it into his own strength. This ability was inherently troublesome, but in Barrett's hands, it became even more formidable. Admiral Sengoku, we are here to assist you. At that moment, a vice-admiral, who had been observing the spectacle for quite some time, stepped up behind Sengoku. They cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Of course, previously they were unable to intervene, but now presents an opportune moment. From their perspective, while Barrett's technique is formidable, The reckless decision to significantly enlarge his physique is undeniably foolish. Indeed, as one's size increases, so too does the potential for destruction and an exaggerated enhancement of strength. Yet, they are not fools. Why would they engage him in a contest of brute force? Such a massive figure is nothing short of a prime target. They strike with such precision that it seems they could do so with their eyes closed. The most significant aspect is that this colossal size is a considerable burden. For individuals of their caliber, lacking the ability to utilize armament haki renders their efforts futile. A 50-meter-tall giant? It is evident that no human could possibly possess such an immense reserve of armament haki to empower this behemoth. Merely wrapping a finger would likely deplete an individual's haki entirely. Thus, this giant is merely an impressive sight, utterly useless in combat. Given this, what reason do they have to refrain from attacking? Simply standing behind Sengoku and unleashing ranged abilities would undoubtedly yield commendable results. Chapter 122, Island. I am cracking apart. This giant is nothing more than a Fade. Without armament haki, it is insignificant. This is essentially an opportunity handed to them. A chance to bolster their performance and gain favor in Sengoku's eyes. Such is the genuine sentiment reflected in the hearts of the several admirals. Sengoku, ignoring their presence, extended his observation haki to assess Randall's condition. Upon discovering that Randall remained stable and was making his way back, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Astonished at the young man's resilience. The power of that alloy Barrett was no trifling matter. He had not anticipated that Randall could withstand such force. Meanwhile, behind Sengoku, the admirals exchanged glances, collectively concluding that the commander was uninterested in their chatter, awaiting their decisive actions. If the commander desired their engagement, they would oblige. After all, the Barrett posed significantly less of a threat in their eyes now. However, they remained cautious and initiated a series of probing attacks. Each of the four admirals showcased their prowess, directing their strikes towards the giant's chest. 2 slashing attacks, accompanied by a gale kick, aimed at its legs and right arm. In their estimation, these assaults would effortlessly dismantle the giant's mobility and severely injure it. After all, the giant was merely a transformed warship, devoid of armament haki. And in the face of their onslaught, it was akin to a paper construct. Yet, they watched in disbelief as a subtle dark hue emanated from the giant's chest, swiftly enveloping its entire surface. The admiral's seemingly assured attack struck the giant's exterior, producing no sound, and vanished without a trace. That blackness was something all present were intimately familiar with. However, this familiarity only deepened their confusion. What? How is this possible? How could anyone possess such an abundance of armament haki? The incredulity and existential doubt emanating from their voices were palpable. That was a giant towering over 50 meters. One had to tilt their head to the utmost limit just to catch a glimpse of its crown. This Barrett could not possibly be human. It was undoubtedly a sea creature clad in human skin. How else could it possess such an overwhelming mastery of haki? Beside him, Sengoku gazed gravely at the colossal figure. Every inch enveloped in haki. This was the very reason why this fruit became all the more formidable in Barrett's hands. As this man wielded haki as fathomless as the ocean itself. If it were anyone else, as the few admirals speculated, they would merely be a target. Yet with Barrett, the terror escalated exponentially. Imagine a sea creature proficient in haki suddenly frolicking on land. It would be far more terrifying than a pack of huskies confined in a house for mischief. Barrett lowered his gaze upon the several admirals, bewildered as to why these ant-like beings dared to launch an assault against him. Then, he took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. The entire island shaking in response. With a thunderous roar, a colossal fist descended from the heavens, akin to a black meteor plummeting from the sky. Faced with such an onslaught, even Sengoku had to momentarily retreat. The admiral scrambled and rolled away from the shadow of that impending fist. Boom. A massive crater resembling a meteorite impact manifested on the ground. Accompanied by a cloud of dust that obscured the sky, a chasm, deep as an abyss, began to spread ominously from the center of the crater. This was an assault comparable to a natural disaster. Staring at the dark, gaping fissure and then at the godlike figure of Super Barrett, the faces of the admirals turned ashen. Had they truly dared to attack such an existence? The disparity was staggering. Could such a being truly be vanquished? Super Barrett? Compared to my armor, yours is utterly grotesque. Unbeknownst to them, Randall had returned. Now standing before Barrett, his words nearly sent the 4 lieutenant generals into a state of faintness. Do you understand the gravity of what you are uttering? From where do you draw such audacity? How dare you provoke that monster? Even Sengoku was left speechless. You ought to cease your incessant chatter. You insufferable brat. I shall utterly crush you this time. He struck Randall twice, and with each blow, Randall would sustain injuries, yet he always recovered swiftly, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Barrett was growing impatient. As long as I am here, no one can lay a finger on you. At that moment, Sengoku stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Randall, exuding an overwhelming aura. Despite embodying the compassionate spirit of a Buddha, Sengoku bore the demeanor of a sovereign. He then turned to glare at Randall, silently urging him to behave. Sengoku understood well that although Randall possessed formidable defenses, if a top-tier adversary truly intended to end his life, he would not withstand the onslaught. Sengoku, you are quite bothersome as well. Barrett roared, armament haki, alloy Barrett. As he shouted, the armament color surged wildly into the giant's interior. The dense armament color flowed like a relentless pump, continuously fueling the giant's strength. Once more, his colossal fist descended. However, as it fell, the onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Noticing this, Sengoku snorted coldly and charged forward defiantly. With a resounding clap of his hands, he radiated a blinding golden light, akin to a miniature sun. The wrath of the great Sun Buddha, a rich energy. As molten gold, instantaneously converged into the palm of his right hand, nestled at his waist, generating an unimaginable heat. As he thrust his right hand forward, the very fabric of space before him momentarily warped. Two terrifying forces collided in the blink of an eye, unleashing a cataclysmic energy storm. Randall and his companions were momentarily blinded by a brilliant flash, rendered unable to perceive anything amidst the chaotic whirlwinds of energy. In this moment, even their heightened senses were rendered useless, as confusion engulfed them. This apocalyptic scene persisted for a full 5 seconds before gradually subsiding. The light slowly faded, revealing the Super Barret and Sengoku standing in opposition. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, yet unscathed. The earlier clash had yielded no victor. At that moment, a muffled rumble emanated from below the surface, akin to the roar of thunder, growing ever closer to the ground. The terrain was riddled with fractures, the most prominent being a chasm resembling an abyss. This fissure had widened beyond its previous state, and the sound originated from within it. As the noise intensified, the island began to tremble. Suddenly, the vibrations escalated dramatically, accompanied by a series of seismic upheavals. From a vantage point high above, one would observe the island splitting apart at that very chasm. Chapter 123. The shadow of the moth to the flame. The island had fractured directly due to the clash between the two adversaries, beginning at that profound rift. It splintered like a shattered biscuit, with the sea surging through the crevices, causing the fragmented island to have and sway. This is dire. Both Sengoku and Randall's expressions shifted in alarm. While the environment posed little threat to them, it was a perilous ordeal for the soldiers. Not to mention, the ever-watchful Barret loomed nearby. The frigid seawater surged, gradually reviving those soldiers who had been rendered unconscious by the overwhelming conqueror's haki. As they opened their eyes, they were astonished to find that the world around them had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although panic surged within them, their rigorous training enabled them to maintain a semblance of calm in their actions. However, when they beheld the towering giant, standing over 50 meters tall, their composure shattered. Where on earth had this creature come from? A few generals, witnessing their soldiers in peril, were equally alarmed. They urgently shouted for the soldiers to maintain order and retreat towards the remaining warships. However, a colossal foot descended from the heavens. In comparison to the gargantuan Barret, the soldiers appeared akin to a swarm of ants. Should that foot truly descend, countless soldiers would undoubtedly perish, witnessing the impending doom of their troops. Several generals wore anxious expressions, yet none dared to intervene. They were powerless to intervene. Upon witnessing this, the teeth in the back of the war state's mouth were nearly ground to dust. He was not